Skeleton undead, mutated, race, mid-tier undead level, peak commander skills, King's Gaze, active, effect, mental attack causing the target to fall into an endless fear illusion. Soulfire resonance, active, effect, detonates the target's mental essence, exhausting its mental power. I greet you, Master. The skeleton undead knelt on one knee, its joints making a crack sound. Nia Shuangchuang stared in disbelief at this scene, seemingly unable to comprehend. Lin Chen was ecstatic. The skeleton undead actually had skills that were mental attacks, especially soulfire resonance, which could exhaust the target's mental power. It was simply a godly technique that could harm others invisibly. Ignoring the dizziness in his head, he examined his new servant. That was close. You almost got me killed. I should give you a name. He focused his gaze, looking at your brittle bones. Let's just call you Crispy Bone. The soulfire in Crispy Bone's eye sockets jumped violently. Master, I was once a king in my lifetime. I oppose. Opposition is invalid. Lin Chen casually tapped its rib, producing a crisp crack sound. Look at your osteoporosis. What else could you be but Crispy Bone? Beside them, Nia Shuangchuan finally couldn't hold back and burst out laughing, but seeing Crispy Bone's terrifying appearance, she quickly covered her mouth in fright. At that moment, Crispy Bone's soulfire became agitated, shifting from a ghostly blue to a bright red. Master, why do you have the aura of the eternal night crown? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and took out a dark golden crown from the Lord's space. The surface of the crown flowed with blood-colored patterns, resonating slightly with the skeleton undead. Are you talking about this? You actually possess the eternal night crown. Crispy Bone's soulfire nearly burst from its eye sockets. This is the first of the 3 sacred artifacts of the ancient blood clan. It suddenly knelt on one knee, its bony claws pressed against its chest in an ancient blood clan gesture. In my past life, I was one of the 36 kings of the blood clan, tasked with guarding this place. I never expected the crown had already chosen another master. As it spoke, the brittle claws suddenly pierced its own chest, extracting a drop of blood as clear as a ruby from the depths of the soulfire. The moment that blood droplet fell onto the eternal night crown, boom, the crown erupted with tremendous bloodlight, countless blood-red runes intertwining in the air. Lin Chen felt a surge of fragmented memories flooding his mind. The coronation ceremony of the blood-red royal court, the grand scene of the 36 blood clan kings kneeling, and a shocking betrayal that led to the decline of the blood clan. Is this the essence blood of a blood clan king? Lin Chen stared in shock at the transforming crown in his hand. The originally dark golden crown had now turned into a translucent blood crystal, as if a river of blood flowed within. The brittle bone spoke respectfully. Master, this eternal night crown is not only a symbol of blood clan power but also the key to the ancient blood clan's legacy. Countless blood clan members perished to protect it. Lin Chen pondered. What are the other 2 sacred artifacts of the blood clan? They are the eternal night sword and the eternal night armor. The 3 sacred artifacts of the eternal night were originally 1. The crown governs the bloodline inheritance, the armor bears immortal defense, while the eternal night sword can devour the essence blood of all things. So that's how it is. Lin Chen suddenly understood. It seemed the origins of this eternal night crown were not simple. He had previously thought it was just a useless trinket, but it turned out to be so precious. The brittle bone suddenly knelt on one knee. Master, now that the eternal night crown has recognized its master, I request to return to the position of blood clan king. Its eyes burned with soulfire. I am willing to assist you in gathering the sacred artifacts and restoring the glory of the blood clan. Lin Chen twitched the corner of his mouth. This task is too heavy. Let's first find a way to survive and leave this place. As he spoke, he suddenly tossed the eternal night crown to the brittle bone. This thing is better suited for you to wear. The brittle bone's claws caught the crown with a click, and its eyes trembled violently with soulfire. Master, this is a sacred object of the blood clan. Less nonsense. Lin Chen smiled mysteriously. You can exert greater power by wearing the crown. The brittle bone trembled as it placed the crown on its skull, and in an instant, blood patterns emerged all over its skeletal body. Even more astonishingly, the strands of blood energy around were being frantically absorbed by it. This is the devouring power of the blood clan. The brittle bone's voice suddenly became deep. Seeing this, Lin Chen smiled in satisfaction. Very good. From now on, it will depend on you. He then turned to look deeper into the mine. The Big Mouth and Plague Brother were leading the Ghoul army in efficient operation, their sharp claws stripping high-grade blood crystals from the rock walls in chunks. At this speed, we can clear this mine in another day. Suddenly, Lin Chen frowned. Huh? Someone's coming? It's that bald guy. Nia Shuangchuang exclaimed, ready for battle at any moment. At the entrance of the mine, the bald officer was sneaking in with a few people. They held a strange blood-colored compass in their hands, seemingly searching for something. Brother Leopard, we've struck it rich this time. We've found such a large blood crystal mine. Hee. Everyone has contributed, the bald man said proudly. Lin Chen's gaze darkened, a murderous intent rising in his eyes. What a narrow road for enemies. This guy almost got them killed. Seeing this, the brittle bone soulfire flickered, a hint of bloodthirst flashing in its eyes. Master, let me handle these small fries. Seeing Lin Chen nod, the brittle bone acted directly. Buzz. A blood-red ripple instantly spread out. From the brittle bone. Before the bald man and his companions could react, they were horrified to find their heads spinning. They clutched their heads and screamed in agony, black blood seeping from their eyes, ears, mouths, and noses. Their mental seas being torn apart by the violent power of the soul fire. Ah! My head, it's going to explode. Brother Leopard, struck by lightning, felt his legs go weak and knelt on the ground, wailing. The others also felt the world spinning, struggling to stand firm. At this moment, the brittle bone elegantly floated before them, its bony claws slowly extending. Gulp, gulp. With the chilling sound of swallowing, several corpses rapidly shriveled before their eyes. In the end, only skin-covered skeletons remained. Meanwhile, the brittle bone skeleton visibly became more vibrant. Seeing this, Nie Xuanzhuang's face was filled with disbelief. This is too brutal, right? Chapter 98. I choose to make you pay in blood. After completely hollowing out the blood crystal mine, Lin Chen's territory space had already piled up into a small blood-red mountain. He mounted his horse and pulled Nie Xuanzhuang onto the saddle. Let's go! The skeletal undead, wearing the crown of eternal night, floated ahead to clear the way, and wherever it passed, the blood mist dissipated. All around, a dense army of ghouls formed a protective net. Wait! Nie Xuanzhuang suddenly spoke. I received the positioning signal from Yao Kong and the others. Her face suddenly turned pale, but their coordinates are moving quickly, as if they are fleeing. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, his undying eye piercing through the blood-red mist. He saw, 10 miles away, Yao Kong and his group fleeing in disarray, dust billowing behind them. Among the crowd, he spotted a familiar figure. Yao Lin? Isn't she from Chen Wanqiu's team? Could it be that Chen Wanqiu is also at the 37th border battlefield? They are being chased. Lin Chen's brows furrowed deeply. Brittle bone. The brittle bone skull turned with a crack, the crown's blood light surging. Master, I sense at least 1,000 bloodthirsty alien creatures are pursuing them. Lin Chen slapped the horses back fiercely. Prepare for battle. He had originally planned to observe the situation, but upon seeing Yao Lin, he decided to take action. Go, save them. With his command, thousands of ghouls instantly entered a frenzied state. Big Mouth and Plague Brother leaped out, with Brittle Bone following closely behind. In the distance, as Yao Kong fled, his legs suddenly weakened. Sister, I really can't run anymore. Yao Lin frowned. Yao Kong, we can't stop. Just then, when they saw the dense army of ghouls on the horizon, they were momentarily stunned. It's Lin Chen, Yao Kong, and the others suddenly looked up, hope reigniting in their desperate eyes. Behind them, the roars of bloodthirsty aliens grew closer, but at this moment everyone exerted their last strength to run towards Lin Chen. Kill! Lin Chen raised his hand slightly, leave none alive. The ghoul army surged forth like a tide, instantly colliding with the bloodthirsty aliens. Yet Lin Chen's gaze remained fixed on Yao Lin. Yao Lin, is Chen Wanqiu here too? Yao Lin wiped the blood from her face and nodded. Team leader Chen heard you went missing at the 37th battlefield and immediately requested a rescue mission. My brother also went missing, so I came along. She glanced at the still shaken Yao Kong. If it weren't for team leader Chen bringing me here in time, my brother and the others would be in danger. So Yao Kong was Yao Lin's brother. Where is Wanqiu now? Lin Chen's voice was urgent, his fists unconsciously clenching. She led most of the bloodthirsty beasts away. Yao Lin suddenly pointed northwest, but don't worry. The Icebone Manta is by her side, so she should be safe. Brittle Bone suddenly flickered with soul fire. Master, there are energy fluctuations of a commander level over there. Lin Chen's expression changed slightly. He turned to Nie Xuanzhuang. You all go back to the safe zone. After saying that, the undead warhorse charged towards the northwest like an arrow, released from a bow. Nie Xuanzhuang watched Lin Chen's retreating figure. A gentle breeze brushed past the hair on her forehead, revealing a pair of contemplative eyes. Wanqiu, so he can be this anxious for someone too. Yao Lin spoke loudly. Everyone, follow me. She looked towards the northwest. Don't worry, they will be fine. At this moment, Lin Chen urged the undead warhorse with all his might, his mind tense, carefully sensing Chen Wanqiu's location. However, Chen Wanqiu's aura was erratic, faint, and elusive. He raced forward, and after chasing for 100 miles, the sight before him filled him with rage as he pierced through the last veil of blood mist. There, Chen Wanqiu was tightly bound by strands of demonic flame binds against a steep cliff, her ice-blue battle robe soaked in blood, looking utterly tragic. Beside her, Lu Yimeng, dressed in fiery red, had her fingertips entwined with flickering demonic flames, casting an eerie glow on her stunning yet bewitching face. Even more terrifying was the black-robed elder standing behind her. The elder merely stood there, yet the oppressive aura emanating from him made one's heart tighten. Lin Chen, you finally came. Lu Yimeng chuckled lightly, her laughter laced with a hint of pride and delight. That waste Lu Xiao almost ruined my plans. It's so good to see you alive. She spoke disdainfully, her finger lightly tracing Chen Wanqiu's pale, exquisite cheek, the gesture seemingly gentle but filled with endless malice. Your old lover has been waiting for you with great difficulty. She deliberately elongated her words, her tone petulant. Chen Wanqiu struggled to lift her head, her eyes, beautiful as ice, filled with urgency. Lin Chen, don't worry about me, just go. Shut up. Lu Yimeng suddenly tightened the demonic flame binds, and Chen Wanqiu's face contorted in pain, her body trembling slightly from the agony. Lin Shen stood frozen, his mind blank. He never expected that behind all this, it was Lu Yiming pulling the strings. This woman was so ruthless, her methods so cruel. What on earth did she want? Lu Yiming turned to Lin Shen, her eyes glinting with a sickly light, a mix of greed, desire, and madness. Lin Shen, don't think I don't know. It's you who caused me to lose my sister. It's you who ruined me. Now, I give you two choices. She extended two slender fingers, waving them in front of Lin Shen. Either submit to me and become my vassal, obeying my every command from now on, or... She suddenly revealed a charming smile, one that sent chills down the spine. Serve me as your master and marry me. Otherwise, you all die. As her words fell, demonic flames surged around her. The flames roiled and leaped, even the air around them seemed to churn. The black-robed elder's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Lin Shen. Kid, you've deprived the young lady of a suitable lordly source. She risked swallowing the heart of a demon and has now awakened the domain of demonic flames. After speaking, the black-robed elder slowly raised his hand, and a terrifying pressure of a battle sovereign descended. Lin Shen felt as if the ground beneath him had sunk, as if a 1,000-pound weight pressed down on him, rendering him immobile. Lu Yiming tilted her head, smiling sweetly, but her smile was particularly sinister at that moment. Now, you choose? Lin Shen's heart sank. This crazy woman is just as twisted as Lu Xiao. But he had to admit, Lu Yiming's hand was indeed ruthless. She seemed to know him inside out. Looking at Chen Wanqiu, who was bruised and battered by the demonic flame vines, his anger surged even more. This girl shared a deep connection with him, although they hadn't yet broken through that barrier. They were already the most important people to each other. Just as the pressure of the battle sovereign made it hard for him to move, an angry voice rang out. Who dares to bind my demon suppression army? You must have a death wish. Suddenly, Hua Jinglei rushed in. Lu Yiming's expression changed drastically, and Lin Shen seized the opportunity to activate his teleportation dagger, instantly appearing beside Chen Wanqiu. The corrosive sword slashed through, and the demonic flame vine snapped apart. Lin Shen wrapped his arms around the weak Chen Wanqiu, his eyes boiling with killing intent. I choose to make you pay in blood for your debts. Chapter 99, Is he a Ma? Sun tribesman? Bone corrosion curse. Lin Shen struck decisively. Ah! Lu Yiming suddenly screamed and fell to the ground, her bones cracking. Hua Jinglei was surrounded by surging lightning. Lin Shen, take Wanqiu and go. He formed hand seals, and a colossal thunder beast appeared out of thin air. Leave this old man to me. The black-robed elder of the Lu family snorted coldly, and a fierce stone king-wing lizard appeared before him. The two giant beasts collided. Too strong. Lin Shen quickly retreated with Chen Wanqiu in his arms, but saw Lu Yiming struggling to rise, a pulsating black heart appearing in her hand. Is this the heart of a demon? Lin Shen, I want you all dead, she screamed madly, pressing the heart against her chest. Damn! This woman has gone crazy. Lin Shen handed a stack of life potions to Chen Wanqiu, his expression grave. To still be able to act after being hit by the bone erosion curse. This Lu Yiming is simply a monster. Demonic flame thorns. Lu Yiming, her mouth filled with black blood, smiled cruelly and swung her hand fiercely. Boom! Countless thorns entwined with black flames burst forth from the ground, instantly turning the area within 100 meters into a death cage. Just as the big mouth was about to break free, it was tightly ensnared by the demonic flame thorns. The Plague Brothers' poisonous mist was actually burned to nothing in front of the demonic flames. Even the fragile soulfire resonance was isolated by the demonic flames, completely unable to penetrate. Useless. Lu Yiming laughed maniacally, black blood seeping from all 7 orifices, on the verge of complete demonization. This is the hellfire born from the heart of a demon. Lin Shen protected Chen Wanqiu and kept retreating. Just as the demonic flame thorns were about to engulf the two, he suddenly realized he didn't even have the chance to pull out the invincibility potion. Was he really going to have to endure it? At this critical moment, the long-dormant holy light mark within Lin Shen suddenly trembled violently. A pure golden light burst forth from his body. Hint: comprehended Holy Light Mage skill. Holy Light Oracle skill. Holy Light Oracle effect dispels all negative states, activates the Holy Light Shield, and judges dark creatures, dealing true holy damage. At this moment, Lin Shen's right eye shimmered with holy golden light, and in an instant, an ethereal holy song echoed across the sky. Countless oracles of light descending from above. Holy Light Oracle. The dazzling golden light erupted around Lin Shen, forming a holy light shield. The demonic flame thorns melted away in the holy light like ice and snow. Even more astonishing was that upon seeing the holy light, Lu Yiming's face turned pale with terror. The demonic flames around her quickly extinguishing. Impossible. This is the purest holy radiance? How could a necromancer like you cast high-level holy magic? On the other side, the old man in the black robe and Hua Jinglei were engaged in a fierce battle. Thunder magic and petrification powers clashed violently in the air, shaking the surrounding void. Boom! A thunderbolt, as thick as an arm, struck down, shattering the hastily erected stone shield of the old man. Although Hua Jinglei was new to the battle respect, the might of his thunder forced even seasoned battle respects to retreat. Before anyone could react, holy light judgment beams of holy light transformed into judgment spears. Instantly, piercing through Lu Yiming's chest. Ah! She let out a piercing scream as the heart of the demon within her was forcibly expelled by the holy light, struggling violently in mid-air. Now's the time. The soul fire in the eye sockets of the fragile bone surged, and the bone claws formed a seal, soul fire resonance. Invisible. Mental waves surged toward Lu Yiming like a tide, causing her to fall into a brief paralysis. The big mouth seized the opportunity, its gaping maw opening wide, and it actually swallowed the demon heart whole. Gulp! With a chilling swallowing sound, the body of the big mouth began to undergo a terrifying transformation. Blood red. Demonic patterns emerged on its crimson bone armor, and its bone wings expanded, transforming into a pair of bone wings entwined with demonic flames. No, don't. Lu Yiming's face was filled with despair. Ah, my demon heart. Seeing this, the old man in the black robe's eyes widened in rage. Miss. He took a hit from Hua Jinglei's thunder palm, spitting blood as he charged toward Lu Yiming. At this moment, the big mouth had already completed its final evolution. Tip: the evolution of the Ghoul General is complete. Acquired Ghoul Demon General. New skills: Skill 1, Abyssal Demon Flame, active, effect, breathes hellfire with corrosive properties. Skill 2, Demon Flame Wings, active, effect, bone wings increase speed by 300%, can teleport short distances. Skill 3, Demon Flame Armor, passive, effect, immune to 50% fire damage. The giant mouth let out a deafening demonic roar. The newly formed demon flame wings suddenly unfurled, carving two charred trails in the void. Its figure abruptly vanished, and the next second, it appeared behind the old man in the black robe, its grotesque mouth nearly stretching to the roots of its ears. Not good. The old man's face changed drastically, but unfortunately, the next moment, his bone suddenly softened. It was the bone erosion curse cast by Lin Chen. Run? Lin Chen sneered, it's too late. Big Mouth, take care of them. Roar. With a flap of its demon wings, Big Mouth instantly appeared above the two. It opened its massive jaws, and a pitch-black demon flame poured down. The ancient stone shield of the old man in the black robe melted like wax in the demon flame. No! Lu Yiming let out her final unwilling wail. In the demon flame, two figures quickly dissolved. They ultimately turned into two charred skeletons. Beside them, Hua Jinglei put away the thunder beast, patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. His eyes filled with amazement. Good kid. It's only been a few months and you can already kill a battle sovereign? Lin Chen shook his head with a bitter smile. It's all luck. If it weren't for Captain Hua arriving in time, I would have been done for today. A faint blush appeared on Chen Wanqiu's pale face as she awkwardly smiled. Captain Hua, I'm fine now. I can return to the team immediately. This is simply nonsense. Hua Jinglei suddenly straightened his face, but then saw the communicator suddenly light up with a red glow. His expression changed drastically. The third defense line in the north has been breached. The main force of the bloodthirsty alien race is advancing towards the human safe zone. He turned to Lin Chen. You take Wanqiu back to the safe zone first. No, I can still fight. Chun. Wanqiu said stubbornly, I want to go with you. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. Hua Jinglei was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at Big Mouth, which was wrapped in demon flame armor, and then laughed heartily. Good. With you joining, our chances of winning are even greater. No time to lose. Lin Chen leaped onto Big Mouth's back and pulled Chen Wanqiu up. Hua Jinglei summoned the Thunder Beast, surrounded by electric light. Big Mouth let out a thunderous demonic roar, spreading its 10-meter-wide demon flame wings. Following behind Hua Jinglei's Thunder Beast, they headed straight for the northern defense line. Big Mouth flapped its wings low, the demon flame wings carving two scorching trails in the air. Hua Jinglei's Thunder Beast forged ahead, electric light tearing through the dark clouds, illuminating the suffocating scene on the northern horizon. At this moment, the third defense line had already collapsed, with hundreds of thousands of bloodthirsty aliens surging like a tide. Wherever they passed, not a single survivor was left. Even more terrifying was that in the center of the alien army, three bloodthirsty behemoths, each the size of a small mountain, were crashing against a mysterious light barrier. Damn it! Hua Jinglei's gaze suddenly narrowed, his voice changing pitch. Even the fire lizard people have been deployed. What do they want? Lin Chen focused his gaze, only to see groups of humanoid lizard creatures clad in fiery scales wielding lava spears, each charge tearing a gaping crack in the barrier. The human lords responsible for guarding were retreating step by step, and it looked like the defense line was about to completely collapse. At this critical moment, boom! The ground suddenly trembled, and a mysterious cavalry unit burst out from the flank. They rode pure white unicorn warhorses, their long spears radiating pure moonlight. Is it the Mas Yun people? Hua Jinglei was so shocked he nearly fell off the Thunder Beast, the ancient race that guards the Well of the Moon. So they have been hiding in the 37th dimension all along. Chapter 100, Humanity. You have earned the trust of the Mas Yun people. The Mas Yun cavalry surged like a silver torrent into the enemy ranks, and wherever the moonlight spears passed, the fire lizard people fell one after another. Just as the tide of battle was turning, hiss! A chilling screech echoed from the enemy's rear. The ground cracked open, and a nearly 100-meter-tall giant demon lizard burst forth. Its body was entwined with fallen black mist, and it opened its crimson maw like a gate to hell. It's the fallen demon lizard. the leader of the Maxton tribe urgently reined in his warhorse, his voice trembling. They must be after the Moon Demon Core. The fallen demon lizard let out a long howl, and a jet-black beam of light shot from its mouth, instantly piercing through the entire defensive line. Hua Jinglei's expression changed drastically. Not good. Get out of the way. Boom! The black beam shot out, distorting the space it passed through. Hua Jinglei's thunderous beast was thrown into the air by the shockwave, and Lin Chen and Big Mouth were also staggered back by the impact. He quickly pulled Chen Wanqiu into his embrace, her familiar soft and plump body pressed against his chest, the faint fragrance from her hair wafting into his nose. It was captivating. On the back of the fallen demon lizard, a figure shrouded in black demonic mist slowly stood up, gripping a war spear. Each step he took made the air emit a painful screech. It was the legendary fallen demon commander. Maxton tribe, you have finally stopped hiding. The commander's voice sounded like the wails of a thousand souls, the war spear pointing directly at the Maxton leader. Hand over the Moon Demon Core, or today will be the day of your annihilation. The Maxton tribesmen roared in unison, their long spears thudding heavily against the ground. The leader planted the moonlight staff into the earth, his aged voice resonating across the battlefield. Warriors, we must not let the demon commander lay a hand on the Moon Demon Core. All the Maxton warriors simultaneously cut their palms, their blood seeping into the ground. The leader formed hand seals and began chanting an ancient incantation. Awaken, sleeping guardian, in the name of the moon goddess. Boom! The earth suddenly erupted, and a silver beam of light, 100 meters in diameter, shot into the sky. Within the beam, a massive figure could be seen. Awakening. Seeing this, the fallen demon commander swung his war spear down fiercely. Stop them. The demon lizard opened its gaping maw, a beam of destructive black light racing towards the silver beam. At this moment, all the human lords were left dumbfounded. Even the battle-hardened Hua Jinglei wore a grave expression. This level of battle is beyond our participation. Retreat quickly. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and immediately activated the communicator. Headquarters, this is the 37th Border Battlefield, coordinates northwest 99 to 16, requesting immediate support. The fallen demon commander has appeared. Repeat, the fallen demon commander has appeared. Lin Chen's gaze lingered, clearly very interested in the Moon Demon Core guarded by the Maxton tribe. Big Mouth had devoured the heart of the demon but still hadn't evolved to the leader level to match the battle sovereign. If he swallowed the Moon Demon Core, he might evolve again. Just as the beam of destructive black light was about to engulf the Maxton tribesman, swish, Lin Chen moved. He positioned himself in front of a stunning young Maxton woman with silver hair and pointed ears. Her skin was like jade, her eyes like emeralds, and at that moment she looked at Lin Chen with a face full of astonishment. Holy Light Oracle. Lin Chen directly used the invincibility potion and activated the Holy Light Shield. Be careful. Buzz. The golden barrier and the invincibility potion's dual protection unfolded simultaneously, the black light crashing against the shield, erupting in a blinding energy maelstrom. Lin Chen's arms bulged with veins, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, yet he stubbornly withstood this world-destroying impact. Human. The Maxton leader's silver eyes trembled. Thank you for saving my daughter. Mother. The rescued Maxton woman exclaimed. He actually blocked the fallen demon commander's attack. In the distance, Hua Jinglei watched in shock. Is this kid crazy? That's... Chen Wanqiu was also stunned, but no matter what Lin Chen did, she would support him unconditionally. This was the unspoken understanding between them. Lin Chen smiled nonchalantly, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and fixed his fiery gaze on the direction of the Moonwell. The Moon Demon Core must not fall into their hands. Hearing this, a flicker of emotion passed through the Maxton leader's aged silver eyes. He suddenly raised the moonlight staff high and threw it into the air. Humans, you have earned the trust of the Musun tribe. The staff disintegrated in the air, transforming into countless specks of light that merged into a beam of light. With a thunderous howl, a giant wolf, entirely silver white, stepped out from the light. The crescent mark on its forehead shone brilliantly, and wherever its ice blue eyes gazed, the dark, corrupted energy melted away like snow. The Moon Wolf King has truly awakened. The Masan people were overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in their eyes. The spear of the fallen demon commander trembled violently. Impossible. Your tribe's Moon Wolf King is still alive. His voice was frantic. The Moon Wolf King howled to the sky, and moonlight poured down like a tide. Retreat! The demon commander roared in frustration, his spear slicing through the fabric of space. This isn't over. Countless flame lizard people scrambled into the rift, but at the last moment they were struck by the moonlight exhaled by the Moon Wolf King, turning to ashes. As the rift closed, the battlefield fell into a brief silence. The figure of the Moon Wolf King dissipated into specks of light, and the leader of the Masan tribe, pale-faced, stepped forward, offering a piece marked with a crescent. Warrior of the human race, the Moonwell of my Masan tribe will always be open to you. The stunning, silver-haired woman with pointed ears bowed gracefully, her emerald-like eyes deeply gazing at Lin Chen. A gentle smile appeared at the corner of her lips. In the next moment, her figure gradually faded like moonlight. Lin Chen instinctively reached out but only grasped a wisp of dispersing silver light. Hey! At least tell me how to find you. Hua Jinglei walked over, looking at Lin Chen with awe. Good lad. You even dared to crash the fallen demon commander's party, you've got guts. Chen Wanqiu coughed lightly, teasingly saying, what? Have you taken a liking to the Ma Sun princess? Lin Chen smiled awkwardly. What he was interested in was the moon demon core of the Ma Sun tribe. Chapter 101, Do you think you can escape? As the fallen demon commander retreated, the bloodthirsty alien army instantly collapsed. The morale of the human lord soared, launching a full counterattack under the command of the demon suppression army. All troops, attack. Prepare for ranged output. Main force, follow up. The battlefield was filled with the sounds of battle, various elemental lights intertwining to form a dazzling web of death. Just as Lin Chen was about to contact his teammates from the Tsanyan battle team, a familiar shout suddenly came from a distance. Nia Xuanxuan, with slightly reddened eyes, rushed to the front. Upon seeing Chen Wanqiu beside Lin Chen, her steps noticeably faltered. Lin Chen. Nia Xuanxuan bit her red lips, her gaze lingering on Chen Wanqiu for a moment. I'm so glad you're okay. Her voice carried a hint of barely perceptible loneliness. Yao Kong, Xin Yuan, and others also gathered around. Xin Yuan excitedly grasped Lin Chen's hand. Lin Chen, if it weren't for you, we probably wouldn't have made it this time. Lin Chen smiled calmly. We're all in the same team, no need to be polite. At this moment, Chen Wanqiu's expression turned serious. Lin Chen, I heard you encountered the bloodthirsty mother? Our demon suppression army has been tracking the bloodthirsty mother nest for 3 months. Hua Jinglei strode over, his battle armor still stained with dried blood. That's right. Our Zhangcheng Demon Suppression Army's main task in this border battlefield is to clear the bloodthirsty mother's lair. The recent disturbances in the border battlefield are because they are covering the mother's retreat. He looked at Lin Chen with a serious expression. Since you know the location of the mother, hurry and take us there. Soon, a strike team of 20 elite members of the Demon Suppression Army was assembled. Lin Chen noticed that each person was equipped with a specially designed silver flame projector. This was a weapon specifically targeting the bloodthirsty larvae. When the team returned to the valley, the sight before them was chilling. In the valley, countless eggs had mostly hatched, and numerous larvae were writhing in the slime. They resembled humans yet were not, with blood-red crystalline protrusions growing on their backs. These larvae of the fire lizards haven't completed their first stage of evolution, so they aren't much of a threat, Hua Jinglei whispered, but our target is the mother. He pointed to a bulging, tumor-like nest deep in the valley. According to the intel, that thing is at least a leader level. Just as everyone appeared at the valley's entrance, suddenly, the ground shook violently. The fleshy membrane at the top of the nest tore apart, and 3 massive creatures broke free. They were 3 half-human, half-spider monsters with terrifying mandibles that made one's scalp tingle. Ultra Commander-level beast. Lin Chen's pupils constricted. So strong. The 3 half-human spiders locked onto the group, emitting a piercing mental shriek. The 3 closest members of the Demon Suppression Army immediately crouched down, clutching their heads in agony. Form a defensive formation. Hua Jinglei roared as he raised a lightning barrier, but he saw the abdomen of the half-human spider suddenly split open, spewing forth a sky full of blood-red little spiders. The most chilling part was that the faces of those little spiders were grotesque faces of human infants. They emitted sharp cries that sent shivers down one's spine. Be careful. This is a human-faced blood spider, Hua Jinglei shouted, and the thunder beast instantly shielded the group. The members of the Demon Suppression Army hurriedly summoned their minions: Flame Lion, Steel-Armored Earth Dragon, Wind Spirit Falcon. Chen Wanqiu formed seals with her hands, and the Ice Phoenix and the Frostbite Ray appeared simultaneously, the cold air instantly freezing the incoming blood threads. Lin Chen waved his hand, and a dense army of ghouls appeared. 1,000 cave demons surged from the ground, protecting everyone in the center. Boom! The tumor in the center of the valley suddenly exploded, releasing a blood mist that obscured the sky. The foul-smelling mist caused the minions of the Demon Suppression Army to emit furious growls. The Flame Lion's eyes turned blood red, and its mane began to rot. The scales of the steel-armored earth dragon started to peel off, changing color. Not good. Retreat. Immediate retreat. Hua Jinglei's voice had turned hoarse. The intel was wrong. This is not something we can handle. Lin Chen, quick-witted, threw 3 bottles of invincibility potions to Chen Wanqiu. Wanqiu, catch. Just as the potions landed in her hands, the blood mist had already engulfed everyone. Lin Chen activated the Holy Light Shield, the golden barrier barely creating a safe zone. But more terrifying was that those minions eroded by the blood mist began to turn against their masters. Ah! A member of the Demon Suppression Army fell, clutching his neck that had been bitten by the wind spirit. Falcon. Hua Jinglei's thunder beast roared in pain, its lightning flickering erratically. Not good. This bloodthirsty mother is a mutated leader. Just as Hua Jinglei's exclamation fell, Lin Chen saw a scarlet vine wrap around Chen Wanqiu's waist. Wanqiu. Lin Chen instantly activated his teleportation, swinging the corrosive sword. Mighty God descends. Battle blood boils. Under the dual might of the savage martial artist, he struck down fiercely. The vine snapped in response, but more blood vines shot out from the nest. Lin Chen, watch out behind you. Chen Wanqiu cried out, and Lin Chen was entangled by dozens of blood vines all over his body. Just as he was about to pull out an invincibility potion, he was yanked into the dark depths of the nest. Bang! He fell heavily against the sticky flesh wall, and before him was a sea of blood. Red. The thick blood aura almost solidified. Got you. Such delicious flesh. A hoarse female voice echoed in the darkness. Once I eat you, I can complete my transformation. Lin Chen struggled to get up, but found his limbs as heavy as lead. He couldn't move. The toxin of the bloodthirsty mother was rapidly eroding his consciousness. Master! Master! A brittle voice seemed to come from far away. Wake up quickly. The flesh wall of the nest began to writhe, revealing countless twisted human faces. They whispered in unison, give up, become part of us, we will become even stronger. Lin Chen's vision grew increasingly blurry, and just as he was about to lose consciousness, the crescent mark on his chest suddenly burst forth with blinding silver light. The silver light enveloped him. Ah! In the next moment, with a flash of silver light, Lin Chen's figure instantly vanished from the nest. The bloodthirsty mother let out a painful scream. Damn humans! The mother body furiously waved the blood vine, all the vertical pupils on her body wide open in anger. Do you think you can escape? When Lin Chen opened his eyes, the scene before him instantly awakened him. This was not a bloody lair, but a mysterious space shrouded in silver moonlight. A gigantic silver moon hung in the dark sky, its light cascading down, flowing across the ground like a stream. You're awake? A voice as cool as a spring came from behind him. Lin Chen turned slightly to see a young woman draped in moonlight gauze, standing barefoot in the center of a pool. It was the Ma Sun tribe woman he had saved earlier. Her silver hair moved without wind, and the moon pattern on her forehead shimmered, exuding an air of nobility. Her clear eyes calmly gazed at Lin Chen, her delicate fingers lightly strumming, and her cherry lips parted as ancient melodies flowed with the moonlight. Lin Chen felt a wave of comfort surge within him. Is this the moon goddess's healing technique? He suddenly realized that his exhausted mental energy was instantly replenished. He couldn't help but marvel. This healing technique is incredibly powerful. Its effect is even better than that of mental energy potions. Chapter 102. Intruders in the sacred realm shall face the moon's punishment. As the song abruptly ceased, the woman slowly opened her eyes, her gaze colder than the moonlight. You're fine now. Suddenly, her jade-like fingertip condensed a beam of moonlight, piercing directly at Lin Chen's heart. Don't move. Swish. A wisp of black blood was forcibly drawn out, twisting in the air into the shape of the bloodthirsty mother body, letting out a piercing shriek before vanishing into thin air. This is the mark of the bloodthirsty mother body. Thank you. Lin Chen clenched his fist, suddenly recalling something. Don't worry, the bloodthirsty mother body can't stray too far from its lair. Your companions are all fine. The woman stood up, the silver gauze flowing like water, revealing a hint of her firm and full form. The moon mark has saved you once. We are even now. This is the moon realm of my Ma Sun tribe, and you can only enter through the moon mark. Humans cannot stay for long. You should leave quickly. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Wait, my name is Lin Chen, and I still don't know your name. Just as the woman was about to respond, a blinding silver light suddenly appeared. A man dressed in a moon-patterned robe stepped into the light, his silver hair revealing pointed ears and a handsome face. His cold gaze swept over Lin Chen, finally resting on the woman. Lu Shuang, you dared to bring a human into the sacred realm without permission? His voice was as cold as ice. Lin Chen then realized her name was Lu Shuang. A name as cool as moonlight, truly beautiful. Lu Shuang frowned slightly. Moon Sky Priest, he saved me earlier, and came here with the moon mark, that's why I treated him. Humph. The Moon Sky Priest snorted coldly, pointing his moonlight staff directly at Lin Chen. According to tribal rules, intruders in the sacred realm shall face the moon's punishment. With a wave of his staff, several chains of moonlight instantly bound Lin Chen's limbs. Stop! Lu Shuang hurriedly intervened. He is our guest from the Ma Sun tribe. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed the Moon Sky Priest's eyes. He approached Lin Chen, his gaze suddenly deepening. You are the human who intercepted the fallen demon commander on the border battlefield? Lin Chen was speechless. It seemed he was targeted again. He shrugged and replied calmly, that's right. Very well. The Moon Sky Priest suddenly waved his sleeve, silver armor instantly covering his body. I will duel with you. A warrior of the Ma Sun tribe will never lose to you humans. His gaze burned as it swept over Lu Shuang. Lu Shuang is destined to be my woman. What? Lin Chen was taken aback. He saw a flash of embarrassment and anger on Lu Shuang's cold, stunning face. Under the moonlight, her slightly furrowed brows and lightly bitten cherry lips revealed a breathtaking allure. It was a beauty completely different from Fang Qingxue, Chen Wanqiu, and Zhao Yuer. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. As far as he knew, the Ma Sun tribe possessed elven blood. Although not pure elven blood, they were considered a branch of the elven race. At this moment, the charm Lu Shuang displayed was simply mesmerizing. No wonder even the Moonlight Priest is going crazy for her. Moonlight. Lu Shuang's voice was icy. What are you talking about? The Moonlight Priest became even more furious upon seeing this. You actually took the initiative to defend this human. He suddenly turned to Lin Chen. Human brat, do you dare to fight? If you lose, accept the moon punishment and roll out of my moon sacred domain. Lin Chen was speechless. This guy was too domineering. Moreover, he was incredibly jealous. He had tied himself up like a pig, and he wasn't even holding it against him, all for Lu Shuang's sake. Lu Shuang's gaze flickered, and with a delicate wave of her hand, the moonlight chains wrapped around Lin Chen shattered inch by inch. Lin Chen, don't mind him, you should leave quickly. Stop. Moonlight suddenly erupted in anger, his staff bursting with blinding silver light. I, in the name of the moon god priest, challenge you to a duel. They all say you are the hero who saved the Ma Sun tribe, but I refuse to accept it. He gritted his teeth. How can our noble princess fall for a lowly human? Lin Chen suddenly realized that he had inadvertently stolen the spotlight from this priest. Right now, he still hadn't had the chance to get the moon magic core. Should he take the opportunity to stay? His eyes turned, and a sudden idea struck him, deliberately raising his voice. Moonlight priest, you misunderstood. Although Princess Lu Shuang and I fell in love at first sight, we are far from having any romantic feelings. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuang's heart jolted. Sure enough, it instantly enraged Moonlight. Impudent. His staff slammed heavily on the ground. You dare to look down on our princess? A mere human dares to be picky? Lin Chen almost laughed out loud. The logic of this moonlight priest was simply absurd. Is this looking down on her? The Ma Sun tribe's pride was too much. Moonlight, Lu Shuang coldly reprimanded, you are being too rude. But the moonlight priest was even more agitated. Princess, look at this human's attitude. We are the noble Ma Sun tribe. Enough. Lu Shuang suddenly raised her hand, a beam of moonlight pushing Moonlight back. She turned to Lin Chen, her emerald-like eyes flashing with a hint of apology. I'm sorry for making you laugh. I'll send you away. Right now. However, as soon as she finished speaking, swish, 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 several silver lights flashed, and more than a dozen Ma Sun men instantly surrounded them. Each of them exuded a powerful aura, all at least peak war kings, clad in silver armor, their moonlight spears aimed directly at Lin Chen, their eyes filled with hostility. Want to leave? Moonlight sneered, his staff striking the ground. This human has intruded into the moon sacred domain, trying to spy on our tribe's moon magic core that has been guarded for 1,000 years. He won't leave unscathed. Lin Chen frowned slightly. Could it be that his intentions had been seen through? He scanned his surroundings. Clearly, these Ma Sun warriors had been lying in wait, just waiting for Moonlight's command. What was more troublesome was that their positions were extremely deliberate, forming some kind of blocking formation. Even the space was being confined. This meant he could neither use his teleportation dagger nor his teleportation scroll. Moonlight, are you crazy? Lu Shuang's pretty face was frosty, moonlight swirling around her. Lin Chen is a distinguished guest of our tribe and also a hero who repelled the fallen demon lord. Aren't you afraid of punishment for doing this, hero? Moonlight sneered. I see him as having ulterior motives. He stared at Lin Chen, jealousy burning in his eyes. Princess, haven't you noticed? Ever since this human appeared, your gaze has never left him. Moreover, you even rejected my hunting invitation. Lin Chen was speechless. Goodness, this jealousy was overwhelming. Could it be that Princess Lu Shuang really had feelings for him? What he didn't know was that the Ma Sun tribe highly revered heroes. A life-saving grace was always reciprocated with one's body. So what? Lin Chen simply crossed his arms, a half-smile on his face. Is the moonlight priest planning to not let me go and use more to bully less? Humph. To deal with you, there's no need to use more to bully less. Moonlight held his head high with pride. I alone am enough. Oh, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Then they are all witnesses. Yukong declared with righteous indignation, his face full of pride. Witnessing your miserable defeat at my hands, from now on you will no longer dare to covet our princess. Lu Shuang was furious. Yukong, if you keep messing around, don't blame me for being rude. Chapter 103, Savage Bull's Sky-Crushing Fist. Lin Chen sighed. It seemed that there was no way to avoid a fight today. Alright, I accept your challenge. I'll defeat you in 3 rounds. Before Lin Chen's words fell, the priest Yukong had already made his move. Arrogant. With a sweep of the moonlight staff in his hand, dozens of moonblades shot through the air, each containing the power to tear apart space. Wrath of the Moon God. Lin Chen did not dodge, his fists glowing with a bronze sheen. The bloodline power of the savage martial artist erupted violently, the wind from his fists like a dragon, shattering all the moonblades. What? Yukong's pupils constricted. To withstand the moonblades with your flesh. Before he could finish, Lin Chen had already closed in like a ghost. A whip kick swept across, the air bursting with a loud bang. Yukong hurriedly raised his staff to block but was knocked back over 10 meters by the immense force. First round. Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back. Yukong the priest, you must give it your all. Since he had decided to strike, he would completely crush the opponent's arrogance. Yukong's face turned ashen, the staff heavily thrust into the ground. Arrogant. Moon God's prison. Countless chains of moonlight shot up from the ground, instantly wrapping around Lin Chen's limbs. Even more terrifying was that these chains were paralyzing his body. The watching warriors of the Ma Sun tribe cheered. Lu Shuang gripped her crystal bow tightly, ready to intervene at any moment. However, a smile crept onto Lin Chen's lips. The savage bloodline within him boiled, his muscles coiling like a dragon. This was the first time he felt the advantage of the savage martial artist profession. Dealing with the priest's soft attacks was like a mere tickle. With a loud roar, the moonlight chains snapped inch by inch. Second round. Lin Chen flexed his wrists. Yukong the priest, not very powerful, huh? Yukong was completely enraged. He bit his fingertip, drawing a moon pattern on his forehead. With my blood, I summon. The moon god to descend. The silver moon in the sky suddenly expanded, a beam of moonlight with a diameter of 100 meters crashing down. This was a secret technique passed down in the Ma Sun tribe, capable of instantly killing opponents of the same level. Lin Chen, be careful. Lu Shuang couldn't help but remind him. Lin Chen looked up at the sky, his eyes burning with battle intent. He crossed his fists, the blood and energy within him erupting like a volcano. Battle blood boiling. Savage Bull's sky-crushing fist. A bronze-colored phantom of a savage bull appeared behind him, and he punched out. It actually blocked the descending moonlight. The two forces were at a stalemate, the entire space trembling. Crack! With a crisp sound, cracks appeared in the moonlight beam. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen punched out again. Bang! The moonlight beam shattered, the shockwaves sending Yukong flying. He landed awkwardly on the ground, his staff thrown 8 meters away. Third round. Lin Chen withdrew his stance. Do you want to continue? The entire arena fell silent. No one expected that this human could crush the genius priest of the Ma Sun tribe solely with physical strength. Yukong's face turned pale, full of unwillingness, suddenly grinning savagely. Do you think this is the end? He tore open his robe, revealing the blood-red moon pattern on his chest. Forbidden technique, Moon Devour. No! Stop! Lu Shuang finally couldn't hold back and tried to intervene, but was stopped by other Ma Sun warriors. Lin Chen felt the overwhelming power of the Moon Devourer approaching, his brow furrowing slightly. He could have summoned an army of ghouls to crush the opponent or even used ogres to toy with him. But to deal with this self-righteous rival, he could only crush him with pure personal strength to make him truly submit. Holy Light Shield. A brilliant golden light curtain unfolded before him, violently colliding with the blood-red moonlight. Surprisingly, the seemingly thin light shield perfectly blocked Yukong's forbidden technique. How is this possible? Yukong's eyes widened. Is this the holy radiance of the sun? Within the holy light shield, he felt the pure essence of the sun. As soon as the words fell, Lin Chen crossed through the chaotic energy currents. He swung his right hand, and the bloodline power of the savage martial artist erupted. Savage Bull crashing heaven fist. The unadorned punch struck out, distorting the very fabric of space. The hastily erected moonlight barrier of Yukong shattered like paper, and he was sent flying back like a broken kite, crashing heavily onto a distant hill. Puff! Yukong spat out a mouthful of blood, his staff clattering to the ground. The entire arena fell into a dead silence. The once predatory Ma Sun tribe warriors now displayed disbelief and shock in their eyes. Their proud priest had been defeated by a weak human using the purest martial skills. Lu Shuang's beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance. As the princess of the Ma Sun tribe, she understood better than anyone that humans relied on their lordly talents precisely because of the inherent limitations of individual strength. Yet this man before her had shattered that constraint. Lin Chen picked up Yukong's staff and gently placed it beside him, smiling lightly. Yukong priest, can we have a proper conversation now? Yukong sat slumped on the ground, his silver hair disheveled. In his eyes, there was both unwillingness and a hint of respect for the strong. Finally, he lowered his head, his voice hoarse. You've won. I voluntarily withdraw. Lu Shuang is yours. Yukong suddenly announced loudly, his voice filled with reluctance yet relief. Hearing this, Lin Chen stumbled, nearly falling over. Wait, this. Before he could finish, Yukong had already stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said seriously, however, according to the rules, if an outsider man wishes to marry a woman from our tribe, he must pass the Moon Realm trial. Lin Chen's head suddenly felt heavy. He had thought defeating Yukong would be the end of it, but things were becoming increasingly complicated. Lu Shuang's pretty face flushed slightly as she whispered, this isn't happening, Lin Chen, you should leave. Yukong's tone suddenly turned serious. No, Lin Chen, since you have defeated me, you are qualified to marry Princess Lu Shuang. If you leave now, according to tribal rules, Lu Shuang will remain unmarried for life. Lin Chen's mouth twitched, secretly complaining in his heart, your Ma Sun tribe's rules, how do they have more than our academy's regulations? At that moment, an elderly man with white hair and beard slowly walked out, leaning on the moonlight staff. His silver beard hung down to his chest, and the moon patterns on his forehead were more intricate and profound than anyone present. Yukong is right. The old man's voice was gentle yet filled with authority as he lightly tapped the ground with his staff, causing even the silver moon to fall silent. Young man, I am the grand priest of the Ma Sun tribe, Yupsong. Lin Chen's brow furrowed in alert. The pressure this old man exerted far surpassed that of Yukong. Yet strangely, he felt remarkably calm in the presence of the elder. Grand priest grandpa, Lu Shuang exclaimed in surprise, then felt a bit anxious. Why are you here? Grand priest Yupsong smiled kindly. If I hadn't come, you would have chased away our esteemed guest. As he spoke, his deep gaze fell upon Lin Chen. This young friend Lin, please follow this old man to the moon's sacred domain. Before Lin Chen could respond, the elder waved his staff. In an instant, the surrounding scenery rippled and transformed like water waves. When Lin Chen could see clearly again, he found himself in a breathtakingly beautiful realm with an endless galaxy above and flowing moonlight beneath his feet. Countless crystal-like buildings floated halfway up the mountain, refracting a rainbow of colors. In the distance, a towering silver giant tree stood majestically, its branches adorned with thousands of crescent-shaped fruits. This is the moon's sacred domain? Lin Chen marveled. Indeed. Grand Priest Yutsong walked ahead, and with each tap of his staff, a moonlight staircase automatically extended. This is the most sacred place of our Ma Sun tribe, and the sanctuary granted to us by the moon goddess. As they ventured deeper, Lin Chen witnessed even more shocking sights. A bright moon hung in the sky, and moonlight cascaded down like a waterfall. Ah whoa! Many Ma Sun tribe warriors patrolled the mountain gorge, their moon wolves howling at the moon. A group of young Maxton children were practicing archery by the moonlight, their arrows transforming into streaks of light as they flew. High Priest Yutsong, why have you brought me to such an important place? Lin Chen couldn't help but ask. Chapter 104, I want the moon's magic core. High Priest Yutsong stopped beneath the silver giant tree, reaching out to gently stroke the trunk, because you can resist the fallen demon lord, and from you, I sense the purest radiance of the sun. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. Could it be because of the holy light imprint? As a lord of the undead and a necromancer, he never expected to stand out thanks to the holy light mage. High Priest Yutsong looked deeply at Lin Chen. In 500 years, you are the first foreigner to possess the radiance of the sun and step into our sacred domain. Lin Chen's heart trembled. He too felt that his holy light imprint was extraordinary, slightly different from that of an ordinary holy light mage. Within that radiance was a hint of ancient, sacred power. So, young friend Lin Chen, High Priest Yutsong slowly turned, his gaze profound as he stared at him. Are you willing to help our clan retrieve the Sun Bow? The Sun Bow? Lin Chen frowned slightly. He had never even heard of such a thing. Legend has it that it is a divine artifact left behind by the sun god during ancient times, sealed deep within the abyss of the fiery sun in our sacred domain. Yutsong's voice was low and solemn. Only one who possesses the purest radiance of the sun can approach it without being incinerated. Lin Chen nodded slightly. No wonder Yutsong sought him out. But he quickly calmed down, realizing that retrieving an artifact of such caliber would undoubtedly come at a cost. So, he tentatively asked, with the high priest's strength, can't you retrieve it? Yutsong shook his head with a bitter smile, raising a hand to gently touch his forehead, revealing a wisp of ghostly blue moonlight. My Maxton clan has worshipped the moon god for generations, and the power of moonlight flows within us. If we were to touch the sun bow, we would only be backfired by its supreme solar power. Lin Chen suddenly understood, falling silent for a moment. Does the high priest trust me this much? Yutsong's deep gaze seemed to see through the heart, and his aged voice suddenly softened. You were willing to help on the border battlefield, risking your life to fight against the fallen demon lord. The spirit is worthy of trust. As he spoke, he slightly raised his hand, revealing his wrist bone. Moreover, although my Maxton clan belongs to the Elven branch, there is also a part of human blood flowing in our veins. The radiance of the sun within you shares the same root as the sun bow. Perhaps this is fate's arrangement. Lin Chen stroked his chin, his gaze contemplative as he began to weigh the pros and cons. Seeing this, Yutsong continued, of course, if young friend Lin is willing to help, our clan will surely reward you handsomely. Reward handsomely? Lin Chen's lips curled slightly, his heart blooming with joy. He was just worried about how to obtain the moon's magic core through legitimate means. Young friend Lin, feel free to ask for anything you want. Yutsong stroked his beard, a kind expression on his face. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately rubbed his hands together. Hee, High Priest, I want the moon's magic core. What? High Priest Yutsong's expression changed drastically, his aura erupting with a thunderous force, his silver-white robe billowing without wind, a powerful pressure instantly enveloping the surroundings. Lin Chen was shaken back 2 steps by this force. So strong. This aura, at least at the peak of a battle sovereign. He quickly waved his hands. Wait, High Priest, don't misunderstand. The moon's magic core is of some use to me. Yutsong narrowed his eyes, staring at him intently, and after a long while, he slowly reined in his aura, speaking in a deep voice. The moon's magic core is a great evil that my clan is responsible for sealing. What do you want it for? Lin Chen smiled faintly. I just want to use it to enhance the strength of my people, nothing more. Yutsong's expression softened, but his gaze remained sharp. Do you think this is just an ordinary evolution material? Moreover, the moon's magic core is sealed by the power of the moon god. It should be of no use to you. Lin Chen, full of confidence, patted his chest. Rest assured, High Priest, I have my ways to handle it. Yutsong looked surprised. Kid, do you know the origin of this moon demon core? Origin? No idea. Lin Chen replied with a confused expression, shaking his head. Yutsong's tone became serious. This item is one of the 7 cores of the Abyss Demon Plane, containing the purest essence of demons. If it falls into the hands of other races, it could give birth to a terrifying existence at the king level. What? Lin Chen's eyes widened. This demon core is that powerful? No wonder that fallen demon lord made such a big fuss. Then why don't you just destroy it? Lin Chen asked, puzzled. Yutsong shook his head with a bitter smile. Kid, you are too naive. The core of the demon plane is not so easily destroyed. Back then, our masons could only seal it with the power of the moon god, using the strength of our entire race. He looked up into the distance and continued, according to ancient records, there were originally 7 demon cores scattered across various planes, and the other 6 were taken away and sealed by different races. It's just what? Lin Chen frowned. Just that in the last 500 years, 3 of the races that sealed the demon cores have lost contact. A hint of worry flashed in Yu Tsong's eyes. I'm afraid those demon cores have already fallen into the hands of other races. Lin Chen suddenly thought of something, his expression changing. Wait, Great Priest, you took the Sun Bow to destroy the demon core, right? Exactly. Great Priest Yu Tsong nodded. Only the power of the Sun God can completely purify the demon core. Unfortunately, our masons cannot use the Sun Bow. Lin Chen's eyes turned, quickly calculating in his mind. If he really took the Sun Bow to destroy the demon core as he said, wouldn't he be wasting his efforts? If Lin Xiaoyu can help our race retrieve the Sun Bow to destroy the demon core, you will be a great benefactor to our masons. Great Priest Yu Tsang said earnestly, as a token of gratitude, our race is willing to betroth Princess Liu Shuang to you. Lin Chen almost choked on his own saliva. Wait, Great Priest, this is too. Yu Tsang stroked his beard and smiled. Princess Liu Shuang is the most beautiful gem of our race. How many young talents have sought her in vain? Lin Chen felt embarrassed. I'm the kind of person who hates trouble. Let's change to a more practical reward. Oh, a glint of light flashed in Yu Tsang's eyes. So Lin Xiaoyu means, if I can directly deal with that moon demon core, does that mean I won't need to go retrieve the Sun Bow? Lin Chen asked tentatively. Yu Tsang was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. Hee, of course. If you can truly destroy the demon core, there's no need to take the risk of retrieving the bow. However, he looked at Lin Chen meaningfully. In the past 500 years, no one has ever been able to do that. Then it's settled, Lin Chen said excitedly. Great Priest, why don't we go take a look at that demon core now? Yu Tsang shook his head. Follow me. He turned and walked towards the silver giant tree, gently stroking the trunk, and a moonlight passage immediately appeared on the tree's surface. Lin Chen followed Yu Tsang into the passage, joking that with his big appetite, digesting a mere demon core was nothing. By then, if it absorbed energy, it might even evolve to a higher level. At the end of the passage, an ancient altar appeared before the two. In the center of the altar, a pitch-black crystal floated in mid-air, surrounded by blood-red energy chains, exuding a chilling evil aura. This is the Moon Demon Core. Lin Chen swallowed hard. That's right, the Moon Demon Core. Yu Tsang's expression was grave. Lin Xiaoyu, do you still want to destroy it now? Lin Chen took a deep breath. Of course. I want to give it a try. Chapter 105. Where is there a strong push for women? Great Priest Yu Tsang shook his head with a bitter smile. To persuade Lin Chen to help retrieve the bow, he could only be patient. Lin Xiaoyu, feel free to try. If it really doesn't work, we can still go get the Sun Bow. Alright. Lin Chen readily agreed, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. He raised his hand and waved, and a huge, terrifying figure with a gaping mouth appeared. Roar! The gaping mouth let out a low growl, its decaying body wrapped in a heavy aura of death. The High Priest of Moonlight's expression changed drastically, and he couldn't help but twitch his lips. This is. Oh, I forgot to mention, Lin Chen scratched his head, revealing an innocent smile. Actually, I am a necromancer lord. The pupils of the High Priest of Moonlight suddenly constricted, and the power of moonlight surged instinctively around him. But soon, he forcibly suppressed his vigilance and looked deeply at Lin Chen. You really are a freak. You are actually a necromancer lord, but you. He hesitated, the words halfway out, ultimately not continuing. The gaping mouth stared at the moon core on the altar, drooling with desire but hesitating to step forward. The terrifying aura emanating from the core made it instinctively feel fear. Gaping mouth, don't be a coward. Lin Chen kicked Gaping Mouth. Aren't you usually quite the eater? Gaping Mouth looked aggrieved, let out a low growl, and shuffled forward a step. But just as it was about to approach the core, it turned tail and fled. Is it really that cowardly? Lin Chen felt embarrassed, stroking his chin, deep in thought. The High Priest of Moonlight sighed. Although undead creatures can devour various energies to evolve, this level of demon essence would probably cause it to explode upon swallowing. Plague brother, why don't you give it a try? Lin Chen waved his hand, and a tall figure shrouded in poisonous mist appeared. Another commander-level undead minion? The High Priest of Moonlight was shocked. You really have a lot of trump cards. Plague brother let out a hoarse growl, the poisonous mist swirling as it slowly approached the altar. Unfortunately, like Gaping Mouth, it also dared not come any closer. Cough cough, it seems you're not much help either. Lin Chen awkwardly scratched his toes, and the High Priest of Moonlight smiled slowly. Well, Lin, why don't we go get the Sun Bow instead? Lin Chen took a deep breath. Not in a hurry. I still have trump cards. Buzz. As the space twisted, a massive figure crashed to the ground. The big fool and the little demon appeared directly. This is. The High Priest of Moonlight's eyes nearly popped out. The legendary mutated two-headed ogre? The bloodline of the ancient troll race still exists? As soon as the big fool appeared, he fixed his gaze on the moon core, drooling. Master, I I'm a bit hungry. Saying this, he was about to charge forward. Wait, you idiot! The little demon quickly shouted in a sharp voice. Big fool, is that something you can eat? Do you want to get us killed? But it really smells good. The big fool looked pitifully at his stomach but still obediently stopped. Clearly, these two often bickered, with the little demon usually having the upper hand. Lin Chen sighed helplessly. Can't even you two do it? As for the skeleton undead, that was even more unrealistic. He turned to the high priest of moonlight. Looks like we can only go get the sunbow. The high priest came back to his senses. I've lived for hundreds of years, and this is the first time I've seen someone able to tame an ancient troll. He had a meaningful expression. Lin, you really are astonishing. Just as Lin Chen turned around, preparing to leave the altar, a violent surge of death energy suddenly erupted in his lord space, an ancient and terrifying aura spreading out. Boom! The entire lord space shook. Lin Chen's expression changed drastically, and he quickly stopped. He slightly closed his eyes and discovered that the long-sleeping burrow lord had awakened. My most esteemed lord, I urgently need this magic energy crystal core. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Burrow lord, you finally woke up? The burrow lord's weakened hoarse voice came again. If I can obtain a few of these crystal cores, I can fully revive. Hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled. Damn, burrow lord, you should have said so earlier. He immediately turned around and slammed on the brakes. His entire body surged with energy and blood, deciding to try again. The barbarian god descends. In an instant, Lin Chen's muscles bulged, and a phantom of a barbarian bull appeared behind him. Holy light judgment. Invincible potion. Following that, a shield of holy light appeared above his head, while another golden light shield enveloped his entire body. Buzz. Three forces intertwined, forming a terrifying vortex of energy around Lin Chen. Stop. Are you crazy? The high priest of the moon turned pale. You'll die like this. Don't worry. Lin Chen grinned. In fact, having the invincible potion was enough. It was just that to make everything reasonable, he activated the skills of the barbarian warrior and the holy light mage. After all, the existence of the invincible potion was already hard to believe. This was his greatest trump card in the moon sacred domain. He couldn't expose it easily. After saying that, Lin Chen suddenly reached out, grabbing towards the moon demon core. At the moment of contact, boom! A blinding moonlight shot up into the sky, and the moon seal on the surface of the demon core shattered inch by inch. The entire altar trembled, and the high priest of the moon had to uphold the moonlight barrier. When the light dissipated, Lin Chen was seen holding the pitch-black demon core with one hand, his aura strange, but his smile was exceptionally bright. Got it, Cave Lord, next. Saying this, he tossed the demon core into his territory. The Cave Lord extended its claws, and the demon core landed steadily in its grasp, instantly enveloped and absorbed by countless dark death energies. The high priest of the moon was filled with shock, rendered speechless. He watched as the demon core that had troubled the Amazon tribe for hundreds of years was devoured by a human boy just like that, because only when it was destroyed or devoured would that terrifying demonic energy disappear. He now realized that he was increasingly unable to see through this human boy before him, but he was definitely a monster in human skin. First, it was the leader-level ghoul, then a two-headed ogre. Heaven knows what other terrifying things he was hiding in his territory. This boy was simply too frightening. In Lin Chen's territory, burp, the cave Lord let out a satisfied belch, and the soul fire in its eye sockets visibly flared up. It respectfully lowered its head towards Lin Chen. Thank you, Lord, for the gift. Lin Chen smiled in response. No need to be polite, we are all on the same side. Ahem. Lin Chen turned around, a bit embarrassed as he rubbed his hands. Well, High Priest, now that the demon core issue is resolved, should I take my leave? The corner of the Moonsong's mouth twitched, thinking to himself, this kid even looks down on Lu Xuan? But when he thought of Lin Chen's terrifying strength, the Ghoul General, the Undead Lord, the Holy Light Mage, and that terrifying aura in his territory, this kid had an unlimited future ahead. Perhaps he could lead our tribe back to prosperity. Ahem. Moonsong suddenly revealed a shrewd smile. Young friend Lin, actually, you have already passed our tribe's test. According to our ancestral teachings, Princess Lu Xuan is now your woman. What? Lin Chen almost choked on his own saliva. When did this happen? How come I didn't know? Moonsong stroked his silver beard, seriously spouting nonsense. It was when you defeated Yukong. Our tribe has a rule since ancient times that the victor of a duel decides the ownership. What the hell? Lin Chen almost jumped up. What kind of tyrannical clause was this? How could one force a woman onto someone? Chapter 106, The Ring of the Temple. Lin Chen's face was full of difficulty. It wasn't that Lu Xuan wasn't beautiful, honestly. Princess Lu Xuan was definitely a stunning beauty. Thinking of her silver hair like the moon, skin whiter than snow, and that graceful figure, to say he wasn't moved would be a lie. It wasn't that he didn't like her, it was just he couldn't stay in the Amazon tribe as a son-in-law. He had to quickly increase his strength and head to the battlefield of the myriad tribes. There was no time to marry and have children. Seemingly seeing through Lin Chen's dilemma, the High Priest of the Moon didn't want to push too hard. How about this? You two can get engaged first. When Lin Xiaoyu has time, how about you come back and get married? Lin Chen had not yet reacted when High Priest Yu Song decisively announced, "It's settled then." He laughed heartily and clapped his hands. "Come, just in time for the Moon Festival, let's hold the engagement ceremony tonight." Lin Chen stood there in a daze. "Wait a minute." At that moment, a delicate fragrance suddenly wafted over and Lin Chen turned to look, instantly breathless. Princess Lu Xuan had somehow appeared behind him. Under the moonlight, Princess Lu Xuan's silver hair flowed like a waterfall, her skin whiter than snow. Her exquisite features seemed to be sculpted by the moon goddess herself. The sheer fabric of her dress fluttered in the wind, faintly revealing her long, beautiful legs. Most striking were her eyes, deep like a lake, now gazing at him with a hint of confusion and expectation. It was hard to refuse. "What is it?" Lu Xuan's pearly teeth parted slightly, her voice like a clear spring. "Does this princess not deserve you?" Lin Chen smiled awkwardly, suddenly feeling like he wasn't losing out at all. Moreover, it seemed that if he didn't agree, he wouldn't be able to leave. "No, Princess Lu Xuan has misunderstood." Lin Chen's words were only half finished when he suddenly met Lu Xuan's slightly reddened eyes, causing his heart to tremble. The invincible warrior on the battlefield suddenly felt a bit at a loss. He forced a smile and shook his head, inwardly sighing, "It really is hard for a hero to pass the beauty's barrier." A glimmer of happiness flashed in Lu Xuan's eyes as she turned to High Priest Yu Song and gave a graceful bow. "Please, High Priest, officiate our wedding. Since it's the Moon Festival, let's keep it simple." Yu Song stroked his silver beard and laughed heartily. Good. There's no better day than today." The moonlight poured down like water, illuminating the ancient altar. Under the guidance of High Priest Yu Song, a simple engagement ceremony for just the three of them was quickly completed. At the end of the ceremony, Lu Xuan gently took Lin Chen's hand, the moonlight reflecting on her stunning face. "Lin Chen, you go now, I'll wait for you." Just a few simple words made Lin Chen's heart warm. He looked at her seriously for the first time, this nominal fiancée before him, her eyes brighter than the stars, her delicate face holding a hint of stubbornness. She had clearly already made up her mind about him. Finally, Lin Chen nodded firmly. He took out some life potions and a set of exquisite armor from his territory space. He also placed a ring on Lu Xuan's slender finger. "Wear this, and no demon will dare to harm you." The ring was entirely silver white, with ancient holy patterns engraved on its surface, the very holy ring he had painstakingly purchased. Lu Xuan looked at the holy ring, a hint of shock flashing in her beautiful eyes. She could certainly feel that wearing this ring, her mental recovery speed had increased by 30%. Moreover, the ring came with a defensive shield that could resist demonic corruption. "This is too precious." Her voice trembled slightly, her pretty face turning red. Lin Chen merely smiled. "It's nothing." Not far away, High Priest Yu Song watched the scene with a satisfied smile, quietly retreating. As the Ma Sun clan, guardians of the Moon's sacred domain for generations, they had never easily involved themselves in external conflicts. But at this moment, he seemed to see a wonderful bond forming between his kin and this young human. Lu Xuan suddenly looked up, the night breeze brushing past, carrying a faint floral scent. She gathered her courage and stepped forward, standing on her tiptoes to gently kiss Lin Chen's cheek. The soft touch was fleeting, and Lin Chen felt his mental energy instantly surge. "You must come back soon to marry me." She blushed and took 2 steps back, pulling out a crescent-shaped silver token from her bosom. "This is the pass for the Moon's sacred domain." Then, she solemnly presented an ancient scroll glowing with a faint blue light. "This is the pass for the Shadow Plane. Only the most outstanding warriors of my clan can obtain it." She bit her lip. "I know your journey will be difficult. There, you might find ancient legacies about the undead lineage." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen frowned slightly and took the scroll. "Is it very difficult to advance as an undead lord?" he murmured to himself. Lin Chen tightened his grip on the scroll and suddenly reached out to ruffle Lu Xuan's silver hair. "Don't worry." Under the moonlight, Lin Chen's figure gradually faded away. Lu Xuan stood in place, her silver hair gently swaying in the night breeze. After leaving the Moon's sacred domain, Lin Chen returned directly to the capital Lord Academy. He had already informed Nia Xuanxuan and the others that he was safe. Although the 37th border battlefield was perilous, they had managed to escape without harm. "Lin Chen, you finally came back." Nia Xuanxuan was the first to rush over, circling around him several times. "We were all so worried after you were captured by the bloodthirsty." "Mother, it's fine, it's fine." Lin Chen waved his hand with a smile. "Not only am I fine, but I also brought you gifts." Saying this, he pulled out a few bottles of Moon God spring water from his storage space and tossed them to the group. After a brief explanation, he politely declined the celebration banquet invitation from his teammates and returned alone to his villa. Lin Chen locked the door and took out the Shadow Plane pass that Lu Xuan had given him. The ancient scroll emitted a faint blue light on the table. The Shadow Plane. Lin Chen rubbed his chin. "I'm completely unfamiliar with this place." With this thought, he directly initiated a call to Wu Di. Soon, the video connected, and Wu Di's face was filled with resentment, his voice exaggerated. "Damn, big brother, you finally remembered your little brother. Are you planning to take me along to get rich?" Lin Chen's forehead twitched. "I'm talking about serious matters. Help me find out about the Shadow Plane." Chapter 107, Phantom Clone, Active, the Shadow Plane? Wu Di's voice suddenly became serious. Big brother, why are you inquiring about that place? The Shadow Plane is not somewhere we can go. I heard it used to be an ancient battlefield of the undead, extremely dangerous. On the other end of the communicator, Wu Di's voice was grave. Moreover, all clues about the undead plane seem to have been deliberately erased. Even if you know about this place, you can't go there. Hearing this, Lin Chen's lips curled slightly as he picked up the pass for the Shadow Plane. Damn! Wu Di screamed. My dear brother, how did you even get this thing? But that's a place only a war sovereign level lord would dare to step into. Lin Chen smiled faintly. So, I need the most comprehensive information. By the way, you're coming with me. Ha! Wu Di's voice instantly changed pitch. I'm not going. It's dangerous. No. Lin Chen would not take no for an answer. The reason he insisted on bringing Wu Di was that besides being a know-it-all, he felt that this guy had an unusual understanding of the undead. His background seemed quite complex. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Get ready. Wait for me in the Crimson Plane. On the other end of the communicator, there was a sudden silence for a few seconds, followed by Wu Di's resigned sigh. Fine, but you have to guarantee my safety. Also, I want triple the reward. Deal. Lin Chen agreed readily, knowing that Wu Di was not just a money lover. Meet at the Crimson Abyss Coliseum at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. After hanging up the communicator, Lin Chen looked out the window, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the scroll. His knuckles tightened involuntarily. Ever since he was promoted to a war general level lord, his strength had hit a bottleneck. No matter how much undead energy he absorbed, it felt like a drop in the ocean. Even killing alien races did not yield any upgrade notifications. Could it be that my path as an undead lord is truly at an end? He murmured softly. Ding. Soon, Wu Di sent over some fragments of maps regarding the Shadow Plane, Soul Devouring Marsh, Bone Wasteland, Soul Canyon. But in order to level up, Lin Chen had no choice. As he was about to embark on a new journey, Lin Chen stood in front of the window and took a deep breath. Ever since he learned that his sister Lin Xinyue was trapped in the 10,000 races battlefield, he had felt like a wound-up machine, not daring to rest for a moment. War sovereign level. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. According to the latest intelligence, to venture deep into the 10,000 races battlefield, at least war sovereign strength was required. Even with his ability to fight beyond his level, he had to reach the battle sovereign rank. However, the shackles of the undead lord were precisely stuck at this threshold. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen left the academy and headed straight to the largest supermarket in the center of Kyoto. This trip to the Shadow Plane was fraught with danger and uncertainty. He had to prepare sufficient supplies. He pushed open the glass door of the supermarket, and a rush of cold air greeted him. Looking at the dazzling array of products on the shelves, Lin Chen felt as if he had returned to Blue Star to shop at a supermarket. His mind relaxed involuntarily. So much delicious food. Fortunately, the transactions here were all in ordinary gold coins. With his current reserve of gold coins, buying out the entire supermarket and emptying it would be no problem at all. Special cookies, 50,000 boxes. Pure water, 100,000 barrels. Various fruits, 10,000 pounds. Clothing and living supplies for all seasons. And these. Lin Chen held the order form and walked towards the warehouse under the astonished gaze of the supermarket manager. This was a super big client. He was practically emptying an entire warehouse. 3 hours later, Lin Chen stood at the supermarket entrance, looking at the supplies packed tightly in the lord's space, finally feeling a bit relieved. After returning to the villa, Lin Chen felt the abundant mental power within him. Ever since absorbing part of the moonlight power in the moon's sacred domain, especially after that kiss from Princess Liu Xuan, his mental power had instantly recovered, and even after consumption, the recovery speed had significantly improved. Could that girl's kiss help me recover my mental power? He opened his eyes, revealing a hint of a smile. He casually picked up the pickaxe placed beside him and struck down hard at the haunted gold mine. Clang! With a crisp sound of metal colliding, a prompt immediately popped up. Notice, the Lord has consumed all mental power, obtained bronze-level treasure chest X1, congratulations, Lord, for opening the chest and obtaining epic-level equipment. Phantom Clone Blade, common, fine, rare, epic, legendary, divine artifact, a short dagger, entirely silver-white with a faint silver glow on the blade, appeared in Lin Chen's hand. He curiously checked its attributes. Phantom Clone Blade, quality, epic level all attributes plus 50. Effect, Phantom Clone, active create an illusion that lasts for 30 minutes to assist in combat. The illusion inherits 50% of the main body's attack power. Each trigger of the illusion consumes 100 mental power. Good equipment. Lin Chen was extremely excited. This weapon was practically tailor-made for him. The all attributes plus 50 bonus directly elevated his combat power to a new level. Even more terrifying was the active skill that came with the equipment. A 30-minute duration for the illusion was like having an extra assistant in battle. He couldn't wait to equip it and activate the Phantom Clone. Suddenly, the dark golden patterns on the blade lit up. A figure identical to his own separated from his body, holding the same phantom clone blade and standing beside him. Interesting, Lin Shen thought, and the illusion immediately made a slashing motion. Although its attack power was only half of the main body's, the fluidity of the movements and combat awareness were not inferior at all. If he could give the clone some invincibility potions, he wouldn't even need to make a move in future battles. In the blink of an eye, a night had passed. Lin Shen stared at the sleeping dungeon lord in the lord's space, his brow slightly furrowed. After absorbing the moon's magic core, the death energy surrounding the sky had become so dense it was almost tangible, yet there were still no signs of awakening. If it could awaken, it would at least possess king-level strength comparable to the peak of the battle sect. If it further awakened, it could even reach the legendary hero level. That would be a terrifying existence on par with the Battle Emperor. Lin Shen felt a slight regret, withdrew his gaze, and in a flash, appeared directly in the Crimson Abyss Coliseum. Wu Di had been waiting here, boss. Over here. Wu Di, dressed in a bright adventure outfit, looked at Lin Shen with a mournful face. I researched all night, and the Shadow Plane is extremely dangerous, with at least 7 death zones and countless soul-eating spirits. Are we just going to deliver food? He counted on his fingers, his face growing paler. Lin Shen raised an eyebrow. Is that all you found out about the danger? Hee, how could it be? Wu Di suddenly changed his expression, revealing a sly smile as he pulled out a thick notebook from his pocket. Everything I could find out about the Shadow Plane is recorded here, including 3 relatively safe routes, ruins that might hide treasures, and even good. Get ready to set off. Lin Shen interrupted him, directly taking out the teleportation scroll for the Shadow Plane. The expression on Wu Di's face was quite something, a mix of excitement and fear, with anticipation tinged with hesitation. Boss, can't we wait 10 or 8 years until we're stronger before going? Isn't it too risky to go now? Lin Shen frowned slightly. Princess Liu Shuang had reminded him before, but he had no time to waste. Chapter 108. This is Bone Control Technique? 10 or 8 years? Lin Shen scoffed, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. I can't wait that long. With that, he opened the teleportation scroll without hesitation. The Azure Space Rift instantly expanded, and violent spatial turbulence erupted. Wait, big brother, I'm not ready yet. Wu Di's scream was abruptly cut off. The two figures were completely swallowed by the space rift, leaving only a remnant shadow. Much later, when the dizziness finally faded, Wu Di knelt directly on the ground. Ugh, boss, I feel like I've been in the teleportation passage for a century. How far is this damn place from the main plane of Shenzhou? Lin Shen ignored him. He looked around, his gaze narrowing slightly. Under the dim sky, countless giant skeletons piled up like mountains, and the air was filled with visible black death energy. Some incomplete undead creatures wandered in the distance, emitting chilling wails. This is indeed an ancient battlefield of the undead. Lin Shen took a deep breath, surprisingly feeling a sense of familiarity with the deathly aura here. Wu Di was still beside him, retching uncontrollably. Lin Shen shook his head and tossed him a bottle of life potion. Drink this. Go. Wow. Wu Di downed it in one go. Instantly revitalized. Big brother, what kind of divine potion is this? Can we buy it in bulk? Don't even think about it. Lin Shen interrupted directly, his gaze sharp. He knew very well that this universal healing potion could not be leaked too much. He would never share it with anyone except those he trusted the most. If it attracted the attention of those old monsters, it would be disastrous. Moreover, he wasn't short on gold coins. Wu Di shrank his neck awkwardly, suddenly pointing into the distance and exclaiming, Whoa, boss, look, that thing is alive. Following his finger, they saw deep within the bone mountain, a 100-meter-tall giant skeleton, slowly rising. Its hollow eye sockets were filled with ferocity. Lin Shen's expression hardened. Was it a peak commander-level undead? Just as he was about to summon Big Mouth and Plague Brother, a crisp female voice suddenly came from the side. Shoo, don't make a sound. Follow me quickly. A petite figure peeked out from behind a pile of bones, her silver-gray short hair dusted with bone powder, her amber eyes filled with urgency. She made a quick gesture to follow and turned to slip into a hidden bone crevice passage. Wu Di's eyes widened. Boss, there are actually humans in the Shadow Plane? Lin Shen frowned. He was unfamiliar with this place, but he decided to follow her to see what was going on. Maybe he could learn something. Let's go, keep up. As the two squeezed into the bone crevice, a deafening roar erupted behind them. The giant skeleton seemed to have lost its target, angrily swinging its bony claws and smashing the surrounding bone mountains to pieces. The girl led them swiftly through the intricate bone paths, finally stopping in front of a concealed cave. She turned around, raised her index finger to her lips, and playfully winked. We're safe now, don't worry. That giant skeletal ghost won't find this place. Using the fate light within the cave, Lin Shen finally got a good look at the girl. She appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, dressed in light armor woven from bone shards, with a strangely shaped bone blade strapped to her waist. What stood out the most was her exceptionally pale skin, so white it was almost unbelievable. My name is Silver Leaf. The girl tilted her head and examined them. You must be outsiders, right? Many who have entered the Shadow Realm over the past decade have ended up dead. Wu Di gasped, a decade? Wait, so you're an outsider too? Silverleaf grinned mischievously, revealing two small canine teeth. Me? I've grown up here since I was little. Lin Chen looked around, frowning slightly. Although this cave was hidden, the conditions were truly rudimentary. The walls were made of piled bones, and in the corner stood a bed constructed from bones. Even the cup for drinking water was made from half a skull. My name is Lin Chen, and thank you for your help just now, he said sincerely. After all, Silverleaf's actions were well-intentioned. I'm Wu Di. Wu Di stepped forward, his eyes fixed intently on Silverleaf. Clearly, this spirited and somewhat playful girl struck a chord with his aesthetic sensibilities. Silverleaf took a small jar from the skeleton and poured out 2 cups of murky liquid. You should drink some water first, and here are these. Then, she presented a plate of dark, blocky substances that looked like some kind of dried meat. You usually eat this? Wu Di's eyes widened, and Silverleaf tilted her head, looking as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The conditions in the Shadow Realm are limited. This is already the best preserved food we have. She broke off a small piece of jerky and chewed it with relish. Lin Chen realized that this jerky was likely dried meat from some exotic beast that had died. As for the murky liquid in the cup, it emitted a faint fishy smell, likely the marrow from the bones of those beasts. Looking at this unappetizing food, he suddenly felt grateful. Good thing I came prepared. He casually took out a large bag of biscuits and several bottles of purified water from the Lord's space. Try this. Lin Chen opened the package, and a sweet aroma instantly filled the cave. Silverleaf's nose twitched, and the jerky in her hand fell to the ground. Her eyes widened as she stared intently at the golden biscuits. This thing is called a biscuit, Wu Di introduced proudly, and this is purified drinking water that has gone through 27 processes. Silverleaf carefully took the water bottle, first cautiously sipping a small mouthful. The next second, she froze, large tears rolling down her cheeks. It's so good. I've never had such clean water before. She grabbed a biscuit and stuffed it into her mouth. The crispy texture made her look utterly delighted, even forgetting to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. Slow down, there's plenty more. Lin Chen took out some bread and fruit. Watching Silverleaf devour the food, he suddenly felt a pang of discomfort. What kind of life was this girl who survived alone in the apocalyptic realm living? Just then, Silverleaf suddenly stopped, her ears perked up in alarm. Not good. It's a skeletal zombie. She grabbed the bone blade. You two, quickly hide inside. Outside the cave, a chilling sound of bones scraping against each other echoed, as if a large number of undead were closing in. Wu Di was so frightened by the terrifying aura of the undead that his legs went weak. You mustn't come out. As Silverleaf spoke, a peculiar humming sound emerged from her throat. This sound was unlike anything a human could produce. As the sound rang out, the bones on the cave walls began to contract slightly. Is this bone control technique? Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, recalling the special talent recorded in ancient texts that could manipulate bones. The bones at the cave entrance completely closed in, forming a wall of bones that sealed the entrance. We're safe for now. Silverleaf wiped the sweat from her forehead, clearly exhausted from using the bone control technique. Wu Di was already dumbfounded. Silverleaf, you're so cool. To think I can control these bones? Suddenly, a violent crashing sound came from the bone wall, sealing the cave entrance, and a crack rapidly spread across it. Chapter 109, The Undead Skeletons Are Endless. Silverleaf's face changed dramatically. Not good. It's a skeletal zombie. The scent on you is too obvious. Accompanied by a loud boom, the bone wall collapsed. Amidst the dust, a tall skeleton clad in rusted armor and wielding a giant axe slowly emerged, its hollow eye sockets filled with rage, exuding a terrifying pressure. Silverleaf's face turned pale, instinctively positioning herself in front of the two. I'll hold it off, you two run. This one is still elite level. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Chen casually raised a hand. Boom! A massive shadow suddenly fell from the sky, directly smashing the skeletal zombie into the ground. As the dust settled, the enormous, decaying body of Big Mouth was seen sitting atop the skeletal zombie, and Silverleaf's mouth fell open, her entire being petrified. She mechanically turned to Lin Chen. What is this? Lin Chen smiled lightly. My little pet. Little pet? Silverleaf stared at Big Mouth, which had just crushed the skeletal zombie, her face filled with horror. Don't be afraid, cultivating powerful subjects is standard practice in our realm, Lin Chen explained with a smile, while Wu Di curiously leaned in. Are there other survivors here? Silverleaf nodded, a hint of realization flashing in her eyes. There are a few hundred human beings in Skeleton Town, and we have been resisting these undead skeletons. Her words suddenly caught in her throat as Big Mouth's bones began to crackle, an eerie blue light seeping through its rotting flesh. After devouring the skeletal zombie, it unexpectedly initiated a class evolution. Hint, Ghoul Commander has initiated class evolution. Please choose evolution direction 1. Undead Warrior, Berserk Melee, 2. Undead Mage, Undead Spells, 3. Undead Warlock, Undead Curses, 4. Undead Priest Healing, 5. Undead Soul Master, Soul Manipulation. Lin Chen's eyes lit. Up, indeed, devouring the undead of this realm can trigger class evolution. Without hesitation, he chose the first option, Undead Warrior. Given Big Mouth's condition, it was indeed suited for a berserk melee path. However, this merely opened the evolution path. To truly succeed in becoming an undead warrior, it would need to devour a large number of undead skeletons. Roar! Big Mouth let out a roar. Its previously bloated rotting flesh began to shrink and solidify, gradually transforming into more explosive muscle lines. Most astonishingly, its arms evolved into 2 ivory bone blades, perfectly complementing its claws. Current Undead Warrior class progress 1%. Need to devour undead skeletons 0/100000. Silver Leaf's eyes widened. Brother Lin, is this really your little pet? It can actually devour undead skeletons. Wu Di suddenly pointed outside the cave. Boss, more enemies are coming. More skeletal warriors surged in like a tide. Lin Chen grinned. Big Mouth, it's time to eat. Big Mouth let out an excited roar, its newly formed bone blades clashing against each other, sparking. It charged into the horde of undead skeletons, its bone blades creating afterimages as it instantly sliced the skeletal warriors into pieces. Then it began to devour them voraciously. Brother Lin, since your little pet can evolve here, does that mean it is also of the undead race? She tilted her head, examining Big Mouth's body. It looks so much like the skeletal ghouls we have here. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. That's right, Big Mouth is indeed of the undead race, also known as a ghoul. He paused, looking at Silver Leaf with interest. It seems you have a detailed classification of undead creatures here? Silver Leaf immediately perked up, counting on her fingers as if reciting a treasured list. Of course, we have different names for different types of skeletal undead. Her eyes sparkled as she began to gesture. Skeleton warrior, skeleton zombie, skeleton ghost, skeleton corpse demon, skeleton knight. Then, suddenly lowering her voice, she said, it is said that the most powerful can evolve into a bone dragon. Wu Di listened beside her, dumbfounded. So many varieties. Brother Lin, you should come back to Skeleton Town with me. Silver Leaf tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve, her eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Chen nodded, and with a sudden wave of his hand, thousands of ghouls appeared, surrounding the 3 of them in the center. Ah! Silver Leaf screamed in fright, taking a quick step back to hide behind Lin Chen, gripping the hem of his clothes tightly. Her trembling voice came from behind. So many skeleton corpses. Lin Chen smiled lightly. Don't be afraid. They won't hurt you. Only then did Silver Leaf peek out from behind Lin Chen, her eyes wide. You can control so many mid-level undead at once, even our old town chief can't do that. Just as everyone returned to the outskirts of Skeleton Town, a thunderous battle cry echoed from afar. Lin Chen frowned, and saw that Skeleton Town, several miles away, was being besieged by a dense army of undead. Skeleton warriors swarmed towards the city walls like a tide, numbering at least 100,000. The town's defenses were already on the verge of collapse, with undead occasionally breaking through the lines and entering the town. Not good. It's the army of the Skeleton King. Silver Leaf's face turned pale in an instant. Why are they suddenly launching a massive attack? Lin Chen's expression grew serious as he scanned the battlefield, his brow furrowed. Prepare for battle. He then prepared to summon the ghoul army. The undead army under the Skeleton King was composed of elite-level skeleton zombies at the very least, with many commander-level skeleton mages and skeleton warlocks mixed in, making their overall combat power formidable. This situation isn't looking good, he muttered to himself. Although he had Big Mouth, Plague Brother, the 2-headed ogre, and the Cave Spider Mother on his side, along with hundreds of thousands of ghouls and 5,000 cave demons, the odds of victory still seemed slim against the relentless elite undead army. Boss, this place seems to be the legendary skeleton wasteland. Should we retreat first? Wu Di swallowed hard, his voice trembling. From what he understood, the survival conditions here were extremely harsh, and the undead skeletons were endless. Silver Leaf's face was filled with despair, tears in her eyes. It's over. Skeleton Town definitely can't hold out. Chapter 110. Have you forgotten about me? Lin Chen stood still, gazing at the tide of undead in the distance, his eyes sharp. He turned to Silver Leaf, his expression serious. Silver Leaf, now you tell me truthfully, does anyone in your town know how to advance the undead? Silver Leaf was taken aback. You, like those outsiders, want to inquire about the evolution method of the undead profession. Perhaps the old town chief might know, but that seems to be a taboo. No one dares to mention it, and even fewer know. Hearing this, Lin Chen's brow furrowed, the power of the undead boiling around him. In that case, it's worth a shot. All troops, listen up. He raised the phantom clone blade high, his voice echoing across the battlefield. With the enhancement of the undead power, cave demons will provide long-range suppression. The ghoul army will split into 3 flanks to encircle Big Mouth, Plague Brother, and Little Demon. Each of you lead a team to directly target the enemy commander, Cave Spider Mother. You are responsible for restricting the movements of their commander-level skeletons. With Lin Chen's command, 5,000 cave demons simultaneously opened their fearsome maws, spewing forth a torrent of sticky webs. These ghostly green webs rapidly spread through the air. Instantly, ensnaring tens of thousands of skeleton warriors, rendering them immobile no matter how they struggled. Roar! 100,000 ghouls let out a thunderous roar, their decaying bodies transforming into 3 surging torrents. The left flank was led by Plague Brother, with toxic mist swirling around him, causing the skeleton warriors in his path to falter. The right flank was led by a 2-headed ogre, the hulking brute, swinging its club to sweep away the enemy, while the little demon continuously unleashed fireballs. The center was the most elite, composed entirely of elite ghouls that had completed their first evolution, piercing into the enemy's core like a sharp blade under the leadership of Big Mouth. Silver Leaf was utterly shocked, staring incredulously at the battlefield. This is Brother Lin's undead army? She had never seen such a disciplined undead force, with each unit perfectly coordinated. Wu Di was equally astonished. To be honest, he had never witnessed Lin Chen unleashing his full firepower. The ghoul army collided with the skeletal legion, and in an instant, boom, a thunderous roar erupted. Decayed flesh and white bones splattered everywhere, causing the entire skeletal wasteland to tremble violently. Led by Big Mouth, the ghouls tore a gap in the enemy formation like a sharp knife. Its spiked bone armor completely ignored the attacks of ordinary skeletal warriors, and with its wings spread, each swing cleared a large area. The left flank commanded by Plague Brother was even more terrifying. Wherever the toxic mist enveloped, the soul flames in the eye sockets of the skeletal warriors extinguished one by one. Those corroded skeletons hadn't even hit the ground before they were crushed into fragments by the following ghouls. This is simply a one-sided massacre. Silver Leaf murmured to herself. She suddenly realized that she might have inadvertently brought back a presence more terrifying than the Skeletal King. Just then, a deafening roar came from the rear of the enemy. A skeletal giant draped in a blood-red cloak slowly stood up, wielding a giant sword that was several dozen meters long. This was the commander of the undead army. Upon seeing this, Big Mouth not only did not retreat but instead excitedly accelerated its charge. It crossed its bone blades over its chest, ready to clash head-on with the opponent. But the next moment, clang, the deafening sound of collision echoed across the skeletal wasteland. At the moment of impact, sparks flew from Big Mouth's armor, and the ground beneath it collapsed with a thunderous crash. Roar! The skeletal commander swung its sword fiercely. The immense force actually smashed half of Big Mouth's body into the ground. Big Mouth let out a painful howl, its armor shattering piece by piece, and the soul fire in its eyes dimmed significantly, clearly suffering a heavy blow. How is this possible? Wu Di gasped, his voice trembling. Even Big Mouth isn't a match for it. This skeletal commander is at least a leader level. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. He absolutely could not allow Big Mouth to fall here, as it was the first mutated ghoul he had cultivated after expending countless resources. At this moment, the skeletal commander's giant sword was raised once more, the purple-black death energy coiling around it, transforming into a grotesque ghostly face, crashing down with terrifying might. Just at this critical moment, buzz, the phantom clone blade in Lin Chen's hand suddenly erupted, with dazzling ghostly light, and a clone enveloped in a golden light shield instantly solidified. The pressure emitted by the clone was no weaker than that of the main body. Whoosh! In a flash of golden light, the clone appeared in front of the giant sword with astonishing speed. Beside him, Silver Leaf watched in shock. This is Brother Lin. No! Wu Di glanced at Lin Chen, who was standing still, then at the figure blocking the sword in the distance, his face filled with confusion. Boss, you even have a clone now? Just as the sword blade was about to fall, Lin Chen's clone braced itself against the sword. Boom! In the deafening explosion, the giant sword was forcefully deflected. Seizing the opportunity, the clone grabbed the severely injured Big Mouth and transformed into a streak of light, racing back. The entire process was fluid, happening in an instant. Lin Chen stood in place, silent, his expression grave. This leader-level skeletal commander was simply too strong. Stronger than an ordinary warlord-level lord. If it weren't for the invincible potion, even 10 clones wouldn't withstand a single strike from it. The giant sword of the skeletal commander was entwined with strands of purple-black death energy, clearly the soul-devouring power condensed from the souls of countless powerful beings. Silver Leaf took a moment to react, only then realizing that there were two identical Lin Chens beside her. At this moment, the aura of death emanating from him gave her the illusion of facing an ancient undead king. In the skeletal town, on the city walls, many necromancers and death mages were casting spells with all their might. More undead warriors looked on in shock at the suddenly joined battlefield of the ghoul army. These well-trained ghouls perfectly filled the gaps in the defense line, finally giving them a moment to breathe. Where did that Silver Leaf girl find these reinforcements? An elderly undead warrior wiped his bone blade, a fierce killing intent gleaming in his murky eye sockets. But before they could catch their breath, the battle situation took a sharp turn again. Roar! Accompanied by the retreat of Big Mouth, several powerful skeletal ghost commanders suddenly charged out from the rear, holding back Plague Brother and the 2-headed ogre. Even more terrifying, from the depths of the bone sea in the distance, more skeletal warriors were continuously crawling out. They seemed endless, their speed so fast that even Lin Chen's underground troops could only watch in Despair. This can't go on. Lin Chen's expression darkened. He noticed that every skeletal warrior killed caused the scattered bone essence to automatically flow towards the skeletal commander in the center of the battlefield. This meant that the skeletal commander would grow stronger with each battle. Just as Lin Chen felt helpless, a low, hoarse voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Master, have you forgotten about me? Chapter 111, Contracted by Soul, Proven by Bone. Lin Chen slapped his forehead, a look of realization flashing in his eyes. I almost forgot about you. He waved his right hand in the air, and a pitch-black portal of the undead suddenly opened, accompanied by the crisp sound of bones clashing. A skeletal figure, as white as jade, stepped out. It wore the crown of eternal night, its body crackling, and it was none other than crisp bone. Master, let me handle these minions. The skeletal figure raised its bony palm, and bloodlight suddenly flickered on the crown. Soul fire resonance. An invisible mental wave spread like ripples, resonating with the souls in its path. Crack, crack. On the battlefield, the skeletal mages who were casting spells suddenly froze collectively, the soul fire in their eye sockets flickering wildly, before extinguishing one after another like blown-out candles. The necromancers who were chanting also went weak in the knees, clutching their heads and emitting silent wails. Even the ordinary skeletal warriors fell in droves, as if they had lost their souls, creating an extremely eerie scene. Silverleaf covered her mouth tightly, fearing she would scream, as the soul fires of those skeletal warriors flickered out. The entire battlefield instantly fell into silence, leaving only the sound of bones cracking. Legend has it that only the soul fire withering forbidden technique of the Soul King could achieve such a terrifying effect. The skeletal figure elegantly retracted its bony palm and slightly bowed to Lin Chen. Master, that guy is a bit tricky. Its hollow eye sockets scanned the distant, motionless skeletal commander. His soul has been forcibly stitched together by some power far stronger than ordinary undead. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, finally noticing the anomaly of the skeletal commander. Under the impact of the soul fire resonance, it was also frozen in place, its body trembling as if the soul within was fighting for control of this body. I see. Lin Chen suddenly sneered. No wonder it can absorb the undead energy on the battlefield. This is not a naturally born undead, but a man-made stitched monster. He waved his hand. Big Mouth, go, swallow it. The recovered Big Mouth let out a low growl, its body bursting forth with astonishing speed. Crack! Big Mouth opened its massive jaws and directly bit down on the skeletal commander's arm bone. Its sharp fangs pierced through the hard bone, beginning to tear it apart. Creak! Creak! The chilling sound of chewing echoed across the battlefield. Big Mouth was actually swallowing those skeletal fragments one after another. This brutal scene made the guards on the walls of the skeletal town gasp in shock. Roar! Big Mouth's swallowing speed increased, and strange dark patterns began to appear on its surface. The necromancers on the city wall exchanged glances, their bony fingers trembling involuntarily. The leading necromancer whispered in astonishment. The bone devourer recorded in ancient texts, it really exists. The old town mayor leaned on his bone staff, his voice hoarse. That girl, Silverleaf, she must have brought back something extraordinary this time. As the great maw completely devoured the skeletal commander, the battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Without the will of their commander, tens of thousands of skeletal warriors stood rigidly in place, their hollow eye sockets devoid of soul fire. Outside the skeletal town, it transformed into a silent forest of bones. At that moment, Silverleaf excitedly rushed forward, her hands quickly forming seals as she murmured an ancient incantation. Bone control. Technique. Buzz. An invisible wave of necromantic energy spread out, and among the previously motionless skeletal warriors, a dozen slowly raised their heads, their joints creaking as they moved, then awkwardly stepped forward towards her. I can control them now. Silver Leaf exclaimed excitedly, her voice filled with emotion. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. These skeletal warriors had long lost their soul fire. At this moment, they were merely a pile of unclaimed skeletons, and logically, they should be impossible to control. Yet Silverleaf could directly command them? Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, a thought flickering in his mind. This girl, could she be a natural necromancer? Just then, the brittle bone floated over. Master, this girl's talent is quite remarkable. Lin Chen glanced slightly. Oh, how so? The crimson soul fire in the eye sockets of the brittle bone flickered as it continued. Her soul strength far exceeds that of ordinary people, even purer than many high-level necromancers. These skeletal warriors, even I cannot control directly, yet she can easily command them. A glint of light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he immediately asked, is there a way for her to control more skeletal warriors? The brittle bone grinned, of course. It slowly raised its front paw. All she needs to do is consume an undying soul crystal. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Undying soul crystal? The flickering ghost fire in the brittle bone's eye socket steepened. Yes, master, this girl is quite extraordinary. She probably doesn't even realize that the purest necromantic bloodline flows within her. Although this bloodline is quite strange, it is undoubtedly a necromantic bloodline. It turned to look at Silverleaf, who was controlling the skeletal warriors with just one undying soul crystal. Given her talent, she could not only command this army of tens of thousands of skeletons but would also grow rapidly. Hearing this, Lin Chen pondered, no wonder this girl's skin was excessively pale. He hadn't expected to encounter such a gifted necromancer. Lin Chen stroked his chin, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Although he had mastered necromantic spells, he was still far from being a true necromancer. If he could cultivate such a talented disciple, it would naturally provide more references for future evolutionary directions. Silverleaf, he suddenly spoke, do you want to control all the skeletal warriors here? Of course I do. Silverleaf bit her lip, fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She was struggling to maintain control over a dozen skeletons, her fingers trembling slightly. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Alright, if you take me as your master, I can help you command this skeletal legion. From now on, the skeletal town will have a considerable defensive force. Silverleaf raised her pale little face, her clear eyes filled with innocence. She respectfully bowed to Lin Chen. Silverleaf pays respects to master. The girl's crisp voice was particularly clear. Lin Chen nodded, his fingertips gathering a wisp of necromantic soul imprint. With soul as the contract, with bone as the proof, the soul fire traced intricate runes in the air, ultimately transforming into a stream of light that entered Silverleaf's forehead. She shivered all over, new information flooding her mind. Good, from now on, you are my disciple. Lin Chen took out an undying soul crystal. This is an undying soul crystal? On the city wall, the old town mayor's face was filled with terror as he staggered back. That is something that requires the slaughter of hundreds of thousands of undead to condense into such a wicked object. Chapter 112. There are actually living undying witches in this world. Lin Chen handed the undying soul crystal to Silverleaf. Relax, let it merge with your soul. The moment the undying soul crystal touched the girl's skin, a sudden change occurred. Boom! The heavens and earth abruptly changed color, and a violent aura of death erupted like a volcanic explosion. Silverleaf tilted her head back in pain. Crack, crack, crack. The skeletal army on the battlefield suddenly knelt collectively, the soul fire in their brittle eyes swaying wildly. Master, this is not an ordinary awakening. This is buzz. Suddenly, the space ahead shattered like a mirror, and a translucent figure stepped out from the void. The newcomer was surrounded by twisted spatial ripples, and a skeletal hand, thin as a ghost's claw, pierced through the void and grabbed Silverleaf. Dare to touch my cultivated seed, you brat, are seeking death. The hoarse voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, accompanied by a chilling aura of decay. As the words fell, the deathly aura within 100 miles instantly solidified. Even the soul fire of the brittle bones paused. Silverleaf! Lin Chen shouted, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. An overwhelming killing intent erupted around him. He waved his right hand, and tens of thousands of subjects instantly transformed into streams of light and entered the Lord's space. At the same time, he took out a yellowed goblin airship. Old Wu, get on! Wu D's figure flickered and he jumped directly onto the airship's deck. Boss, that old thing seems capable of tearing space. The tail of the airship spewed out ghostly blue flames, and the kinetic turbine emitted a piercing shriek. Lin Chen stood at the front of the airship, his robe billowing, his eyes filled with cold light. Activate super frequency mode. Chase after it. Boom! The airship instantly broke through the sound barrier, leaving a trail in the air. But the figure ahead could cross thousands of meters with each flicker, and just as it seemed about to disappear into a spatial rift, it strangely stopped, as if deliberately waiting. At that moment, Wu Di suddenly grabbed Lin Chen's shoulder, his voice serious. Boss, we shouldn't chase anymore. He looked worried, as if he had something difficult to say. It's obvious that the entire skeletal town is filled with cultivated experimental subjects. Silverleaf is also one of their creations. Even if we catch up, it would be a death sentence. Lin Chen suddenly realized and immediately ordered the airship to stop. The airship hovered in the void, and he then noticed that the surrounding scenery had already turned upside down. At this moment, they had left the skeletal wasteland, and beneath them was an endless expanse of black swamp. Wu Di's face turned pale, and he suddenly shouted, not good, this is the soul-eating swamp. Ah, we're going to die this time. This is a place where even battle-hardened experts can fall. Lin Chen's heart tightened. Wu Di seemed very familiar with this place. Below the airship, the swamp suddenly surged violently. From the thick black sludge, dozens of dark purple tentacles covered in suckers burst forth, each tentacle densely covered with human eyes, all staring at the airship. Goo! Amidst the chilling sound of writhing, those tentacles suddenly accelerated and lunged towards the airship. Full speed ascent! Lin Chen shouted, slamming down on the control panel. The goblin airship let out a sharp cry, its tail spewing ghostly blue flames. The entire airship rapidly ascended at a vertical angle. Boom! Just then, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from the horizon. Heavy thunderclouds pressed down, and purple lightning danced within the clouds. The entire soul-eating swamp appeared incredibly eerie. We're at our limit, the airship can't ascend any further. Lin Chen frowned deeply. Boss, we should retreat. Wu Di clung tightly to the violently shaking railing, his voice swallowed by the thunder. This cursed place is too sinister. Lin Chen clenched his fists. But what about Silver Leaf? With our current strength, we can't change anything at all. Wu Di's voice was hoarse, and it seems our teleportation has encountered a problem. The shadow plane isn't entirely filled with such dangerous areas. His face was grim, his voice tense. We were supposed to be teleported to the Amazon ruins in the shadow plane, but instead, we were sent directly to the Bone Wasteland. This is definitely someone deliberately distorting the space. Lin Chen frowned slightly. Are you saying that the person who gave me the teleportation scroll has a problem? It's not the scroll's fault. The shadow plane is the closest to the human realm and the most likely to break the shackles of the undead lord. Woody's voice was low. Rather, the spatial rules of the entire shadow plane have been controlled. He pointed into the depths of the void. It's as if someone has laid a net across the entire plane, specifically waiting for human outsiders. Suddenly, the airship shook violently and sparks erupted from the control panel. Not good. The airship can't hold on much longer. Lin Chen's eyes were bloodshot and he had to make a decision. Hold on tight. He forcibly activated the teleportation, using the highest authority teleportation scroll directly targeting the Crimson Abyss. Buzz! The surrounding space suddenly twisted, and the goblin airship dove right in. Just as they vanished, an angry voice echoed, "What a pity, so close." This kid actually managed to break the blockade and tear through the void. But do you think you can escape? Just as the airship was about to enter the spatial plane of the Crimson Abyss, a sudden change occurred. Boom! A withered giant hand tore through the void, its fingers entwined with the poisonous mist of the soul-eating swamp, reaching out to grab the airship fiercely. The terrifying pressure caused the airship's shell to shatter instantly. Woody's face turned ashen. Boss, that old monster has personally made a move. This time, we're really done for. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. Since he dared to take the risk of entering the shadow plane, he had the confidence to retreat unscathed. Just as he was about to prepare to use the invincible potion, humph! A cold snort from a woman echoed from the depths of the void. Countless blood-red threads shot out from the Crimson Abyss, instantly wrapping that giant hand into a cocoon. The fifth sovereign stepped barefoot into the void, her crimson robe fluttering ominously. "Your hand has reached too far," she murmured, chanting a spell, and those blood threads suddenly tightened. "You dare to touch someone from my Crimson Abyss?" Swish! As the blood blades flew, the withered hand was instantly shredded into pieces. From the depths of the void came an angry roar, mixed with a strange excitement. Good! What a remarkable undead witch! Ha ha ha! There are still living undead witches in this world. Upon hearing this, the fifth sovereign's pretty face changed dramatically. With a flick of her long sleeve, she instantly pulled Lin Chen and the others into a spatial vortex. They were directly brought back to the Crimson Abyss. When Lin Chen opened his eyes, he found himself inside the fifth sovereign's castle. The fifth sovereign reclined on her throne, her fingertips lightly tapping, her red lips curling into a meaningful smile. "Little one, you really have some guts. Do you know what kind of existence you've provoked?" Chapter 113. The Path of the Undead, Living Towards Death. Lin Chen shook his head, his expression helpless, and said in a deep voice, "I just want to know how to advance to the War King level Undead Lord." He knew that as long as he didn't advance, the powers of his savage martial artist and holy light mage professions would never be fully unleashed. The fifth sovereign chuckled lightly. Interesting. She elegantly leaned down, her icy fingers lifting Lin Chen's chin. "What a persistent little fellow." "Unfortunately, the path of the Undead Lord for humans has long been severed. It's nearly impossible for you to break through to the War King level." Her fingertips slid down Lin Chen's neck, finally stopping at his heart. "And you, possessing the undying soul crystal, originally had some opportunities. It's just a pity that now, you have already become their target." Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. "Who are they?" The fifth sovereign waved her robe, and the entire hall was instantly enveloped by a blood-red barrier. Her voice was heavy for the first time. "They are an organization that calls itself the Purity Society, claiming to purify evil on the surface, but in reality, they are hunting down all undead races that attempt to grow, collecting all legacies, bloodlines, and equipment related to the undead. The most ironic part is that they themselves are secretly cultivating undead forces." The fifth sovereign's voice grew even more serious. "The undead calamity from 1,000 years ago. I fear it is about to reappear." After saying this, the fifth sovereign's figure vanished. Lin Chen felt a blur before his eyes, and the next moment he found himself in an incredibly vast arena within the Crimson Abyss. He clenched his fists tightly, a torrent of questions swirling in his mind. The Purity Society, the undead calamity. What secrets lie behind all of this? He felt that he had been drawn into a massive conspiracy, but he knew well that as the Lord of the Undead, he would eventually have to face it all. It was just a matter of time, and that time had come sooner. What unsettled him the most was the fifth sovereign's reaction. Why would that capricious undead witch extend a helping hand to him, a mere human lord? Just then, blood-red runes suddenly illuminated the arena, and Lin Chen heard the ethereal voice of the fifth sovereign. "Lin Chen, you should know that the Crimson Abyss never shelters the weak. If you want my protection, first prove your worth, otherwise, you will never be able to enter the Crimson Abyss. Hearing this, Lin Chen let out a cold laugh. Ha, there truly is no free lunch in this world. Boom! The 8 massive gates around the arena swung open with a thunderous crash, and 36 uniquely shaped giant beasts slowly emerged, each exuding a suffocating pressure. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. 36 commander-level exotic beasts? What a grand display! He saw terrifying beasts closing in from all directions of the arena, and directly in front of him, a colossal abyssal elephant towering dozens of meters high, approached with heavy steps. Each step felt like an earthquake. To his left, a 6-winged demon tiger let out a thunderous roar. Its tiger stripes resembled chains. To his right, a 2-headed dragon unfurled its gray wings. The murderous intent in its dragon eyes was palpable. Roar! With the dragon's roar, the 36 giant beasts charged simultaneously. The entire arena trembled. Seeing Lin Chen unmoved, the 5th sovereign thought he was stunned with fear. Her voice rang out again, tinged with disappointment. If you're afraid, you can still withdraw now, as long as you. Ha! Lin Chen suddenly laughed. Since the sovereign wishes to see my trump card, then I shall reveal it to you. Boom! Lin Chen waved his hand, and the entire arena shook violently. The great mouth was the first to appear. Its mighty and fierce form caused the surrounding exotic beasts to pause. Hiss! The plague brother slowly emerged, enveloped in toxic mist. As its plague domain opened, many exotic beasts looked on with caution. Thud! Thud! The 2-headed ogre made a grand entrance. The club in its hand exuded a sense of oppression. Crack! The burrow spider matriarch broke through the ground with 5,000 burrow demons. These burrow demons were poised for action. Finally, the last to appear was the tide of 100,000 ghouls surging forth. Their howls threw the 36 exotic beasts into disarray. Of course, Lin Chen's greatest trump card was the Undying Beetle and the Sleeping Burrow Lord, and his ultimate trump card was the Invincible Potion. Seeing this, the 5th sovereign finally showed a change in expression. She slowly stood up from her throne. You have actually grown to this extent. Then, she suddenly burst into a peal of silver bell-like laughter. Very good. Excellent. From now on, Elder Lin is qualified to receive my protection from the Crimson Abyss. Not just me, I believe the other 4 sovereigns will also be very interested in you. As the 5th sovereign's words fell, the 36 exotic beasts suddenly retreated. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly as he waved his hand. In an instant, the undead army returned to his territory. Then, he flashed and headed straight for Wu Di's location. He always felt that Wu Di knew too much, especially his understanding of the shadow plane, which was far too detailed. Only now did Lin Chen realize that the information Wu Di had given him was not something an ordinary human warlord could obtain. Even he couldn't buy such information. When Lin Chen pushed open the door of a tavern, Wu Di was sitting alone in a corner, 2 cups of blood-red wine placed before him. He seemed to have anticipated Lin Chen's arrival. Not lifting his head as he softly said, "Boss, I know you have many questions right now." A cup of wine was pushed over by Wu Di. "But I can't say anything yet?" Lin Chen stared at Wu Di for a moment, then suddenly smiled faintly. "Then let's wait until you want to tell me." Wu Di suddenly looked up, relief evident in his eyes, and decisively raised his cup. "Thank you for your understanding, big brother. Let's toast to our survival." Lin Chen also lifted his cup. Cheers! The 2 cups clinked in the air, producing a crisp sound. The wine slid down his throat, bitter yet with a strange sweetness. Outside the window, the blood moon of the Crimson Abyss was particularly glaring, stretching their shadows long, very long. After returning to the capital Lord Academy, Lin Chen stood in front of the familiar dormitory window, gazing at the students frolicking in the training ground in the distance as if in a different world. This time, he ignored the advice and took the risk to venture into the shadow plane, almost causing a disaster. During this period, he had experienced too much. Whether it was the bloodthirsty mother, the Amazon tribe, or the silver leaves of the Bone Wasteland, everything felt like a dream to him. He suddenly felt very tired. Sometimes, the more you know, the less clear the path ahead becomes. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew in, causing the guide to advancing as a undead lord on his desk to flutter open, revealing a line he had repeatedly annotated: "The path of the undead, living towards death." The ink had long dried, but each word pierced his heart. Ha! Lin Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly. The path of the undead lord was more difficult than he had imagined, and the battlefield of the myriad races gave him a sense of unattainability. Chapter 114, This girl is truly a treasure. Just then, Lin Chen's communicator suddenly lit up, and Fang Qingxue sent a video request. As soon as he connected, he heard her melodious voice like a nightingale. "Lin Chen, you're finally back." In the video, Fang Qingxue looked quite unhappy, with her territory's beautiful scenery in the background. "Instructor Shin has been looking for you like crazy. You need to go to her office right now." Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. "Instructor Shin? What does she want with me?" He arrived at the door of the instructor's office, frowning slightly. Just as he was about to knock, the door suddenly opened, and Huang Jun walked out with a sullen face. Beside him was a girl with a hot figure and exquisite Makeup. Although her looks were only about 7 or 8 points, her figure was truly top-notch. Anyone would be unable to resist taking a few more glances. As soon as the girl saw Lin Chen, her eyes lit up and she stepped in front of him in a few quick strides. "Oh, so this is the famous Lin Chen Sr.?" Her voice was sweet to the point of being cloying, her fingers unconsciously curling around her hair ends. The scent of green tea was very strong. Lin Chen instinctively took a half step back. The tea scent from this girl wafted over from 8 feet away. He coldly nodded and tried to sidestep her. "Don't be so cold," the girl insisted. "My name is Su Jiao, a new freshman from class 19. I've heard about how amazing Senior Lin Chen is. You even joined the Tsangyan battle team." As she spoke, she reached out to link her arm with Lin Chen's. Huang Jun's face turned ashen, utterly speechless. He had just been planning how to arrange this new little vixen for young Master Ao tonight. Unexpectedly, upon seeing Lin Chen, this woman changed her demeanor completely. "Su, please step aside," Lin Chen said, his voice as cold as ice. Su Jiao suddenly froze in place, her face full of embarrassment, her outstretched hand hanging in midair. "Humph. Don't worry, you'll be begging me soon." Huang Jun took the opportunity to pull her away quickly, and he could vaguely be heard gritting his teeth and muttering, "Bitch." Lin Chen watched the two of them walk away, lost in thought. This Su Jiao is way too enthusiastic. But the way she looked at me was a bit strange. "Come in, Lin Chen." Suddenly, Shen Qingyao's voice came from the office. "You're finally back." Pushing open the office door, as usual, Shen Qingyao looked charming and lovely. Today, she wore a cream-colored shirt that made her skin look as white as snow. Anyone who saw her couldn't help but exclaim, "What a beautiful wife." Shen Qingyao looked Lin Chen up and down. "You guy." She suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Lin Chen's wrist. "Come with me." With that, the two walked into a small office nearby. Shen Qingyao locked the door behind her, staring at Lin Chen with a serious expression. "Speak. Have you encountered some difficulties?" "Difficulties?" Lin Chen forced himself to stay calm, shrugging. "What difficulties could I have?" Shen Qingyao crossed her arms and leaned against the wall. Her long, beautiful legs, partially visible beneath her skirt, crossed elegantly. She looked at Lin Chen with a half-smile. "Humph." She suddenly let out a light snort. "As far as I know, not only have you offended many families in Jiangcheng, but you've also made enemies of the Shintu and Lu families in Kyoto. This time, the border battlefield incident has even alarmed the vice president." Lin Chen instinctively touched his nose, but then saw Shen Qingyao suddenly lean closer, her faint fragrance enveloping him. "Director Gao specifically set up an investigation team, and you are now his most valued member." And Shen Qingyao took a step forward, her expression serious. "I know you're eager to go to the 10,000 races battlefield." She pulled out a document from the drawer. "But you have to take it one step at a time." Lin Chen took the document and found it was a task letter titled Super War King Special Training Program, stamped with Director Gao's exclusive golden seal. "Congratulations, you performed excellently this time and have been included in the Academy's special training program." At this point, Shen Qingyao's tone changed slightly, as if she remembered something. "By the way, let me tell you some good news. Your sister's Phantom Moon team has received messages from members. They have been caught in a rift in an unknown dimension." She paused. "Although the situation is unclear, it at least proves that she might still be alive." Hearing this, Lin Chen dropped the document he was holding, scattering it all over the floor. He stared intently at Shen Qingyao. "Teacher Shen, are you serious?" His voice was a bit hoarse, overwhelmed with excitement. He directly pinned Shen Qingyao against the wall. Shen Qingyao was trapped in a small space but surprisingly remained calm. She raised her hand to gently soothe Lin Chen. "Calm down, you still have time. Moreover, the academy has already dispatched a rescue team." Her voice was like a clear spring. Lin Chen then realized how close they were, taking a deep breath filled with Shen Qingyao's faint fragrance. "This time, the Lu family went too far. Lu Xiao has already been expelled." Shen Qingyao suddenly spoke, a sharp glint in her eyes. "Don't worry, the Lu family won't dare to openly target you anymore." Lin Chen nodded. He had already dealt with Lu Yimeng from the Lu family. As for the expelled Lu Xiao, thinking of the other party's character, Lin Chen felt a sense of caution. Such a cornered dog is often more dangerous than an open enemy. Just as Shen Qingyao opened the office door, Gao Yao's figure appeared. "Lin Chen." His excited voice rang out. "Thanks to you for this border battlefield mission, otherwise my Song Yen team would have suffered heavy losses." He stepped forward and patted Lin Chen's shoulder heavily. "And you actually managed to come back alive from the bloodthirsty mother's lair. It's truly a miracle." At this point, Gao Yao suddenly paused. "Rest assured, the issues with the Lu and Shintu families have been resolved. These families won't dare to target you again, or else they would be going against our academy." Shen Qingyao chuckled beside him and said, "The Shinto family sent over a batch of compensation materials today, saying it's to express their goodwill." Gao Yao snorted coldly. "These families are just a bunch of fence-sitters. The only strange thing is that the Shinto family's attitude is very proactive." He looked at Lin Chen with a hint of appreciation. "But your performance, kid, is indeed worth investing in early." "Thank you, Director Gao." Lin Chen smiled awkwardly. It couldn't be considered proactive since he had brought two peak warlords to find trouble. As for Gao Yao, his straightforward personality and upright actions made him a decent mentor. Gao Yao waved his hand. No need to be polite with me. Get back to the team quickly. Everyone misses you. After saying that, he nodded to Shen Qingyao and turned to leave the office. After returning to the villa, Lin Chen immediately locked the door. He slightly raised his hand, and with a flash of silver light, a phantom identical to him appeared before him. Too bad it can only last half an hour. Lin Chen sighed lightly, examining the identical doppelganger. If it could exist long-term, it could attend classes and participate in special training for him. That way, he would effectively have double the time to develop. Lin Chen shook his head, his figure flickering as he directly entered the territory space. During this time, he discovered that his mental strength not only recovered extremely quickly but was even more abundant than during his peak period. Could it be because of that kiss from Lu Xuan? He subconsciously touched his face and immediately activated the Undying Eye. Upon internal inspection, he indeed found a silver moon mark within him, continuously replenishing his mental strength. However, as his mental strength was consumed, the moon mark grew fainter. Thinking of his absurd engagement with her, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. This girl really is a treasure. In the territory, Lin Chen was studying how to extend the duration of the phantom doppelganger when suddenly a message popped up. He frowned. It turned out to be news regarding the anonymous bounty he had posted to find Zhao Yuer. Since parting ways with Zhao Yuer in the Blood River Demon Domain, this bounty had been up for quite a while. Mr. Shuangmu, I think I've found the person you're looking for. A sweet, sticky female voice came from the other side, familiar and reminiscent of T. Chapter 115, actually, she's a prophet. Lin Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened. This voice was clearly that Su Jiao Jiao he had just encountered. He replied in a flat tone, provide valid clues, and 5 million gold coins will be yours. A series of giggles came from the other side, the voice so sticky it could be pulled into threads. Oh, I don't care about money. I can help you for free, but I have a small condition. Lin Chen frowned. What condition? Su Jiao Jiao's voice suddenly lowered, carrying an unrefusable tone. I want to go with you. Lin Chen's voice turned cold. Why? After a long pause, the other side's willful voice came through. Don't ask why. That's the only condition. If you agree, I'll immediately tell you the specific coordinates of the plane. Your little lover's situation is a bit dire. The title spider you sent her is about to be snatched away. Hearing this, Lin Chen's heart tightened. The matter of the title spider, besides him and Zhao Yuer, no one else should know. That was something he had sent to Zhao Yuer to hatch after killing the Blood Mother spider in the Abyss Blood River. How did Su Jiao Jiao know about this? Could it be that she really has a lead? Lin Chen clenched his fist slightly, his expression complex. Su Jiao Jiao seemed to have grasped Lin Chen's weakness, lightly adding, if you hesitate any longer, your old flame might just be taken away by the Abyss Cult. The Abyss Cult? At the mention of this organization, a glint of killing intent flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. To be honest, even he wasn't quite sure why he had offered a bounty of 5 million gold coins to find Zhao Yuer. Was he worried about her? Or was he unable to forget her? Or perhaps, was his sense of responsibility too heavy? After all, in that situation, the relationship between men and women seemed to be forced upon him. In a sense, both he and Zhao Yuer were victims. And what exactly was Su Jiao Jiao, this green tea girl, all about? But at this moment, Lin Chen had no time to think about these things. The moment he thought of Zhao Yuer as his first woman, he instantly made up his mind. Anyway, his people's evolution and his own strength were both stuck, and it would be difficult to make a breakthrough in a short time. He absolutely could not watch Zhao Yuer be taken away by the Abyss Church. After all of this was because of him. If it weren't for him, Zhao Yuer wouldn't have been dragged into this, and her grandfather Zhao Shanhe wouldn't have died. This responsibility he had to bear. With this thought, Lin Chen's gaze turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, all right, I agree. Su Jiao Jiao immediately smiled brightly, her delicate voice chiming in, that's more like it. It seems you're not a complete block of wood after all. Lin Chen was too lazy to waste words with her and directly asked coldly, cut the nonsense, can you tell me Zhao Yuer's whereabouts now? Su Jiao Jiao feigned mystery, why? The rush? I spent a great deal of effort to divine the result. Zhao Yuer should be in the 1009th dimension and she's in an area rich in water elements. As for the specific location, we'll have to wait until we get there to find out. Lin Chen frowned, but his heart stirred. The 1009th dimension? He was very familiar with that place. It used to be a vast world, completely covered by endless seas in the inner regions, with water elements at their peak. Zhao Yuer was originally a water system lord, so it made perfect sense for her to go there. Moreover, her title spider needed to evolve, and that was the best place. With this in mind, Lin Chen no longer hesitated and directly reported his location. I'm at the Kyoto Lord Academy, Villa 619 in Area A. Let's gather immediately and set off as soon as possible. When Su Jiao Jiao arrived at The villa in an exquisite outfit, Lin Chen was already fully armed, waiting at the door. It had to be said, this green tea girl was indeed quite attractive. She could easily captivate most men, but not Lin Chen. Senior Lin Chen. Su Jiao stomped her foot playfully. You look so cold and scary. I came all this way, and you won't even invite me upstairs for a cup of tea? Lin Chen remained expressionless, glancing at her. Sorry, I don't have time. His gaze sharpened as he stared at Su Jiao. Su classmate, I really want to know how you found out about Zhao Yuer's whereabouts? Su Jiao suddenly dropped her flirtatious demeanor, smiling mysteriously because she gathered a ball of water, mist at her fingertips, resembling a prophetic crystal ball. Actually, I'm a prophet. Prophet? Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. This rare profession among lords was unexpectedly awakened in someone. The crystal ball swirled in her palm, making Su Jiao's pretty face appear a bit more sacred. Lin Chen then realized, no wonder she could foresee Zhao Yuer's whereabouts. It turned out that this seemingly frivolous woman had such an astonishing gift of foresight. Subsequently, the two of them used a teleportation array and headed straight for the inner sea area of the 1009th dimension. Here, although it wasn't a border battlefield, it was quite mysterious. This dimension had many ancient races of indigenous people, among which the sea tribes in the inner sea area were the most powerful. When Lin Chen went for trials, he had seen that 100-meter-tall sea giant who was one of the natives. As for the endless inner sea deeper within, it was said to be home to ancient heroes that even warlord-level lords dared not disturb easily. When Lin Chen and the others appeared by the sea, the sky was filled with fluffy white clouds. The sun shone brightly over the shimmering sea, reflecting a dreamlike sapphire sheen. A gentle breeze blew, carrying a faint, salty scent, and in the distance the clear calls of seabirds could be heard. Wow! Su Jiao couldn't help but open her arms, her skirt gently swaying in the sea breeze. This beautiful view of the sea and sky is simply like a painting. Lin Chen looked at the seemingly calm azure before him, but frowned. Su classmate, we are not here for a vacation. I know. Su Jiao pouted, her fingertips twirling a strand of hair, the scent of tea surrounding her. But my mental energy hasn't fully recovered yet. I won't be able to use my divination skills until tomorrow. Lin Chen was speechless. He had no time to wait. With a wave of his hand, an army of 10,000 ghouls surged forth like a tide of ink, glistening eerily in the sunlight as they quickly spread out to various islands. Oh no! Su Jiao stomped her feet anxiously. Why are you like this? You're ruining the scenery. Besides, making such a big show will alarm the sea beasts down below. Chapter 116, Vortex. Turtle Summoning Scroll. As soon as the words left her mouth, the calm sea surface in the distance suddenly rippled unnaturally, and several massive shadows swiftly swam up from beneath the water. In the deep blue sea, shimmering scales could be faintly seen glinting coldly. Oh my! It's the azure-scaled tadpole dragon! Su Jiao exclaimed, her voice tinged with excitement. Lin Chen frowned slightly as he saw two giant beasts, each over 10 meters long, surface. Their bodies were covered in emerald-like scales, their heads resembling the legendary Gelong, but they trailed long, tadpole-like tails that shimmered dreamily in the sunlight. He immediately raised his hand to call back the army of ghouls. These eerie undead creatures indeed seemed out of place in the enchanting sea before them. Don't worry. Su Jiao lightly stepped on the water's surface. The azure-scaled tadpole dragon is one of the gentlest races in the sea. As she spoke, she reached out to stroke the nearest tadpole dragon. As long as you don't harm them, they can even become good friends. The tadpole dragon suddenly let out an ethereal call, its massive head affectionately rubbing against Su Jiao's palm. Lin Chen was surprised to find that the eyes of these colossal creatures were actually a crystal-clear amber color, exuding a childlike innocence. It seems they really like you, Su Jiao said mischievously, blinking. Want to ride one to find your little lover? This is the fastest means of transportation in the sea. The sea breeze brushed past, sending a spray of fine water droplets into the air. Lin Chen gazed at the dreamlike scene before him, feeling a slight change in his perception of Su Jiao for the first time. Watching Su Jiao interact affectionately with the tadpole dragon stirred something within him. As far as he knew, those who could gain the recognition of pure sea beasts had pure hearts as well. The two massive tadpole dragons were as docile as pets beside her, which piqued his interest in Su Jiao. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get on. Su Jiao gracefully leaped onto the back of one of the tadpole dragons. Are we really going to swim to find someone? Lin Chen finally snapped back to reality. Last time in the shadow plane, his goblin airship had been damaged, and he hadn't had the time to find Dr. Ghoul for repairs. Right now, these two tadpole dragons were indeed the best mounts for crossing the inner sea. He jumped onto the other tadpole dragon, surprised by the cool, delicate texture of its scales. Su Jiao gently patted the dragon's neck, and the two giant beasts shot through the waves like arrows. What speed! Lin Chen felt as if he were surfing. It was quite magical. Wow! Beside him, Su Jiao's exaggerated laughter rang out from time to time. She even gave the tadpole dragons nicknames. The journey went smoothly. The tadpole dragons moved astonishingly fast through the sea, and in the blink of an eye they had traveled hundreds of miles into the inner sea. Only then did Su Jiao begin to close her eyes and sense, occasionally adjusting their direction. However, the good times didn't last long. The originally clear sky suddenly became overcast. A bolt of lightning split the sky, followed by a torrential downpour. Even more frightening, strange whirlpools began to appear on the sea surface, and even the experienced tadpole dragons started to emit anxious cries. Oh no! Su Jiao's face changed dramatically. We've encountered deep sea fog. Before Lin Chen could ask, the surrounding sea became suddenly unclear. Heavy rain fell, and thick fog rose from the sea, quickly enveloping the two of them completely. Even the tadpole dragon lost its sense of direction. Senior Lin Chen! Su Jiao exclaimed, suddenly lunging from behind and tightly wrapping her arms around Lin Chen's waist. Lin Chen's body stiffened, but feeling the tremors coming from behind, he ultimately did not push her away. The tadpole dragon was completely out of control in the mist, its thick tail slapping the surface of the sea, creating waves several meters high. If it weren't for Lin Chen's strong physique as a savage martial artist anchoring him in place, the two would have already been thrown into the surging waves. Hold on tight, Lin Chen shouted softly, immediately taking out a set of specially made reins from the Lord's space. His arm muscles bulged as he used incredible strength to firmly bind the restless tadpole dragon. Su Jiao pressed her entire body against his back, the soft sensation coming through their soaked clothes. Lin Chen had no thoughts of feeling her ample curves. Su Jiao's voice carried a rare seriousness. Senior Lin Chen, I'm afraid we can't get out for now. Lin Chen did not respond, fully focused on controlling the reins. Under the dual assault of mist and torrential rain, beads of water covered his strong muscles, and his solid back rose and fell like a statue of a sea god. The tadpole dragon is about to dive. We need to think of a way quickly. Su Jiao spoke in a panic. Lin Chen frowned deeply. He indeed felt the muscles of the blue-scaled tadpole dragon contracting, a sign that it was preparing to dive. In this deep-sea fog, losing their mount would lead to unimaginable consequences. We still weren't prepared. Enough, he sighed inwardly, realizing that he hadn't prepared any diving equipment at all. Having always focused on land combat, he was now acutely aware of the shortcomings of not having water attribute subjects. In a moment of desperation, Lin Chen suddenly remembered the low-level summoning scrolls in the Lord's shop. Although he usually looked down on these low-grade items, they might come in handy now. He quickly opened the shop and searched the product list. Finally, a deep blue scroll caught his eye. Vortex Turtle Summoning Scroll, price, 1 million. Gold coins grade, common attribute, water skill, vortex shield, active, effect, forms a rotating water flow to resist attacks. Deep sea navigation, passive, effect. The vortex turtle has a built-in sense of direction in the fog. This is it. Lin Chen clicked to purchase without hesitation. With a flash of blue light, a giant sea turtle with a diameter of 5 meters appeared amidst the waves, its shell covered in mysterious vortex patterns. Let's go! Lin Chen wrapped his arm around Su Jiao's slender waist and leaped onto the turtle's back. Just as they left, two tadpole dragons let out long cries and suddenly plunged into the deep sea, leaving only Lin Chen's reins to be swept away by the vortex. A faint blue halo surrounded the vortex turtle, enveloping the two of them. Lin Chen immediately felt a wave of relaxation. They no longer had to endure the onslaught of wind and rain. I didn't expect you to have such good stuff hidden away. Su Jiao, still shaken, had her wet clothes outlining her alluring curves, especially that pair of proud peaks which were hard to look away from. Lin Chen remained silent. Now was not the time to change clothes, as the back of the vortex turtle was equally bumpy, and they inevitably bumped against each other. In the end, Su Jiao directly linked her arm with Lin Chen's, going with the flow, quietly waiting for the storm to pass. When the fog slightly cleared, they found themselves trapped in an unfamiliar sea area. The surroundings were eerily quiet, even the sound of the waves had disappeared. The entire world was calm. The worst part was that Su Jiao's spiritual precognition had completely failed. The magnetic field here is so chaotic, Su Jiao said with a bitter smile, looking at Lin Chen. We might be lost. Lin Chen was speechless, looking down at the vortex turtle beneath them. Wasn't this guy supposed to have deep-sea navigation? Why was it spinning around like a headless fly? Chapter 117, A Lonely Island at Midnight, A Man and a Woman. Achoo! Su Jiao suddenly sneezed, hugging her arms and shivering. The temperature of the sea had dropped to freezing point without her noticing, and her thin, soaked dress could hardly withstand the biting cold. Lin Chen said nothing and quickly took out a pile of supplies from the Lord's space, including several thick coats and even a simple tent with a frame. He moved swiftly, securing the frame on the turtle's back and tightly binding it with special ropes. Go inside and change your clothes, he said, shoving a pile of clothes into Su Jiao's hands. Su Jiao stood by, stunned, and suddenly her eyes turned red. Senior Lin Chen, you really are a treasure boy. Lin Chen was at a loss for how to respond to her words. Clearly, he had gradually gotten used to Su Jiao's personality. Inside the tent, the sound of rustling clothes could be heard, along with Su Jiao's playful voice. So many women's clothes, even the sizes fit so well. She deliberately elongated her tone. Senior Lin Chen, you wouldn't happen to take girls camping often, would you? What nonsense! Lin Chen explained awkwardly, these are supplies I stocked up on during the last supermarket sale. The tent flap was suddenly lifted and Su Jiao emerged wearing a goose yellow down jacket. The fluffy collar made her face look small, and the tips of her hair were still damp. She tilted her head and winked at Lin Chen, looking incredibly cute and playful. Lin Chen had to admit that this woman really knew how to dress up. Although she had a somewhat delicate demeanor, that charming and lovely quality could indeed make most men's hearts race. There was a unique charm to her. Senior, you should change your clothes too. Su Jiao handed him a blue windbreaker, her fingertip brushing lightly against the back of his hand. No need. I'm not cold. Lin Chen sidestepped. Indeed, with his rugged warrior physique, this bit of cold was nothing. This was the advantage of being a warrior. Just then, the whirlpool turtle suddenly stopped. In the mist ahead, the outline of an island faintly emerged. Let's go ashore first, Lin Chen decisively said. As the two jumped onto the island, they sensed something was off. Quack! Accompanied by a series of croaks, hundreds of miasma sea frogs jumped out from the island's grass. They were entirely green, with purple toxic mist seeping from their skin, quickly dyeing the surrounding waters a strange color. Oh no! Su Jiao covered her mouth and nose. These sea frogs are poisonous. The toxic mist could suffocate us to death. Lin Chen frowned deeply. He was in urgent need of a flying subject. Although the big mouth could fly, it wouldn't last long, and it couldn't fly very far. So, he turned to Su Jiao, what about your subjects? Su Jiao forced a smile and summoned a translucent jellyfish, the same one as before in the crystal ball. It's called the cold abyss jellyfish. It can indeed be immune to toxins, but aside from assisting me with divination, it's not much use. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. This could work? Then why do you insist on following me? Lin Chen frowned. Woo. If I don't come, how will you find your little lover? Su Jiao raised her tearful little face, her nose red from the cold, looking particularly stunning. I just wanted to come along to capture a few water-type subjects. Her pitiful expression made it seem as if Lin Chen had betrayed her in some way, making Lin Chen feel as if he had done something wrong. Just as the toxic mist was about to engulf them, Lin Chen suddenly noticed that on the other side of the island, the purple mist was swirling in a regular pattern, as if being drawn by some force. Wait! Lin Chen squinted. There are spatial fluctuations over there. He raised his hand and summoned the Plague Brother. Swallow all this toxic mist. The Plague Brother opened its massive mouth and directly consumed all the toxic mist in the air. As the mist dissipated, an ancient altar half-submerged in the sea revealed itself. The mottled stone pillars were covered in profound runes. It's a teleportation altar of the sea tribe. Su Jiao exclaimed. Lin Chen smiled. Looks like we've found a way out. He was about to step forward when Su Jiao suddenly grabbed him. Wait, are you sure you dare to use it? What if we get transported to 10,000 meters deep in the sea? We'd be done for. As soon as she finished speaking, strange ripples suddenly appeared around the altar. A swarm of rainbow-scaled fishmen surged out from behind the coral reefs, their bodies covered in iridescent scales and their gills continuously spewing colorful paralyzing mist. Be careful! Lin Chen shouted sharply. Plague Brother had already transformed into a shadow and dashed into the enemy ranks, absorbing all the toxic mist in his path. Meanwhile, 10,000 ghouls emerged in an instant, engaging in a fierce battle with the fishmen. The fight ended quickly. Just as the last fishman fell, the coral trembled. A giant rainbow cod fishman, standing 3 meters tall, broke through the waves, wielding a coral trident and exuding the pressure of a commander. Hey, should we subdue it? Lin Chen turned to Su Jiao. This guy seems pretty strong. Su Jiao wrinkled her little nose in disdain. I don't want it. It looks so ugly, it would be embarrassing to take it out. She waved her hand dismissively. The giant fishman seemed to be enraged by the two, hurling its trident fiercely. Unfortunately, in the next moment it was instantly enveloped by Plague Brother's plague domain. Its sharp claws easily tore through the fishman's proud scales. The battle ended swiftly and the night fell over the sea. Lin Chen began to set up defenses. 20,000 ghouls formed a perimeter around them, with Big Mouth and Plague Brother guarding the main paths on either side while he summoned skeletons to patrol the area. Then, Lin Chen took out a 2-bedroom, 1 living room mobile fortress. Wow! Su Jiao's eyes lit up as she looked at the mobile fortress. Once unfolded, the metal house had floor-to-ceiling windows facing the shimmering sea, and the balcony even had a small garden. I want to live in this sea view room. She joyfully rushed towards the master bedroom, only to be grabbed by Lin Chen by her hat. That's my room. Then let's share it. Your bed is big anyway. It'll be warmer to sleep together. After Su Jiao said this, she realized something was off. She looked at Lin Chen's indifferent expression, and her pretty face flushed. During dinner, Lin Chen magically presented various delicacies: charcoal grilled beef ribs, chicken wings, fruit salad, specialty blueberry juice, hot milk tea, but no alcohol. Ha? No alcohol? Su Jiao propped her chin up, blinking her eyes. I don't drink, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly while cutting the steak. In the lonely island's deep night, a solitary man and woman. He didn't want anything to happen. Outside the window, the night sky over the deep sea was exceptionally clear. The starlight scattered over the calm sea, as if the whole world was left with only this warm little house. Su Jiao suddenly put down her utensils and, with a hint of jealousy on her delicate face, softly asked, Lin Chen, is Zhao Yuer really that important to you? Chapter 118. What is true ultimate temptation? Lin Chen's dining knife paused slightly. In this world where the strong are revered, having multiple wives was indeed quite normal. He had heard that some powerful lords had thousands of beauties at their disposal. As a transmigrator, he was gradually letting go. After all, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Besides Zhao Yuer, Chen Wanqiu, Fang Qingsno, and Lu Xuan were all pretty good women. However, he needed to grow stronger. Quickly. Maybe quite important. In the end, Lin Chen gave a vague answer, his gaze unconsciously drifting towards the window. What about me? Su Jiao suddenly leaned forward, her flowing hair cascading onto the dining table, the tips carrying a faint floral scent. The atmosphere in the room instantly became subtle. You're pretty good. Eat your food. Lin Chen's expression remained cold. After dinner, Su Jiao acted cute and playful, resting her chin on her hand. Senior, I'll be scared sleeping alone. Lin Chen replied expressionlessly, you just said you wanted to subdue the deep-sea giant beast. That's different. I'm afraid of ghosts. Su Jiao pouted, her eyes sparkling, and suddenly slipped, falling right into Lin Chen's arms. As a result, Lin Chen dodged and almost fell. If you keep making a fuss, go sleep in the living room, Lin Chen said, speechless. Humph. Su Jiao stomped away, puffing up her cheeks, stinky steel straight man. After the door slammed shut, Lin Chen let out a long sigh. He rubbed his temples. That enchanting woman, with her almost imperceptible touch just now, nearly made him lose control. It was simply unbearable. Meanwhile, in another bedroom, Su Jiao was twirling in front of the floor-length mirror. In the mirror, she wore a pure white maid outfit, and beneath the lace hem, her black silk-clad legs were tantalizingly visible. Think he could withstand my advances. The man Su Jiao, has quite the self-control. She lightly bit her red lips, a mischievous look on her face as she winked at her alluring reflection in the mirror. With this, I refuse to believe I can't win you over. Tonight, I will show you what true ultimate temptation is. But just then, rumble. The entire island suddenly shook violently, and Lin Chen kicked open the door. Something's wrong. This island is alive. They collided in the hallway. Lin Chen's pupils constricted instantly. The fairy before him, dressed in a maid outfit with her black stockings accentuating her perfect legs, was simply stunning. He quickly turned his face away, a rush of heat flooding his nostrils. Ah, senior, you're bleeding. Su Jiao reached out to wipe it. That touch was enough. Lin Chen's gaze fell on her partially exposed proud peaks, and he felt the blood rush even faster. I'm fine. Lin Chen awkwardly wiped his nose. Let's go. As they hurriedly escaped to the shore, the island behind them let out a low growl. It turned out to be a deep-sea giant beast comparable to a mountain. It only began hunting at night. The two scrambled onto a swirling sea turtle. Inside the cramped tent, Su Jiao was almost pressed against Lin Chen. The lace edges of her maid outfit, along with those black stockings, left Lin Chen at a loss. Senior, are you okay? Su Jiao's cheeks flushed, her body shivering as she felt something hot to the touch. You. Oh, I didn't mean to. Lin Chen retreated speechlessly. You're definitely doing it on purpose. Don't tease me, or else. Hearing this, Su Jiao became excited. Or else what? Lin Chen's expression turned cold. Or else I won't hold back. Su Jiao puffed out her proud chest. Then come at me. I'm so scared. Lin Chen was utterly speechless. He grabbed her restless waist. Are you sure you want to play with fire? Just at that awkward moment, amidst their intertwined breaths, a hauntingly ethereal song suddenly pierced through the waves. Su Jiao's expression changed slightly as she covered Lin Chen's mouth. Don't make a sound. Oh no, it's a siren. Her fingertips were icy, her voice serious. This song can confuse people, awakening their deepest desires. As soon as Su Jiao finished speaking, Lin Chen's gaze began to blur. He suddenly realized that the Su Jiao in his arms had transformed into a ragged Zhao Yuer. Meanwhile, Su Jiao was struggling to hold on with her powerful psychic abilities. Senior, no. Su Jiao's tearful cry made Lin Chen pause his movements. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and suddenly snapped back to reality. In his hands was nothing but softness. He quickly lifted a corner of the tent and saw a mermaid swimming around the sea turtle. Her upper body was a stunning beauty, but her lower half was a fishtail covered in scales. Beneath her breathtaking face were rows of sharp teeth. Suddenly, Su Zhao's eyes lit up. This mermaid is so beautiful, she's simply the perfect water being. Lin Chen frowned. You want to capture her? Of course. Su Zhao smiled slyly. But I need a little help from you, senior. She leaned close to Lin Chen's ear and whispered, you go and use your charm. What? Lin Chen was speechless. Don't worry. Su Zhao smiled sweetly, with your looks, senior, you can definitely win her over. Lin Chen frowned. Alright then, just this once. It's up to you to succeed or not. Just then, the mermaid's song suddenly became high-pitched, causing the surface of the sea to tremble. Su Zhao panicked. Senior, hurry up. Either you seduce her, or we're both in danger. Lin Chen's face darkened as he stepped out of the tent. You better move quickly. I don't want to get involved with a fish. Su Zhao smiled with pursed lips, and somehow a crystal appeared in her hand. Don't worry, I wouldn't want that either. Lin Chen shook his head, took a deep breath, and flashed a harmless smile at the mermaid. Hi, how are you? The mermaid was clearly taken aback, her song faltering. Seeing her unresponsive, Lin Chen steeled himself and switched languages. Hi, are you okay? The mermaid was completely stunned, even forgetting to show her fangs. She tilted her head and suddenly responded in halting language. Are you out of your mind? Su Zhao, hiding in the tent, couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. The crystal ball in her hand nearly fell into the sea. Well, this was a perfect plan to use a handsome man, but Lin Chen had turned it into a scene of a steel idiot trying to woo a girl. Su Zhao sighed. Senior, this is definitely the most awkward and clumsy attempt at flirting in history. Using a handsome man isn't about doing stand-up comedy. The mermaid, hearing their conversation, became furious. Are you messing with me? With that, she was about to start singing loudly. We're doomed. Su Zhao yanked Lin Chen back into the tent. Execute Plan B. Lin Chen looked utterly defeated. So, what is Plan B? Chapter 119, Selena at your service. Lin Chen suddenly realized something and exchanged a glance with Su Zhao, both of them smiling at the same time. It turned out that the mermaid's mental attack was completely ineffective against them. As a prophet, Su Zhao already had strong mental power, and Lin Chen, bolstered by the skeletal undead, was completely immune. He. Su Zhao grinned slyly, pulling out a crystal-clear crystal ball from her territory space. Since we can't flirt, let's battle. She tapped the crystal ball with her fingertip and it instantly burst into a rainbow of colors. Just as the mermaid was about to sing, she suddenly yawned widely, her eyelids starting to droop. Is this a hypnotic crystal? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. That's right. Su Zhao proudly shook the crystal ball. It's specifically designed to deal with these mental-type beasts. Watch me. She suddenly raised her voice and began to sing. Sleep now. Sleep now, my dear baby. The mermaid? Lin Chen? Is this your plan B? Oh, don't interrupt. Su Zhao continued to activate the crystal ball. The mermaid's gaze gradually became hazy, and finally, with a plop, she fell into the sea, floating on the surface and starting to snore. Su Zhao excitedly made a peace sign. Done. Now we just need to sign the contract. Lin Chen was frozen in place. You're really amazing. Su Zhao awkwardly put away the crystal ball, waved her hand. Wake up. The mermaid slowly opened her eyes, a hint of confusion flashing in her azure pupils. She shook her wet long hair and gracefully bowed to Su Zhao. In a melodious and ethereal voice, she said, Respected Lord, Selena is at your service. Su Zhao beamed with pride, lightly tapping the mermaid. Good. You'll keep watch. Tonight. As you command, my lord. Selena lowered her head obediently, her fishtail swishing. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. He had to admit, the non-aggressive mermaid was indeed stunningly beautiful. Humph. Su Zhao snorted lightly, feeling a bit sour. Senior, you're really lucky. With Selena leading the way, you'll soon meet your beloved. She deliberately emphasized the words beloved. After saying that, she transmitted Zhao Yuer's information to Selena. Selena, keep an eye on this girl, and if you find any clues, take us to her. As you command. A night passed in silence. Lin Chen and Su Zhao squeezed into the cramped tent. They could clearly hear each other's breathing. Back to back, they deliberately left an invisible boundary between them. When the day brightened and the sea mist dissipated, Lin Chen and Su Zhao stepped out of the tent, both feeling a bit awkward after spending the night together. But under Selena's guidance, they quickly emerged from the fog, appearing on the cloudless sea. We finally made it. Out of the deep-sea mist zone, Su Zhao sighed in relief, a crystal ball suddenly appearing in her hand. She closed her eyes, her lips moving slightly as she chanted a spell. The images on the crystal ball began to switch wildly before finally settling on an island. Southeast direction. She opened her eyes. Zhao Yuer should be there. With a fish and a turtle in tow, the two hurried forward, soon spotting a small black dot on the distant horizon. Look, there's an island over there. Su Zhao suddenly pointed ahead. As they approached the island, Lin Chen noticed the color of the sea changing from blue to green. The island was much larger than they had anticipated, with towering cliffs along the coast, and behind the cliffs, dense tropical vegetation covered the land. Something's not right. Lin Chen frowned. There are signs of a struggle on the shore. They chose a secluded cove to land. On the beach, a half-sunken ship lay scattered, and dozens of sea beast corpses were sprawled haphazardly, three-eyed swordfin sharks frozen into ice sculptures, and the tentacles of giant octopuses shattered into icy shards. There was even a young sea dragon, its gaping mouth impaled by a crystalline ice spear. It's the cold poison of the ice thorn water snake. Su Jiao crouched down, her delicate brows furrowing. That's a mutated water-type beast. Its venom can freeze blood in an instant. At that moment, on the other side of the island, 7 abyss cultists were surrounding the battered Zhao Yuer. Beside her, an ice thorn water snake was on the verge of death while the tidal spider stood tall, its 8 crimson eyes fixed on the enemies, continuously spitting out silk to protect its master. Little Beauty, the leader, a scarred face, licked his dagger. As long as you hand over the tidal spider and have some fun with the brothers, I promise to give you a quick death. He stepped forward, the aura of a battle lord suddenly erupting, causing the air around them to freeze. Zhao Yuer let out a muffled groan as her back slammed against the rock wall, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. She had no way out, yet her face remained defiant. The tidal spider was a gift from that man. Would she never see him again on this journey of escape? Lin Chen. Zhao Yuer's bloodied fingertips clutched the rock wall tightly, Lin Chen's figure appearing in her mind. Gritting her teeth, her voice hoarse, she said, "You won't get away with this." Looking for death. From behind the distant rocks, Lin Chen's eyes burned with fury, ready to strike at any moment. But Su Jiao held him back. Wait, that's a battle lord. Lin Chen hadn't expected that the Abyss cult would send a battle lord for the tidal spider. But so what? I'll help you hold them off. With that, Su Jiao gathered translucent ice crystals at her fingertips, the fishman sea witch parting her red lips to sing an ancient sea witch song. The melody was filled with magic, causing the 6 cultists to momentarily freeze, their gazes becoming vacant. Mental shackles. Su Jiao called softly, and 6 ice crystals shot out like shooting stars. The cultists struck by them immediately froze in place, their eyes devoid of life, like puppets. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen acted decisively. Big mouth. Big guy. At his call, a giant crimson ghoul lunged out, while a 2-headed ogre descended, swinging a wooden club. Doom mark. Bone erosion curse. Lin Chen, disregarding his mental exhaustion, directly cast necromancy spells. 2 spell seals intertwined and fell straight toward the scarred face. The battle lord was already resisting Selena's song when he was hit again. He felt darkness enveloping him. Then, his entire body went limp, a piercing pain coursing through him. "Take this," the big guy screeched, the wooden club crashing down with a whoosh. With that strike, the heavy hit effect was triggered. It nearly caused the scarred warlord to faint. One blow landed, directly forcing the scarred face to kneel on one knee. Big Mouth seized the opportunity, opening its massive jaws wide and biting down fiercely. Then, with a sweeping motion, it swallowed the 7 people whole. Crack! The chilling sound of chewing echoed. Just like that, the 7 members of the Abyss cult were wiped out before they even realized what had happened. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuer's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Chen? This man, with whom she had once shared an intense intimacy, actually appeared on this desolate island? Could it be an illusion? Chapter 120. What do you know, fish? Lin Chen looked at the woman before him, someone he felt slightly indebted to, and his heart suddenly raced. She was even more beautiful than before, breathtakingly so. She radiated a glow, her delicate features seemingly carved to perfection. But now, she was covered in wounds, making one feel a pang of heartache. "Zhao Yuer, are you okay?" He quickly took out a bottle of life potion and handed it to her. Beside them, Su Jiao was so angry she was stamping her feet. "Humph. This steel-hearted man only shows concern when he sees his little lover." Zhao Yuer took the potion, but her gaze held a hint of distance. "Thank you. This place is too dangerous. We should leave," Lin Chen said with a smile. "I have things to do." Zhao Yuer coldly refused. Su Jiao could no longer hold back. "Hey, you 2 lovebirds need to consider the situation. There are many sea beasts on this island." She spread her hands and said, "Sister Yuer, don't worry, I have a clean relationship with Senior Lin Chen." Lin Chen's face turned red. "Thanks to Su classmates' help, I was able to find you." "You came specifically to find me?" Zhao Yuer's heart trembled, but she quickly put on a stern face. Looking at this familiar yet strange face, she struggled internally. Every time she saw Lin Chen, she would remember her grandfather and uncle whose dying moments. This made her feel deeply conflicted. "Why are you looking for me?" Her voice tightened, her chest rising and falling violently. Lin Chen's expression was calm. "I was worried you were in danger." "So, thank you, Lin Chen." Zhao Yuer interrupted him, a bitter smile tugging at her lips. "I said we're even. You don't need to take responsibility, besides." She paused. "Slightly, besides, the gold coins and materials you gave me are enough compensation. I'm already very strong now." After saying that, she turned to leave. "Yuer." Lin Chen stepped forward. Zhao Yuer paused but did not turn back. She took a deep breath, suppressing the lump in her throat. "I'm sorry, Lin Chen, I still don't know how to face you." Meanwhile, Su Jiao was dumbfounded at the scene, her mouth agape as if she could fit an egg inside. She had expected to witness a long-lost reunion filled with sweet nothings, but the relationship between these two was far too complicated. Stop, stop, stop. She darted between them. What responsibility or compensation? Right now, escaping is the priority. Without waiting for a response, she grabbed Lin Chen with her left hand and linked arms with Zhao Yuer on her right, pulling both of them onto the back of the swirling sea turtle. Su classmate, you. Lin Chen was about to speak. Shut up. You're responsible for standing guard. Su Zhao shot him a fierce glare, then turned and pulled Zhao Yuer into the tent, deliberately closing the curtain. Inside the tent, before Zhao Yuer could gather her thoughts, she was handed a cup of hot tea. Su Zhao sat cross-legged opposite her, her tone gentle. Sister Yuer, now we can talk properly. How did that scumbag outside bully you? Hearing this, Lin Chen, on the back of the swirling sea turtle, was left speechless. To be honest, he wasn't ready for this, but it was too late. As a man, this was a responsibility he had to bear. Hey, handsome human. At that moment, Selena suddenly leaned over, her tail splashing against the waves, her voice lowered with curiosity. You didn't get someone pregnant, did you? Lin Chen nearly choked on those words. Cough cough. What do you know, you fish? Who told you that? Selena pouted and pointed at the tent. Then why are you being so careful, looking like a lovesick puppy? Lin Chen was stunned by the fish person's words. What kind of ideas had Su Zhao instilled in her? Indeed, where there is a master, there must be a fish. Thus, the two stared at each other, one human and one fish, in a standoff. The atmosphere became quite awkward. Cough cough. Lin Chen cleared his throat, took out a folding stool from the Lord's space, and set it steadily on the shell of the swirling sea turtle. Then, he pulled out a pile of items, various snacks, fruits, drinks. He moved gently, pushing the food into the tent. Inside the tent, Su Zhao's exaggerated exclamation came through. Wow. Sister Yuer, look, it's all your favorite food. Then came a rustling sound. After a moment, a corner of the tent lifted slightly. Zhao Yuer peeked out with half of her stunningly beautiful face, handing Lin Chen a bottle of juice, her eyes carrying an indescribable tenderness. Lin Chen awkwardly accepted the juice, nearly slipping off the turtle shell. Su Zhao laughed so hard she nearly fell over. Just like that, inside the tent, Su Zhao and Zhao Yuer seemed to have endless things to talk about. Lin Chen and Selena stood quietly on guard. Finally, the swirling sea turtle safely carried everyone through the deep sea mist. As the morning light pierced through the thin fog, an island that looked like a fairyland gradually appeared before them, surrounded by white sandy beaches and emerald-like jungles, with a waterfall cascading down from the peak of a mountain on the island. We finally left the deep sea area. Su Zhao stretched lazily. Just as everyone stepped onto the island, several figures emerged from the jungle. Leading them was a tall young man, whose features bore a striking resemblance to Su Zhao. Brother! Su Zhao's eyes lit up, and she dashed over like a joyful little bird. I knew you would come to pick me up on time. The young man affectionately ruffled Su Zhao's hair, then turned to Lin Chen. Hello, I'm Su Tianhao. Su Zhao bounced with excitement as she introduced. Brother, this is my most admired and favorite senior, Lin Chen, and my good friend, Sister Zhao Yuer. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. No wonder Su Zhao insisted on following him. She had secretly planned to meet her family in the 1009th dimension. Senior Lin Chen, Sister Yuer. Su Zhao suddenly put away her smile, revealing a rare serious expression. I need to go do something with my brother. My people are too weak. I need to find stronger sea tribe members. Su Tianhao took over the conversation. Alright, let's not waste time. The trace of the cold abyss jellyfish has been locked in. If we delay any longer, we'll miss the tidal window. As he spoke, he suddenly looked at the tidal spider beside Zhao Yuer, his gaze sharpening. He silently marveled, this spider's bloodline is so pure. Could it be a descendant of the legendary royal blood? Brother! Let's go! Su Zhao leaped lightly and landed steadily on the back of the Thunder Whirl seahorse summoned by Su Tianhao. The seahorse was a deep blue, with fine lightning flickering between its scales, and as it trod the air, it sparked with electric light. She turned to Lin Chen and winked, her lips curling into a familiar playful smile. Senior, see you at the academy. She lightly pointed her finger, blowing a kiss. Wait for me to subdue new subjects, and I'll come back to find you. V-room. The Thunder Whirl seahorse raised its head and let out a thunderous neigh, erupting with dazzling lightning. In the next second, it transformed into a blue flash and shot away. As the sun set, only Lin Chen and Zhao Yuer remained on the island. Taking advantage of the remaining daylight, Lin Chen began to build a mobile fortress. Soon, a beautiful little house with 2 rooms and a living room appeared on the beach. Zhao Yuer's beautiful eyes lit up. Chapter 121, That night, he was invincible. Are you hungry? Lin Chen turned to Zhao Yuer, who was standing on the beach, and asked, what do you want to eat? Zhao Yuer was slightly taken aback. Now there were only the two of them on the island, and the memory of their wild day together suddenly flashed in her mind. But she suppressed the strange restlessness in her heart, nodded gently, and together with Lin Chen, set up a stove to start cooking. Under the breathtaking twilight, the two were in perfect harmony. As the last rays of the setting sun sank below the horizon, the moonlight quietly fell. They sat side by the campfire, their shadows gradually drawing closer on the beach, eventually merging together, like an old couple who had been together for many years. Lin Chen suddenly broke the silence. I remember you said you wanted to take revenge in Kyoto? His voice was soft, yet it made Zhao Yuer's body tremble. She stared at the flickering flames, her mood somewhat low. Lin Chen's face was serious. I'll help you. These simple 3 words made Zhao Yuer's nose tingle. Under the glow of the fire, she finally spoke slowly. 7 years ago, my parents were doing some small business in Kyoto, and life was going quite well. Then, I suddenly awakened my lord talent and was inadvertently noticed by the Lu family. Lu Wenlong from the Lu family insisted on taking me as his goddaughter. As she spoke, her voice began to tremble, but my parents disagreed, and who would have thought they would actually hold them captive? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. The Lu family. Again, the Lu family. My grandfather took me and fled for 3 whole years, and after many twists and turns, we left the Shenzhou dimension. Zhao Wei bit her red lip, a tear fell onto her hand. But 3 years ago, I found out that they cruelly killed my parents because they couldn't find me. Lin Chen pulled her into his arms, feeling her frail body shaking violently. He finally understood why she always carried an unshakable chill in her eyes when they first met. When they met again, she bore a blood feud, naturally indifferent to romantic feelings. Don't worry, I will make Lu Wenlong pay for his blood debts, and I still have accounts to settle with the Lu family. Lin Chen's words were filled with murderous intent. The night grew deeper, but the two embraced, neither willing to let go. This time, they were no longer alone. If the madness in the Blood River demon domain was uncontrollable passion, then tonight, on this warm big bed, with the gentle moonlight spilling down, illuminating their tender faces, their feelings intertwined, shedding all restraints. Every touch, every whisper, was filled with deep affection. In the midst of their entanglement, time seemed to stand still, with only their heartbeats, breaths, and soft, full sensations weaving together into a symphony of love. That night, Lin Chen was not tired at all. He was full of energy, as if he had endless strength. The physique of a barbarian martial artist made him invincible in battle, and Zhao Yuer found it hard to keep up at times. Her delicate face was flushed with color. But at this moment, the two of them, like newlyweds, could hardly bear to stop. They wished to merge their bodies into one. Until the dawn broke, lighting up the sky, they finally fell asleep in each other's embrace. As the sun rose high, Lin Chen stood at the foot of the bed, looking at the sleeping Zhao Yuer. This girl worked too hard last night. Her long eyelashes were particularly enchanting in the sunlight, and a hint of satisfaction lingered at the corners of her mouth. Yuer, it's time to get up. Lin Chen gently stroked her hair. He decided to first settle Zhao Yuer in the Black Cliff dimension. After all, it was a paradise he had created himself. Ever since Dr. Ghoul brought in the latest quantum defense system, the entire dimension had undergone tremendous changes. Lin Chen's thoughts stirred, and a holographic projection of the Black Cliff dimension appeared before him. The eastern area was a pastoral countryside, with fields crisscrossing. The western area was dominated by hundreds of meters-high technological skyscrapers, with airships weaving between the buildings. The boundary of the space was filled with automated turrets, and energy barriers were active 24 hours a day. The central control tower reached into the clouds, monitoring every corner of the dimension. All major races coexisted peacefully. Wake up, little lazy cat. Lin Chen gently kissed Zhao Yuer's forehead. I'll take you to a safe place. Zhao Yuer opened her eyes drowsily, and when she saw the scene projected before her, she instantly woke up. What a beautiful place. Is this your backyard? It's ours. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Dr. Gulu and Shui Ti will be waiting for you there. They will help you get familiar with it. After saying that, Lin Chen slightly raised his hand and directly activated the directional teleportation to the Black Cliff dimension. It's time, he said in a deep voice. I need to return to the Lord Academy in Kyoto to settle some old scores. Zhao Yuer's eyes turned slightly red as she kissed him heavily on the lips. Remember to come see me anytime. As the teleportation array glowed brightly, Lin Chen watched her figure disappear into the array. When he turned around, the tenderness on his face had faded, replaced by a cold killing intent. Kyoto, the Lu family. It was time to settle things. Lin Chen did not immediately set off back to the Divine Summer. He stayed alone on the small island, quietly spending a few days. The surface of the inner sea was like a mirror, shimmering with amber waves under the sunset. He leaned back in a lounge chair, playing with a white jade wine cup in his hand, half a cup of strong liquor swaying inside, reflecting the fiery clouds at the horizon. Gulu, the big mouth surfaced from the shallow sea, having a great time. Plague Brothers squatted on the highest coconut tree, eyes full of vigilance. The two-headed ogre patrolled back and forth on the beach with a wooden club, occasionally arguing with itself. Lin Chen put down the wine cup and upgraded the graveyard level. Graveyard upgrade successful. Graveyard, level 4, current attack enhancement, 4% current defense enhancement, 4% current speed enhancement, 4% additional life enhancement, 4% armor piercing effect, not activated lifesteal effect, not activated. Not bad, not bad. Lin Chen smiled excitedly. He tilted his head and drank the wine in the cup, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Time to go back. Returning to the Lord Academy in Kyoto. Lin Chen had just reached the entrance of the villa when he suddenly noticed a figure standing at the door. Su Tianhao? Upon seeing Lin Chen, he walked over, each step carrying an invisible sense of pressure, his gaze cold. Lin Chen, my sister is young and doesn't understand things. She's a bit curious about special people like you and tends to idolize blindly. I hope you don't get the wrong idea. Also, our Su family has always upheld strict family values, emphasizing reputation and decorum. There is absolutely no possibility of anything between you and my sister. After saying that, Su Tianhao turned and left without waiting for Lin Chen to respond. Lin Chen stood there in a daze. Was he mistaken? It was clearly Su Jiao who had been pestering him. How did it turn into him having ulterior motives in Su Tianhao's mouth? Chapter 122. Who says I can only heal? Just as Su Tianhao left, a hearty laugh suddenly came from behind Lin Chen. Lin Chen! It was Yao Kong, wearing flashy beach shorts and flip-flops, walking over from the neighboring villa. Where have you been these past few days, Senior Yao? Lin Chen was taken aback, pointing to the adjacent villa. You live here? Of course. From now on, we are neighbors. Yao Kong grinned, leaning in with a wink. You don't know, that little princess from the Su family has been knocking on the door every day asking if you're back. He mimicked Su Jiao's voice. Senior Yao when his brother Lin Chen coming back? By the way, why did Su Tianhao come just now? Was he here to see you, the future brother-in-law? Lin Chen felt goosebumps all over. Brother-in-law? Stop joking. We're just ordinary classmates. Come on. Yao Kong smiled mysteriously, lowering his voice. Bro, you saved my life, so we're not outsiders. The Su family is not simple. If you can marry into the Su family, you might just soar to great heights. Seeing Lin Chen in a daze, Yao Kong threw an arm around his shoulder. Do you know that show-off Huang Jun in your class? Just because he relied on knowing Su Jiao. He had been scheming against her, only to end up with a broken leg, and his older brother, Shin Tuao, had his mouth smashed to pieces. The Shin Tu family didn't dare to make a sound. Lin Chen frowned slightly. The Shin Tu family could be considered local tyrants in the capital, yet they couldn't provoke the Su family. It seemed that Su Jiao's background was indeed not simple. No wonder Su Tianhao was so arrogant. Now you know how powerful the Su family is, right? Yao Kong patted him on the shoulder, but he suddenly became serious. That Su Tianhao is notoriously obsessed with his sister, so good luck to you. Just as he was speaking, a roar of an engine suddenly came from afar. A uniquely designed mechanical car drifted to a stop in front of the villa. The window rolled down, revealing Su Jiao's bright smile. Senior Lin Chen, you're finally back. Seeing this, Yao Kong immediately took a hint and stepped back. I just remembered that I have soup simmering at home. Hey, don't come play with us. Lin Chen was about to grab the retreating Yao Kong when Su Jiao directly pulled open the car door and dragged him inside. With a bang, the car door closed. Su Jiao leaned closer. Senior Lin Chen, she suddenly moved in, a faint fragrance enveloping his senses. I found sister. You air for you. She tilted her head, resting against Lin Chen's shoulder. How are you going to thank me? Lin Chen's face was filled with despair. This girl was too enthusiastic. Su Jiao whispered in his ear. How about you tell me your story with sister you air? Lin Chen was momentarily speechless. This Su Jiao was too good at flirting. Just then, a sound of synchronized footsteps came from a distance. Lin Chen looked up to see Nia Shuang from the Tsang Yen team striding over with several team members. Leading them was a burly man clad in fiery red battle armor, with 3 golden stars on his shoulder epaulets shining brightly in the sunlight. It was Ma Chongyue, the vice-captain of the Tsang Yen team. Upon seeing this, Lin Chen said, Su Jiao, thank you so much this time. Here's 5 million gold coins. If you want anything else, just let me know. I have to get busy now. With that, he pushed open the car door. Humph. Su Jiao snorted coldly, her face full of displeasure. Lin Chen, I will not give up on you. Just as Lin Chen was about to get out of the car, he was met with a sharp gaze. Ma Chongyue had already walked up to him. This newly promoted warrior's eyes were like torches, sizing Lin Chen up and down. You are Lin Chen? Ma Chongyue's voice was deep. Shuang has praised you to the heavens. I had to come see for myself. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly struck out, throwing a punch at Lin Chen. The punch's wind was like a dragon, making it hard to defend against. Captain Ma! Nia Shuang exclaimed. Lin Chen's eyes sharpened. He didn't dodge or evade, channeling the power of the savage martial artist, and met the punch head-on. With a muffled bang, Ma Chongyue was actually forced back half a step. Good kid. Ma Chongyue laughed instead of getting angry, pulling out a red token from his pocket. You are indeed qualified to participate in the War King Special Training Program. Nia Shuang hurriedly explained. Lin Chen, this is the highest level of special training in the team. There are only 10 spots in the entire capital. Captain Ma specifically rushed back from the northern battlefield to see you. Tomorrow morning at 6, the special training team will assemble. Lin Chen rubbed the token in his hand, his fighting spirit rising. This special training came at just the right time. In the past, he had been too impatient, lacking understanding of the Lord system, career evolution, and many other things. It was just right to use this opportunity for systematic learning. With this in mind, he immediately stood at attention and saluted, received. Captain Ma. Very good. I watched your match with the Black Tiger team, you really are a talent. Moreover, you are only at the battle general level, yet you have already unlocked career evolution. I feel you still have some strength left. Now unleash a punch with all your might and let me see your attack power. Ma Chongyue's eyes sparkled with excitement, his arms crossed over his chest and a layer of bronze light suddenly enveloped him. Come on, Lin Chen, let me see your limits. Hearing this, Lin Chen was taken aback and Nie Shuangchuan quickly explained, Lin Chen, the cavalry is also a martial artist profession known for its defensive power and they can accurately detect the Lord's output attacks. You don't need to worry, just focus on outputting your full strength. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen took a deep breath and the primal force within him erupted violently. The ground beneath his feet cracked inch by inch, and a vague phantom of an ancient wild bull appeared behind him. Wild Bull's heaven-crushing fist. With a roar, Lin Chen's right fist struck out violently. Where the fist wind passed, the void twisted. Boom! In the deafening explosion, Ma Chongyue remained motionless. Only the protective barrier around him rippled with circles of distortion. Goodness! A look of shock flashed in Ma Chongyue's eyes. Attack. Power 1980. This has already reached the peak level of a battle king. He suddenly looked up. What's even more astonishing is the punching speed. 0.03 seconds. This has already reached the threshold of a battle sovereign. Nie Shuangchuan's mouth formed an O shape. Heavens! My attack power is only 970. Ma Chongyue suddenly pressed down on Lin Chen's shoulder. Kid, your martial artist profession is not simple at all. The other team members were also astonished, and just then, Yao Kong suddenly jumped out, rubbing his hands with an eager expression. Captain Ma, let me give it a try. 2. Ma Chongyue raised an eyebrow. What are you, a healing sorcerer, doing here making a fuss? Hee, who says I can only heal? Yao Kong suddenly tore open his floral shirt, revealing a holy light mark on his chest. The mark resembled a soaring angel, incredibly sacred. Watch closely. Holy descent. Suddenly, a staff appeared in his hand and he was bathed in holy light, chanting incantations. Judgment of the gods. With a wave of Yao Kang's staff, a brilliant beam of light descended from the sky. Ma Chongyue's protective aura shook violently. Attack power 990. Ma Chongyue's face was filled with surprise. Good kid, your holy light magic is almost on par with a light system battle king. Chapter 123, Brother Lin, you must take me to the Northern Territory. Nie Shuangchuan's eyes widened. Kong, you're so amazing? Why do you always act like a newbie? Yao Kong scratched his head awkwardly. Isn't it to give the newcomers a chance to shine? Don't underestimate Yao Kong, an older team member teased with a smile. He's a holy light sage. If he weren't always slacking off, he would have been a mainstay of the battle team long ago. Ma Chongyue laughed heartily. See? This is the foundation of my Xingyan battle team. He patted Lin Chen and Yao Kong heavily on the shoulders. Tomorrow's special training, you two are a team. Lin Chen felt a bit emotional, not expecting this guy to be a holy light sorcerer. Then, Ma Chongyue tirelessly began to educate everyone on many things, the assessment system for attack power and combat strength, and the pros and cons of different evolution paths. He particularly emphasized that outside of the Great Xia there are other lords, and some strong individuals who follow purely professional evolution paths. But the strongest lord in the Divine Land, Huang, belongs to the Great Xia. The second strongest lord, the Dragon Knight, has been missing for many years, and it is said that his mount is a legendary 8th-tier red dragon. The third and fourth strongest are the Elemental Queen and the Shadow Lord, both from other forces outside the Great Xia. The professions of those forces are mostly focused on elemental mages, sorcerers, and warlocks. Listening to Ma Chongyue's explanation, Lin Chen's heart surged with waves of shock. It turned out that he was just a frog at the bottom of a well. He had thought that his dual profession was an advantage, but now he realized that it might lead to a scattered focus. How difficult it is to have 100 flowers bloom. Moreover, the undead lord was both his opportunity and his shackle. Now he could only break through his profession. However, our Great Xia is almost a nation of lords. Ma Chongyue suddenly changed his tone, looking meaningfully at Lin Chen. In fact, there is another saying, professional evolution is fundamental. Just like that kid Yao Kong, he can choose to cultivate his people or become a powerful output sorcerer. But as the level increases, personal strength becomes very important. Nie Shuangchuan curiously asked, Captain Ma, how should we balance it? This. Ma Chongyue seemed to recall some taboo and quickly changed the subject. In any case, tomorrow's special training will be tailored to each person's professional characteristics. Lin Chen, although you are a necromancer who finds it hard to grow, don't be discouraged. Your martial artist profession is enough to make you stronger. Lin Chen nodded heavily. In fact, besides being a wild martial artist, he was also a holy light mage and a legendary necromancer. If his career development went smoothly, he can unlock an even more terrifying hidden profession, Ashen Envoy. But Lin Chen understood that Ma Chongyue was hinting that to truly become powerful, he must first focus on the martial artist profession, breaking through the shackles before anything else. Captain Ma, do you think I can go to the northern battlefield? Lin Chan's eyes sparkled with fighting spirit. He had long heard the legends of the northern battlefield, the largest spatial rift in the Shenzhou realm, where alien beasts surged like an unending black tide, crashing against the human defenses wave after wave. It was a true meat grinder, the ultimate battlefield where the strong danced with death. What? You want to go to the north? Nie Shuangshuang exclaimed, and Yao Kong and the others also showed incredulous expressions. That's right. Lin Chen nodded calmly. He had been to many battlefields, but they were all relatively safe third and fourth lines of defense. Although there were battles there, they were nowhere near as brutal as the front line of the northern battlefield. Lin Chen knew that only by walking on the edge of life and death could he truly break through his limits. It's too dangerous. It's not as simple as you imagine. Ma Chongyue frowned, the alien beast tied in the northern battlefield could take down even a battle lord at any moment, let alone you, a battle general. You might not even pass the approval. Captain Ma, I can take responsibility for support operations. Lin Chen quickly said, his gaze firm. I have a large number of subjects, so I won't consider battle losses at all. Not considering battle losses? Ma Chongyue suddenly laughed, a hint of speechlessness in his laughter. You kid, even the prodigies from those super families in the capital wouldn't dare to say such things. The air suddenly fell silent. Nia. Shuangshuang and Yao Kong exchanged glances. They all knew that Lin Chen was not the type to boast. Ma Chongyue stroked his stubble, his gaze returning to Lin Chen. Currently, the teams stationed on the flanks of the northern battlefield were from various lord academies, mainly responsible for clearing out scattered soldiers. Most of those were commander-level alien beasts, and the scale wasn't too large. With Lin Chen's strength, it indeed wouldn't be a problem. I'll ask about this for you. Ma Chongyue pondered for a moment before finally relenting. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he clasped his fists, saying, "Thank you, Captain Ma. I want to go too." Yao Kong suddenly raised his hand, his whole body brimming with fighting spirit. Lin Chen, take me along to have a good fight. You guys? Ma Chongyue shook his head with a wry smile, his gaze sweeping over this eager group of young people. The northern battlefield was a place that made many strong warriors turn pale, yet these kids were rushing forward. Truly, the fearless young. The next morning, Lin Chen appeared on time at the training ground. This was his first systematic exposure to the in-depth training of the martial artist profession. It turned out that the true path of the martial artist was not just about martial arts skills but also involved various profound methods such as blood circulation and the condensation of battle intent. After a whole day of special training, Lin Chen's muscles trembled all over, but his eyes were brighter than ever. The sweat-soaked training uniform clung to his body, outlining his strong physique. Brother Lin, you must take me to the north. After training, Yao Kong hooked his arm around Lin Chen's shoulder. Lin Chen wiped the sweat from his brow. Captain Ma said my attack power and combat quality have met the standards, and we can set off tomorrow. He knew that special training was important, but real combat was even more crucial. Since he had made the decision, he would never look back. Thinking of the challenges ahead, Lin Chen unconsciously touched the old pocket watch in his pocket, which contained a photo of his sister. Now, besides his sister Lin Xinyue, he also had Zhao Yuer to protect. As Lin Chen returned to the entrance of the villa, he saw Fang Qingxue leaning against the door. Today, she wore a light white dress, looking ethereal. Lin Chen. She greeted him with a light laugh. My dad has been urging me to bring you home for dinner. How about you accompany me home this time? Lin Chen scratched his head. Aren't we just pretending? Fang Qingxue suddenly stepped forward, a faint fragrance wafting towards him. She tilted her face up, her gaze stubborn. They all took it seriously. Am I really that bad? Her voice grew softer. Lin Chen was taken aback. He noticed that Fang Qingxue's eyes were slightly red, her long eyelashes beautiful enough to tug at his heart. Of course not. Lin Chen replied awkwardly, and Fang Qingxue suddenly linked her arm with his. Then why do you always look so serious when you protect me? The night breeze brushed by, and Lin Chen's heart raced. It was then he realized that, without knowing when, Fang Qingxue's every frown and smile could stir his heartstrings. Just as he was unsure how to comfort her, she exclaimed, Silly, silly. I was just joking with you. Fang Qingxue suddenly turned her face away, her ears turning red. She pretended to be fierce and punched Lin Chen lightly in the chest before turning to flee. Lin Chen watched Fang Qingxue's figure, resembling a celestial maiden, and couldn't help but smile mischievously. After returning to the house, he closed the door. Taking a deep breath, he lightly tapped his fingers, and a holographic projection immediately unfolded in the center of the room. In the image, a martial artist clad in black battle gear faced a massive tiger-like beast alone. The beast's body was a rocky gray-brown, and each pounce left deep cracks in the ground. This is a peak commander-level stone tiger beast. The commentary echoed in the room. Chapter 124, Once he strikes, Lin Chen must die. It possesses immense strength and astonishing attack power. Its claw strikes are equivalent to the force of 10 bulls, and its tail sweep can reach 15 bulls. Lin Chen's pupils constricted. He realized that besides the major classifications of elite and commander, each stage was further divided into 4 minor realms: initial, intermediate, advanced, and peak. The stone tiger beast before him was clearly at the pinnacle of the commander level. In the projection, the martial artist suddenly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the stone tiger beast's pounce. Lin Chen unconsciously clenched his fists. If he faced this beast, he had no idea what his chances of winning would be. Boom! The martial artist moved like lightning, each punch and kick creating a whistling sound. The collisions of fists and feet produced deafening roars. His fighting stance resembled a teaching demonstration in class, every move broken down clearly as if afraid others wouldn't understand. Lin Chen watched, entranced, his heart racing with excitement. In the final blow, the martial artist exerted force, delivering a powerful punch that crushed the stone tiger beast before it could even let out a scream, turning it into a puddle of flesh on the spot. Damn, that's too fierce. When will I be able to kill a peak commander level beast with one punch like him? Lin Chen shouted in his heart filled with longing. Today, Ma Zhongyue had given them over 30 sets of these teaching projection sessions. The projection not only covered the martial artist's basic combat techniques but also broke down every move clearly. It was like cutting a feast into small pieces, feeding them bite by bite. But Lin Chen could only perform the bull smash sky punch for now. What shocked him the most was that this set of talent boxing techniques, awakened from his bloodline, would increase in power geometrically with the strength of his vitality. It was absolutely incomparable to other combat skills. Thinking of this, Lin Chen instantly became excited. A flash of inspiration struck him, and he slapped his thigh. Got it, in the territory space, that pile of blood crystal stones from the small mountain in the city is just the treasure to enhance vitality. As long as I absorb the blood crystal stones to strengthen the barbarian bull bloodline, the power of this barbarian bull sky-crushing fist will be extraordinary. Starting tonight, I must devote myself to intense training. With a thought, Lin Chen directly took out 10 high-grade blood crystal stones from the territory space. In an instant, a scarlet aura spread out, illuminating the entire room like a blood pool. After a night passed, Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes, feeling the blood energy within him surging, as if rivers were rushing, tumultuous and overwhelming, as if he had endless strength. Lin Chen quickly had a simple breakfast and carefully checked his equipment. He originally planned to call Yao Kong to join him, but learned that this guy had been scolded by his sister Yao Lin all night, and was now in confinement for reflection. It makes sense, the northern battlefield is not a place for just anyone so cowardly. Lin Chen laughed and scolded, but he didn't take it too seriously. He had gone through great lengths to persuade Ma Zhongyue to obtain a temporary pass for the northern battlefield, so how could he easily give up? When the light of the teleportation array faded, a biting cold wind immediately rushed towards him. Lin Chen couldn't help but shiver. Before him was a world draped in silver. The northern territory of the Great Xia was in the depths of winter, with heavy snowflakes falling in the fierce wind. In the distance, armored vehicles lined up like a dragon, their tracks crunching over the snow. Following the instructions on the pass, Lin Chen quickly found the reporting station in Area F. An old soldier with frostbite on his face, smoking a cigarette without looking up, said, "Kyoto Lord Academy, Sanyan Battle Team Lin Chen?" In front of the F area checkpoint, a Northern Territory guard in ice armor scanned the pass with a scanner. The two guards exchanged glances. One of them raised an eyebrow. "War General Level 3? Solo operation?" The other guard couldn't help but snicker. "When did your Sanyan battle team get so arrogant? Sending a rookie to carry out a scattered soldier mission alone? Ha ha ha, that guy Ma Zhongyue must be crazy, right?" A big bearded man, who was warming himself by the fire, turned his head upon hearing this, ice shards still hanging from his beard. Facing the mocking gazes of everyone, Lin Chen calmly adjusted his gloves. "That's right, just me." The big bearded man squinted his eyes, sizing up the young man, and suddenly grinned. "Interesting. Since you're so eager to go to your death." He grabbed the steel seal on the table, and with a bang, stamped it on the pass. "Area F clearance, good luck." The moment the steel seal fell, a blood-red pattern lit up on the pass. This was the unique passage mark of the northern battlefield. "Hey, kid, wait a minute." A familiar-looking old guard suddenly called out to Lin Chen, the scar on his left eye particularly noticeable in the snow. "If you can't hold on, call for help in time and retreat to the safe zone. There's a temporary ice crystal fortress there." Lin Chen turned around and clasped his fists. "Thank you. By the way, my name is Xie Yong, just call me Old Xie." The guard rubbed his frostbitten hands and said in a low voice, "If you're lucky enough to hunt a blood-claw mad dog, that beast's blood fangs are very valuable. I'll buy them at a high price." As he spoke, his expression suddenly became serious. "If you encounter blood mosquitoes, remember to run for your life. Those damned blood mosquitoes always appear in swarms." Lin Chen nodded seriously, keeping the pass close to him. "Thanks for the reminder." As he crossed the iron gate engraved with defensive runes, the biting, cold wind hit him. This was the brutal northern battlefield. Not long after Lin Chen's figure disappeared into the wind and snow, a man wrapped in a snow wolf fur coat slipped into a fortress in Area F. He shook off the frost covering him and knelt on one knee to report, "Young Master Xiao, I have found Lin Chen's trail." That kid actually came to the Northern Territory alone. By the bronze brazier, Lu Xiao's wine cup cracked with a snap. He would never forget the humiliation of being expelled from school that day, all thanks to Lin Chen, and now, relying on family connections, he had finally managed to become the captain of a scattered troop in the north, commanding over 20 elite assassins from the Lu family. "Are you sure it's just him?" Lu Xiao's eyes glinted with blood. "The Sanyan battle team always operates in groups of 5. Absolutely certain," the man lowered his voice. "I even confirmed it with the guards at the F district outpost. It's just him." Lu Xiao suddenly laughed nervously. How he wished he could lead a team to surround and kill that bastard right now. But reason quickly suppressed his impulse. This was not the academy arena. It was the front line of the north, where military law was as solid as a mountain. The iron rule of executing those who harmed their own kin on the spot was something no one dared to touch. "Keep a close watch on him." Lu Xiao clenched his fist tightly, his face twisted with rage. "Remember, if there's no absolute certainty, do not act. Once we act, Lin Chen must die." Understood. They were all too aware of the rules here. If they couldn't ensure Lin Chen's death with 100% certainty, it would be the entire Lu family that would be overturned. Chapter 125. The Killing Feast officially begins. In the wind and snow, Lin Chen rode his undead warhorse, gradually delving deeper into the North's F district. Ahead, dozens of steel fortresses lay sprawled across the snowy plains like giant beasts, each fortress covered with thick layers of ice armor. These buildings, half buried underground, were not only temporary shelters for the soldiers but also rare rest points for frontline warriors. As he approached one of the fortresses, steam was billowing from the ventilation openings. At the entrance stood a petite figure wrapped in a white snow bear skin, with only a pair of lively apricot eyes visible. "Hey, are you new here?" The girl's voice was full of energy. "Come in and warm up before heading out on your mission. The special rations in the north are free." Lin Chen lifted the heavy cold-resistant curtain, and the aroma of meat soup hit him, making him swallow hard. Inside the simple fortress was actually a canteen, with soldiers sitting at several alloy long tables in small groups. The girl quickly served a large bowl of steaming meat soup, which contained a big piece of bone-in beast meat. "Why are you all alone?" The girl lowered her voice suddenly as she handed him a flatbread. "Things have been quite unstable in F district lately. Many soldiers have sacrificed." Seeing Lin Chen just smile, she turned and handed him several sealed meal boxes. "This is the last supply station. Take these to eat on the way." Lin Chen noticed the girl's fingers were red from the cold, covered in wounds, which made him feel pain just looking at them. The cold in the north was indeed extraordinary. He estimated it must be at least minus 60 degrees Celsius. If it weren't for his vigorous blood, any non-martial artist would not be able to withstand it. Lin Chen did not decline, directly accepting the meal boxes and saying, "Thank you." As he turned, he quietly slipped a high-grade blood essence stone into the girl's hand. The girl felt a warmth in her hand and was about to refuse when she realized Lin Chen had already walked far away. She also understood that such a precious high-grade blood essence stone, once discovered by others, would surely bring unnecessary trouble. In the wind and snow, Lin Chen's footsteps suddenly paused. In fact, he had long sensed someone was following him. Currently, his enemies were nothing more than the Lu family and the Shin family. But the Shin family didn't have the guts, so the one following him could only be from the Lu family. If the other party dared to act, he would not hold back and would definitely eliminate them. Even daring to follow me into the war zone, they shouldn't expect to leave alive. Lin Chen's gaze turned cold as he used his authority to check Lu Xiao's information, and sure enough, he found it. Lu Xiao, what a narrow road for enemies. Just right. He deliberately walked towards the canyon marked as high risk, where the blood crocodile lizards' nests were located, with at least 50-liter-level blood crocodile lizards active. Since the other party dared to follow, this blood-red canyon would be their grave. Lin Chen remained highly vigilant towards Lu Xiao. In terms of strength, he felt no fear, but when it came to cunning and treachery, Lu Xiao was undoubtedly a master. 30 minutes later, Lin Chen arrived at the Blood Crocodile Lizard Canyon in the North's F district. He summoned Big Mouth and Plague Brother to clear the way ahead, with the two-headed ogre closely following. Although Lin Chen planned to hone his skills as a martial artist, he didn't dare to let his guard down in the face of unknown dangers. Of course, even if he encountered some tricky situations, he had a trump card in hand to save his life. However, the figure behind him still shadowed him closely, following tightly. As soon as Lin Chen stepped into the Blood Crocodile Lizard Canyon, he sensed something unusual. The originally bone-chilling cold wind suddenly stopped, and the temperature began to rise ominously. Deep in the canyon, several pools of crimson blood were bubbling, steaming ominously. Interesting. Lin Chen caught a glimpse of the dark figure behind him entering the canyon as well. He deliberately slowed his pace, making some noise, successfully waking the 7 blood crocodile lizards that were sleeping by the blood pools. These 5-meter-long monsters instantly opened their amber vertical pupils, exuding a fierce aura. The The pursuer behind him hesitated for a moment but quickly gritted his teeth and followed. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly, revealing a barely noticeable smile. Suddenly he activated the teleportation dagger. A flash of silver light, and his figure had already appeared at the entrance of the canyon 100 meters away. Meanwhile, the enraged group of blood crocodile lizards was now surrounding the Lu family's death warriors, letting out deep roars. Roar! The death warrior's face turned pale in an instant. He had originally wanted to see how Lin Chen would die in this canyon to report back. Instead, he became the target of the attack. Lin Chen remained calm, standing at the canyon's mouth, secretly thinking, since you dared to follow, you might as well experience the might of the blood crocodile lizards. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the canyon, then abruptly stopped. Lin Chen didn't even lift his eyelids, his figure darting out like a ghost. Boom! The savage martial artist's blood energy erupted completely, surrounding him with a red aura. The phantom clone blade drew 7 afterimages in the air, and before the vertical pupil of the foremost blood crocodile lizard could even contract, its head was already soaring high. Good warm-up. Lin Chen flicked the blood droplets off the blade. The mid-tier beast of the commander level could no longer withstand 3 moves under his hands. The surging blood energy within him made every strike carry the sound of wind and thunder, and the enhancement effect of the blood crystal stone far exceeded expectations. Gurgle, gurgle. The blood pool suddenly boiled violently, and more blood crocodile lizards crawled out of the surface. The merit recorder on his identity plate was rapidly jumping, continuously recording his kill information. Lin Chen grinned and raised his hand to summon Big Mouth, Plague Brother. The 2 ghoul commanders suddenly descended, and the slaughter feast officially began. Big Mouth and Plague Brother restrained a large number of blood crocodile lizards, while Lin Chen moved like a tiger among sheep, precisely harvesting the lives of the beasts with every strike. In the blood crocodile lizard canyon, time flew by in the midst of slaughter. Lin Chen was having a blast. His phantom clone blade had already turned dark red, and with every flash of cold light, a blood crocodile lizard would crash to the ground. Big Mouth and Plague Brother mainly focused on restraining, while Lin Chen treated the blood crocodile lizards as practice for experience. The entire canyon was already littered with corpses. Meanwhile, the merit giant screen in the central square of the Northern District F suddenly flickered. Blood crocodile lizard canyon extermination task completion. 29% kill count. 391. Hiss. The hot tea in Xie Yong's hand spilled half of it. He stared wide-eyed at the screen. Which team is so fierce? Exterminating the entire canyon in a single day? Another guard quickly pulled up the data beside him. The system shows it's the Tsangyan team. Impossible. The bearded guard squeezed over. The main force of the Tsangyan team should be clearing the snow demon apes lair. He suddenly froze. Wait, it can't be that lone kid, right? The square erupted in an uproar. 391 commander-level exotic beasts. Even seasoned teams would pay a heavy price for that. And now, this number was still increasing. Chapter 126. There's no helping it, it's just that strong. Deep in the blood pool, Lin Chen was completely unaware of this. He was immersed in the thrill of battle, feeling his movements becoming increasingly agile and his strength more precisely controlled. The area of North District F was neither too big nor too small. Lin Chen's feats in the canyon had spread like wildfire, and the news quickly reached Lu Xiao's ears. Useless. They're all a bunch of useless fools. Lu Xiao fumed, slamming his hand on the table. Not only did they lose track of the person, but they also let Lin Chen steal the spotlight. Many guards and other team leaders were discussing it privately. How come I've never heard of this Lin Chen before? A guard asked. Puzzled. Those who come out of the Capital Lord Academy are all prodigies, and the Tsangyan battle team is the cream of the crop, so it's only natural, someone replied, looking smug. Last week, I took 5 brothers and fought tooth and nail just to barely take down 21 blood crocodile lizards. And this kid, he single-handedly wiped out an entire nest of them? A burly warrior's eyes widened in disbelief, his face filled with resentment. It's insane. To kill so many blood crocodile lizards alone, how much merit must he have accumulated? I'm genuinely envious. A young team member's eyes were filled with envy. For most warrior-level leaders, they wouldn't dare to challenge commander-level exotic beasts alone. Even when the team mobilized, they wouldn't dare to provoke these troublesome creatures on a large scale. Lin Chen's astonishing achievements made those people extremely envious. After all, blood crocodile lizards were not easy to deal with. They were notoriously tough. Soon, everyone began to inquire about this suddenly emerged fierce character. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The weather in the north was complex and changeable. The number of blood crocodile lizards in the canyon was dwindling, and Lin Chen felt that warming up here was no longer satisfying. It was time to find another place to continue honing himself. During these 7 days, he practiced diligently every day, his fist techniques reaching a level of perfection, each punch accompanied by a whooshing sound, powerful and fierce. His phantom blade technique was even more extraordinary, with flashes of blade light that seemed to dance with countless phantoms. The savage martial artist is indeed as formidable as this. Lin Chen was very satisfied with his growth, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his face. He quickly set his sights on the blood claw mad dogs. These blood claw mad dogs typically appeared in the wilderness of North District F. They not only traveled in packs but also became extremely aggressive when they went wild. At this moment, a group of blood claw mad dogs was prowling in the wilderness of District F, constantly approaching the northern border. Lin Chen decisively charged forward, knife in his left hand and fist in his right, his momentum like a rainbow. Thud. With each dull thud, blood splattered. With every blood claw mad dog he killed, Lin Chen collected its blood fangs. Seems like there's not much difficulty. Lin Chen muttered to himself, looking relaxed. He collected these blood fangs purely to throw others off the scent. After all, if he didn't even want the blood fangs, it would be a waste on this northern battlefield and far too unusual. Although he had more gold coins than he could spend, he still couldn't act too ostentatiously to avoid unnecessary trouble. Moreover, clearing these blood claw mad dogs was already on his task list. As each blood fang was added to his bag, his merit points skyrocketed like a rocket, reaching new heights. With Big Mouth and Plague Brother helping him control the situation, there was simply no other way. They were that strong. After taking down a large number of blood claw mad dogs, Lin Chen found a temporary fortress to rest. Now, while my fist techniques have reached a certain level, they can only barely be considered minor accomplishments. My blade techniques, however, have progressed rapidly. Lin Chen sat in the fortress, wiping his weapons while secretly lamenting. The path of a martial artist is like this. Only through the baptism of blood and by crawling and rolling in constant battles can one's strength be enhanced. Of course, along the way, Lin Chen had encountered countless dangers. One must know that when a large group of exotic beasts surge like a tide, even an experienced team might not withstand it. Fortunately, he had Big Mouth and Plague Brother, two fierce warriors by his side. Time and again, they pushed Lin Chen to the edge of his limits. This not only provided him with ample training but also prevented him from falling into a real deadlock. It must be said that Lin Chen's method of self-improvement was something other lords simply couldn't replicate, nor did they have the courage to try. After all, aside from the teleportation dagger, Lin Chen had various life-saving trump cards like the invincible potion. That was his confidence. After more than 10 days of fighting, Lin Chen's phantom blade technique finally broke through to the mastery level. This technique is indeed profound. Just as he finished his exclamation, a prompt suddenly rang in his mind. Phantom blade technique level up. Phantom clone duration extended to 1 hour. It can be like this? Lin Chen's eyes lit up. This meant that there was still room for improvement in the duration of his clone. Over these 10 days, Lin Chen tirelessly slaughtered over 1,000 bloodclaw mad dogs, a feat that even many elite teams would find hard to match. Such results were entirely thanks to the cooperation of Big Mouth and Plague Brother. One provoked and taunted, while the other controlled the battlefield, perfectly grasping the rhythm. This allowed him to focus on honing his blade technique while feeling completely at ease. That's enough. Let's head back. Lin Chen let out a long breath. He could clearly feel that his current state seemed to have reached a bottleneck, and staying here any longer would likely yield no greater breakthroughs. On the way back to the base, Lin Chen inadvertently caught sight of a familiar figure. He focused and realized it was Luo Mengqi, a classmate from the Jiangqing Lord Academy. What was she doing in this perilous northern battlefield? He noticed that 3 others were with her. The 4 of them looked panicked, stumbling as they desperately fled for their lives. Buzz buzz buzz. Lin Chen frowned, thinking to himself that it was bad news. It was the blood demon mosquitoes. Looking up, he saw a dark mass ahead, like a storm cloud approaching. It was the terrifying tide of blood demon mosquitoes. Watching the 4 of them in such a sorry state, their faces filled with fear, Lin Chen's mouth twitched. The sheer number of blood demon mosquitoes was overwhelming, dense and boundless, as if they were going to cover the entire sky. Given his current condition, aside from using the invincible potion, it seemed there was really no other way to escape unscathed. Escape? His figure flickered, and the silver light of the teleportation dagger flashed. But if he just ran away like this, it felt wrong to abandon them. Luo Mengqi's innocent and lovely smile flashed through his mind. Lin Chen's eyes sharpened. Damn it, let's fight. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned back like a ghost. At this moment, Luo Mengqi's legs felt weak, and the buzzing sound behind her grew closer. She turned around in panic, only to see the dark mass of blood demon mosquitoes was less than 100 meters away. It's over. Her voice trembled. Why hasn't the support from Zone F arrived yet? Her teammate looked ashen. This time, we're really done for. Luo Mengqi's face was filled with unwillingness. As a rising star of the academy, she never expected her first outing for training would lead to such a dire situation. The buzzing of the blood demon mosquitoes was almost right in her ear. I can't hold on much longer. Chapter 127, Today's Casualty List. Let's fight them. The 4 stood back to back, ready to make a desperate stand. Although they knew they couldn't outrun the blood demon mosquitoes, as long as they could hold on until rescue, there was still a glimmer of hope. Hold on a little longer. A tall man roared as he raised a protective shield, just as the swarm of blood demon mosquitoes was about to engulf them. Big oaf, little demon, meteor fire rain. With Lin Chen's thunderous shout, in an instant, the sky ignited, a mass of crimson fire clouds rapidly forming above the swarm. Boom boom boom. Countless burning fireballs rained down like a torrential downpour, each one exploding into a shower of sparks upon contact with the mosquito swarm. Little Demon also spewed forth scorching flames. The dark mass of Blood Demon mosquitoes was instantly engulfed in a sea of fire, emitting crackling explosion sounds. The smell of charred flesh filled the air, and clusters of mosquito corpses fell like rain. Seeing this sudden rescue, Luo Mingqi and the others stood frozen in place, their faces filled with shock. Luo Mingqi widened her eyes, her voice trembling. Lin Chen? How could it be you? What a coincidence! Lin Chen smiled faintly. The other 3 team members were dumbfounded. The most beautiful female team member quietly tugged at Luo Mingqi's sleeve. Mingqi, is this your friend? Yes. Luo Mingqi's ears turned slightly red. He is a legendary figure from our academy. Thank you, Lin Chen. Lin Chen waved his hand, just a casual help. His gaze swept over the distant gathering swarm of blood mosquitoes. Now is not the time for reminiscing. The two-headed ogre had just finished clearing the first wave of blood mosquitoes when a sharp buzzing sound filled the air. Amidst the harsh sound of electricity, a pitch-black electromagnetic armored vehicle sped towards them, its electromagnetic cannon on the roof continuously emitting blue-white arcs of electricity. It's the electromagnetic guard vehicle from Zone F. Luo Mingqi's teammate shouted excitedly. Lin Chen quickly recalled the two-headed ogre and looked up. He saw that with each shot from the electromagnetic cannon, clusters of blood mosquitoes twitched and fell. The air was charged with electricity. The remaining swarm of mosquitoes immediately scattered in panic. This equipment is impressive. Lin Chen sighed inwardly. It seemed that the northern battlefield was also using high-tech to deal with the beasts. At that moment, the armored vehicle's loudspeaker blared, "All team members, evacuate immediately. The blood mosquito tide is entering the outbreak phase. Repeat, evacuate immediately." Once the group escaped the danger zone, they finally let out a long sigh of relief. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have survived the first wave. Luo Mingqi patted her chest, her face still a bit pale. The beautiful female team member leaned closer to Luo Mingqi and whispered, "Mingqi, which academy is this alumnus from?" Him. Luo Mingqi looked at Lin Chen's tall figure and said softly, "I only know he was specially recruited by the Kyoto Lord Academy as a genius." Kyoto Lord Academy? The female team member exclaimed, "Isn't that several levels above our academy?" Luo Mingqi mustered her courage to catch up. "Lin Chen, thank you so much today. It was just a small effort." Lin Chen smiled and waved his hand again. Luo Mingqi suddenly remembered something and quickly introduced, "By the way, these are my teammates, Li Muxue, Wang Zhan, and Chen Hao." Li Muxue's eyes widened suddenly. "Wait, Lin Chen? You can't be the Lin Chen from the Sanyan battle team, right?" "Sanyan battle team?" Wang Zhan exclaimed, "Isn't that the invincible warrior who soloed the Blood Crocodile Lizard Canyon?" Chen Hao also gasped, his eyes wide, "I knew you were amazing." Lin Chen touched his nose, humbly smiling, "It's not that exaggerated, I just got lucky." The group slowly returned along the safe route. Luo Mingqi and Li Muxue, both newcomers on their first expedition, flitted around Lin Chen like two curious sparrows, chattering away. Lin Chen, Li Muxue's eyes sparkled. "How are you so amazing?" Luo Mingqi couldn't help but exclaim, "You aren't even afraid of the blood mosquitoes." "Lin Chen, take us with you." When they returned to the fortress's safe zone, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. After all, Li Muxue was tall and graceful, with exquisite features and outstanding temperament, every move drawing eyes. Luo Mingqi was sweet and cute, her big eyes lively and expressive, also catching the attention of many. Xia Yong recognized Lin Chen at a glance, and rushed over in 3 steps, giving his shoulder a heavy pat. "Ha ha ha, I knew those mosquitoes couldn't do anything to you, kid." He laughed heartily, but his eyes kept darting to Lin Chen's waist. The teeth of the blood claw mad dog. Lin Chen casually tossed a bulging cloth bag. The bag landed on the table with a dull thud, its opening loosening, to reveal a pile of blood-red fangs stacked like a small mountain inside. This must be over 1,000, right?" Xia Yong's voice changed pitch, his fingers trembling as he poked at the canine teeth. "Did you wipe out the entire mad dog nest?" Around them, a collective gasp filled the air. Several team members who were exchanging tasks stared, wide-eyed. They fought tooth and nail, only managing to collect 100 or so in a week. Who on earth is this kid? Soon, an alarm echoed throughout the fortress, the latest battle report plunging the entire safe zone into silence. Today's casualty list. The mechanical voice was devoid of emotion, as one familiar or unfamiliar name after another was ruthlessly announced. In a corner, a soldier completely broke down. His eyes were bloodshot as he slammed his fist into the ground. Just this morning, his brother had been shoulder to shoulder with him, laughing and dreaming of safely returning home after completing their mission. But now, he couldn't even leave behind a corpse. Even more terrifying was the subsequent report. Besides the blood demon mosquitoes, the northern region had also seen the emergence of the 1,000 whipworms, which should not have appeared on the front lines. The 1,000 whipworm, a terrifying beast that can parasitize the human body, has a peculiar structure. Once it wraps around you, it's like being possessed by a demon, gradually losing oneself and ultimately going berserk and dying. And now, a battle sovereign's life had been claimed by the 1,000 whipworm. Yes, even a battle sovereign lord had died. Even the battle sovereign couldn't hold them off. Li Mushuai covered her mouth, her pretty face pale. It was only then that she realized how lucky she was. Lin Chen stared at the ever-expanding red area on the holographic map, his brows furrowing deeper. These anomalies were no coincidence. Legends say that the 1,000 whipworms usually only operate in the third layer of the abyss, yet they now appeared on the northern front. It seems like a storm is brewing, he muttered to himself. Chapter 128, Are the Fong and Su families short of this little money? Boom! The sky over the northern region suddenly changed color, fist-sized hailstones pummeling the steel fortress with loud thuds. Lin Chen stood by the window, gazing at the sky outside, his frown deepening. The situation on the northern battlefield was far more complicated than he had imagined. Suddenly, a communication message popped up. Su Jiaojiao, Nie Shuang Shuang, and Fang Qing all sent messages at the same time. Lin Chen, are you okay? Lin Chen, you need to be safe. Senior Lin Chen, I'm coming to find you. Looking at these messages of concern, Lin Chen felt warmth in his heart. In this era where lives are as cheap as grass, it's nice to know someone cares. This time, the blood demon mosquito tide had alarmed the higher-ups in the capital. It was said that the fallen battle sovereign was a genius from a prominent family. In the rest area, survivors were discussing fervently, these damned mosquitoes, I'm the only one left in our team. A blood-soaked soldier pounded the wall fiercely. I heard this is still a small-scale event. That massive mosquito tide 7 years ago directly devoured 3 entire divisions. An old soldier trembled as he recalled. The most terrifying are those 1,000 worms. They can even penetrate the protective aura of a battle sovereign, making them nearly impossible to defend against. Someone lowered their voice. The invasion of the beasts put the survival of humanity in jeopardy. This was not just a clash of civilizations, but a life-and-death battle for the survival of the race. Through conversations with other soldiers, Lin Chen gradually learned about the types of beasts. It turned out that besides bloodthirsty beasts, spiked beasts, and splitting beasts, there were also fungal beasts, primitive organisms, and even unknown creatures from other realms. They varied in form and possessed bizarre abilities. Yet they all shared a common trait, a penchant for killing. Bloodthirsty types survive by devouring vital blood. Spiked types are covered in toxic bone spines, boasting incredible defense. Splitting types can reproduce infinitely, making them impossible to eradicate. Fungal types can parasitize the human body and even control corpses. Currently, the 1,000 whipworm is temporarily classified as a type of fungal aberration. In the face of these alien invasions, humanity appears so isolated and helpless. Of course, before the human race, many civilizations and species had already been exterminated by them. It can be said that humanity's greatest threat comes from these aberrations. For survival, the warriors on the border battlefield fight fiercely without fear of death. An old soldier with a severed arm took a swig of strong liquor. Behind us is our homeland. Either we die in battle, or we wait to be exterminated. There is no third option. Hearing these words, Lin Chen felt a deep resonance, for the first time truly experiencing the brutality of the invasion war. In the past, in the academy, the invasion of aberrations was merely a concept in textbooks. Now witnessing it firsthand, he finally understood what true life and death meant. So the situation is this dire, he murmured. One can imagine that once the divine land defense line falls, what awaits humanity will be a hell on earth. Loved ones turned into food for aberrations, homes transformed into breeding grounds for alien races. No, my strength is still insufficient. Lin Chen clenched his fists. My current strength can barely protect myself. I cannot safeguard those around me at all. Boom! A hailstone the size of a human head crashed down in front of Lin Chen. His gaze sharpened, remaining motionless, instead slowly extending his palm. Snap! Another hailstone landed precisely in his palm. The bone-chilling cold spread instantly, but what Lin Chen focused on was the power contained within. The acceleration during the fall. The destructive force upon impact. Wasn't this the essence of power that martial artists pursued? He closed his eyes and concentrated, feeling the blood and energy within him resonate. The hailstone gradually melted in his palm, but the residual force of the impact was quietly comprehended by him. So that's how it is. Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes and punched out with his right fist. A simple straight punch caused the hailstones ahead to explode in midair. This was the true bull's breakthrough, transforming the power of heaven and earth for his own use. A night passed, and the hail outside finally stopped. The sky in the northern border was shrouded in a pure snowy hue. The snow scene was beautiful, as if the bloodshed and brutality of yesterday were now covered by this pristine white snow. Lin Chen stood atop the fortress, slowly retracting his fist. After a night of contemplating the force of the hail, he finally broke through his bottleneck, and the bull's breakthrough fist became fully realized. His blood and energy flowed naturally throughout his body. There was no need to exert force deliberately. Every muscle remembered that great power of heaven and earth. Now, even without relying on summoning his subjects, he could stand toe-to-toe with the peak warriors of the War Kings using just his fists. Due to the sudden change in the situation in the northern border, the command center issued an emergency evacuation order. You must take care. Luo Mingqi waved with red-rimmed eyes, and Li Muxue looked at Lin Chen with reluctance. Lin Chen stood before the teleportation array, taking one last look at the battlefield covered in ice and snow. These past 10 days of life and death training had given him a new understanding of the path of martial artists. Blood and energy like a dragon, the intent of the fist reaching profound depths. But to truly change the course of this war, his current strength was still far from enough. It's time to go back. He stepped into the teleportation array, holding a piece of ice and snow in his palm. In the Lord's Academy of the capital, Lin Chen's villa was brightly lit. Lin Chen. Su Jiaojia was the first to rush in, grabbing his collar with both hands to check him up and down. I heard the 1,000 whipworm appeared in the northern border, and I almost rushed over to find you. Fang Qingsnow leaned against the doorframe with her arms crossed, snorting coldly. You all eat, I have no appetite. Nia Shuangshuang watched this scene, shaking her head with a light laugh. Lin Chen, the cavalry team can't stop praising your performance. This time, you've really brought honor to our Sangyan battle team. She handed over a cup of hot tea, cleverly separating Su Jiaojiao, who was about to stick to Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled faintly, looking at the three outstanding girls. How could he not understand their thoughts? However, in this stormy world, some windows should not be easily broken. He quickly changed the subject. Su, how is the deep-sea giant beast you mentioned last time? Have you managed to tame it? Qingxue, once I finish this busy period, I'll accompany you home for dinner. Finally, he turned to Nia Shuangshuang. By the way, Nia classmate, I heard you have your eye on a rare Fire Phoenix battle armor? Ding! Nia Shuangshuang's account suddenly received a transfer notification, and when she saw the amount, her finger trembled. 5 million gold coins? Lin Chen, you just take it for now. That set of equipment is perfect for you. Enhancing your strength is the priority. Lin Chen waved his hand nonchalantly. Nia Shuangshuang bit her lip, her pretty face flushed. Then consider it a loan from you. I want one too. Fang Qingxue suddenly tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve. And me. Su Jiaojiao directly jumped over to hug his arm. Lin Chen smiled wryly. Do you really need this little money from the Fang and Su families? Chapter 129. Don't be the third party. Seeing such a huge sum, Nia Shuangshuang's expression was complicated. As the eldest daughter in her family, she understood what this money meant. Her two younger brothers were in urgent need of cultivation resources, and her parents were struggling under the burden. Lin Chen, I really thank you. Her voice was a bit choked, but she saw Lin Chen yawning as he walked upstairs. I have special training tomorrow morning, so I want to sleep early. 5 million was nothing to Lin Chen now. It was just a drop in the bucket. Looking at Nia Shuangshuang's reddened eyes, he felt that if he could help, he should. As dawn broke, Lin Chen's figure had already appeared on the training ground. Boom! A powerful bull-breaking heaven fist struck out, the punch's wind tearing through the air. Not bad. Then he began practicing his sword techniques. A slash fell, and the blade emitted a faint aura of death, suddenly recalling the fifth sovereign's warning. He quickly reined in the restless necromantic energy on the blade. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he tried not to cast necromancy spells. Fortunately, holy light spells could be cast freely. This is good too, Lin Chen murmured to himself. I also want to see how far I can go on the pure martial artist path. As a dual-class lord, the martial artist could strengthen his body, while the holy light mage could enhance his mental power. The combination of these two professions might break through the shackles of traditional cultivation. With a thought, the blood and holy light imprint within him flowed simultaneously. His right fist glowed with a golden aura, and when he struck, it actually left a burning mark of holy light in the air. This unique energy fusion was something Lin Chen was trying for the first time. Looks like I should go to the Martial Artist Association for a comprehensive evaluation, Lin Chen said as he retracted his fist. He was eager to know what level he had reached now. Today was free training, so Lin Chen changed into a new outfit and headed straight for the Kyoto Martial Artist Association. Look, that's Lin Chen. As he reached the academy entrance, passing students suddenly lowered their voices. I heard he single-handedly fought his way back from the north. He's really impressive. Outside the school gate, Yao Kong spotted Lin Chen and jogged over. Brother Lin. He scratched his head, looking apologetic. Sorry, my sister absolutely wouldn't let me go to the north. Luckily, I didn't go. I heard many students sacrifice themselves. Your sister was right. Lin Chen smiled. Let's go. Yao Kong threw an arm around his shoulder, raising his voice by an octave. Drunken immortal tower. Today I'm treating this north hero should at least give us a face, right? Lin Chen glanced at the time. He was just a bit hungry. After all, he hadn't had a proper meal in a long time. These days, he had either been gnawing on dry rations or eating military food. It was indeed time for a normal meal. Then I'll take you up on that, he readily agreed. As for the evaluation at the Martial Artist Association, he could discuss it after dinner. Upon hearing Lin Chen's agreement, Yao Kong was instantly excited. He quickly waved to a few people not far away. Hey guys, come over. He threw an arm around Lin Chen's shoulder, raising his voice even higher. Let me introduce you all. This is my neighbor and teammate, Lin Chen. What? A bespectacled boy looked astonished. Is he the one who just returned from the north in one piece? Nearby, an elegantly dressed girl directly covered her mouth. Oh my gosh. I just finished reading your battle report yesterday. It was so cool. Lin Chen smiled faintly and Yao Kong excitedly pushed everyone outside. Let's go, we'll eat and chat. Today, Brother Lin must tell us about the north. On the second floor of the Drunken Immortal building, the hall was extravagantly luxurious. As soon as Lin Chen stepped onto the stairs, he saw Shin Tuao holding a pure-looking beauty and pouring her drinks. The moment their eyes met, Shin Tuao clearly froze. Huang Jun, standing beside him, quickly tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Ao Xiao, don't be impulsive." Shin Tuao slammed his wine glass down on the table, splashing the drink all over the beauty. The girl thought she hadn't served him well and was about to act cute to apologize. But then, she saw the usually arrogant young master Shin Tu, whose face turned as pale as if he had seen a ghost. Lin Chen merely glanced at him and followed Yao Kong towards the reserved private room. Shin Tuao stared intently at Lin Chen's back, suppressing his voice as he said, "Damn it, this calamity. Why is he here at my family's restaurant?" Ever since the Lu family targeted Lin Chen and suffered a heavy blow, the entire Shin Tu family had been on high alert. That night when Lu Xiao was expelled from school, his father Shin Tu-ju held an emergency family meeting and warned everyone face to face. Anyone who provoked Lin Chen again would be kicked out of the Shin Tu family. Huang Jun leaned over and said, "Ao Xiao, do you want to?" Shen Tu Ao slapped Huang Jun on the back of the head. "Get lost. Pretend you didn't see anything." Just then, the restaurant's main door was suddenly pushed open with a bang. Su Pengpeng rushed in, his face flushed, glaring at the girl in Shin Tu-ao's arms. "Shui jia jia." His voice trembled. "You said you wanted to focus on training and broke up with me, only to be with this spoiled rich kid?" Shin Tu-ao was taken aback for a moment, then revealed a playful smile. He deliberately groped Shui Jiajia's chest, causing her to let out a soft protest. "Oh, isn't this the young master of the Su family? I heard your Su family even mortgaged the land?" Huang Jun immediately chimed in, his face full of sarcasm. "Peng Xiao, you used to rely on your family background to bully others, and I didn't say anything, but now you still dare to be so arrogant?" Su Peng clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. 3 months ago, his father was schemed against and their century-old family business was ruined. Now he was being publicly humiliated with a green hat on his head. Shin Tu-ao suddenly pulled out a gold coin card and slammed it on the table. "How about this? I'm in a good mood today. If you kneel down and bark like a dog 3 times, this 500,000 gold coins on the card will be yours. Of course, I'm doing this because Jejia is keeping me comfortable." The entire second floor fell silent. Many people began to secretly watch the drama unfold. Shin Tu-ao. Su Peng's eyes turned red, his blood boiling. Shui Jejia was his first love, and now she was being humiliated in public, which made him completely lose his reason. "I'll fight you." With a roar, Su Pengpeng raised his hand and summoned a wild thorn boar. The giant beast, covered in poisonous spikes, flipped over the surrounding tables and chairs as it appeared. "Impudent!" Shin Tu-ao slammed the table and stood up. "Dare to run wild on my Shin Tu family's territory?" Before he finished speaking, a shadow suddenly flashed. The Shin Tu family's guard, holding a long spear crackling with lightning, instantly pierced through the wild thorn boar's head. It didn't even have time to let out a cry before it crashed to the ground. "Waste him," Shin Tu-ao ordered with a sinister smile. The guards immediately pinned Su Peng to the ground. Just as they were about to strike, bang! A golden fist wind suddenly rushed in, sending the guard flying like a kite with a broken string. Lin Chen shook the water droplets off his hand. He had just been to the restroom and saw Su Pengpeng being bullied. He had a decent impression of the guy. Moreover, he was planning to give Shin Tu-ao a taste of his own medicine. Can't even eat in peace. He glanced at the boar's corpse on the ground, his gaze growing colder. At this moment, many dining guests were startled. Yao Kong and the others also came out. "Brother Lin, this is..." When they saw Shin Tu-ao, their hearts sank. After all, the power of the Shin Tu family is not to be trifled with. In the capital, Shin Tu-ao stood there, somewhat at a loss for how to handle the situation. He never expected Lin Chen to stand up for Su Pengpeng. He couldn't gauge the depth of their relationship either. At that moment, Lin Chen took the initiative to speak. "Shin Tu-ao, didn't your father teach you not to be a third party?" Hearing this, Su Pengpeng was so aggrieved that she was on the verge of tears. "Brother Lin." Lin Chen smiled faintly, casually, patting Su Pengpeng's shoulder. "It's not worth it for a woman like that." At this time, Huang Jun quickly stepped forward with a forced smile. "Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. It's that woman Shui Jejia who keeps pestering our young master Ao." As he spoke, he shot a meaningful glance at Shin Tu-ao. Shin Tu-ao immediately understood and pushed Shui Jejia away from him. "Get lost. So you're this kind of promiscuous woman." Shui Jejia stumbled and fell to the ground, her exquisite makeup ruined. She looked incredulous. "Young Master Ao, it was clearly you in the changing room yesterday." "Shameless, shut up." Shin Tu-ao kicked over a chair. "Today is just a misunderstanding. Let's forget about it. You don't need to compensate for the losses of the Shin Tu family. By the way, all of today's expenses are on the house." After saying that, he forced out a smile that was more painful than crying, trying to find a way to save face. Around them, the onlookers exchanged glances. Who was this young man that could make the young master of the Shinto family lower his voice? Even the notorious playboy of the capital, Shinto Ao, had to tread carefully. Yao Kong and the others were dumbfounded. Although they knew Lin Chen was powerful, they didn't expect even the famous playboy of the capital would have to back down. Suddenly, Lin Chen blocked Shinto Ao's path. Stop, did I let you go? His voice was not loud, but it made Shinto Ao freeze in place. You killed Su Pengpeng's people, how will you compensate? Just as Shinto Ao was about to take out money for compensation, a cold laugh came from the staircase. Shinto Ao, when did you become so spineless? A hawk-nosed man slowly walked over, followed by a robust elder who was clearly a battle sovereign level expert. Young Master Fu. Upon seeing Fu Haoren, Shinto Ao straightened his back. The Fu family's influence in the capital was even stronger than the Shinto family's. Fu Haoren walked straight up to Xue Zhezhe, lifting her chin with the tip of his shoe. This slut has decent looks and figure, clean her up and send her to my room. As he spoke, he deliberately flashed a provocative smile at Lin Chen and Su Pengpeng. Su Pengpeng trembled with anger, and Lin Chen's brows furrowed. He had intended to let Shinto Ao compensate and settle the matter, but now a more arrogant figure had appeared. Interesting. Lin Chen suddenly laughed. It seems the trash of the capital all like to gather together. Fu Haoren's expression changed drastically, and the battle sovereign behind him released a tremendous pressure. Dared to insult the young master. You're seeking death. The elder struck out with a palm, distorting the space itself. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, and he met the attack with the bull-breaking heaven fist. Boom! The shockwave exploded, and Lin Chen staggered back 3 steps, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He casually wiped away the blood, his face instead filled with excitement. Not bad. To be able to take a punch from a battle sovereign, he was quite satisfied. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled. If he wasn't mistaken, this elder from the Fu family was an elemental mage, a profession that relied heavily on mental power. Just as the Fu family's battle sovereign was about to strike again, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. The elder from the Fu family suddenly clutched his head in terror, realizing that his mental power was rapidly depleting. What kind of technique is this? The elder staggered. Young Master Haoren, run. This kid is not simple. Lin Chen's earlier technique was, of course, the resonance of the skeletal undead soulfire. In this situation, he had no choice but to summon the skeletal undead. Shinto Ao was terrified. When did Lin Chen become this strong? Even a battle sovereign was not in his eyes? This young brother. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a buzz cut suddenly stepped out from the crowd. He walked with steady steps, a righteous aura emanating from his brow. If I'm not mistaken, you are a martial artist? Lin Chen nodded. Indeed. Good. The middle-aged man laughed heartily and handed over a business card. I am Mo Jingxiong from the Kyoto Martial Artist Association. With your strength, you can definitely get certified as a martial artist in our association. Lin Chen glanced at Su Pengpeng beside him. Mo Jingxiong immediately understood. The association will coordinate this matter and ensure your friend receives fair treatment. Lin brother. Yao Kong hesitated to speak. You all continue eating. Lin Chen patted his shoulder and turned to Mo Jingxiong. Let's go to the association now. I also want to test my current level. As the two left, the entire Zui Xian Lu fell silent. Shen. Tu Ao slumped in his chair. Fu Haoren's expression was dark, but he did not explode immediately. Today, he had lost face for the Fu family. Upon arriving at the Kyoto Martial Artist Association, as soon as they entered the spacious and bright hall, a beautiful young girl approached them. Elder. Mo, you returned so quickly. Her voice was crisp and pleasant. Do you need me to prepare your favorite cloud mist tea? No need, young girl. Mo. Zhenxiong waved his hand with a smile. I'll first take this young brother for a comprehensive assessment. The girl curiously sized up Lin Chen. Elder. Mo was one of the 3 chief elders of the Martial Artist Association, and it was rare for him to personally accompany even the most talented heirs of various families. What was the background of this young man who looked only a few years older than her? Follow me. She suppressed her curiosity and led the way, occasionally stealing glances at Lin Chen. Lin Chen politely nodded, his gaze sweeping over the honor walls on both sides of the corridor, where the portraits of legendary martial artists from the Great Xia seemed to silently narrate the weight of martial arts heritage. The elevator went straight to the 9th floor, and as the doors opened, a vast training hall the size of a football field came into view, filled with various advanced testing equipment neatly arranged. On the left was the strength testing area, with a 10-meter-high alloy target gleaming coldly. On the right was the area for testing lord attributes, where a precise crystal matrix was in operation. In the center was a holographic simulated battlefield, with lifelike projections of virtual beasts. This was naturally used to test attack power. Just what I wanted. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly. These devices were far more advanced than those in the academy, perfect for assessing the results of his recent training. Mo Jingxiong patted his shoulder. Go ahead. Let me see how strong this little guy from the north is. Lin Chen flexed his wrist and walked straight to the nearest strength testing area. Let's test pure strength first. Chapter 131, The Second Law of the Wilderness. Blood Floating Pagoda. Lin Chen took a deep breath, his blood surging with excitement. He did not use any martial techniques, just a basic straight punch. Boom! The strength measuring stone trembled violently, and the protective array on its surface instantly lit up with a blinding red light. The value skyrocketed, finally stabilizing at 22.9 newtons. What? The recording board in the girl's hand almost fell to the ground. The power of Lin Chen's punch plunged the entire testing hall into a brief silence. According to the standards of the Martial Artists Association, 1 newton of force is approximately equal to 500 pounds. 22.9 newtons of force is equivalent to 11,500 pounds. This number had already surpassed the 10,000-pound limit of a peak battle king, and what was even more terrifying was that Lin Chen had not even used the most basic martial technique, merely a casual straight punch. Mo Zhengxiong's pupils slightly contracted. As a battle sovereign-level martial artist, he saw through it more clearly. Lin Chen's punch was casual, clearly indicating he had grasped a hint of the power of heaven and earth. Perfect force application. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This kid has actually touched the threshold of unity of heaven and man?" Lin Chen had anticipated this test result. If he had used the wild bull breaking heaven fist, he could have reached at least 30 newtons of force, which is 15,000 pounds. Quick, test your attack power. Mo Zhengxiong eagerly pointed to the holographic battlefield. Lin Chen stood firm in the simulation area, and before him, a 5-meter-tall saber-toothed tiger materialized. He pulled back his right fist, and as his energy surged, a simple yet powerful punch was unleashed. Buzz! The punch's wind roared, and the tiger's phantom instantly shattered. The numbers on the electronic screen jumped wildly, finally settling at 2980. Goodness! Mo Zhengxiong exclaimed, it's almost breaking the 3,000 barrier. This attack value was already comparable to that of a beginner battle sovereign, yet Lin Chen's realm was clearly still below that of a battle king. What a monstrous talent! As for the martial artist attribute test, Lin Chen had no intention of proceeding for now. Most martial artists had conventional vitality attributes, but he also understood that his situation was special. The dual attributes of holy light and undead brought by his dual profession would likely cause unnecessary commotion. Elder Mo. Let's skip the attribute test, Lin Chen said calmly. Mo Zhengxiong laughed heartily. Of course, your performance has exceeded my expectations. The certification process is complete. Here is your martial artist badge. He handed over a silver badge engraved with Lin Chen's name. This badge represented his automatic membership in the Kyoto Martial Artists Association. After the certification, Lin Chen felt quite pleased. At this moment, the hall of the Martial Artists Association was bustling with people. Lin Chen! Mo Zhengxiong suddenly called out to him, his eyes gleaming, I see your punches are fierce but lack technique. Do you not have suitable combat skills? Seeing Lin Chen smile without speaking, Mo Zhengxiong continued, with a silver badge, you can choose a B-level combat skill, but given your potential, I allow you to enter the A-level combat skill pavilion. Thank you, Elder Mo. Lin Chen expressed his gratitude with a fist salute. The girl with the surname Zhang's eyes widened in surprise. A-level combat skills were meant for peak battle kings and battle sovereign level martial artists. She quickly led the way. Please follow me. After passing through several large doors, an ancient hall appeared before them. Just as they reached the entrance of the combat skill pavilion, Lin Chen bumped into Su Tianhao, who was holding a combat skill book as he walked out. Their eyes met, and the air instantly froze. Lin Chen? Su Tianhao frowned. What are you doing here? Lin Chen was also taken aback. This guy, who was always on guard against him getting close to Su Jiajiao, turned out to be a martial artist too? I'm here to select combat skills, Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. Su Tianhao's gaze fell on the badge on Lin Chen's chest, and he suddenly sneered. Silver level? Did you come to the wrong place? Lin Chen pondered for a moment. As far as he knew, the badges of the Martial Artist Association were divided into Black Iron Badge, Warrior, Bronze Badge, Battle General, Silver Badge, Battle King, Gold Badge, Battle Sovereign, Platinum Badge, Battle Sect, Emerald Badge, Battle Emperor. When Jiang Xin took out the A-level combat skill exchange token, Su Tianhao's expression instantly fell. His mouth twitched a few times, and he finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. Even if you qualify to exchange for A-level combat skills, he leaned in close to Lin Chen's ear. Stay away from Jiaojiao. Lin Chen rolled his eyes in response. It was clearly Su Jiaojiao who was always clinging to him. This guy was simply unreasonable. Lin Chen, let's go inside. Jiang Xin suddenly smiled sweetly. After entering the combat skill hall, Lin Chen's gaze wandered among the floating A-level combat skill orbs. Each time he touched an orb, corresponding combat skill demonstrations and descriptions would appear in his mind. Mountain Crushing Fist, Flowing Cloud Hand, Ninefold Waves. Although they were all excellent combat skills, he still felt something was missing. Lin Chen withdrew his hand and asked, Jiang, are there any other combat skills? My name is Jiang Xin, and these are all very powerful combat skills. Jiang Xin's eyes widened. You're not satisfied with any of them? Lin Chen smiled without answering. Jiang Xin hesitated for a moment and lowered her voice. Actually, there are 3 S-level combat skills sealed on the underground 3rd floor. But the exchange conditions are very strict. How strict? Lin Chen became interested. Jiang Xin lowered her voice. It requires a lot of gold coins. Or completing designated tasks from the association. How many gold coins? Lin Chen hurriedly asked. Jiang Xinshan mysteriously raised a finger. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. 10 million? It's 1 billion gold coins. Jiang Xinshan stomped her foot in anger. Lin Chen remained calm and directly pulled out 10 purple crystal cards. Lead the way. When Jiang Xinshan saw these top-tier crystal cards, her legs went weak and she leaned against the wall. She had only intended to make a joke and teach this picky guy a lesson. Who would have thought Lin Chen was serious? I don't have the authority. To open it, I need to verify the funds first. She snatched the purple crystal cards and ran off, muttering to herself, it must be fake. Even many prestigious families might not be able to produce 1 billion gold coins all at once. 5 minutes later, Jiang Xinshan returned, her face flushed, followed by an old man. The old man looked deeply at Lin Chen, his eyes bright. This 1 billion gold coins was the lifeline the association urgently needed. Thinking of this, he directly opened the entrance to the underground 3rd level and personally led the way. Inside the secret chamber, 3 S-class battle technique orbs floated. Lin Chen nodded, they looked pretty good. In the end, he chose the technique called Blood Floating Pagoda Fist. This was an ancient battle technique specializing in strength and vitality, said to originate from the ancient barbarian tribes. Young friend has good eyesight. The white-haired old man nodded slightly. This is a battle technique of the ancient barbarian tribe, and cultivation requires using vitality as a guide, transforming into a blood-floating pagoda that fights the heavens and the earth. He had a meaningful expression. Unfortunately, in the past 300 years, only one person has cultivated it to a minor success. Young friend should be cautious. Lin Chen decisively reached out and touched the battle technique orb, and in an instant the barbarian bull bloodline within him began to boil. The orb transformed into countless runes flowing into his mind through his fingertips. He closed his eyes and looked inward, seeing those runes condensing into a 3-headed, 6-armed, blood-colored floating pagoda phantom in his sea of qi. Second law of the wilderness. Blood-floating pagoda. Lin Chen opened his eyes filled with excitement. This battle technique was simply tailor-made for him. Chapter 132, Why Don't You Marry My Sister? After purchasing the battle technique Blood Floating Pagoda Fist for a hefty sum, Lin Chen prepared to leave. Just as he stepped out of the Martial Master Association's door, Su Pengpeng hurried over. Lin Gu. His eyes were slightly red. If it weren't for you today, I would have definitely been ruined by that bastard Shin 2AO. Lin Chen patted his shoulder. No need to be polite, we're all on the same side. Su Pengpeng suddenly lowered his voice. By the way, my sister's birthday party is tonight. Do you have time? Looking at the expectant gaze of the other person, and since he had nothing else to do, Lin Chen readily agreed. Of course, I have time. In fact, this birthday party was the last test for the Su family. They had invited many celebrities, and if they could take this opportunity to revitalize the family, perhaps they could overcome this crisis. As night fell, the city of Kyoto was ablaze with lights. Su Pengpeng arranged a special car for Lin Chen. The vehicle smoothly stopped in front of the Shanghai Hotel. Outside the crystal revolving door, various top luxury cars lined up in a long queue. There were the Mao family's Thunder Car series, the Wang family's Cloud Boat vehicles, and even a few military armored cars. Quite a spectacle, Lin Chen thought to himself. It seemed that even a dead camel is bigger than a horse. Although the Su family had fallen on hard times, their foundation still remained. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. In the hotel lobby, a familiar figure caught his eye. It was Lu Wenlong, the enemy who killed Zhao Yuer's parents. At this moment, he was holding a champagne glass, chatting and laughing with others. Lin Chen's fists unconsciously clenched. The qi and blood from the blood-floating pagoda fist surged through his meridians. He suppressed his killing intent, his gaze contemplative. Tonight, there might be unexpected gains. A banquet that could attract the Lu family to attend was rare in Kyoto. Representatives from various families exchanged glances. This trip was indeed worthwhile. Look, that's Lu family's 5th master, Lu Wenlong, someone whispered in surprise. Next to him is his son Lu Mingxian, who is said to have reached the peak of the War King level. TSK, is the Su family planning a comeback? Even the Lu family is giving them face. Lin Chen coldly observed the sycophantic expressions around him. With his understanding of the Lu family, this pack of wolves suddenly showing goodwill to the down-and-out Su family must be hiding some unspeakable scheme. Esteemed guests, the voice of the Su family head suddenly rang out. Thank you for gracing us with your presence at my daughter's 20th birthday banquet. Beside him, Su Xiaoyu, dressed in a white gown, appeared ethereal and stunningly beautiful. Yet, a hint of worry could not be concealed between her brows. Lin Chen noticed that Lu Wenlong and his son Lu Mingxuan's gazes were fixed on Su Xiaoyu, like a cheetah eyeing a dying antelope. As the various families finished presenting their congratulatory gifts, Lin Chen also offered a small token. Just as the hosts and guests were enjoying themselves, the Su family head suddenly raised his glass. Everyone, on this auspicious occasion, I announce the engagement of my daughter Su Xiaoyu to Lu Mingxian of the Lu family. The entire hall fell into an instant silence. The wine glass in Su Pengping's hand shattered on the floor with a loud bang. He knew better than anyone that his sister clearly liked Lin Chen. How could she possibly be engaged to that scumbag Lu Mingxian? Congratulations to the Lu and Su families on their union, someone shouted, and the flattery of congratulations immediately rose and fell. Lu Wenlong and his son wore triumphant smiles, while Su Xiaoyu frowned deeply, forcing a smile. Her fingers tightly gripped the hem of her dress, her knuckles turning white. Lin Chen watched this farce with cold eyes. Indeed, it reeked of conspiracy. Others might not know, but how could Lin Chen be unaware? The Lu family was truly calculating. Su Xiaoyu's lordly talent was a rare absolute zero. Her subjects were all pure-blood ice types, and Lu Mingxuan's attribute was also ice type. He needed this extreme ice physique to enhance his lordly attributes. If luck was on his side, he could even inherit the absolute zero talent. What a grafting technique! A cold glint flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. This marriage was essentially pushing Su Xiaoyu into a fire pit. Lin Chen pulled the dazed Su Pengping over. Pengping, do you really want to see your sister marry into the Lu family? Of course not. Su Pengping's eyes turned red with anxiety, but my dad said this is the only way to save the Su family. He suddenly grabbed Lin Chen's arm. Ling Gu, why don't you marry my sister instead? Lu Mingxian is the type who likes to mess around. Lin Chen was speechless, nearly choking on his own saliva. The girls around him were already enough of a headache. How could he dare to provoke another? But seeing the despair in Su Pengping's eyes, he sighed. Listen, to disrupt this engagement, just watch the show I'm about to put on. He leaned close to Su Pengping's ear and whispered a few words. The latter was taken aback for a moment, then revealed a sly smile. Remember, Lin Chen finally instructed, no matter what happens, don't panic. After saying that, Lin Chen straightened his collar and suddenly strode toward the center of the banquet. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, he snatched the microphone from the host. Everyone, on such a joyous day, why not play something to liven up the atmosphere? Before anyone could react, a holographic projection instantly unfolded. In the image, Lu Mingxian was pinning a girl down, his usually gentle face now twisted into a ghastly mask. A mere commoner, being able to please me is your fortune. The girl's screams sent chills down the spines of all the guests. Su Xiaoyu covered her mouth and staggered back. The Su family head's face turned ashen in an instant. Lu Wenlong's expression darkened. Lu Mingxian was furious. This footage was something Lin Chen had inadvertently allowed the skeletal spirit to record while infiltrating the Lu family. In an instant, the entire banquet hall fell into a deathly silence. In the projection, Lu Mingxian was frantically tormenting the girl. Lu Wuya, Lin Chen sneered, you really are a failure as a father. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Who was this kid? How dare he provoke the Lu family? Lu Wenlong stood up in a rage. Kid, you're seeking death. The pressure of a battle-hardened warrior exploded, yet Lin Chen remained unfazed, revealing a red token. The words Tsong Yen on the token were written in a flamboyant style, representing the Tsong Yen battle order jointly issued by the Capital Lord Academy and the Northern Battlefield. Upon seeing the battle order, Lu Wenlong's expression instantly froze. As an old aristocratic family, he was well aware of the weight of this token. It was the highest level pass for the Northern Battlefield, and the bearer was equivalent to a guest elder of the Northern Demon Suppression Army. In the entire banquet hall, the guests exchanged glances. This token was personally requested by Ma Chongyue for Lin Chen, to commend his outstanding military achievements in the north. The holder not only enjoyed military immunity but, more terrifyingly, could directly mobilize part of the Demon Suppression Army from the capital. Master Lu, Lin Chen toyed with the token. What do you think if I let the capital's Demon Suppression Army investigate the cases of your son's debauchery and the loss of innocent lives over the years? He deliberately elongated his tone. Would there be more victims? Upon hearing this, Lu Wenlong broke out in a cold sweat. Although the dead were powerless civilian women, the laws of the Great Xia clearly stated, lords must not harm one another, and violators would pay with their lives. Once verified, Lu Mingxian would be doomed. He was the only son. Chapter 133, this guy is even more fickle than I am? Dad. Lu Mingxian suddenly jumped out, pointing at Lin Chen and shouting, this bastard forged images to slander me. Our Lu family. Slap. A resounding slap directly stunned Lu Mingxian. Lu Wenlong's hand trembled. Could this fool not see that the Tsangyan battle token was backed by the entire Northern Demon Suppression Army? Shut up! Lu Wenlong shouted angrily. Why should I? Lu Mingxian covered his face and roared, our Lu family would never fear him. Slap. The second slap made Lu Mingxuan's mouth bleed. Lu Wenlong grabbed his son's collar and dragged him towards the door. This powerful warrior now had a slightly hunched back. He knew that not only was the marriage plan ruined tonight, but the Lu family had also offended a highly potential enemy. As he left, Lu Wenlong finally recognized Lin Chen and gave him a deep look. In that gaze, besides resentment, there was even a hint of fear. Lin Chen coldly watched the Lu father and son leave in disgrace, quietly putting away that Sun Yin battle token. He hadn't planned to take action here, nor did he expect that Sun Yin battle token to have such a deterrent effect. This was far more clever than a direct confrontation. This saves trouble, he snorted lightly. Lu Wenlong's last fearful glance had already said it all. This Master Lu, tonight, would likely destroy evidence overnight. In the banquet hall, there was silence. Many guests had quietly risen to leave. No one wanted to be caught in the Lu family's wrath. Those family representatives who usually held their heads high when passing by Lin Chen unconsciously wore respectful expressions. Brother Lin. Su Pengpeng squeezed over, his face full of admiration. You were so cool just now. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head, catching a glimpse of Su Xiaoyu hurrying over, her skirt in hand. Her eyes were slightly red, but the hint of worry between her brows had vanished. The one with the most complicated feelings was undoubtedly the head of the Su family. This middle-aged man, filled with anxiety, was warmly entertaining the remaining guests. After ruining Lu Wenlong's scheme, Lin Chen greeted Su Pengpeng and prepared to leave. Who would have thought that a familiar voice would come from behind? Lin Chen. Lin Chen turned around to see Fong Qingxue in a dark blue fishtail dress. Her usual ponytail was now styled into an elegant bun, revealing her fair neck. This usually willful young lady from the Fong family looked mature tonight. Stunningly beautiful. Qingxue, what are you doing here? Lin Chen stammered, rare for him. Xiaoyu and I are good friends, of course, I'm here for her birthday, Fong Qingxue said, her red lips slightly curling, suddenly leaning close to Lin Chen's ear. You were really handsome just now. Her warm breath carried a faint scent of wine. Not far away, Su Xiaoyu was hurrying over, intending to thank Lin Chen, but what met her eyes was Fong Qingxue, intimately whispering in Lin Chen's ear. Instantly, her heart ached. She had always liked Lin Chen, but every time she thought of his excellence and compared it to herself, she felt unworthy of him. The head of the Su family stood to the side, taking in the scene before him, and couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. His daughter was a proud and haughty person, usually cold and unapproachable towards the men who pursued her. But today, the moment Lin Chen appeared, her face was filled with an unmistakable concern that she couldn't hide. The tenderness in her gaze was something he had never seen before. The head of the Su family's thoughts shifted as he considered Lin Chen's potential. If he could become the son-in-law of the Su family, he might even have more potential than Lu Mingxian. With this thought, he suddenly felt excited. Xiaoyu, the head of the Su family, suddenly lowered his voice. If you like him, you should be brave and fight for it. Don't leave yourself with regrets. Su Xiaoyu's ears instantly turned red. She pouted and said, Oh, Dad, what are you talking about? We're just good friends. But despite her words, she couldn't help but glance back at that figure. On the other side, in the study of the Su family, Su Tianhao was gripping the information scroll in his hand so tightly that it creaked. Good for you, Lin Chen. He glared at the image in the crystal ball, where Lin Chen was fiercely confronting the Lu family on behalf of Su Xiaoyu, making him nearly grind his teeth to dust. You flirt with my sister and then run off to stand up for another woman. You think you're so handsome, huh? A voice from the shadows of the Su family's secret guards spoke up. Young master, should we continue to monitor him? My subordinate has discovered he is also with Miss Fong. Investigate. Su Tianhao slammed his palm on the table. Make sure to check thoroughly. He had to admit that this bastard, who seemed to be trying to steal his family's cabbage, not only had guts but also some real skills. He was almost as outstanding as him. If he dares to make Jiao Jiao suffer, I'll make sure this kid regrets it. But with the energy Lin Chen was currently displaying, it seemed he really had no way to deal with him. What? Su Tianhao suddenly stood up, his teacup shattering into powder in his hand. You mean Lin Chen has 7 or 8 female friends? The secret guard nervously handed over a list. Fong Qingsno from the Fong family, Su Xiaoyu from the Su family, Nie Shuangshuang from the Zhangyan battle team, Luo Mengqi, Li Muxue, and even Chen Wanqiu from the Jiangqing demon army. Good, very good. Su Tianhao laughed in anger, his knuckles turning white. This guy is even more flirtatious than I am? He suddenly paused, his expression darkening. We must make this kid suffer a bit so he knows when to back off. Go and inform Situ Xian. Su Tianhao's lips curled slightly. Just say, his strongest rival has appeared. The secret guard gasped at the words. That genius madman from the Situ family was so infatuated with Su Jiao Jiao that he had gone to the point of madness. 3 months ago, he had gouged out the eyes of a noble youth just for looking at Su Jiao Jiao a moment too long. Su Tianhao smiled ominously. I want to see if this kid Lin Chen is really a tough nut to crack. After attending Su Xiaoyu's birthday party, the night was already deep. Lin Chen exchanged pleasantries with Fong Qingsno and then headed straight home. Just as he arrived at the academy gate, Su Jiao Jiao rushed over. Lin Chen, you actually offended Lu Wenlong for Miss Su. You must be careful of the Lu family. Lin Chen was taken aback. This girl had come all the way here in the middle of the night just to warn him? Under the dim streetlight, Su Jiao, in a tight-fitting dress, accentuated her graceful curves. She suddenly wrapped her arm around Lin Chen's, her softness inadvertently pressing against him. She tilted her pretty face up. The Lu family is best at stabbing people in the back, so don't be careless. Just as Lin Chen was about to speak, his gaze suddenly sharpened. A figure was charging down the tree-lined path outside the school gate with great momentum. Chapter 134, having 3 wives and 4 concubines actually becomes a social responsibility? Situ Xian? Su Jiao's expression changed slightly. This madman is back to bother us again. He really is a persistent ghost. Before she could finish her sentence, Situ Xian had already arrived with a whoosh. Su Jiao reacted quickly, pulling Lin Chen behind her. Situ Xian, you stalking pervert. What do you want following me at this hour? C2. Xian stopped in his tracks, his face filled with urgency and deep affection. Jiao, you know my feelings for you. I truly like you. I survived the battlefield in the northern region, so please give me a chance. Who is this man? Can he be as outstanding as me? C2 Xian? Lin Chen was protected behind Su Jiao, and the scene resembled a palace confrontation. The tense dialogue between the two made him feel both amused and helpless. C2 Xian. Su Jiao was like a cat with its fur bristle. Dare to lay a finger on my senior Lin Chen, and see what happens. Upon hearing this, C2 Xian turned to look, and the moment he saw Lin Chen's face, he felt as if struck by lightning. He abruptly halted. Wait a minute. He suddenly leaned closer to Lin Chen. You are the ruthless Lin Chen from the northern battlefield? Su Jiao was about to explode, but she saw C2 Xian suddenly bow at a 90-degree angle, pulling out a notebook and pen. Lin Gu, please give me your autograph. I've admired you for so long. You soloed the northern region F-zone and managed to escape unscathed from the blood demon mosquito tide. That's just too cool. Su Jiao was left dumbfounded. Lin Chen awkwardly smiled and helplessly took the pen, signing his name. He never expected that a fierce battle between rivals would be resolved like this. It was clear that C2 Xian was also a person of character. After receiving the news, Su Tianhao stumbled, nearly dropping his jaw. This was nothing like the previous script. C2 Xian, wasn't he supposed to be arrogant and violent? Wasn't he supposed to make Lin Chen retreat in defeat? Was he here to assist instead? It was practically a fan meeting. The next noon, sunlight streamed through the curtains, waking Lin Chen. He had slept soundly last night. Just as he was about to head out, Yao Kong appeared at the door. Lin brother, yesterday's dinner was ruined, we must make up for it today. So, Yao Kong called on Nia, Shuang, Jin Yuan, and a few members of the Song Yin team to join. They gathered again at the Drunken Immortal building. Outside the Drunken Immortal building, the manager, having received the news, was already waiting. Upon seeing Lin Chen, he immediately bowed and led the way. Young Master Lin, the Tianzi No. 1 private room is ready. His enthusiasm was as if he had seen his ancestors. Inside the private room, 3 beautiful waitresses were pouring tea for everyone. 2 ethereal maidens stood to the side, their eyes frequently darting towards Lin Chen. The head of the Shintu family had made a bold statement. Whoever could satisfy Lin Chen with their service would receive a reward of 1 million. Let's order these dishes. Yao Kong closed the menu, and the waitress respectfully retreated. They had all heard that even the 5th master of the Lu family had to eat humble pie in front of this man. Today we can finally bask in Lin brothers' glory. This Tianzi No. 1 private room is not something just anyone can enter. Yao Kong raised his glass, pointing at the 2 maidens who were stealing glances. Look at these 2 beauties, they practically want to eat you up. Nia Shuang snorted lightly, deliberately, changing the subject. Lin Chen, hurry up and take out your Song Yin battle order for everyone to see. Ours are still just ordinary team orders, the gap between people is just too big. As she spoke, she shook her own Song Yin team order, which looked rather unremarkable. Lin Chen helplessly took out the blood-red battle order. As soon as the token was placed on the table, it attracted everyone's attention. Wow, so cool! Nia Shuang exclaimed. Yao Kong carefully picked it up to examine it. This thing can directly summon the Northern Region Demon Suppression Army? That's just too awesome. Lin Chen smiled modestly. It's all thanks to the training from the cavalry. At that moment, the usually quiet Shen Yan suddenly put down his chopsticks. Lin Gu, the Black Tiger team has recruited several super aristocratic heirs, and their team's points have already surpassed ours. Nia Shuang snorted coldly. They only recruit those born with a silver spoon. Unlike our Song Yan, we only recognize strength, not lineage. Have you noticed? Yao Kong lowered his voice. Why are the descendants of those super aristocratic families also terrifyingly talented? It should be due to bloodline inheritance. Jin Yuan had a serious expression on his face. When a battle-honored level expert combines, their descendants have an 80% chance of breaking through to the Battle King level. Isn't the Great Xia's Eugenics Act explicitly encouraging strong individuals to have more children? So, you see, powerful people have powerful children. Strong individuals should have more children, and even take more wives. Yao Kong winked, took a sip of wine, let the quality genes be passed on. This is what they call a tiger father begetting no dog son. He suddenly leaned closer to Lin Chen. With a genius gene like Brother Lin's, not marrying 3 wives and 6 concubines would be a waste. As he spoke, he glanced at Nie Xuanxuang, causing her pretty face to flush. Lin Chen, who was sipping tea, nearly choked at the remark. Who would have thought that in this world, having multiple wives had become a social responsibility? If you ask me. Yao Kong downed a glass of wine and suddenly started counting on his fingers. The eldest daughter of the Feng family, the young lady of the Su family, the Su family. Before he could finish, Nie Xuanxuang stuffed a big chicken leg into his mouth. The private room erupted in laughter. Just as everyone was joking around, a beautiful waitress brought out the dishes. Looking at the trays in the hands of several beauties, they were all a feast for the eyes. Emerald dragon beard soup, the leading beauty said in a sweet voice. The next dishes made Yao Kong swallow hard. Nie Xuanxuang couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't expect the Shinta family to be poor in character but exceptional in cooking. Just after finishing their meal, they received the battle team assembly order. On the training ground, Gao Yao stood with his hands behind his back. Under the blazing sun, his expression was serious. On the score leaderboard behind him, the Black Tiger team was already leading the Zhangyan team by 3,798 points. I see everyone has been slacking off lately. From today on, everyone is on free mission mode. His voice was loud. Ma Chongyue is leading the main force of the team on the northern border. We who are staying behind can't let the team's reputation be tarnished. Earn as many points as you can. We can't let the Black Tiger team overshadow us. The team members immediately erupted in excitement. Free missions meant they could choose high-point tasks on their own, which was undoubtedly the most suitable for the Zhangyan team that urgently needed to catch up. Seeing Gao Yao walk away, the team members cheered. Free action? Awesome. Qin Yuan suddenly lowered his voice. How about we go to the 79th dimension? 79th dimension? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Yao Kong leaned in mysteriously. Brother Lin, you don't know, it's been really strange there lately. Last month, a rift to the abyss suddenly appeared, and even the demon suppression army dispatched a whole regiment. Nie Xuanxuang added from the side, I heard a lord discovered ancient ruins over there. But those who went in, never came out. I feel like there's a conspiracy. Upon hearing this, everyone unconsciously looked at Lin Chen. Chapter 135. Whoever doesn't go is a coward. Lin Chen frowned slightly, his expression serious. The 79th dimension wasn't far from Jiang City. If something were to happen there, or if an alien invasion crisis broke out, Jiang City would undoubtedly be in great danger. Moreover, based on his understanding of the demon suppression army, Chen Wanxia was very likely already dispatched there on a mission. The 79th dimension is worth considering. Lin Chen's voice was low. Qin Yuan began to analyze. Indeed, the danger level of the 79th dimension is no less than that of the border battlefield. If we go, we can definitely earn a lot of points. Chen Yan, quick on his feet, swiftly pulled up the data and projected it in front of everyone. Heh, you guys are quite bold. Let's take a look at the data first. Everyone's attention was drawn to it, and Lin Chen was no exception. According to the intelligence, the current 79th dimension was vastly different from when he had been there before. Due to the instability of the spatial rift, the area of the dimension had expanded by thousands of times. Here, not only were there fierce and brutal spiked aliens stationed long-term, but there also seemed to be a mysterious and ruthless abyss cult behind them. Even more chilling was that someone had unexpectedly discovered a boundless swamp deep within the 79th dimension. In that swamp, the stench was overwhelming, hiding countless unknown horrors. According to reliable sources, there were even peak leader-level alien beasts lurking inside. The Spike tribe has established 12 fortresses here to prevent humans from advancing. Chen Yan pointed to the crimson markers. But what's even more terrifying is, he switched the screen to an endless expanse of swamp. The corrupted bone swamp was discovered 3 days ago by a brave warrior from the demon suppression army who risked his life to infiltrate it, but unfortunately, he didn't make it back. Chen Yan's voice tightened. Look at the footage sent back by the heroes of the demon suppression army. The screen suddenly turned to static, finally freezing on a gigantic octopus monster covered in suckers. Its size was at least peak leader level. Nie Xuanxuang suddenly covered her mouth. So scary. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. This was clearly the abyssal creature he had encountered in the soul-eating swamp of the Shadow Plane. How could it appear here? Chen Yan's voice trembled slightly. The latest battle report, another 7 social teams have been completely wiped out. He pulled up the list of casualties, revealing several formidable mercenary teams. I remember, the 79th plane was originally a subsidiary plane of Shenzhou. Later, because of the abyssal cult, the alien races used it as a springboard to invade. Nie Xuanxuang's face was filled with anger. Such an evil organization is a traitor to our human race. After reading the information, everyone fell silent. It could be said that the current 79th plane was no longer an ordinary battlefield. It had become a veritable slaughterhouse. Every moment, many human lords were sacrificing themselves. What are we afraid of? Let's go to the 79th plane. Xin Yuan said passionately. At worst, we'll just operate on the fringes. Everyone's gaze turned in unison to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, what do you think? After all, with Lin Chen's current strength he held absolute sway. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, his gaze firm. The current 79th plane had been renamed New 79. The danger level had also risen from the initial C level to S level. We can go, he said slowly, his voice deep. Even if they didn't go, Lin Chen would still go. But we need a foolproof battle plan. I think the battle plan should be to slowly advance from the outskirts. Yao Kong immediately suggested. I heard that several top lord academies in Kyoto have sent high-level teams to the 79th plane. Xin Yuan suddenly interjected. Hearing everyone's words, Lin Chen frowned slightly. He didn't know when it had become a trend to go to the 79th plane as a proof of courage. It seemed like anyone who didn't go was a coward. He didn't know who had instilled this concept. Or perhaps it was the abyssal cult's conspiracy? More troubling was that according to the latest battle report, the types of alien beasts in the 79th plane were numerous. In addition to the known spike beasts, there were at least 10 unknown species lurking in the shadows. Thinking of this, Lin Chen decisively spoke. Everyone, gather more intelligence and formulate a plan. We depart in 3 days. It's settled then. Yao Kong clapped in agreement. We have 3 days to prepare, and then we'll transfer from Jiang City and head straight for the 79th plane. Understood. The other team members responded in unison. Except for Lin Chen, who remained silent, the others looked both excited and anxious. During these 3 days, Lin Chen chose to stay behind closed doors. His territory had directly turned into an armory. Dr. Gulu delivered the latest model of a goblin airship from the Black Cliff Plain overnight. The airship was lined with quantum turrets. Even more exaggerated, Lin Chen planned to equip each team member with an electromagnetic pulse gun. Moreover, Dr. Gulu also sent a mech. This time going to the 79th plane, we must unleash all our firepower. In Lin Chen's territory, the evolution furnace roared with noise as ghouls frantically devoured and evolved. After everything was arranged in order, he finally had some rare leisure time, eating fruit while binge-watching a show. The TV dramas in this world were equally captivating. During this time, the only thing that gave Lin Chen a headache was that Su Jiao almost refused to leave his house, shamelessly occupying his big bed. Fang Shui always arrived with carefully prepared meals just in time for a visit. Nie Shuang even came late at night with an urgent tactical plan that needed discussion. Even the usually reserved Su Xiaoyu found an excuse to come over to express her gratitude. In the face of these beautiful visitors, Lin Chen remained calm. Sometimes, when his mind opened up, it seemed like the problems weren't that big. On the morning of the 4th day, as the sun rose, 5 figures gathered. Lin Chen was dressed in casual clothes, with Nie Shuang, Yao Kong, Xin Yuan, and Shen Yin standing behind him. Everyone was fully armed. Set off, target Jiang City, Lin Chen ordered briefly. They chose not to teleport but directly boarded the goblin airship. The goblin airship emitted a low rumble as it sliced through the sky with the 5 of them aboard. Outside the airship window, the clouds were blood red, dyed by the rising sun. Upon entering Jiang City, everything was even more desolate than imagined. Since the anomaly in the 79th dimension, there were few pedestrians on the streets, and most shops were closed. Lin Chen decided to head straight to the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Army in Jiang City, as it should be the frontline command center that had the latest battle situation. However, when they arrived, the large headquarters was surprisingly empty. Only a few guards stood listlessly on duty, and the entire Demon Suppression Army base was silent. Where are they? Where did everyone go? Yao Kong couldn't help but ask. The guard's response made everyone's hearts sink. What are you here for? Everyone has gone to the 79th dimension to carry out missions. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. The holographic battle map in the headquarters hall was constantly flickering. The area representing the 79th dimension had been marked in a shocking blood-red color. Chapter 136, Silver Blade Team of the Demon City. Lin Chen. The situation is worse than we imagined. Nie Shuang tightened her grip on her electromagnetic gun. We should go support them. Lin Chen's expression darkened as he slowly nodded. In front of the teleportation array, an old man with white hair. Stop them, young people. You are still students, right? Remember, no matter what, do not approach the corrupted bone marsh. The old man sighed. The things in there have already devoured 3 of our demon suppression army teams in Jiang City. Hearing this, Lin Chen's heart sank. Shen Wanqiu belonged to Team 72. He didn't know if she was in danger. Just then, a commotion arose not far away. A team clad in silver battle armor rushed over. They are the Silver Blade Team of the Demon City. Shen Yen exclaimed. They are all battle veterans. I didn't expect even they would be dispatched. Yao Kong unconsciously swallowed. What kind of hell had the 79th dimension turned into to warrant the urgent deployment of a team of this caliber? The captain of the Silver Blade team had a piercing gaze. When it swept over Lin Chen and the others, it paused slightly before nodding in greeting. You are students from the Tsongen team in Kyoto? His voice was deep and powerful, like a blade being unsheathed. That's right. Yao Kong straightened his back and responded immediately. Among the Silver Blade team, a member with a fair complexion like a scholar suddenly brightened his eyes. I heard that your team has someone named Lin Chen who dared to charge into the northern territory alone. Qin Yuan remained expressionless, taking half a step to the side to reveal the calm Lin Chen behind him. That's him. The entire Silver Blade team instantly cast scrutinizing gazes. There. Sharp stares forged from years of bloodshed enough to make ordinary students' legs go weak. But Lin Chen simply met their gaze calmly, his casual clothes swaying slightly in the wind. I've heard much about you. The fair-skinned man extended his hand. I am Yi Wushang from the Silver Blade team. It's a pleasure to meet you. Nie Shuang and the others exchanged shocked glances. They knew Lin Chen was strong, but they didn't expect even the Silver Blade team of the Demon City had heard of him. At that moment, Lin Chen's figure appeared particularly tall in their hearts. Of course, aside from Yi Wushang's enthusiasm, the other members of the Silver Blade team seemed exceptionally indifferent. They stood expressionless behind Yi Wushang. Among them, one female team member stood out. Her long, deep black hair flowed with the wind, and her features were so exquisite they seemed almost otherworldly. Her glass-like eyes swept over the crowd with an innate sense of detachment, as noble as a celestial being from the heavens. You're too kind, Lin Chen replied calmly, though his gaze lingered on the female team member for a moment longer. Suddenly, Yi Wushang's tactical terminal lit up with a red glow, and he frowned slightly. The mission is urgent, we must proceed first. Before leaving, he looked seriously at Lin Chen and the others. The 79th dimension is fraught with danger. Everyone must be cautious. Yao Kong and the others instinctively nodded. Even the usually proud Nie Shuang couldn't help but glance at Yi Wushang a few more times. This captain of the Silver Blade team was refined and elegant, exuding a unique charm with every gesture. And his tall figure in silver armor was indeed striking. Until the Silver Blade team vanished into the teleportation array, the group felt both excited and anxious. Finally, they stepped onto the teleportation array. As the scene before them shifted, they arrived at the highly sought-after 79th dimension. When the teleportation's faint glow dissipated, a heavy stench of blood assaulted their senses. This place resembled a death arena. The gray sky seemed tainted. Be careful! Lin Chen suddenly shouted, and the entire Xanyan team instantly entered combat mode. Yao Kang's giant rock knight crashed to the ground. Two saber-toothed wolves appeared before Nie Shuang, and Lin Chen summoned Big Mouth and Plague Brother. The five's minions quickly formed a defensive formation. Chen Yan rapidly unfolded a holographic map, his expression changing drastically. Something's wrong. The teleportation coordinates have shifted. We've directly entered the frontline area. As soon as he finished speaking, a chilling sound of flapping wings echoed from the sky. Countless black dots were diving down from the blood-red clouds at an alarming speed. Lin Chen frowned slightly, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Harpy? Chen Yan's voice tightened. This is bad, our firepower can't cover so many aerial units. Just at that critical moment, Yao Kong suddenly grinned. He raised his hand slightly, and a spectral figure of a sorcerer clad in a robe of holy light materialized. Behind him, holding a staff that radiated brilliance. A light-type sorcerer? Nie Shuang exclaimed. Yao Kong, you sly one. Hee, one must always keep some trump cards, right? Yao Kong said, conjuring a protective light barrier that shielded everyone within. But outside the barrier, the dark mass of harpies blotted out the sky. Screech! Crack! With a sharp screech, nearly 1,000 harpies extended their claws, slashing towards the light barrier. The barrier won't hold for long. Qin Yuan was the first to draw out an electromagnetic gun, the eerie blue energy flowing along the gun's body. Prepare to fire. Lin Chen's gaze was calm as he raised his gun. The electromagnetic gun should be sufficient to deal with these harpies. Zzzzz. The piercing sound of electromagnetic pulses tore through the air. As everyone opened fire, arcs of blue and white electricity intertwined, bringing down one harpy after another. Bang! The first harpy exploded into a mist of blood mid-air, metallic feathers scattering everywhere. Then came the second, third. After being hit by the electromagnetic pulse, they twitched and fell from the sky. But more harpies continued to dive. Lin Chen held the electromagnetic gun, each pulse accurately striking the harpies' vital points. The struck harpies let out a mournful wail, turning into a rain of blood as they plummeted. The 327th. Lin Chen counted silently in his mind when suddenly his gaze narrowed. Something was off. Why can't we kill these beasts? Nie Shuang screamed. They had clearly slain over 1,000 harpies, yet the dark mass of harpies showed no signs of diminishing. On the contrary, the bodies that fell to the ground struggled for a moment, their eyes turning crimson, and they soared back into the sky. Damn it! These guys can't be killed. Yao Kang's protective barrier was already showing cracks. These aren't ordinary harpies? Lin Chen's brow furrowed deeply. He raised his hand and made a swift motion in the air. The space suddenly twisted, and 1,000 cave demons surged forth like a tide. Their swollen abdomens contracted violently, spewing forth a sticky web that blotted out the sky. Immediately after, a two-headed ogre crashed down. The little demons snarled, chanting, "Meteor fire rain." The eagle-headed beings ensnared in the webs fell from the sky like kites with severed strings. They struggled to tear at the webs, but the more they fought, the tighter they became entangled. In an instant, countless burning meteors fell, howling as they struck the ground. The falling eagle-headed beings ignited in the fiery rain, and the air was soon filled with the stench of burning flesh. Chapter 137 Beast Harvester. Lin Chen, your giant spider is amazing. Nia Shuangshuang's eyes sparkled as she put away her electromagnetic gun. Yao Kong wiped the blood from his face and grinned, 1,000 cave demons spitting silk at the same time. This scene will give me something to brag about for a year. Lin Chen's expression was grave as he looked into the distance. Let's go, the smell of blood here will attract more beasts. The group quickly traversed a jagged stone forest. Towering black stone pillars loomed like giant fingers, appearing and disappearing in the haze. In the distance, the sounds of beast roars and screams echoed, clearly indicating that other teams were also struggling against the beasts. Watch out for the stone crevices. Qin Yuan suddenly shouted, pulling Chen Yan back just as he was about to step into the shadow. There, in the crevice, several tentacles glowing with a purple light were slowly writhing. Zizzizizi. A burst of electromagnetic gunfire turned the tentacles to char. The group moved behind a cracked boulder. Let's rest here for a moment. Lin Chen waved his hand, and 1,000 ghouls began to stand guard around them. Seeing the ghouls, everyone was no longer surprised. After all, they had witnessed how Lin Chen's army of ghouls crushed the battlefield. Nia Shuangshuang leaned against the stone wall, smiling wryly. To encounter an attack of this scale right after entering this cursed place is simply deadly. Yao Kang's face turned pale, and he remained silent. Chen Yan and Qin Yuan also fell silent, a hint of fear flashing in their eyes. Just now, that overwhelming number of eagle-headed beings, if it weren't for Lin Chen's intervention, they probably wouldn't have lasted even 3 minutes. Nia Shuangshuang broke the silence. We just earned 117 points. This number made everyone gasp. It's important to know that team points are not easily earned. In ordinary planes, sometimes killing over 100 beasts barely yields a single-digit score. It seems these eagle-headed beings are quite powerful. After resting, Lin Chen waved his hand. The ghouls immediately split into 2 lines, moving forward to scout. Everyone stay close to me, maintain a vigilant formation. The stone forest was even more bizarre than imagined. The towering stone pillars stood like the bones of giants, some reaching dozens of stories high. Even stranger, the surfaces of certain pillars were of varying colors, some crimson, others a mossy green. Nia Shuangshuang unconsciously followed behind Lin Chen. Only he could provide her with an absolute sense of security. Chen Yan kept observing the surroundings. This stone forest forms a natural barrier. It's our best cover. Indeed, compared to open areas, the stone forest could at least avoid the diving attacks of flying beasts. If it weren't for Lin Chen's cave demons, they would have been torn to shreds by the eagle-headed beings long ago. Look over there. Nia Shuangshuang suddenly lowered her voice. The others followed her gaze and, between the twisted stone pillars, they vaguely saw an unnatural shade of eerie blue. Lin Chen raised his hand to signal the team to stop. A deep pool appeared 1,000 meters ahead. The water was as calm as a mirror, resting at the base of a slanted giant rock. How strange. The geology of the stone forest shouldn't naturally form a pool. Chen Yan frowned as he analyzed. The surface of the water not only had no ripples, but what was reflected was not the stone pillars above, but a heart-stopping pitch black. Yao Kang unconsciously took a half step back. That water looks creepy. Should we take a detour? Lin Chen frowned slightly, using his undying eye to look closer. In an instant, he saw the surging death energy. This was not ordinary water. It was a burial abyss that gathered countless death energies. There are no living creatures within a few kilometers. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze. The exotic beasts instinctively avoided this place, forming a safe zone instead. It's getting dark. We'll rest here tonight. What? Nia Shuangshuang nearly dropped her electromagnetic gun. You want us to spend the night in such a terrifying place? Chen Yan, Yao Kong, and Qin Yuan also looked puzzled. But Lin Chen's words naturally had their reasons. Soon, everyone set up camp near the pond. Lin Chen took out various foods, drinks, and fruits. As night fell, they gathered around the dining table. During the meal, Qin Yuan marveled. It's unbelievable, not a single exotic beast has appeared in the past 2 hours. Nia Shuangshuang looked at Lin Chen with suspicion. Did you know something all along? Lin Chen smiled faintly. Maybe we're just lucky. Some truths he chose to keep to himself. To ordinary people, this soul burial abyss was a death trap. But for him, as a necromancer lord, it was a precious material for refining undead bodies and enhancing soul power. At this moment, the skeletal undead were bathing in the soul burial abyss. The death energy swirling beneath the water was being quietly absorbed by it. Nia Shuangshuang was enjoying her meal while pointing at the ghouls on guard. With Lin Chen's undead army standing watch, we can sleep soundly tonight. A night passed, calm and quiet. There was no anticipated night raid, and even the exotic beasts in the sky deliberately avoided this place. Qin Yuan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Why is it suddenly so hot? Yao Kang's face turned red. This temperature is definitely over 50 degrees Celsius. Lin Chen also wiped his sweat. He realized that overnight the skeletal undead had drained the pond's water. At this moment it glowed with a strange, jade-like sheen. Its mental power and soul fire were strong and solid. So that's how it is. Lin Chen suddenly understood, the pond water was maintaining the low temperature in this area. Now that the pond water was gone, it naturally became hot. Chen Yan released a spherical detector. A dense cluster of red dots was wandering around the outskirts of the stone forest. He gasped, there are so many exotic beasts outside. The stone forest. Perfect. Qin Yuan took out his electromagnetic gun. We can use the terrain of the stone forest to easily take down these exotic beasts. Yao Kang also looked excited. We're going to make a fortune. This wave can earn at least 200 points. Lin Chen nodded, instantly understanding the reason. The disappearance of the soul burial abyss had disrupted the power balance in this area. Those exotic beasts that had been intimidated by the death energy were now rushing in. Prepare to shoot. As soon as he finished speaking, the first group of spiked exotic beasts charged in from the entrance of the stone forest. Zizizizi. 5 electromagnetic pulses erupted simultaneously, blue and white beams refracting among the stone pillars. The first dozen exotic beasts were instantly blasted to bits. Haha, this electromagnetic gun is simply a beast harvester. Qin Yuan laughed heartily. Chen Yan immediately pressed down on his shoulder. Control your fire. He lowered his voice. Shooting like that will attract all the beasts in the stone forest. The team continued to advance, with Lin Chen leading the way with the skeletal undead, while Qin Yuan guarded the rear. The ghouls and the team members formed a mobile defense circle. The roars of exotic beasts echoed between the stone pillars. Be careful. A leader-level exotic beast has appeared. Nia Shuangshuang suddenly warned. At the corner of the stone forest, 5 3-meter-tall spiked apes were tearing apart the remains of some prey. Their backs, covered in bone spikes, glimmered coldly, clearly indicating their leader-level status. Kill! Lin Chen shouted softly. 5 electromagnetic pulses erupted simultaneously, and the leading ape was instantly knocked back, staggering. But the defensive power of the leader-level spiked ape was astonishing. It merely shook its head, furiously pounded its chest, and was unharmed. Big Mouth. Plague Brother. At Lin Chen's command, 2 afterimages shot out from behind him. Big Mouth bit down on the ape's throat and began to tear at it wildly. The Plague Brother opened the plague domain, quickly enveloping one of the raging apes. Puff! A muffled sound exploded in the stone forest, and Lin Chen suddenly transformed into a fleeting shadow. He charged directly into the midst of the raging apes, his arms revealing streaks of blood-red patterns. Savage Blood Pagoda Fist. With a low shout, a 3-meter-tall blood-red pagoda phantom suddenly materialized behind Lin Chen. The pagoda resembled a ferocious Azura. At the moment he swung his fist, the Azura also unleashed a punch. Boom! The first spiked raging ape was struck as if hit by a meteor, sent flying through the air. Its body exploded mid-air. Fragments of bones and flesh splattered like raindrops against the stones. The battle ended within 10 seconds. The remaining 2 raging apes didn't even have time to escape before being frantically devoured by the Big Mouth and the Plague Brother. What kind of combat skill is this? Chen Yan was stunned. Nia Shuangshuang unconsciously widened her mouth. Lin Chen, is the martial artist profession really this powerful? Qin Yuan silently put away his electromagnetic gun, suddenly feeling that this weapon was like a toy. Yao Kang marveled inwardly. Lin Chen's movement, strength, and combat awareness were all perfect. To crush a commander-level beast with a single punch, that was just too outrageous. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Let's go. Keep moving forward. His voice was calm, filled with a sense of security. The team members exchanged glances. With such a prodigy leading them, perhaps they could truly shine in the 79th dimension. Under the blood-red setting sun, the Tsangyan team advanced, killing all the way. They not only earned points but also collected many precious materials. Soon, the team members realized that this was not a life and death trial at all. It was clearly a hunting feast. Lin Chen, when he didn't make a move, was fine, but once he did, he became a killing machine. No wonder he was known as the Ruthless One from the north. The team members went from initial shock to numbness, and now, they didn't even pretend anymore, leisurely collecting their spoils. My goodness! This is the horn of a lava rhinoceros. Nia Shuangshuang held a crimson crystal horn, her voice trembling. Last time at the auction, it sold for 800,000 gold coins. Yao Kang was prying open the skull of a certain beast with a dagger. TSK, a complete venomous scorpion tail stinger. The black market price could buy a full set of A-grade battle armor. Qin Yuan was silent, his face full of excitement. Even the most composed Chen Yan had a smile at the corners of his mouth, busy picking up treasures. Thus, the Tsangyan team continued their rampage, unstoppable. Everywhere they went, there were beast corpses. This dimension trial, which should have been fraught with danger, was forcibly turned into a harvesting battlefield by them. 7 days later, under the blood-red setting sun, Lin Chen slowly withdrew his fist. He felt that his savage blood pagoda fist had reached a minor mastery level. The blood pagoda phantom behind him was incredibly solid. Every punch he threw was accompanied by the furious howls of the Azura. After a day of rest, the Xanyan team continued deeper into the 79th dimension. He gazed at the distorted sky in the distance, feeling a heaviness in his heart. He had been trying to contact Chen Wanqiu but had received no response. Was she okay? On the 10th day, the Xanyan team traversed a plain. Nie Xuanchuang suddenly stopped. Lin Chen, why are the beasts we've encountered getting fewer and fewer these past 2 days? Qin Yuan chuckled lightly. Isn't that normal? All the beasts we encountered are dead. Chen Yen pondered for a moment. According to the latest intelligence analysis, human lords launched a concentrated counterattack 2 days ago and have already defeated the main force of the first wave of beast tides. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Chen Yen was right. During this time, various academy teams in major cities from the Great Xia had rushed to support the 79th dimension. It could be said that the most dangerous phase had temporarily passed. Yao Kong looked at the harvest in his lord's space filled with emotion. Do we still need to go deeper? My gains this time are more than the total of the past year. This team could create miracles, certainly thanks to Lin Chen's almost bug-like combat power, but everyone had given their all. Nia Xuanchuang's agility, Qin Yuan's bravery, Chen Yan's composure, and Yao Kang's various trump cards all worked together in perfect harmony. They obeyed Lin Chen's words without question. Then we must continue. With me, brother Lin here, I would dare to go to the corrupted Bone Marsh. Qin Yuan's face was full of excitement. The more dangerous the place, the greater the rewards. Lin Chen walked at the forefront, silent. In these 10 days, aside from the harpy they encountered on the first day, they had faced 4 life and death crises that could have wiped out an ordinary team. Each time, he had turned the tide. The materials I've collected are worth at least 10 million on the black market. Once we get back, I'll exchange them for a set of Starfall alloy armor. Qin Yuan appeared very excited. Yao Kong leaned over and hooked his arm around Lin Chen's shoulder. Brother Lin, I'm sticking with you from now on. Let's form a fixed team. Look at your ambitions. Nie Xuanchuang chuckled lightly, shaking her head, but her eyes were filled with tenderness as she looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen surveyed everyone, his gaze sincere. These rewards belong to all of us. We are a team. Through these 10 days of life and death together, Lin Chen had also discovered their strengths. Some were clever, some were full of spirit, some were meticulous, and some were sincere. Although their personalities differed, they were all comrades worthy of trust. Lin Chen naturally would not hold back and planned to nurture their growth. More importantly, his Black Cliff dimension was in dire need of talent and he might be able to recruit them in the future. Just as everyone was relaxing, Chen Yan's expression changed slightly. All personnel on alert. Prepare for battle. A tough character is appearing. What's going on? Qin Yuan raised his electromagnetic gun. Lin Chen's expression also tightened, his undying eye gazing towards the withered forest. There, in the center of the dead and lifeless trees, a strikingly beautiful crimson flower was growing. The petals were like blood, crystal clear, and pink mist was continuously billowing from the flower's center. Wow, this flower is so beautiful. Nie Xuanchuang's eyes were dreamy, unconsciously taking a step forward. The enchanting flower was reflected in her pupils, and the pink mist filled her nostrils. Don't get close. Shen Yan pulled her back, but his own expression changed drastically. This flower's scent is problematic. Qin Yuan and Yao Kong stood frozen in place, their faces wearing infatuated smiles. Lin Chen's expression changed dramatically as he shook his head, memories of the compendium of exotic beasts flashing in his mind. This was the blood-devouring demon flower, a bloodthirsty species that feeds on the essence of living beings. The flower before them stood 5 meters tall, its petals pulsating like blood vessels. It was at least at the leader level. Chapter 139, that's right, it's a robbery. Hold your breath, quickly hold your breath. Yao Kang's expression was strained, clearly still retaining a bit of consciousness. Qin Yuan and Chen Yan's faces grew increasingly pale, their legs moving forward uncontrollably. Even more terrifying was that their spirits were being gradually eroded. This is the blood-devouring demon flower. Qin Yuan suddenly shouted with difficulty, his voice filled with terror. This is the flower that has a bounty of 30 million gold coins on the black market. Nie Xuanchuang bit her lip tightly. Lin Chen, we can't hold on much longer. Lin Chen suddenly remembered that he had life potions and was not afraid of the flower's toxic gas. However, this blood-devouring demon flower was deadly for others. If they weren't careful, they would be enchanted, drained of their flesh and blood, and turned into fertilizer. Next, without hesitation, he threw out 4 bottles of diluted life potions. Drink up quickly. The few of them fumbled to catch the bottles and tilted their heads to gulp them down. As soon as the potion went down, Yao Kong jumped up with a start. Damn, I finally regained control of my legs. Qin Yuan shook his head vigorously. What kind of divine potion is this? I feel like all my old ailments are healed. Nie Xuanchuang's eyes sparkled. He knew very well that Lin Chen had countless good things, Brother Lin, we really struck it rich this time. Qin Yuan was so excited he rubbed his hands together, his eyes fixed on the demon flower. 30 million gold coins. We can buy so many evolution materials. Chen Yan and Yao Kong were also flushed with excitement. After all, cultivating subjects and enhancing strength as a lord was an endless money pit. This money is simply a windfall for them. Don't celebrate too early. Lin Chen warned coldly, this bloodthirsty flower is not so easy to deal with. What are you afraid of? Let's go together. Nia Shuangshuan pulled out her electromagnetic gun. Now that its mesmerizing flower mist is useless, only those vines pose a bit of a threat. Sure enough, the bloodthirsty flower, having lost its poisonous mist, was like a tiger, with its teeth pulled. Although those vines were still thrashing about, they were quickly torn to shreds by Lin Chen's ghoul. Taking advantage of the moment, Yao Kang's light sorcerer unleashed a holy light spell, directly shattering the flower vines. Done. Qin Yuan dashed forward, reaching out to pluck the magical flower. Hee, we're going to make a fortune this time. Wait, don't go over. Lin Chen's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted. But it was too late. The seemingly withered magical flower suddenly exploded, and countless thorny flower stamens shot towards Qin Yuan like flying needles. Lin Chen activated the Berserker's Descent, darting forward. Although he blocked most of the flower needles, some still got through. Ah! Qin Yuan screamed. His right arm instantly turned into a pincushion. Even more terrifying was that those flower thorns were visibly drilling into his flesh. Damn! This thing isn't dead yet? Yao Kong jumped back in fright. Nia Shuangshuan quickly drew her dagger. Quick, pull the thorns out of his arm. Lin Chen had already flashed to Qin Yuan's side, pressing down on his bleeding arm. Don't move. These thorns are poisonous. Saying this, he took out a bottle of life potion. Drink this. Qin Yuan was sweating profusely from the pain but still stubbornly replied, It's nothing. 30 million gold coins, this little injury is nothing. Yao Kong leaned over, grinning. I think your arm might need to be amputated. Should I saw it off for you now? Get lost. Qin Yuan jumped in fright, nearly leaping up. Just as everyone was joking, Lin Chen had already dealt with the magical flower cleanly. But just as he was about to pick it, swish! Suddenly, a group of 6 appeared out of thin air. Put down the bloodthirsty flower and get lost. The leader, a man with a hawk-like nose, had a fierce expression. These 6 people were dressed oddly, clearly not from the Shenzhou realm, especially the woman, whose entire body was covered in strange black tattoos, looking very much like a snake. Hearing this, Qin Yuan was the first to refuse, immediately getting angry. Although he had just been injured, he showed no fear. Why should we? We fought hard to get this magical flower. Chen Yan and Yao Kong immediately took up fighting stances, their expressions serious. They could sense that at least 2 of the 6 were formidable characters at the battle. Sovereign level. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, quickly scanning these people. Although this magical flower was not a rare item for him, being openly robbed like this was too disrespectful. What? Can't understand human language? The tattooed woman spoke ominously, and the tattoos on her body began to writhe like snakes. Yao Kong swallowed hard, muttering quietly, Damn, we're being robbed. That's right, it's a robbery. A burly man with a face full of flesh sneered, Those who know what's good for them should scram quickly, or leave behind all your valuables and your lives. Lin Chen's gaze darkened, his eyes turning completely cold. He had initially thought everyone was human, and with the foreign invasion at hand, they shouldn't turn against their own kind. But these people clearly intended to kill and loot. Who knew if they would greedily continue to eliminate witnesses after taking the magical flower? Ha! Lin Chen sneered, thinking to himself, It seems I can only settle this quickly. Qin Yuan gritted his teeth fiercely, raising his electromagnetic gun. Damn it, do they really think I'm easy to bully? In that tense moment, Lin Chen suddenly made his move. Buzz! The instant he activated the teleportation dagger, he vanished from his spot. The next second, he appeared behind the tattooed woman, unleashing a ghostly light with his left hand. It was the mark of doom. Ah! I can't see! The tattooed woman screamed, instantly blinded. Before she could react, Lin Chen's corrosive sword had already pierced her heart. He had long realized that this woman was the strongest among the 6. Get to work! Lin Chen commanded. At the same time, the skeletal undead unleashed soul fire resonance, and the remaining 5 people, just beginning to react, collapsed to the ground, clutching their heads. Ziz! Nia Shuangshuan and the others immediately pulled out their electromagnetic guns and unleashed a frenzied barrage. In a flash of electric light, all 5 of them lay twitching on the ground. From the start to the finish, it took less than 10 seconds. Ha! Brother Lin is mighty. Qin Yuan was ecstatic. Chen Yan and Yao Kong were also dumbfounded. Damn, Brother Lin, what speed is this? It's like teleportation. Nia Shuangshuan looked at Lin Chen with admiration. Lin Chen coldly smiled. In this situation, you have to capture the king first. Take down the strongest one first. His teleporting dagger, combined with the curse mark combo, left no one with time to react. What should we do with these people? Chen Yin frowned, kicking the few still twitching on the ground. Lin Chen stroked his chin, looking at their attire. They definitely aren't from the Great Xia. Saying this, he made a throat-cutting gesture. Chapter 140, is he going to challenge the chicken-headed snake? You guys divide the valuable items, and then. Lin Chen's gaze turned icy, and the others immediately understood his meaning. Yao Kong sighed, this is how the world is, being merciful to enemies is cruel to oneself. Qin Yuan had already squatted down, starting to rummage through the tattooed woman's lord space. Wow, so many good things, this haul is not a loss. Although Nie Xuangshuang felt a bit reluctant, she had long experienced the cruelty of this world. Just as Lin Chen and the others harvested the blood-devouring demon flower, suddenly dozens of battle teams emerged on the wasteland ahead. Everywhere he looked, there were people. Some were gathered chatting, while others seemed to be on guard. As Lin Chen was observing the distant teams, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. It was Lu Mingxian from the Lu family. That guy was surrounded by quite a few followers, and it was unclear what they were doing here. Just then, a shrill scream broke the calm. Not good. That chicken-headed snake is coming this way. Hiss hiss hiss. Not far away on the plain, a chicken-headed snake, over several meters long, was racing towards them. The monster had the head of a rooster and the body of a snake, kicking up dust wherever it went. Ah! Run! Nearby, several battle teams instantly fell into chaos. A few unfortunate souls who were a bit slow were directly swallowed whole by the chicken-headed snake. Whoosh! Before Lin Chen could react, the monster was already charging towards them. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Many people turned to flee, but there were also fearless teams charging straight at it. Lin Chen immediately recognized the members of the Silver Blade team from the Demon City. The captain, Yi Wushang, stood at the front, controlling a long sword that spun rapidly in the air, creating gusts of wind. He looked just like a sword immortal, but in reality he was just a wind attribute martial artist. Hiss hiss hiss. The chicken-headed snake was enraged, its two crimson eyes fixated on Yi Wushang, opening its massive mouth to emit a piercing roar. The sound was so loud it hurt people's eardrums, and several nearby human lords directly covered their ears and knelt on the ground. Be careful, that beast's roar can harm the soul. Lin Chen's expression changed, and he quickly shouted to Nie Xuangshuang and the others, fall back. This chicken-headed snake was absurdly strong, definitely a peak leader-level monster. Its power was almost on par with a human battle sect lord. Most people present were simply not strong enough to be of any threat to it. Strange, how could a beast of this level appear here? Lin Chen was secretly alarmed, but then he thought the snake gallbladder of the chicken-headed snake is a top-tier material for refining blood energy. Its effects are 10 times stronger than high-grade blood crystal stones. You all retreat first, I'll come right after. Lin Chen finished speaking, drew the corrosive blade, and charged forward. No, we have to go together. We're a team. Nie Xuangshuang shouted, raising her electromagnetic gun and starting to shoot. Yao Kong and the others immediately followed suit, electromagnetic beams zizzing towards the chicken-headed snake's eyes. The surrounding teams, realizing what was happening, also joined the fight. Quick, stop it. Don't let this beast break through the defense. Lin Chen? Yi Wushang turned to see the figure rushing over, grinning, you guys have some guts. Just as Lin Chen was about to respond, someone shouted in panic, everyone be careful. This chicken-headed snake came out of the corrupted marsh, and it's still evolving. At that moment, a stunningly beautiful female member of the Silver Blade team shot Lin Chen a cold glance. Her expression was indifferent, as if she didn't quite understand. What was Lin Chen, a mere battle lord, fighting so desperately for? Damn! This beast's skin is too thick, we can't even hurt it, someone exclaimed anxiously. Don't make eye contact. Its eyes can steal your soul. Watch out for its tail. All around, warnings rang out. Lin Chen did not summon his subjects. He knew that these little brothers were no match for the chicken-headed snake, they would just be sending themselves to their deaths. As for his more powerful trump card, Lin Chen wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal it in front of so many people. Bang bang bang! Various attacks struck the chicken-headed snake, including fireballs, ice arrows, and holy light, in short, everything imaginable. But this beast had tough skin and thick flesh, only managing to scratch the surface. Hiss hiss hiss! The chicken-headed snake was enraged, becoming even more ferocious. Quick, stop it! Yi Wushang shouted anxiously. The wind blades he controlled swished across the snake's body, leaving a few cuts, but unfortunately they were all superficial wounds and not fatal at all. Lin Chen shook his head. This chicken-headed snake was tougher than he had anticipated. If he couldn't kill it, wouldn't he be wasting his effort here? But thinking of the precious inner core of the chicken-headed snake, he felt a twinge of desire. This thing was something rare and hard to come by, but to get his share of the inner core, he had to show his true skills. Otherwise, when it came time to distribute the spoils, how could a mere battle lord like him get a share? Lin Chen gritted his teeth and directly took out 2 high-grade blood crystal stones to absorb. He immediately activated the Berserker's Descent. Instantly, his blood energy surged and a massive phantom of a wild bull appeared behind him. Whoosh! He teleported right in front of the chicken-headed snake, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Lin Chen, don't be reckless! Yi Wushang shouted in panic. Even he, a junior battle lord, wouldn't dare to engage in close combat with the chicken-headed snake. Was this kid crazy? The stunning fairy also frowned, looking incredulous. Nia Shuangshuang and the others were unfazed. What crazy stunts hadn't Lin Chen pulled before? The crowd erupted. Holy crap! Is that kid out of his mind? Awesome, is he really going to take on the chicken-headed snake one-on-one? You don't have to be so eager to seek death. Not far away, Lu Mingxian wore a sinister smile, wishing nothing more than for Lin Chen to be swallowed whole by the chicken-headed snake. As Lin Chen rushed to the chicken-headed snake, the corners of his mouth curled up and he suddenly swung his fist. Berserker Blood Pagoda Fist. A 5-meter-tall blood-colored Azura appeared out of thin air, swinging its fist down, hard towards the chicken-headed snake's vital spot. Boom! Hiss hiss hiss. The chicken-headed snake was slammed to the ground, dust flying everywhere. Holy crap, did I just see that right? That kid knocked the chicken-headed snake down with one punch? The onlookers were stunned. Lin Chen didn't waste any time. With his blood energy surging, he unleashed punch after punch onto the snake's body. Puff! Hiss hiss. The chicken-headed snake writhed in pain, rolling on the ground. Seeing this, Yi Wuxian quickly stepped in to help restrain it. You're doing great. Thanks. Lin Chen grinned. With someone helping to restrain it and coupled with his teleportation technique, the chicken-headed snake had completely become a live target. This series of moves flowed seamlessly, leaving everyone in awe. Finally, the chicken-headed snake collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Lin Chen, quick-witted, drew his sword and severed the snake's tail, blood spraying out in a gush. He swiftly cut open the snake's belly and took out the fist-sized snake gallbladder. The chicken-headed snake twitched a couple of times, and then fell completely still. Is it dead? Someone stammered. Damn, it really got killed. The surroundings erupted in chaos. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was a peak leader-level monster. Tip, level up to Battle General. Level 10. Hearing the prompt, Lin Chen was taken aback. His lord level had finally increased. It seemed that killing high-level exotic beasts was necessary for advancement. He couldn't help but sigh. Being a necromancer lord was indeed difficult for growth. At this moment, even the always cold and aloof fairy, who was unparalleled in beauty, showed a hint of barely perceptible surprise in her eyes. Lin Chen, well done. Yi Wuxian laughed as he walked over. Thanks to your distraction. Lin Chen wiped the snake's blood off his face. This chicken-headed snake is full of treasures. Let's split it. Yi Wuxian said cheerfully. Lin Chen called over Nia Shuangshuan and a few others. I only want the gallbladder. You all can decide how to split the rest. Qin Yuan and the others grinned widely, quickly starting to peel off the snake's skin and teeth, those valuable items. The other teams around were green with envy. Some muttered sourly about lucking out, while others looked on with envy. Only Lu Mingxian gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes filled with wariness towards Lin Chen. Chapter 141, Damn. Battle Sovereign Level. Mecha? After dividing the spoils, Yi Wuxian walked over to Lin Chen, curious, and asked, Lin Chen, are you also a martial artist? Lin Chen nodded. Your set of boxing techniques is really fierce. Yi Wuxian gave a thumbs up. Lin Chen smiled but said nothing more. If it weren't for absorbing 2 high-level blood crystals, along with the eruption of the barbarian god bloodline, how could he have injured the chicken-headed snake? Just then, a commotion arose. Yi Wuxian turned to look and his expression immediately darkened. He saw Lu Mingxian leading a group of over 10 people, among them at least 10 battle sovereign level experts. What do you want? A member of the Silver Blade team immediately stepped forward. This is our loot. Exactly, we didn't see you fighting earlier, and now you come over? People around whispered. That's the Bloodlust team funded by the Lu family, known for their bullying and tyranny. Right. Last time they even stole from our team. Someone followed up with accusations. Lu Mingxian walked forward with a sinister smile. Ha, Lin Chen, we really are fated to meet. To the victor go the spoils. This chicken-headed snake is full of treasures. Can you handle it? Lin Chen's gaze turned cold as he looked at the group. Nia Shuangshuang and the others silently stood by his side, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Lu Mingxian wore a sly smile. TSK, Lin Chen, we really are enemies on a narrow road. I didn't expect you to kill the chicken-headed snake. He licked his lips. Last time you ruined my engagement with Su Xiaoyu. My dad is wary of your broken token, but I'm not afraid. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and over 10 battle sovereign level members immediately surrounded them. The other teams around quickly distanced themselves. Who didn't know the notorious reputation of the Bloodlust team? These people relied on the backing of the Lu family in Kyoto, engaging in all sorts of shady dealings. Yi Wuxian narrowed his eyes, staring at a burly man with a murderous aura behind. Lu Mingxian, Bloodlust, what do you mean by this? The burly man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Yi Wuxian, haven't you had enough of losing last time? Today, we're just accompanying young Master Mingxian for some training. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Don't meddle in our affairs. Yi Wuxian's gaze sharpened. Next to Lu Mingxian stood a figure in a black robe, whose aura was even more terrifying than Bloodlust. Lin Chen's heart sank. This was not good. The Bloodlust team was actually stronger than the Silver Blade team? Lin Chen, Lu Mingxian said smugly, have your people hand over all the spoils, including the snake gallbladder you took For the sake of being fellow humans, I can let you off this time. Humph. Yi Wuxiang was furious, and with a hum, his long sword was drawn, stirring up a whirlwind around him. What a big mouth! The eyes of the chicken head snake were of great use to him. How could he possibly hand them over? The beautiful female member of the Silver Blade team stepped forward with a cold expression, her voice as clear as a mountain spring. With the great enemy of the alien races at hand, do you still have the mind to fight among yourselves here? The moment Lu Mingxian saw her, his eyes went wide. If Nie Xuanxuan was already a rare beauty in his eyes compared to the one before him, she still fell short. As he watched the other teams scatter, only Yi Wuxiang's Silver Blade team and Lin Chen's Song Yen team remained on the scene. Lu Mingxian smirked and made a gesture, immediately surrounding them. You have some nerve. Yi Wuxiang's expression was furious. The beautiful female team member's face also changed. Nie Xuanxuan and the others looked ashen. This situation did not look good at all. Only Lin Chen remained calm, coldly smiling. The alien races have already reached your doorstep and you still have the mind to fight among yourselves? Isn't it just about wanting to snatch the spoils of war? He suddenly raised his hand and waved. Then come and try. Boom! An 8-meter-tall black mech appeared out of thin air, its body covered in ghostly blue quantum cannon ports, standing majestically before everyone. Holy crap! A battle sovereign level mech? Everyone was dumbfounded. Yi Wuxiang's eyes widened, and even the fairy-like female team member showed a shocked expression. A mech of this caliber was extremely rare. Nie Xuanxuan and the others were both surprised and delighted. How many trump cards did this guy Lin Chen still have? The quantum cannons of this mech could kill a battle sovereign. Lu Mingxuan's face turned extremely ugly, his mouth twitching. Meanwhile, the black-robed man beside him stood like a wooden statue, motionless. The scene suddenly fell silent. Old show. Bloodslaughter turned to look at the black-robed man, his tone questioning. The black-robed man squinted, carefully examining the mech. Its defensive and offensive capabilities were absurdly strong. If a fight broke out with Lin Chen and Yi Wuxiang together, they might not gain the upper hand. Young Master Mingxian, the black-robed man rasped, let's go. Lu Mingxian stomped his feet in frustration. Old show, but leave. The black-robed man's tone darkened. Lu Mingxian immediately wilted. This old Xiao was a distinguished guest of the Lu family. Even his father treated him with utmost respect. If it weren't for old Xiao's presence, he wouldn't dare to cause a ruckus in the 79th dimension. Let's go. Lu Mingxian gritted his teeth and waved his hand, leading his people away in defeat. But as they left, old Xiao's eagle-like eyes remained fixed on Lin Chen. Ever since this kid killed the chicken-head snake, he felt he was absurdly strong. Now, he could even produce a mech of this level. Who exactly is this kid? Old Xiao began to speculate. After walking a distance, Old Xiao stopped, his voice hoarse. Bloodslaughter, the Lu family has spent a lot of money hiring you, and we need you to ensure young Master Mingxuan's safety. Bloodslaughter immediately bowed. Rest assured, Old Xiao, we will do our utmost. Also, Old Xiao narrowed his eyes. Find out about that kid named Lin Chen. I want to know all his details. Understood. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Bloodslaughter's eyes. After giving these instructions, Bloodslaughter quickly caught up with Lu Mingxian and lowered his voice. Young Master Mingxian, that Lin Chen is not simple. For now, let's avoid a direct confrontation with him. Lu Mingxian gritted his teeth, but this kid is growing too fast. I seriously suspect that the death of Yimeng is definitely related to him. Bloodslaughter smiled coldly. Young Master Mingxian, don't be anxious, a direct confrontation isn't cost-effective. We can play it sly. Once we find an opportunity, spend some money to hire a few experts and do it without anyone knowing. Lu Mingxian finally showed a satisfied expression. Good, I'll leave this matter to you. Chapter 142, Money Talks, do you understand? On the other side, the Silver Blade team and the Song Yen team began to excitedly divide the spoils. This venomous fong, when polished into a dagger, will definitely be sharp. The venom can be refined into a highly toxic potion. If we make armor out of this snake skin, the defense will be absolutely astonishing. Qin Yuan couldn't put it down, stroking the metallic sheen of the snakeskin. Nie Xuanxuan's sharp eyes spotted something else from the snake's belly. Oh, there's a venom sac hidden here. Yi Wuxiang smiled at Lin Chen. Thanks to you this time, we were able to take down this chicken-headed snake. You all can pick first. Ha, no need to be polite. You all contributed quite a bit too. Yao Khan laughed heartily. Your mech is really impressive. It actually scared off the opponent's high-level battle lord. Yi Wuxiang walked around the mech, clicking his tongue in amazement. Where did you get this treasure? Lin Chen patted the mech's exterior, smiling modestly. It just looks intimidating. In actual combat, it still has a long way to go. He pointed to the joints. The transmission system here keeps jamming, and the energy conversion efficiency isn't high enough. Yi Wuxiang raised an eyebrow. Come on. With that firepower, it could flatten a small mountain. If it were that powerful, I would have already stormed the alien's lair. Lin Chen shook his head with a smile. Also, this thing consumes too much energy. After firing a couple of shots, it needs half an hour to recharge. He said this half-jokingly, causing everyone to be skeptical. In the end, Lin Chen only took a few pieces of the tenderest snake meat. He purely wanted to taste what the legendary chicken-headed snake meat was like. After parting Wei's with the Silver Blade team. Chen Yan looked worried. Lin Chen, I don't think Lu Mingxian will let this go so easily. I think so too, Yao Kong frowned. That guy looks like he holds grudges. Nia Shuangshuang tightened her grip on her electromagnetic gun. We need to be careful. Lin Chen's gaze turned cold as he clenched his fists. He wanted to take down Lu Mingxian more than anyone else to collect some interest for Zhao Yuer. He just didn't want to drag his teammates into it. Don't worry, if Lu Mingxian dares to provoke us again, I won't let him off so easily. Lin Chen's face showed a murderous intent, and Nie Shuangshuang nodded. And the Bloodlust team? Indeed, there's not a single good person in the Bloodlust team. Lin Chen's voice was icy. If we get the chance, we should wipe them out too. Lin Gu, count me in. Qin Yuan was filled with righteous indignation, very excited. No, Lin Chen shook his head. It's more convenient for me to act alone. Chen Yan sighed. Lin Chen is right. With our current strength, following along would only be a burden. He glanced at his dejected teammates. But one day, we will become your support, not a liability. Hearing this, Lin Chen nodded slightly, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. With his current abilities, he was practically a born killer. The teleporting dagger was elusive, and various trump cards emerged one after another. If it came to a fight, he would definitely be a one-hit killer. Even if he encountered a stronger opponent, he wouldn't be afraid. Once the necromancy spells were unleashed, they would directly suppress the opponent's strength. Can't win? Use the invincible potion for a surprise counterattack. This was Lin Chen's most terrifying and confident trump card. Someone is following us. Lin Chen's voice was low. The expressions of everyone changed instantly. Chen Yan's face turned serious. It seems the Bloodlust team has no intention of letting us go. Given that group's style of doing things, Yao Kong swallowed hard. They definitely won't back down easily. Let's fight them. Qin Yuan gritted his teeth fiercely. Everyone looked at Lin Chen, waiting for him to make a decision. Lin Chen's eyes flickered with cold light, rather than being on the defensive. It's better to strike first. He decided that whether it was the Bloodlust team or Lu Mingxian, he would collect some interest first. Nie Shuangshuang looked worried. Lin Chen, you must be careful. Don't worry, Lin Chen sneered. I'll make the Lu family know what regret feels like. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure instantly vanished from the spot. The next second, he appeared behind the Bloodlust team member who was following them. The sword of corrosion pressed against the opponent's neck. After following for so long, you must be tired, right? Lin Chen's voice was like that of the Grim Reaper. After dealing with the stalker, Lin Chen retrieved the Bloodlust squad's communication locator from the other party. At this moment, the 79th dimension was nearing dusk, and he was traversing alone through the desolate forest of the wasteland. This area was larger than he had imagined. Lin Chen concealed his presence and traced back the signal from the communicator. 2 hours later, he finally discovered the traces of the Bloodlust squad in a secluded valley. Adon, why haven't we heard from Akai yet? A bald man paced irritably. Young Master Mingxian instructed that we must keep a close watch on that kid Lin Chen. Just wait a bit longer. Another thin man fiddled with the communicator. If we lose track of him, we'll all be in trouble. Meanwhile, several kilometers away in a temporary camp, Bloodlust was handing a stack of documents to Lu Mingxian. Young Master, here are the detailed profiles of the other members of the Zhangyan squad. Should we take them out together? Lu Mingxian smiled coldly. Since we're going to act, we must eradicate them completely. He made a gesture of cutting his throat. Beside him, Elder Chiu closed his eyes to rest, but his slight nod indicated his stance. The Lu family had done him a favor, and Lin Chen's displayed potential was too terrifying. He had to be eliminated early. Otherwise, he would surely become a great threat in the future. Unfortunately, all the scouts sent out by the Bloodlust squad had been silently dealt with by Lin Chen. Not only that, but he also followed the clues to uncover their location. Just as dawn was breaking, Elder Chiu's expression turned serious. Young Master, revenge is one thing. Today's training cannot be neglected. You should kill a peak-level commander beast by yourself. Unless you encounter a life-and-death crisis, neither I nor Bloodlust will intervene. Lu Mingxian nodded. A trace of gloom flashed in his eyes. If it weren't for Lin Chen, Su Xiaoyu would have long been his. Perhaps he could even obtain that absolute zero talent. Damn. Lin Chen, he gritted his teeth. He's the reason my strength can improve. The Lu family's disciples were all exceptionally talented, but it wasn't because they were born prodigies. Rather, the Lu family had some unspeakably vicious means. Bloodlust, Elder Chiu said slowly, go find a suitable training target for the young master. Bloodlust responded and took a few team members out of the temporary camp. Elder Chiu leisurely sat aside. Bloodlust and his team wandered outside for most of the day but failed to find a suitable beast. According to Elder Chiu, they needed to find a beast that was not too aggressive, not too dangerous, and not too ferocious. Damn, I've never seen such a picky young master in my life. One team member couldn't help but complain. Exactly, another team member whispered. In agreement, going out for training and still being choosy. Can we pick the species during a beast invasion? Bloodlust glared at them. Shut up. Has the Lu family skimped on money and resources over the years? Money talks, understand? A few team members rolled their eyes, secretly cursing. This is clearly not training. It's a picnic. Chapter 143 Flash, Draw, Slash, Hide the Body all in one go. Found you. Lin Chen hid in the shadows, watching the Bloodlust members searching for beasts. His mind raced. Could it be that Bloodlust and Lu Mingxian have split up? He quickly assessed the strength of both sides. Against a primary battle Sovereign Lord, he could easily kill them in a surprise attack. As for a high-level battle Sovereign, it would be quite challenging. In front of him, Bloodlust was a mid-level battle Sovereign, while the other members were all primary battle Sovereigns. 5 battle Sovereigns. If I'm going to act, I need to take out Bloodlust first. Lin Chen tightened his grip on the corrosive blade. However, if they send out a message, it will definitely alert the others. Moreover, the crime of assassinating one's own kind on the battlefield against the alien race is not small. The most troublesome part was that the Lu family could actually invite a master like Elder Cho to be Lu Mingxuan's sparring partner. This was enough to show that the Lu family's foundation was unfathomable. To make a high-level battle Sovereign obey, Lin Chen squinted. Behind the Lu family there must be an even more terrifying presence. He recalled the rumors he had heard recently, that the Lu family had once produced a battle Emperor-level lord. Although he didn't know if it was true, to have someone like Old Shou running errands for them was definitely not simple. Now, with Bloodlust and the others right in front of him, should he kill or not? Lin Chen hesitated. His primary target was Lu Mingxian. If he acted now, it would be difficult to get close to that bastard later. Let's just follow for now. Lin Chen instructed the skeletal undead to use a concealment spell, completely masking his presence. He hid in the shadows, watching as the Bloodlust team busied themselves for half the day, finally capturing a peak Commander-level armored bear. The bear looked silly and slow, and even when surrounded, it didn't get angry. Instead, it sat on the ground, munching on its paws. This idiot is just perfect. One team member wiped his sweat. Thick skin, durable, slow-moving, and not aggressive at all. The problem is, this thing weighs at least 5 tons. How do we get it back? Another team member kicked the bear's rear, only to be knocked off balance by the bear's tail. Dumb. Use honey to lure it. Bloodlust couldn't help but cover his face and sigh. Here he was, a mid-level battle Sovereign, having to coax a bear like a circus trainer? Lin Chen almost laughed out loud. He finally understood what these people were up to. They were looking for a practice dummy for the young master of the Lu family. The Lu family's offspring are indeed extravagant and indulgent. Even their training is so particular. Lin Chen shook his head, but his heart grew more vigilant. This only further indicated that the Lu family was not simple. He followed Bloodlust and the others back to the temporary camp, watching them treat the bear like an ancestor, using dozens of jars of honey to coax it into a specially made iron cage. Damn. I'd rather take on a leader-level beast alone. One team member slumped to the ground, complaining. Bloodlust was also panting heavily. This is more exhausting than fighting. No way. We have to find a few lone women tonight to vent. Lin Chen, hiding in the shadows, let out a cold laugh. Who would have thought that the infamous Bloodlust team was secretly engaged in such a low-skill endeavor? Lin Chen lurked on the outskirts of the temporary camp, his nerves taut. Although he was confident in his concealment skills, a powerhouse like Old Shou could easily discover him with the slightest mistake. At that moment, Bloodlust suddenly frowned. Strange. Why haven't a Kai and a Dong reported back? He pulled out his communicator and tried a few more times. Could they have run into some trouble? A cold glint flashed in Old Shou's eyes. Send a few more people to check. Remember, that kid Lin Chen must die. Just as Bloodlust dispatched 2 team members, Lin Chen struck like a ghost. One of the team members' throats was slit in an instant. His eyes wide with disbelief. He never imagined Lin Chen would dare to storm their camp alone. Rest easy on your journey, Lin Chen whispered in his ear, his voice icy. Your companions will be here to keep you company soon. In just 10 seconds, 2 battle Sovereign-level warriors were silently dealt with. Lin Chen's movements were astonishingly quick, flashing, drawing his blade, slitting throats, and hiding bodies, all in one breath. Lin Chen hid in the shadows and counted. He had taken out 5 members of the Bloodlust team, leaving 10 remaining. He quietly crept near the camp and happened to see Lu Mingxian training. The scene was almost laughable. The thick-skinned armored bear stood there foolishly, allowing Lu Mingxian to attack. But the ice skills of this young master from the Lu family barely tickled the bear. Ice spikes shattered. Ice spears broke. Ice swords splintered. Not a single wound was left. What the hell is this piece of junk? Lu Mingxian was so angry he was jumping up and down. Old Shou, is this the practice partner you found for me? The surrounding team members struggled to hold back their laughter. They had carefully selected this bear for its durability. Who knew the young master couldn't even break its defenses? Lin Chen in the shadow shook his head. Is this the level? Are all the Lu family's offspring such useless fools? Old Shou sighed inwardly. He knew better than anyone that the Lu family had become obsessed with the dark art of talent grafting over the years, resulting in their descendants' talents declining with each generation. Lu Mingxian was a typical example. Ice-type lords were already rare, and suitable grafting bodies were even harder to find. This so-called training trip was, to put it bluntly, just a way to let him get some fresh air. So boring. Lu Mingxian kicked the belly of a Linjia bear only to be bounced back and staggered. He turned to ask Shui Lu, "Did you find out about that girl from the Silver Blade team?" Shui Lu hurriedly leaned forward, "Young master, I found out. That woman is called Ouyang Tianjin, a new recruit of the Silver Blade team." Ouyang Tianjin? Nice name. Lu Mingxuan's eyes lit up, licking his lips. "I'm going to have her. No matter her background, I'll get her first." Old Shou frowned at this. Was this fool really thinking about such things all day? If it weren't for his grandfather's face, he would have slapped this little waste to death long ago. In the shadows, Lin Chen's gaze turned cold, and the corrosive blade in his hand trembled slightly. Ouyang Tianjin, huh? This Lu Mingxian was actually a lecher? But just then, the ground in the distance suddenly shook. Lin Chen's heart tightened. Not good, there's a beast horde. Over 20 Linjia bears charged in aggressively, led by a leader-level Linjia bear. Its size was more than 3 times that of the Linjia bears in the camp. Roar! The leader bear fixed its gaze on the little bear in the camp, letting out a thunderous roar. Lin Chen instantly understood. The bear that Shui Lu and the others had caught was just a juvenile, and now the parent had come looking for it. Boom! The earth trembled as the bear horde charged. The momentum was enough to flatten the entire camp. Shui Lu, what the hell did you bring back? Lu Mingxuan's face turned green with fear. Shui Lu panicked as well. Old Shou, I really didn't know. This bear had a family. Run! Run fast! Old Shou grabbed Lu Mingxian. The skin of this Linjia bear is too thick. We can't fight it. The entire camp was thrown into chaos. Chapter 144, Don't Go to the Corrupted Bone Swamp. Lin Chen's expression darkened, and he immediately followed. Ahead, the members of the Shui Lu team were desperately fleeing, while the Linjia bear horde pursued relentlessly. One team member cursed while running. Why are these beasts so vengeful? No kidding, another team member gasped. They caught your son, would you not fight back? Lin Chen smirked, his figure flashing, and in the next second he was riding on the back of a giant Linjia bear. This dumb bear was completely unaware and continued to charge ahead. What a good opportunity! Lin Chen formed seals with both hands and cast a bone corrosion curse at the 2 lagging Shui Lu team members. The 2 hit by the curse immediately felt their bodies weaken as if their bones had been pulled out. Before they could fall, they were smashed into pulp by the pursuing Linjia bear. Seeking death, Old Shou finally made his move. He shouted, "Fire explosion," and with a wave of his hands, dozens of fireballs shot out, instantly blowing apart several of the charging Linjia bears. Roar! The leader-level Linjia bear charged in fury, directly clashing with Old Shou. The shockwave shattered the surrounding dead trees. Lin Chen took the opportunity to dodge behind a giant rock and began to watch the show. After dozens of rounds of fierce battle, Old Shou finally managed to force back the bear horde using his fire-type spells that restrained the Linjia bears. Count the numbers! Shui Lu gasped, shouting. When they looked around, the original 15-member team, including him, was now down to just 5. But Lu Mingxian looked as if he had been injected with adrenaline, his face full of pride. Did you see that? If it weren't for my ice explosion combined with Old Shou's fire magic, how could we have so easily repelled the bear horde? Shui Lu suppressed the urge to curse and forced a smile. Young master is mighty. Your ice and fire duality move is simply amazing. Old Shou could no longer bear to watch. Young master, the situation in Dimension 79 is complex and too dangerous. We should return to Shenzhou first. He promised an old friend to take good care of this fool. No way. Lu Mingxian glared. Old Shou, Lin Chen isn't dead yet and I haven't gotten my hands on Ouyang Tianjin. How can I go back? Old Shou immediately felt a jolt in his head. Then you must not leave my sight. Got it. Lu Mingxian waved his hand impatiently, then turned to Shui Lu and ordered, keep investigating the whereabouts of Ouyang Tianjin. Lin Chen, hiding in the shadows, was speechless. This idiot was about to die and was still thinking about women? However, Old Shou was indeed a problem. His strength was too formidable. After the armored bear, Lin Chen had even fewer opportunities to act. If this dragged on, how would he find Chen Wanqiu? Just as he was worrying, his communicator buzzed to life. It was a reply from Chen Wanqiu. Although it was all garbled, the location showed she was in the corrupted bone marsh. Wanqiu. Lin Chen immediately requested a call, but all he heard on the other end was intermittent static. Lin, don't come to the corrupted bone marsh. Danger. The communication abruptly cut off. Lin Chen's heart tightened. The corrupted bone marsh was one of the most dangerous forbidden places in the 79th dimension. He clenched his fists, his gaze sharpening. Forget Lu Mingxian and the Shui Lu team, they were all irrelevant now. I need to set off immediately. Lin Chen glanced at Lu Mingxian, who was still showing off, and sneered, you're lucky. I'll let you live a little longer. With that, he vanished and sped towards the corrupted bone marsh. The skeletal undead transformed into black mist followed closely behind, leaving only a few traces of cold air. At the same time, in Kyoto, at the Su family estate, Su Tianhao smashed a teacup into pieces, his face dark with anger. Useless. Can't even keep an eye on one person. Zhao Jiao actually ran off to the 79th dimension to find Lin Chen? The old butler bowed his head in trepidation. Young master, please calm down, I will send someone to bring the young lady back. Bring her back? Su Tianhao sneered, a dark glint flashing in his eyes. Go, don't let that brat Lin Chen get close to Jiao Jiao. If it comes to it, he made a gesture across his throat, just deal with him directly. But, the old butler hesitated. What about the young lady? Jiao Jiao is being reckless, and you all are too? Su Tianhao slammed the table. Lin Chen may be a prodigy, but he has no background. How dare he get close to my Su family? Moreover, he has offended too many people, even my Su family might not be able to protect him. As night fell like ink, Lin Chen sent a text to Nie Shuangchuang and the others, instructing them to retreat to the safe zone immediately. He continued deeper into the 79th dimension. Even though the beast tide had been repelled, the scenes along the way were still shocking. Broken weapons, charred land, and the corpses of both humans and beasts scattered everywhere. The air was thick with the stench of decay and blood, and in the distance the roars of beasts could be heard intermittently. The brutality here surpasses that of the dimensional battlefield, Lin Chen murmured to himself. Arriving at a grove of dead trees, he leaped onto the highest branch and nibbled on some rations. The surroundings were deathly silent, even the sound of the wind had vanished. Suddenly, Lin Chen's ears perked up. He heard faint footsteps beneath the tree. Ha! Someone's there. He held his breath, using the dim light to vaguely see three figures in cloaks searching for something below the tree. Strangely, several floating ghostly green flames surrounded them, illuminating the pale masks beneath the cloaks. The Abyss Cult's lackeys? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, sensing that the opponents were only at the initial level of battle sovereign, and his killing intent surged instantly. Kill! The skeletal undead immediately activated their soulfire resonance, and he simultaneously unleashed 3 bone erosion spells. The black-robed figures hadn't even reacted before they dropped dead. Damn it! Lin Chen rummaged through their clothes but found no useful information. Just then, a dense sound of footsteps came from afar. Hundreds of three-eyed mutant dogs, attracted by the commotion, were charging wildly towards him. What the hell is that? Lin Chen frowned as he looked at the unfamiliar beasts, and without hesitation, he waved his hand. Big mouth. It's time to eat. Instantly, thousands of ghouls surged out from the shadows, overwhelming the pack of monstrous dogs. Big Mouth excitedly opened its bloody maw wide and clamped down on the neck of the lead monstrous dog, tearing at it furiously. Not far away, a group of people was hiding in the shadows of the trees. Captain, there's someone over there fighting with the three-eyed demon dog, a small team member whispered. The long-haired man leading the group sneered, don't meddle in other people's business. Remember, our target is Ouyang Tianjin. He rubbed the tracking device in his hand. The Ouyang family has been reclusive for 100 years, and now they dare to let their precious jewel out for training. What a heavenly opportunity. The team member hesitated and said, but the Silver Blade team is not to be trifled with. What are you afraid of? The long-haired man's eyes flashed with a cold glint. As long as we capture Ouyang Tianjin. Do you think the Ouyang family won't obediently comply? They didn't notice that several strands of black mist were quietly wrapping around their shadows, which were Lin Chen's skeletal undead spying from the dark. Through the skeletal undead's vision, he heard the long-haired man's words clearly. He frowned slightly, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the tree trunk. Interesting, there are actually people with their eyes on Ouyang Tianjin? In the distance, the mysterious teen was preparing to leave when the long-haired man suddenly shivered, looking around in confusion. Why do I suddenly feel a chill? Lin Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. He originally didn't want to complicate matters, but he was very curious about the Ouyang family. Mother of the burrow spider, he whispered, send a few clever burrow demons to follow them. Chapter 145. Now, we should talk about the reward. The mother of the burrow spider nodded and immediately summoned 3 smaller burrow demons who silently infiltrated the ground. Meanwhile, Lin Chen turned and continued to rush towards the corrupted bone marsh. Lin Chen ran all night, and he suddenly realized that the long-haired man's team was actually heading in the same direction as him. This meant that Ouyang Tianjin had also gone to the corrupted bone marsh? What a coincidence. He frowned slightly and decided to follow the burrow demon sensing. When he arrived at the scene, he saw a woman surrounded by a dense pack of marsh wolves. Those wolves were pitch black, able to traverse the marsh as if it were solid ground, and were continuously howling, calling for their companions. In the center of the battle circle, Ouyang Tianjin, dressed in white, was already stained with mud. Her perfect figure still stood tall. She commanded 6 thunder mages, their bodies crackling with electricity, continuously unleashing dazzling thunderstorms. Thunderous might, she shouted, forming hand seals. The 6 thunder mages simultaneously raised their staffs, thick chains of lightning weaving into a net, electrocuting the marsh wolves that lunged at them into charred remains. But there were simply too many wolves. As soon as the space was cleared, new wolves would immediately fill in. Worse still, her mental energy was rapidly depleting. In the shadows, the long-haired man from the mysterious team grinned sinisterly, preparing to strike. On the outskirts of the marsh, one by one, the marsh wolves were knocked to the ground by the electricity. Many of them charred inside and out from the thunder. The leading Wolf King leaped to attack, and Ouyang Tianjin's eyes surged with lightning, countering with a lightning spear. Sizzle! The lightning spear pierced through the Wolf King's chest, pinning it in midair. The Wolf King let out a mournful howl, its fur bristling, and then Ouyang Tianjin raised her jade hand. Thunder explosion. Boom! A thunderball accurately detonated on the Wolf King's head, instantly turning it blackened and heavily smashing it into the marsh. In an instant, the Marsh Wolf King was slain. The remaining wolves, seeing this, immediately howled and scattered in panic. Swish! Now's the time. The long-haired man and his two companions quickly surrounded Ouyang Tianjin. At this moment, she was exhausted, her face pale as paper, barely able to stand. Who are you? Ouyang Tianjin forced herself to ask. Tsk tisk. The long-haired man revealed a sinister face. Miss Ouyang actually found herself alone? He stepped forward, the pressure of a high-level battle sovereign erupting with a thunderous force. Lin Chen, hidden in the shadows, felt a tightness in his chest. Damn it, it's actually a high-level battle sovereign. This is going to be a mess. Are you from the Qi family? Ouyang Tianjin's gaze was cold. Smart. The long-haired man licked his lips. As long as you obediently come back with us, we guarantee we won't harm you. Dream on. Ouyang Tianjin interrupted. You think you can use me to threaten my dad? Not a chance. The long-haired man grinned sinisterly as he approached. Miss Ouyang, I admit, your Ouyang family's thunder magic is incredibly powerful, but right now, you probably can't even conjure a thunder ball. What's the use of being tough? As he spoke, he was about to make a move. Lin Chen, hiding not far away, concealed his presence. He didn't want to meddle, he was purely interested in the Ouyang family. Ouyang Tianjin's eyes were like torches. Aren't you Qi family members afraid of the sanctions from the Tianwei mansion? As soon as the words Tianwei mansion were uttered, the long-haired man's face turned pale. One of his lackeys whispered, Boss, what is the Tianwei mansion? Shut up. The long-haired man broke out in a cold sweat, lowering his voice. The Tianwei mansion is one of the 7 supreme institutions of the Great Xia, and any steward inside is at the battle Emperor level. He swallowed hard. Even the strongest legendary lord of the divine continent, Huang, came from the Tianwei mansion. The two lackeys immediately felt their legs go weak. Lin Chen, hiding in the shadows, was also shaken. He had always thought the demon suppression army was the highest combat power of the human race, but he didn't expect there was still the Tianwei mansion behind it. Seeing this, Ouyang Tianjin continued to apply pressure. Now you know fear? Our Ouyang family has guarded the Thunder Abyss Canyon for generations. What are you Qi family members? Just the lackeys of the Abyss cult. Hearing this, Lin Chen frowned slightly. Why are there lackeys of the Abyss cult everywhere? The long-haired man's expression fluctuated, and he finally gritted his teeth and said, Humph. Who are you trying to scare? Do you really think the Tianwei mansion is your family's? He suddenly waved his hand. Make a move. Capture her first. The two lackeys immediately lunged at Ouyang Tianjin. Ouyang Tianjin suddenly looked up, her gaze scanning the surroundings. Friends from the Sanyan battle team, have you watched the show long enough? As long as you can help me out of this predicament, the Ouyang family will definitely reward you handsomely. Lin Chen's heart jolted. This woman could actually sense his presence? Thinking of the Tianwei mansion's background and the connection these people had with the Abyss cult, he quickly weighed the pros and cons playing tricks. The long-haired man looked around but found nothing unusual. He was about to mock. Buzz. Lin Chen appeared like a ghost, the barbarian god descending. Barbarian blood pagoda fist. He unleashed all his strength. The blood-red fist slammed solidly into the long-haired man's chest. Puff. The long-haired man spat out a mouthful of blood, flying backward over 10 meters. He was immediately heavily injured. He stared in terror, his eyes wide. Why you? Who are you? Lin Chen flicked his wrist. Just someone passing by. The remaining two lackeys were so scared their legs went weak. Their boss was a high-level battle sovereign. How could he be sent flying with a single punch? Lin Chen landed lightly, appearing in front of Ouyang Tianjin, who had a glimmer of surprise in her beautiful eyes. Just now, she had purely guessed based on her thunder perception, not expecting it to really be Lin Chen. Thank you, Ouyang Tianjin said softly. Don't be in a hurry to thank me, Lin Chen said without looking back. We're just making a deal. Before his words fell, his figure vanished again. Doom. Mark. Bone erosion curse. Almost simultaneously, the skeletal undead initiated a soulfire resonance. The threefold killing move stacked, and the long-haired man and his two companions didn't even have time to scream before they convulsed and fell to the ground. Thud. The three corpses fell into the swamp one after another, quickly being swallowed by the mud. Lin Chen flicked the blood droplets off the corrosive sword and turned to Ouyang Tianjin. Now, we should talk about the reward. Ouyang Tianjin looked weak. What do you want? Chapter 146. It's already a special case that I can come out. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, looking directly into Ouyang Tianjin's eyes. You tell me about the Tianwei mansion first. As for the rest, we can talk about it later. Ouyang Tianjin wiped the mud off her face, glancing around. This isn't a place to talk. As they were speaking, a series of roars from strange beasts echoed in the distance. Can you walk on your own? Lin Chen frowned slightly. It's just, my mental energy is depleted. Ouyang Tianjin had just taken a step when her legs suddenly went weak. Lin Chen reacted quickly, catching her, and was immediately startled. She felt as cold as ice. Thunder backlash? Lin Chen quickly realized. After a thunder mage overexerts themselves, the imbalance of charges in their body can cause a rapid drop in body temperature, which can be life-threatening in severe cases. Without a second thought, he picked her up on his back. Lead the way. A hint of color returned to Ouyang Tianjin's pale face, but she still pointed to the northeast. That way, 3 kilometers, there's my temporary safe house. Upon reaching the safe house, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. The place resembled his mobile fortress but was clearly a high-end custom version, with walls glowing with a cold light from a special alloy. The security door opened automatically after scanning Ouyang Tianjin's face. Once inside, although she wore a guarded expression, she had no other choice. She quietly observed Lin Chen. According to the intel, Lin Chen, 20 years old, an orphan, a rare undead lord. He should have been hard to achieve greatness, yet he was absurdly strong, deeply loyal, training everywhere to save his sister. Thinking of this, a glimmer of determination flashed in Ouyang Tianjin's eyes. Feeling better? Lin Chen's gaze was calm as he swept over Ouyang Tianjin's flawless beauty. Can we talk about the Tianwei mansion now? Ouyang Tianjin handed him a cup of hot tea. About the Tianwei mansion. She hesitated for a moment. I can only tell you that it is one of the last lines of defense for humanity. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. He noticed that as Ouyang Tianjin spoke, she unconsciously touched the lightning-shaped mark on her left wrist. Our Ouyang family has survived to this day thanks to the protection of the Tianwei mansion. She looked up at Lin Chen. With your strength, if you want to join the Tianwei mansion in the future, I can recommend you. But Lin Chen shook his head. The reason he chose to become a free lord was that he did not want to be bound by any forces. An organization of the Tianwei mansion's level would have even more rules than the demon suppression army. He had only one goal now: to grow stronger, strong enough to stand on his own and fight in the battlefield of 10,000 races. He recalled the latest intel indicating that the dimension where his sister Lin Xinyue was trapped had been completely occupied by alien races. Even the strongest of the war sect dared not venture easily. Thank you for your kindness. Lin Chen's voice was low. I have more important matters to attend to, so I don't plan on this for now. Ouyang Tianjin looked regretful, thinking of Lin Chen's strength and his terrifying mech. She tentatively spoke. Lin Chen, I have a very important mission this time. Leaving the family, and I want to hire you to help me. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. No wonder she joined the Silver Blade squad. It turned out to be a hiring relationship. He just didn't understand why she was acting alone again. Hire me? Lin Chen smiled playfully. I'm quite expensive. The reward will definitely satisfy you. Ouyang Tianjin's emotions stirred. Since Lin Chen did not immediately refuse, it meant there was still room for negotiation. As they spoke, the lightning mark on her hand flickered with a spark. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. This lightning mark was surprisingly similar to the holy light mark within him. Then tell me, what mission? I need a Thunder Wolf Dragon's Thunder Core. Ouyang Tianjin lowered her voice. According to the intel, there are traces of Thunder Wolf Dragons deep in the corrupted Bone Marsh. Thunder Wolf Dragon? Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. That's a peak elite of the leader level. Since your Ouyang family has ties with the Tianwei mansion, why not send more experts? Ouyang Tianjin's expression suddenly darkened. My Ouyang family has been forbidden from leaving the Thunder Abyss Canyon for generations. I am already an exception for being able to come out. She hesitated, clearly hiding something. Lin Chen decisively shook his head. I refuse. He still needed to find Chen Wanqiu. What a joke. A beast of the Thunder Wolf Dragon's level was as cunning as a human. Just the two of them going was no different from sending themselves to death. Ouyang Tianjin seemed to have anticipated his refusal. I have a way to suppress its strength, at least by 30%. Oh? Lin Chen became interested. What method? Ouyang Tianjin gently stroked the thunder mark on her wrist. I can restrain all thunder-type beasts. So powerful? Lin Chen pondered. For a moment, that is worth considering. As night deepened, the roars of beasts occasionally echoed outside the safe house. In fact, some beasts had gathered outside. However, they seemed unable to do anything about the safe house. To Lin Chen's surprise, Ouyang Tianjin's mental power was recovering at an astonishing speed. In just over 10 minutes, her complexion had already regained its rosy hue. Your mental power has fully recovered. Lin Chen squinted. Ouyang Tianjin instinctively nodded. Our Ouyang family's constitution is special. Lin Chen secretly scoffed. The secrets this woman held were probably no less than his own. Soon, Ouyang Tianjin transmitted the data on the Thunder Wolf Dragon to Lin Chen. Lin Chen stared at the holographic projection, his brows furrowing tighter. This thing was simply a monster. Its entire body was covered in scales entwined with lightning, capable of shattering hills with a single claw, moving as fast as lightning, and even summoning heavenly thunder. In its peak state, indeed no one would dare to provoke it. Lin Chen stroked his chin, but if it can really be weakened by 30%. The reason he was tempted was mainly due to his interest in Ouyang Tianjin's Thunder Mark. Ever since he obtained the Holy Light Mark, he found that he could accommodate various professional energies: the blood energy of the savage martial artist, the dispelling power of the Holy Light Mage, and the cursed energy of the Dark Necromancer. If he could obtain Thunder-type abilities as well. Deal. Lin Chen suddenly made a decision, but I have to add a condition. I want the Thunder Wolf Dragon's blood essence. Ouyang Tianjin frowned slightly. What do you want that for? To drink. Lin Chen grinned, revealing his white teeth. Ouyang Tianjin's pretty face changed color. As a Thunder-type mage, she naturally did not understand the martial artist's obsession with enhancing blood energy. That was the blood essence of a sub-dragon species. It had remarkable effects for martial artists refining their blood energy, worth as much as the inner organs of a chicken-headed snake. The safe house fell into silence. A lone man and woman in the same room. The atmosphere was subtle. As dawn broke, the two set off. Lin Chen checked the coordinates and found that the location of the Thunder Wolf Dragon coincided with the area where Chen Wanxia was. After entering the corrupted bone marsh, a large number of beast corpses began to appear along the way, the bloody smell pungent and overwhelming. According to Ouyang Tianjin's plan, it would take at least 2 days to reach their destination. But Lin Chen did not have that kind of patience. Whoosh! The goblin airship soared into the sky. On the deck, Lin Chen faced the wind and looked into the distance. He had to admit that the corrupted bone marsh had a somewhat desolate beauty under the slanting sun. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Ouyang Tianjin's profile, the breeze blowing through her long hair, the glow of the sunset outlining her figure in gold. In that moment, Lin Chen had to acknowledge that this woman was breathtakingly beautiful. It was an unreal kind of beauty, but he quickly averted his gaze. Now was not the time to think about such things. Chapter 147. It's the Thunder Wolf Dragon. Whoosh! Whoosh! With a series of sonic booms, the goblin airship plunged into the foggy area. Sunlight instantly cut off. Everything around was a gray haze, visibility less than 10 meters. Is this the inner perimeter? Ouyang Tianjin exclaimed, holding onto the railing. Your airship's speed is too exaggerated. Roar! Awah! Beneath the thick fog, the sounds of beast roars rose and fell. Those sounds seemed to penetrate the soul, making one's scalp tingle. Lin Chen, the fog is too thick. Ouyang Tianjin nervously grabbed his arm, continuing. To fly is too dangerous. Just as Lin Chen was about to lower the altitude, he suddenly frowned. Wait, there's movement ahead. He saw flickering flames in the fog and vaguely discerned two massive figures engaged in fierce battle. One resembled a rhinoceros, with magma-like patterns flowing all over its body. It was the marsh magma rhinoceros. It continuously spewed out scorching lava fireballs. Its opponent was a pitch-black two-headed giant python. On its left side, the snake head spewed out a deadly mist of dark green poison, while the right snake head unleashed a bone-chilling blue ice breath. The dual assault of poison and ice forced the swamp molten rhinoceros to retreat repeatedly. How could they be fighting? Ouyang Tianjin whispered. Lin Chen squinted. I'm afraid they are fighting over territory. A heavy feeling settled in his heart. The situation in the 79th dimensional plane was more complicated than he had imagined. Here, there were not only human traders from the abyssal cult but also invading alien races. Now, there were even beast species that should not have appeared. The swamp molten rhinoceros does not belong to the invading beasts, while the two-headed underworld python comes from a very distant plane. Lin Chen murmured, how could they appear simultaneously in the corrupted bone swamp? Ouyang Tianjin suddenly tightened her grip on his arm. Look over there. Following her, Lin Chen's pupils constricted. Deep in the swamp, a distorted spatial rift was faintly visible. However, this spatial rift was healing itself, the opening visibly shrinking. Dimensional rift. They both exclaimed in unison. Now everything made sense. Some force was artificially creating dimensional passages leading to these unrelated races clashing here. The abyssal cult's conspiracy was gradually becoming clear. The 79th dimensional plane was adjacent to Jiang City, and if occupied by alien races, it would be like inserting a sharp knife into the heart of the Great Xia. Just as the swamp molten rhinoceros and the two-headed underworld python were locked in a fierce battle. Roar! A thunderous roar suddenly erupted. A pair of thunder wreath's vertical pupils slowly emerged from the thick fog, and just the gaze sent shivers down one's soul. Then, a colossal creature pushed through the mist, a wolf head towering 10 meters high, a slender body over 30 meters long covered in blue-purple scales, each scale crackling with arcs of electricity. Is that a thunder wolf dragon? Ouyang Tianjin gasped. Even more shocking was that the thunder wolf dragon's eyes flickered with a glimmer of human-like wisdom. Lin Chen swallowed hard, struggling to gulp down his saliva. Kill it? Obtain the thunder core? What kind of interstellar joke was this? The two exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Ouyang Tianjin's voice trembled. The intel might be wrong. They only said there was a thunder wolf dragon here, but they didn't say. Before she could finish, the thunder wolf dragon let out an enraged roar, unleashing several zhang of thunder from its mouth. The swamp molten rhinoceros and the two-headed underworld python instantly fled, and the surrounding alien beasts scattered in a frenzy. The entire swamp fell into a deathly silence. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, 3 figures rushed in. It's the thunder wolf dragon. Quick, set up the formation. Don't let it escape. With the shouts, various subjects were summoned. Elemental mages chanted spells, storm sorcerers set up barriers, and the leading martial master exuded an astonishing aura, clearly a high-level battle lord. Damn beast, die, the martial master bellowed, and countless fist shadows rained down like a storm. However, the thunder wolf dragon remained unmoved. Those attacks didn't even scratch its scales. How is that possible? The faces of the 3 changed dramatically. A hint of disdain flashed in the thunder wolf dragon's eyes as it slowly opened its massive mouth, blinding lightning gathering in its throat, the surrounding air crackling with high-pressure ions. Run! On the goblin airship, Lin Chen quietly shut off the engine, using the thick fog to conceal his presence. Watching the battle below, his mouth twitched. Isn't that defense too insane? Lin Chen exclaimed in shock. 3 high-level battle lords can't break through its defense? However, beside him, Ouyang Tianjin's gaze was intense, seemingly ready to take action. Lin Chen grabbed her. Are you crazy? That's a subdragon species. Although the thunder wolf dragon was merely a subspecies of dragon, the fact that it had dragon in its name meant it was not an ordinary beast. Legend had it that they evolved from thunder wolves that devoured dragon blood, possessing both the agility of wolves and the ferocity of dragons. Roar! The battle situation below suddenly changed. The enraged thunder wolf dragon swung its tail, directly sending the 3 battle lords flying. The subjects they summoned suffered heavy casualties, and the leading martial master spat blood as he was thrown back. Put! The martial master crashed heavily into the mire, his face filled with horror. The intel was wrong. This beast is at least at the peak of the leader level. Quickly notify the captain. The 3 battle-honored warriors fled in disarray, not even bothering to retrieve their subjects. At that moment, a shadow flew in like a ghost. You guys hold it off. Captain! The 3 spoke excitedly. The newcomer, with flowing garments, resembled a gentle breeze. With a single hand gesture, he summoned a completely transparent spirit wolf king. Soul master? Lin Chen's pupils constricted. The spirit wolf king lunged at the thunder wolf dragon, tearing a gash in its seemingly indestructible scales. Awah! The thunder wolf dragon howled in pain. The black-clad soul master, however, looked grim. His leader-level ghost wolf king's full strike only caused this much damage? Worse still, the thunder wolf dragon had already locked onto him, its eyes swirling with thunder and murderous intent. Captain, be careful. The 3 battle-honored warriors gritted their teeth, desperately trying to restrain the thunder wolf dragon's movements. Seizing the opportunity, the black-clad soul master formed hand seals, veins bulging on his forehead. Soul capture. A ghostly blue beam shot from the spirit wolf king's eyes, striking the thunder wolf dragon. That massive body swayed slightly, its movements clearly slowing down. Not bad. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. If this soul master could severely injure the thunder wolf dragon, and then let Ouyang Tianjin weaken it with the thunder seal, he might just have a chance to strike. But in the next second, the situation changed dramatically. The thunder wolf dragon suddenly howled to the sky, its scales erupting with blinding lightning. The black-clad soul master let out a muffled groan, blood streaming from his 7 orifices as he was sent flying. His soul technique was forcibly interrupted. Thud! The soul master crashed heavily into the swamp, struggling to shout. Retreat, quickly retreat. This is not an ordinary thunder wolf dragon, it has a trace of dragon blood within. It has reverted. Chapter 148. Damn it, I almost met my end here. Hearing this, Lin Chen and Ouyang Tianjin's eyes brightened simultaneously. Reversion? Dragon blood? Lin Chen's heart raced. If he could devour the essence blood of this thunder wolf dragon, his barbarian god bloodline might directly break through. Ouyang Tianjin was even more breathless. The thunder core containing dragon blood was enough for her to break through the shackles of her family's thunder secret techniques. It could even break the family curse. Below, the 4 battle-honored warriors fled in panic, leaving their subjects behind. The thunder wolf dragon vented its fury, tearing those subjects to shreds, but did not pursue. What a pity. Lin Chen clicked his tongue. Those guys couldn't severely injure it. Ouyang Tianjin suddenly grabbed his arm. No, this is an opportunity. The thunder wolf dragon has just gone through a battle and used its dragon blood power. Now is its weakest moment. The thunder seal on her wrist suddenly glowed brightly. I have a 70% chance of suppressing it for 5 minutes. Do you dare to take a gamble? Lin Chen stared at her stunningly beautiful face. Are you serious? On the other side, in a public lounge area of the Kyoto Lord Academy, Nie Xuanxuan and the others slumped on the sofa, holding hot tea and letting out a long sigh. Ah, we finally made it back alive. Yao Kong rubbed his sore arms. The 79th dimension is simply not a place for humans. Chen Yen pondered, do you think Lin Chen might be in danger? Don't worry. Xin Yuan crossed his legs, brother Lin has more trump cards than he can use. I even suspect he's invincible. Nia Shuang suddenly sat up straight. The latest battle report says there are abnormal energy fluctuations in the corrupted bone swamp. Lin Chen wouldn't have gone there too, would he? Damn. Yao Kong almost choked. That's a forbidden area that even battle-honored warriors don't dare to easily enter. That's why he's brother Lin. Xin Yuan suddenly became serious. While we hide in our comfort zone, he's always risking his life. Nia Shuang's eyes suddenly turned red. Yes, in this cruel world of the survival of the fittest, to protect the important people, one must become stronger. Only by becoming superior can one gain dignity. By the way, she wiped her eyes. We need to properly distribute the materials we've gathered this time. When Lin Chen returns, let's give him a surprise. Chen Yan suddenly pulled up a list. Don't worry, I've already made one. Our harvest this time is simply terrifying. Deep in the corrupted bone swamp, Ouyang Tianjin's gaze was resolute, her fair and beautiful face filled with seriousness. Lin Chen looked at this woman, who was the same age as him, achieving the rank of battle sovereign at such a young age. Her talent was nothing short of monstrous. Yet even so, she was still gambling with her life. Did he really have to accompany her in this madness? Are you sure you want to do this? Lin Chen asked in a deep voice. That's a thunder wolf dragon with a hint of dragon blood awakened. Ouyang Tianjin suddenly smiled, her smile tinged with a hint of sorrow. Do you know? The women of the Ouyang family rarely live past 30. As she spoke, she gently caressed the thunder seal on her wrist. This is both a blessing and a curse. If I can obtain the thunder core, perhaps I can live like a normal person. Hearing this, Lin Chen's heart jolted. No wonder she was fighting so desperately. Moreover, her strength was also quite abnormal. 30 seconds. He suddenly drew the corrosive blade. I only need 30 seconds. Ouyang Tianjin nodded heavily, and the thunder seal erupted with blinding lightning. Damn it, let's do this. Lin Chen gritted his teeth. Fortune favors the bold. Relying on the invincible potion for protection, he instantly activated the teleporting dagger. A shadow flashed by, and Lin Chen appeared at the injured scales of the thunder wolf dragon. Put. The corrosive blade plunged deep into the wound, and the curse of misfortune was instantly unleashed. The entire process took no more than 0.1 seconds. Ouyang Tianjin, hurry! Lin Chen shouted. At the critical moment, a brilliant bolt of lightning descended from the sky. Ouyang Tianjin formed seals with her hands, and the thunder seal transformed into chains that wrapped around the entire thunder wolf dragon. Roar! Just as the thunder wolf dragon was about to go berserk, its aura suddenly weakened by 30%. Lin Chen seized the opportunity to retreat while summoning his mecha quantum cannon. Full firepower output. Boom! The blinding energy beam instantly engulfed the figure of the thunder wolf dragon. Ghoul Legion. All troops, attack. With Lin Chen's command, a dark tide of ghouls surged forth, their numbers reaching an astonishing 150,000. They rushed forward, pouncing on the thunder wolf dragon, tearing at it with sharp claws and fangs. Ouyang Tianjin's beautiful eyes narrowed. This guy actually hid such a massive undead army? But she couldn't afford to be distracted, pouring all her energy into maintaining the thunder seal's suppression. Roar! The thunder wolf dragon howled in pain, its left eye blasted into a bloody hole by the quantum cannon, while its remaining right eye locked onto Lin Chen, filled with fury. Lin Chen would not give it a chance to breathe. Two-headed ogre, meteor fire rain, big mouth, abyssal demon flame, plague brother, plague domain, cave spider matron, shadow spider web. His 4 undead generals launched their attacks simultaneously. Fire rain, poisonous mist, and spider webs intertwined to form a death cage, trapping the thunder wolf dragon within. Seeing the thunder wolf dragon being beaten into a daze, Lin Chen did not dare to let his guard down. His blood surged, and a phantom of a wild bull appeared behind him. The wild god descends. Wild bull shattering skyfist. This punch gathered all his strength. Wherever the fist wind passed, the space twisted. Bang! Lin Chen's wild bull shattering skyfist actually forced the thunder wolf dragon back a step. He was stunned. What the hell? When did I become this strong? Oh whoa! The thunder wolf dragon was completely enraged, its tail whipping like a whip, moving so fast that it left an afterimage in the air. Swoosh! Lin Chen narrowly teleported away, the fierce wind from the edge of the dragon's tail actually carving a black mark in the space. Damn it, I almost bit the dust here. Cold sweat broke out on Lin Chen's back. Just a moment ago, he had nearly crushed the invincible potion. He turned to look at Ouyang Tianjin and found her face as pale as paper, blood seeping from the corners of her mouth, clearly at her limit. How much longer can you hold on? Lin Chen asked anxiously. 2 minutes. Ouyang Tianjin's voice trembled, the light of the thunder seal already flickering erratically. The thunder wolf dragon seemed to sense something, a glint of cunning flashing in its single eye, suddenly changing direction and pouncing towards Ouyang Tianjin. Not good. Lin Chen's eyes widened. Big mouth. Go stop it. His eyes flashed with brilliance as he suddenly took out the phantom clone blade. Swish. A clone that looked exactly like him suddenly appeared, directly shielding Ouyang Tianjin. Both Lei Langlong and Ouyang Tianjin were stunned to see another Lin Chen appear out of nowhere. Chapter 149, even if I have to pile it up, I will bury you. Holy Light Judgment. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Chen unleashed a blinding holy light from his palm. Originally, he wanted to use the curse mark to blind, but the level difference between him and Lei Langlong was too great for it to be effective. This holy light spell was just right to blind Lei Langlong's remaining eye. Roar! Lei Langlong closed his eye in pain, wildly shaking his head. Lin Chen's clone seized the opportunity to swing the phantom blade, cutting a gash in Lei Langlong's neck. Although the wound wasn't deep, it successfully attracted its hatred. Such a strong clone. Ouyang Tianjin gritted her teeth to maintain the thunder seal, but blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Bang! Lin Chen's main body was swept by the dragon's tail, flying backward like a kite with a broken string, spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair. Cough, so damn tough. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, staring at the frenzied Lei Langlong with a fierce glint in his eyes. Ghouls! Charge! 300,000 ghouls surged forward like a black tide, rushing towards Lei Langlong one after another. They bit with their teeth, clawed with their paws, and even self-destructed. Directly. They were completely reckless. Today, I will pile you up, I will bury you. Lin Chen grinned savagely, taking advantage of the clone to attract attention. He teleported behind Lei Langlong. Brawn Bull. Crushing Sky Fist. Boom! This punch struck Lei Langlong's hind leg joint, causing it to stumble, its forelimbs sinking deep into the swamp. Now's the time. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Mecha. Activate self-destruct mode. With a thunderous explosion, Lei Langlong let out a mournful howl. As the dust settled, half of its body was a bloody mess, with most of its scales stripped away. Lei Langlong, let's see how long you can hold on. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and summoned 5,000 abyss demons. A dense web of spider silk instantly wrapped around Lei Langlong's limbs, firmly pinning it in the swamp. Lin Chen, I can't hold on much longer. Ouyang Tianjin's voice was weak, and she finally collapsed directly onto the airship's deck. Lin Chen's heart sank. How could this beast still be alive? Although it was covered in wounds, its vitality remained tenacious. If this dragged on, it might attract other powerful beings. Damn it! I'm going all out. A hint of madness flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. The skeletal undead, wearing the eternal night crown, fully activated King's Gaze, locking eyes with Lei Langlong's single eye. Buzz! Lei Langlong instantly stiffened, falling into a fear-induced illusion. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen swallowed 10 blood crystals, his veins bulging. A 10-meter-tall azure floating statue appeared behind him, and he smashed down with a punch. Boom! Lei Langlong was finally on the brink of death, collapsing in a pool of blood. Damn! Still not dead? Lin Chen looked at the still twitching Lei Langlong, his mouth twitching. At this moment, he was also nearing his limit. He quickly pulled out a bottle of life potion and drank it down. His injuries and condition instantly recovered. Damn, still need that final blow. Lin Chen panted heavily, having used all the means at his disposal. But Lei Langlong's vitality was terrifyingly strong. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. The undying beetle? But the problem was that little guy was in hibernation. It would be hard to wake it up. Caw caw caw. Just then, a series of piercing cries came from afar as a dark horde of exotic beasts surged towards them. Clearly, the commotion from the battle had attracted more exotic beasts. No time left. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and urged his mental power, forcibly waking the undying beetle. Buzz! The little guy reluctantly wriggled a couple of times, but when it sensed Lei Langlong's aura, it suddenly perked up. Whoosh! The undying beetle transformed into a streak of black light, directly burrowing into Lei Langlong's wound. Ah whoa! Lei Langlong let out one last mournful howl, its massive body crashing to the ground. Lin Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief as the undying beetle emerged, ignoring him and flying back to the territory. Wait! Help me get the Thunder Core! Lin Chen shouted anxiously. The undying beetle glanced back at him, its eyes seemingly saying, "Do you think you can command me?" Damn it! Lin Chen was so angry he was jumping up and down. This little ancestor was only helping out because of the polluted fountain of life in the dungeon lord. He couldn't command it at all. Lin Chen shook his head in frustration and flashed to the corpse of the Thunder Wolf Dragon. He moved quickly, taking out a special container to start collecting the dragon blood essence that shimmered with lightning, and then he used his phantom clone blade to slice out the pulsating Thunder Core. As for its mountain-sized corpse, Lin Chen raised his hand and directly stored it in the Lord's space. This thing was full of treasures. He could deal with it slowly later. He looked around. The swamp was a mess. The remains of ghouls piled up like mountains, and the self-destructed mechs left behind craters several dozen meters wide, the air thick with the smell of burnt flesh. Finally done. Lin Chen let out a long sigh. Although the process was dangerous, the rewards far exceeded his expectations. He turned to look at Ouyang Tianjin on the deck of the goblin airship. Her pale cheeks were still stained with blood, yet she remained breathtakingly beautiful. Thinking of her sorrowful words about not living past 30, Lin Chen felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. Such a beautiful woman. He sighed softly. Fate really isn't fair. I hope this Thunder Core can truly change your destiny. Lin Chen gently picked her up, suddenly noticing that the Thunder seal on her wrist was slowly fading. It was like some kind of life countdown. What was the Ouyang family doing in the Thunder Abyss Canyon? Oh whoa! Around them, the sounds of beast roars rose and fell. More and more exotic beasts were drawn in by the smell of blood. Lin Chen dared not delay and immediately activated the goblin airship. Whoosh! The goblin airship shot up into the sky, leaving the beast horde behind. Ouyang Tianjin remained unconscious. Even the life potion he poured down her throat had no effect. This was clearly a symptom of severe mental exhaustion. Lin Chen checked the coordinates. Chen Wanqiu's signal was still flashing deep in the rotting bone swamp. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on. After flying for 2 hours, a sudden hill appeared in the vast swamp. Strangely, there wasn't a single exotic beast around. It was eerily quiet. Let's take a break. Lin Chen lowered the altitude and shut down the airship's engine. Just as the airship was about to land, he suddenly felt the hair on his body stand on end. He realized that it was not a hill at all, but the shell of a curled-up, giant tortoise-like exotic beast. What a huge alligator tortoise! Lin Chen gasped. The giant tortoise's shell gleamed with a metallic luster. Clearly something he couldn't handle right now. Just as he was about to make a run for it, a weak voice came from behind him. Lin Chen. Lin Chen turned to look. Ouyang Tianjin had woken up, struggling to sit up against the airship's wall. You're awake? Lin Chen handed her a bottle of life potion. Ouyang Tianjin smiled bitterly and shook her head. I was too naive. Maybe this is fate. She looked up at Lin Chen, her eyes full of regret. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. I will fulfill the promise I made to you. Before she could finish, her eyes suddenly widened. She saw that in Lin Chen's palm was a pulsating crystal core glowing with lightning. This is the thunder core of the Thunder Wolf Dragon. Lin Chen tossed it to her casually. Catch. Ouyang Tianjin caught it steadily, her face filled with disbelief. You really killed the Thunder Wolf Dragon. Chapter 150, Frontline Position, please. Evacuate immediately. Lin Chen shrugged. I never go back on my word. Looking at the spark of excitement in Ouyang Tianjin's eyes, he suddenly felt that this risky venture was worth it. After all, he had obtained the entire corpse and essence of the Thunder Wolf Dragon. I still need to go to the depths of the rotting bone swamp. Lin Chen put away his smile. It's very dangerous there. Why don't you head back to the Great Xia first? Ouyang Tianjin looked at him deeply. Alright, then I won't hold you back. I'll wait for you in Jiangcheng. She paused for a moment, took out a thunder pattern jade pendant, and handed it over. Take this, and the Ouyang family will fulfill their promise. Lin Chen casually accepted it, feeling its warm texture. After watching Ouyang Tianjin leave, he turned to gaze into the depths of the swamp, his eyes gradually sharpening. Now, he could finally focus on finding Chen Wanqiu. On the other side, at the Jiangcheng Lord Academy, Nia Shuangshuan was boredly scrolling through the team rankings when suddenly, she sprang up from her chair. Oh my god! The points skyrocketed by 1,000? The surrounding team members instantly gathered around. The score of the Tsangyan team shot up like a rocket, jumping from second place to first, directly surpassing their old rival, the Black Tiger team. It must be Lin Gu. Yao Kong excitedly slapped the table. No one else is this abnormal. Chen Yan was also thrilled. According to the points conversion, he must have killed dozens of boss-level beasts, or a peak boss-level beast. Xin Yuan swallowed hard. Meanwhile, Lin Chen in the corrupted bone swamp suddenly trembled. His blood surged and a Shura visage appeared behind him. Finally, a 20th level battle general. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power. Killing the Thunder Wolf Dragon indeed raised his level. He quickly checked his attributes. Lord, Lin Chen level, Battle General level 20 equipment, Phantom Clone Blade, Corrosive Sword, Teleportation Dagger, Necromancer's Holy Book, Magic Cloak. Main profession, Necromancer. Secondary profession, Savage Martial Artist, Holy Light Mage. Hidden profession, Ashen Saint. Unique skills, Life and Death Struggle, Doom Mark, Bone Erosion Curse, Savage God Descend, Undying Eye, Savage Blood Pagoda Fist. Strength 300, Agility 300, Spirit 300, Defense 450, Potential 1-star area 5 square kilometers. Gold 79985260000 Buildings, Undead Great Hall, Crypt, Dark Altar, Haunted Gold Mine, Shop, Graveyard, Evolution Furnace. Citizens, Undead Miners X11, Ghoul Commander X2, Two-Headed Ogre X1, Crypt Spider Matriarch X1, Crypt Demon X5000, Ghoul Elite X60000, Ghouls X600000, Servants, Savage Bull Bloodhoof, Goblin Dr. Gulu, Skeleton Undead Fragile Bone. Looking at the significant increase in his attributes, Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement. But thinking of Chen Wanqiu, he immediately reined in his emotions. Wanqiu, please reply if you receive this. The communicator remained silent. Lin Chen sped forward according to the last known location. 5 hours later, he finally reached the end of the corrupted bone swamp. The sight before him was breathtaking, a rift spanning the heavens and the earth twisted continuously, with countless beasts surging out like a tide. The Demon Suppression Army formed a steel defense line, with various spells and artillery intertwining into a web of death. Various citizens fought desperately to block the beasts. Frontline position, please evacuate immediately. A member of the Demon Suppression Army spotted him. Lin Chen hurriedly stepped forward to ask, "Do you know where Captain Chen Wanqiu is?" The other party was clearly taken aback, then coldly shooed him away. "I don't know. Leave quickly." Lin Chen frowned slightly, the scene before him making his heart sink. Over 10,000 soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army formed a steel defense line stretching for dozens of kilometers, each accompanied by at least 100 citizens. The entire area was filled with various energy fluctuations, elemental spells, barrier shields, energy turrets. This place was like a military fortress. It seems this invasion by the alien race is on a large scale. Lin Chen secretly clicked his tongue. Finding Chen Wanqiu in such a vast line was difficult. What was more troublesome was that when he tried to get closer, he was immediately driven away. 3 patrolling soldiers riding griffins quickly approached. "Unauthorized personnel, please leave immediately. Approaching will be treated as enemy spies. Final warning." Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. It seemed the Abyss cult had already been active here, otherwise, the Demon Suppression Army wouldn't be so heavily guarded. He quickly took out the command token given to him by Hua Jinglei. The Griffin Knight took it, and, upon seeing it, his expression changed. "The command token of Team Hua from Jiang City?" He scrutinized Lin Chen. "Kid, you're just a battle general. I advise you not to come here to seek death." "Where are Team Hua?" Lin Chen asked anxiously. The knight hesitated for a moment. "Team Hua is among the first batch of the Demon Suppression Army stationed at the Rift. They should still be on the front lines." His voice was low, however. "They have suffered heavy casualties. I'm afraid." Hearing this, Lin Chen became anxious. "Let me through." "Are you crazy?" The knight glanced at his identity information. "You're a student from the Kyoto Lord Academy? That makes it even less likely for you to go to your death." Bloodshot veins spread in Lin Chen's eyes, and just as he was about to force his way through, the communicator suddenly buzzed. "ZZZZ. Lin Chen, don't come over, quickly leave, it's very dangerous here." It was Chen Wanqiu's voice, but the signal was soon cut off. Boom! The knights suddenly changed their expressions. "Not good. The spatial rift has expanded again." In the distance, the rift was visibly expanding at an alarming rate, with countless dark figures surging out like a tide. The Demon Suppression Army knights could no longer afford to stop it and rushed towards the chaotic spatial rift. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen summoned the skeletal undead to conceal his presence, and with a flash of his teleportation dagger, he broke through the defense line. The scene before him was suffocating. Countless spiked beasts surged out like a tide, with elite-level creatures everywhere and commander-level ones in plain sight. There were even hundreds of leader-level beasts. The defense line here might collapse. Lin Chen's heart tightened, but at this moment he couldn't care less. Through the communicator, he had already locked onto Chen Wanqiu's location. Crack! Lin Chen crushed the invincibility potion, and golden light erupted around him. He shot through the beast horde like a sharp arrow, sending beasts flying in his wake. Bang! As he broke through the last wave of beasts, the sight before him froze his blood. There, at the edge of the spatial rift, Chen Wanqiu was fighting alone. Her face was beautiful yet resolute, and beside her stood over 50 ice crystal bear men, hundreds of ice phoenix birds, and a bone-eating ray forming the last line of defense. Strangely, within a radius of several thousand meters, there were no other figures of the Demon Suppression Army in sight. It was as if this area had been deliberately isolated. "Wanqiu!" Lin Chen shouted. Covered in blood, Chen Wanqiu turned her head, her eyes filled with urgency. "Lin Chen, you must leave, don't come over." Chapter 151. This is clearly the legendary half-orc. Lin Chen couldn't care less about that. With a teleport, he appeared right beside Chen Wanqiu. Buzz! The army of 100,000 ghouls surged out, instantly clearing the surrounding beasts within a kilometer. "Lin Chen!" Chen Wanqiu's voice was hoarse. "This is a secondary dimensional rift. Once you enter, you can't get out. All means of transportation will fail." Lin Chen's heart sank, and he immediately tried. The teleportation dagger indeed failed. The teleportation scroll showed no response. The coordinates for the Scarlet Abyss were lost. Even his directional teleportation to the Black Cliff dimension couldn't be sensed. Could this be a trap set by the Abyssal cult? Lin Chen's expression darkened ominously. Chen Wanqiu weakly pointed towards the depths of the rift. "They have set up spatial anchors here." She suddenly coughed violently. "Team Hua, the entire Jiang City Demon Suppression Army Vanguard camp is trapped in the secondary dimension." Before she could finish, her legs gave way. After more than 10 days of battle, her physical and mental strength had long been exhausted. Lin Chen then noticed that Chen Wanqiu's breath was weak, like a candle flickering in the wind. He quickly took out a bottle of life potion and poured it into her mouth. "Hold on." As the potion took effect, a hint of color finally returned to Chen Wanqiu's pale face. She looked delicate and charming, exuding a strong sense of femininity. "Lin Chen, if it weren't for the life potion you gave me, I would have collapsed long ago," the other team members estimated. Hearing this, Lin Chen felt a pang in his heart. "Silly woman, who told you to push yourself so hard?" At the same time, a greater crisis was approaching. Their current subplane rift was gradually detaching from the 79th plane. "This is bad." Lin Chen looked at the increasingly distorted spatial barrier, cold sweat pouring down his face. Once they completely detached from the plane rift, they would be forever lost in the chaotic void. As the last spiked beast fell, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Even the beasts could not break through the closing spatial barrier. "I'm sorry, Lin Chen." Chen Wanqiu's voice choked. "It's my fault for dragging you down." Lin Chen did not respond, continuously trying various methods. Teleportation daggers, teleportation scrolls, even goblin airships, all failed. "Skeleton Wraith," he shouted sharply. The soul fire in the eye sockets of the skeleton wraith flickered violently, looking towards the chaotic void. "Master, the spatial barrier is solidifying. The chaotic void has cut off all exits." Lin Chen's expression grew serious. "Is there no other way?" The soul fire in the skeleton wraith's eye sockets danced frantically. "Master, there is only one last option." It pointed its bony claw towards the deepest part of the rift. "Destroying the spatial anchor might open a spatial gap, but the entire subplane will collapse instantly." Lin Chen suddenly realized, his voice low, "That means we have less than 3 seconds of escape window." Chen Wanqiu suddenly grabbed Lin Chen's hand. "Don't worry about me, you have a chance to leave alone." "Impossible." Lin Chen's gaze darkened. "I could never leave you behind." He immediately ordered the skeleton wraith, his eyes sharp as a blade, "Lock onto the spatial anchor. Even if it's hell, I will charge in." Around them, the rumbling sound of collapsing space was like the harbinger of death. Lin Chen gathered all his subjects and wrapped his arms around Chen Wanqiu's slender waist. She let out a soft cry, her naturally charming eyes filled with trust and emotion. "Wanqiu, I will definitely take you out." Lin Chen's voice was deep, and then he took out a vial of thunder wolf dragon's blood and drank it down. Ghoul! The moment the blood entered his throat, his blood vessels bulged, and dragon scale-like patterns appeared on the surface of his skin. The divine manifestation behind him twisted with bolts of thunder, solidifying as if it were a physical entity. Boom! Lin Chen shot towards the spatial anchor like a cannonball, the corrosive sword slashing down with the power of thunder. Crack! At the moment the spatial anchor shattered, countless plane coordinates surged into his mind like a torrent. Lin Chen had no time to discern. He instinctively chose the one he was most familiar with. Buzz! In the chaotic void, Lin Chen crushed the invincibility potion, fiercely protecting Chen Wanqiu. In the end, what he saw was the terrifying sight of the entire subplane shattering like a mirror. When Lin Chen opened his eyes again, a dreamlike scene greeted him. Under the azure sky, an endless sea of flowers swayed in the wind. The air was filled with a refreshing fragrance. There were no beasts, no war, as if it were a paradise. "Oh no!" Lin Chen's expression suddenly changed. He quickly took out the teleportation scroll for the shadow plane. The coordinates indeed matched. They had been teleported to the shadow plane. That terrifying existence from the Purification Society was right in this plane. Only then did Chen Wanqiu, in Lin Chen's arms, open her eyes. "Lin Chen, where are we?" We are temporarily safe." Lin Chen vigilantly looked around, and suddenly, ripples appeared in the distant flower sea. A group of people slowly approached. They rode war horses, had pointed ears, the men were handsome, and the women were beautiful. "Is that the Ma Yun tribe?" Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He remembered that Princess Liu Xuan had once said that the oldest Ma Yun tribe lived in the Shadow Plane. This was originally their homeland. The guardians of the Ma Yun tribe from the moon's sacred domain had branched out only to prevent the demon lord from obtaining the moon's demon core. The leading male Ma Yun raised his spear. "Humans? How did you appear in our tribes?" "Sacred Flower Sea." Chen Wanqiu nervously grabbed Lin Chen's arm. Lin Chen, however, remained calm, pulling open his collar to reveal the crescent mark on his chest. It was a gift from Princess Liu Xuan. "The mark of the moon," the warriors of the Ma Sun tribe exclaimed in unison. The leader immediately sheathed his weapon and dismounted. "Noble guest, you have received the moon's blessing from our princess." "The Ma Sun." Warriors gasped in awe, each placing a hand on their chest in salute. The leading warrior lowered his spear. "Please, follow us." Lin Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief, taking Chen Wanqiu's hand as they followed. The Ma Sun tribe through a vibrant sea of flowers. A gentle breeze swept by, sending petals fluttering like rain. About 10 minutes later, the view suddenly opened up. A village made of crystal and vines appeared at the edge of the flower sea. Just as Lin Chen helped Chen Wanqiu into a crystal tent, a sudden, urgent horn sounded from outside. "Woo! Not good! The Iron Barbarians are coming!" The Ma Sun warriors instantly grabbed their weapons, their faces filled with anger. The leader's face turned ashen as he lifted the tent flap. "Noble guest, please stay here. These damned Iron Barbarians have been coveting our women and have been harassing us frequently." Before he finished speaking, the ground suddenly shook violently. In the distance, dozens of giants over 3 meters tall were charging towards them. They exuded a primal, savage aura. Their skin covered in strange totems. They carried rough wolf-tooth clubs on their shoulders. Most striking were the enormous beast fangs hanging around their necks. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened as he stared at the approaching giants. Their skin was green, their tusks protruding, their muscles bulging. Iron Barbarians? No, these were clearly the legendary half-orcs. Chapter 152. Half-orcs never become slaves, unless they are fed and housed. Half-orcs had appeared in the Shadow Plane? They were known for their savagery. Although not very intelligent, they possessed innate strength. An adult individual could rival a battle-honored marshal. artist. The most terrifying aspect was their survival of the fittest mentality, turning the bones of the defeated into ornaments to showcase their bravery. At this moment, these half-orcs were threatening the Ma-sun tribe. The leading giant, nearly 4 meters tall, had muscles like green bronze, and with a swing of his wolf-tooth club, boom, the massive pillars on the outskirts of the Ma-sun tribe collapsed, sending debris flying. Klanglo, the half-orc leader's voice boomed like thunder. Quickly hand over 100 Ma-sun women, or I will slaughter your tribe. Klanglo's face was filled with rage. Tug, you filthy beasts. He raised his spear embedded with moonlight stones. My Ma-sun tribe would rather perish than allow you to humiliate us. Lin Chen keenly noticed that when Tug spoke, his eyes kept darting towards a young girl standing beside Klanglo. This girl, though beautiful, was only 12 or 13 years old. Did this half-orc have such a perversion? Simply inhumane. Lin Chen initially didn't want to interfere, but thinking of them as Liu Shuang's kin, he was about to take action when he noticed that Chen Wanqiu beside him could no longer sit still. She stood up, her face filled with anger. Lin Chen, let's help them. Lin Chen nodded, and just then, the situation changed dramatically. Half-orc Tug suddenly swung his wolf-tooth club, aiming for Klanglo's head. In that critical moment, Lin Chen moved, clang. The corrosive sword clashed violently with the wolf-tooth club, sparks flying. Lin Chen was knocked back 3 steps, his hands tingling. He cursed inwardly, this half-orc was incredibly strong. Tug also took a step back, shaking his sore wrist, his eyes wide with surprise. Human? A glimmer of astonishment flashed in his beastly eyes as he licked his tusks, drool dripping down his chin. Just right, we have a midnight snack tonight. When Tug saw Chen Wanqiu standing behind Lin Chen, his eyes widened. What a beautiful woman, full of allure. She wore tight jeans and a white shirt tucked into her waist, utterly irresistible. Hee, tonight my brothers are in for a treat. Tug slammed his wolf-tooth club into the ground, causing cracks to appear in the earth with a loud snap. Huang Luo's expression changed drastically, and he quickly whispered, Gentlemen, you should leave. These iron barbarians are insatiable. Ha! Lin Chen sneered. The sword strike he just delivered had barely used half of his strength. Tugu was merely a junior battle lord, not even worthy of being a practice target in his eyes. He raised his hand and waved, Big mouth, come out and stretch your legs. V-room. With a muffled sound, a hideous ghoul appeared out of thin air, its bony wings unfurling behind it, instantly enveloping the entire area in a menacing aura. The half-orc team immediately stirred, with a few timid half-orcs even taking 2 steps back. They revered the strong, and just Big Mouth standing there exuded such an oppressive presence that it made their legs weak. 2Ge's sinister grin froze, his hand gripping the wolf-tooth club trembling slightly. What kind of monster is this? Lin Chen glanced at the group of half-orcs across from him, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With such little courage, you dare to come out and snatch women? He smiled faintly, beginning to calculate in his mind. It would be simple to slaughter them all, but, looking at those dazed half-orcs, he felt that killing them would be meaningless. He glanced at Huang Luo and then thought of Lu Shuang. The Ma-sun tribe in the Shadow Plane was currently weak. If he could recruit this group of half-orcs as muscle, it would be a nice gift. Hey, big guy, your name is Tugu, right? Lin Chen lifted his chin. Now, I give you 2 choices. Either get killed by me now, or kneel and acknowledge me as your master, and in the future, guard the Ma-sun tribe. 2Ge's face shifted between green and white, his grip on the wolf-tooth club tightening and then loosening. He glanced at Big Mouth, who was eyeing him menacingly behind Lin Chen, and then at his already cowardly little brothers, ultimately gritting his teeth. Clang! The wolf-tooth club fell to the ground. I choose the second one. Hearing this, Lin Chen was taken aback. So cowardly? You have no backbone at all, weren't you? Quite arrogant just now? 2Ge's face turned red, and he began to argue in a rough voice. Fighting when you can't win is not backbone, it's foolishness. Alright, you sure know how to find an excuse for yourself. Lin Chen chuckled, pulling out a golden contract scroll from his pocket. Sign this, and from now on, you will be responsible for guarding the Ma-sun tribe. Tugu stared at the contract for a long time, suddenly looking up to ask, does it include food and lodging? Lin Chen was speechless, his mouth twitching, enough to eat. Chen Wanqiu couldn't help but laugh. As for Huang Luo and the other Ma-sun tribe members, they were all dumbfounded. The iron barbarians they had feared for generations were actually so easy to talk to? Alright then. Without a second thought, Tugu signed the contract. Then, he turned to his little brothers and shouted, What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and call the boss. The group of half-orcs knelt down in unison, chanting, Boss, hello. Lin Chen waved his hand. Stop. I'm not into this. He then turned to Huang Luo. These half-orcs will be responsible for protecting the Ma-sun tribe from now on. You can command them as you wish. Boss, you actually know we are half-orcs. Tugu said excitedly, thumping his chest in assurance. Don't worry, boss. We orcs value our word. We always keep our promises. Chen Wanqiu couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. This guy is way too much of a rogue. Huang Luo stood there in a daze, finally coming to his senses after a long while. He deeply bowed to Lin Chen. Thank you so much, esteemed guest. Lin Chen waved his hand. No need for thanks. After saying that, he looked up at the sky of the shadow plane, pondering. Although there was an opportunity for the undead lord to break through here, the power of the Purification Society was too strong. Staying here was too risky. It's time to go back. Lin Chen sighed, turning to wave at Ghoul. He took out a pile of blood crystal stones from the lord's space and finally pulled out a small bottle flashing with lightning. These blood crystals should be enough for you to cultivate for a while. Also, this is the essence of the Thunder Wolf Dragon, which can help you enhance your vitality. Use it sparingly. Tuj's eyes widened, and he trembled as he took it, excited to the point of being incoherent. Master. I, Tuj, swear to do my utmost. Alright. Lin Chen said with a look of disdain. Stop with that mushy stuff, just get to work, and next time I'll bring you something good. Tuj immediately straightened his back. I guarantee to complete the task. Chen Wanqiu stood by, a gentle smile on her lips, resembling a good housewife. She looked at Lin Chen's profile, as if there was nothing he couldn't solve. We should head back, Lin Chen said, pulling out a teleportation scroll to check on the situation in the 79th dimension. Although this trip was exhausting, not only had his strength increased significantly, but most importantly, he had brought Chen Wanqiu back safely. Thinking of this, Lin Chen felt it was worth it. Wait a minute. Chen Wanqiu suddenly grabbed Lin Chen's arm, her voice carrying a hint of a pout. When we get back, you have to accompany me to buy some clothes. Lin Chen looked down and noticed that Chen Wanqiu was awkwardly tugging at the hem of her shirt. Even so, it couldn't hide her perfectly rounded and perky backside. These jeans were still the ones he had casually tossed into the Lord's space last time, and the white shirt was also a tight fit. I think it looks great. Lin Chen swallowed hard. He had to admit, Chen Wanqiu's figure was simply too tempting. Chen Wanqiu blushed. Stop it. These pants are too tight, and she mumbled softly, and they make my butt look so big. Chapter 153. Who can stand this? Lin Chen was speechless. A big, but isn't necessarily a bad thing. With a figure like hers, many beauties would probably be envious to death. Alright, we'll go shopping when we get back. Lin Chen agreed with a smile. Near the safe zone of the 79th dimension, the smoke of battle had not yet cleared. Lu Mingxian was covered in dirt, his clothes torn in several places. Old Shou, have these beasts taken the wrong medicine? Why are they acting like they're crazy? He wiped the mud off his face. Do you think that Guy Lin Chen could have been eaten by the beasts? Bloodlust rolled his eyes beside him, looking at him as if he were an idiot. Old Shou slowly spoke. That kid went missing after leaving the team, but he definitely won't die so easily. What a pity. Lu Mingxian kicked a stone in frustration. If he makes it back to the capital alive, it will be difficult for our Lu family to deal with him. Bloodlust suddenly interjected. Old Shou, I heard that someone hunted a thunder wolf dragon a few days ago. Old Shou's eyes flashed with a glimmer. Based on the traces of the battle at the scene, it was indeed a thunder wolf dragon. What's strange is that none of the hunting teams involved have claimed the credit. Bloodlust licked his lips. The thunder wolf dragon is a priceless treasure for martial artists and lightning mages. Enough. Old Shou stood up and dusted off his clothes. The situation in the 79th dimension is temporarily stable. We should head back. Lu Mingxian looked innocent. No way. My training task isn't complete yet. At this moment, his mind was filled with the stunning figure of Ouyang Tianjin, wishing he could find her immediately. Old Shou shot him a sidelong glance. Young master, being able to return alive is already impressive. Bloodlust quickly chimed in to flatter him. Young master, you are indeed amazing. Your outstanding performance these past few days has been top-notch among the same-tier battle kings. After saying that, he put on a mournful face. Young master, look, my Bloodlust team has lost over 10 brothers this time, and now only 3 of us are left. Lu Mingxian was flattered by the praise, waving his hand grandly. Don't worry. When we get back, I'll tell my dad that your Bloodlust team fought hard to protect me, and you will get every bit of the compensation you deserve. Thank you, young master. Bloodlust's face instantly lit up with joy, full of flattery. Old Shou could no longer stand the hypocritical faces of the two, snorting coldly and remaining silent. On the other side, after Lin Chen settled Chen Wanqiu, he suddenly realized that the spirit tracking mark left on Lu Mingxian was still present in the 79th dimension. It's time to collect some interest. His gaze turned cold as he clenched his fist tightly. Thus, Lin Chen decided to return to the 79th dimension once more. Here, the smoke of battle had not yet cleared. Lin Chen moved like a ghost, weaving through the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Finally, near a campfire close to the safe zone, Lu Mingxian was grinning lewdly, plotting how to get Ouyang Tianjin into his grasp. The one Lin Chen feared the most was this old Shou, but he had no intention of getting entangled with this old man. Therefore, once he made his move, it had to be a one-hit kill. After killing, he would vanish. Lin Chen slowly lurked in the shadow of a large tree, suppressing his heartbeat to the lowest. He fixed his gaze on the unguarded Lu Mingxian 50 meters away, his eyes narrowing. Damn it, this old fox is so alert. Lin Chen glanced at the somewhat bored old Shou. Although the old man had his back turned, the faint pressure barrier surrounding him kept Lu Mingxian well protected. Bloodshed was still incessantly flattering. Young master, don't worry, I will make sure to clean that Ouyang Tianjin girl up. Now's the time. Lin Chen transformed into a blur, charging straight at Lu Mingxian. Old Xiu suddenly opened his eyes wide, his ears twitching. It seemed he heard a faint sound, but when he focused, he found no one around. Immediately after, a bone-chilling, murderous aura rushed towards him, looking for death. Old Xiu roared. Reacting swiftly, he struck out a palm towards the source of the aura. Unfortunately, he was still a step too slow. Puff! The corrosive sword in Lin Chen's hand instantly pierced through Lu Mingxuan's chest. Young master! Bloodshed exclaimed in shock at this scene. Old Xiu's face turned pale in an instant. His eyes widened in disbelief. What? Then he let out a furious roar. Ah! Who is it? Everything happened too quickly, too fast for anyone to react. At this moment, Lin Chen activated the teleporting dagger repeatedly, escaping several kilometers away in just a few breaths. He leaned against a large tree, gasping for breath. The continuous teleportation was too taxing on his body. Finally got it done. He felt no psychological burden in assassinating this young master. It was simply ridding the world of a scourge. Lin Chen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Finally got some interest back for you. Lu Wenlong, it's your turn next. In the distance, Old Xiu's furious roar echoed. Lin Chen dared not linger, downing a bottle of life potion before activating the teleporting dagger again. His speed was astonishing. Like a flash of lightning, it was beyond imagination. There shouldn't be any traces left. Lin Chen thought as he ran, otherwise, with the Lu family's deep roots, if they got any evidence, he would be in big trouble. After returning to Zhang City, Lin Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. That Lu Mingxian brat is so favored in the Lu family. He squinted his eyes. The Lu family is probably going to be in an uproar now. Soon, he received news that Chen Wanqiu had returned to the team. This fool can't sit still now that she's healed. He shook his head, preparing to head back to the capital when suddenly he caught a whiff of a faint fragrance. Lin Chen. Ouyang Tianjin stood behind him. He didn't know when she had arrived. Today, she wore a flowing white dress that swayed with the wind, looking more beautiful than a celestial being. You came back and didn't look for me? Lin Chen froze for a moment as he turned around. In the sunlight, Ouyang Tianjin was stunningly beautiful. Her skin was like jade, her features picturesque, completely different from Chen Wanqiu's gentle beauty. If Chen Wanqiu had that charming allure of a married woman, making one unable to resist, then Ouyang Tianjin was beautiful to the point of being untouchable. Ahem. Lin Chen cleared his throat lightly. I've been quite busy lately. Ouyang Tianjin chuckled softly, stepping closer. Come with me. Lin Chen followed Ouyang Tianjin to a hotel suite, the halo of the crystal chandelier spilling over her porcelain white skin, making her seem as if she were glowing. Sit, she pointed to the sofa beside her, while she leaned against the bar. Lin Chen, tomorrow, I will be returning to the Thunder Abyss Canyon. Why don't you come back with me? Lin Chen sat down on the sofa, his gaze unconsciously drawn to her graceful figure. The matter of the reward isn't urgent. He wasn't planning to think about the Thunder Mark just yet. Is that so? Ouyang Tianjin suddenly got up and walked over, sitting directly beside Lin Chen, a strand of her hair brushing against the back of his hand. Are you afraid I'll eat you up? A pleasant fragrance wafted over, and Lin Chen swallowed hard. Was this woman deliberately teasing him? Who could resist that? Chapter 154. The life of my Lu family son must be repaid with many lives. After I go back, I don't know when I can come out again. Perhaps I might never leave the Thunder Abyss Canyon for the rest of my life, so I don't know how to thank you. Ouyang Tianjin's voice suddenly took on a hint of sorrow, and Lin Chen forced a smile. No need, this is a transaction. Seeing Lin Chen remain unperturbed, Ouyang Tianjin sighed lightly. She turned towards the floor-to-ceiling window, the slanting sun outlining her perfect curves. Her eyes held a rare seriousness. Lin Chen, have you considered becoming our Ouyang family's son-in-law? Lin Chen nearly choked on his own saliva. Son-in-law? Are you sure you're not joking? Of course not. Ouyang Tianjin took a few steps closer, her face full of anticipation. According to our Ouyang family's rules, as long as you agree, you can come back with me to the Thunder Abyss Canyon tomorrow. Lin Chen was momentarily speechless. A stunning fairy was actually inviting him to be her son-in-law? This is too sudden. He scratched his head. Haven't we only known each other for a short time? Ouyang Tianjin smiled gently, instantly captivating him. But I've been observing you for a long time. Her beautiful eyes were deep. You're the first to defeat a battle sovereign at the battle general level. Lin Chen then realized she wasn't joking. In our Ouyang family, one must marry and have children before the age of 25. It's a family rule. Ouyang Tianjin sighed. The family has introduced me to many geniuses, but I haven't liked any of them. She suddenly looked directly into Lin Chen's eyes. I think you are very suitable. Suitable? For a moment, Lin Chen didn't know how to respond. The atmosphere in the room became subtle, the air suddenly quiet. Lin Chen could feel Ouyang Tianjin's anticipation. To be honest, he felt a bit moved as well. After all, the Ouyang Tianjin before him was like an otherworldly fairy. Who would be willing to refuse her? Although her way of expressing herself was somewhat straightforward, even bold, Lin Chen could understand. After all, she had spent years in the isolated Thunder Abyss Canyon. She probably viewed matters of love quite simply, even as a task that was natural and must be completed. But in the end, Lin Chen shook his head. Sorry, I can't agree to that. I know you have very important things to do. Ouyang Tianjin took out a purple command token and handed it to Lin Chen. This is my Thunder Abyss token. If you change your mind, you can come find me with it. I will wait for you for 5 years. Lin Chen took the Thunder Abyss token, feeling its warmth, faintly sensing a trace of thunderous energy within. Thinking about how he still hadn't obtained the Thunder Mark, he helplessly nodded and turned towards the door. I have things to do. I need to hurry back to Kyoto. Lin Chen, Ouyang Tianjin suddenly called out to him, I hope you can. Think it over carefully. The only response was the soft sound of the door closing behind him. After leaving the hotel, Lin Chen shook his head with a bitter smile. In fact, he was quite conflicted. It had been the same last time with the Masons. One Frost Princess wasn't enough, and now there was another Ouyang Tianjin. Was he just a magnet for romance? But he knew in his heart that matters of the heart were too complicated, and he truly didn't dare to make any promises lightly, even though they were all stunning beauties. In Kyoto, at the Lu family manor, Lu Wenlong pushed open the study door, crushing the communicator in his hand. His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead, and he looked like an enraged lion. Dad! Ming Xian. In the depths of the study, an old man dressed in gray casual wear was trimming a potted plant. Hearing the commotion, he merely raised his eyes slightly, snipping off a branch with a snap of his scissors. What are you panicking about? The old man's voice was calm, yet it instantly quelled Lu Wenlong's fury. This was Lu Woyo, the Lu family's anchor, a battle sec-level powerhouse known as the Bloodhand Butcher. Although he had been in seclusion for many years, his infamous reputation for slaughtering the 3 major families still sent shivers down the spines of Kyoto's elite. Dad, Ming Xian is your most beloved grandson. Lu Wenlong knelt on the ground, his voice choked with emotion. I will make the murderer pay in blood. Lu Woyo leisurely wiped his scissors. Have you found out who did it? Not yet, but Elder Chiu said. Useless. Lu Woyo suddenly interrupted, the scissors in his hand glinting coldly. Qiu Zhang can't even protect one person. Lu Wenlong trembled all over, cold sweat beating on his forehead. He knew his father's temper too well. The calmer he was, the heavier the killing intent. 3 days. Lu Woyo inserted the scissors back into the pot. I give you 3 days to find out who the murderer is. If you can't find out, the family law will deal with you. I understand, son. Lu Wenlong nodded hastily. I will definitely give you an explanation. Boom. With a thunderous sound, heavy rain poured down outside the courtyard. Lu Woyo's expression was grim. This once silent god of death was finally going to make a move again. At this moment, he stood with his hands behind his back, the lightning outside stretching his shadow long. He slowly spoke. Qiu Zhang, come in. Elder Chiu, hunched over, walked into the study, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Old Lu, it's all my fault for being incompetent. Get to the point. Lu Woyo's voice was icy. Yes. Qiu Zhang trembled. The murderer is extremely fast, at least a battle respect level space ability user. But, he swallowed hard, it could also be a battle sec level powerhouse acting personally. The study fell into a dead silence, only the sound of rain hitting the eaves outside. Lu Woyo remained silent, an eerie calmness enveloping the room. Qiu Zhang's face was filled with guilt. He had boasted that he would protect Lu Mingxian well. Who would have thought that someone would be killed right under his nose? Lu Woyo spoke lightly. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to kill my grandson must pay the price. Pass my orders. His voice was terrifyingly calm. First, send out warning notices to all families in Kyoto. Second, offer a bounty of 1 billion gold coins for clues about the murderer. Qiu Zhang nodded quickly. Old Lu is wise. This way, the murderer. Third, Lu Woyo interrupted him, a glint of bloodlust flashing in his eyes. Recall all the blood-clad guards of the Lu family. Qiu Zhang's face turned pale at the mention. The blood-clad guards were a death squad that had instilled fear in all of Kyoto 20 years ago. Old Lu, are you going to? Lu Woyo turned to look at the rain curtain, his voice chillingly cold. It's been 20 years since I've moved my muscles and bones. Some people might have forgotten, the lives of my Lu family's sons are to be paid for with many lives. Chapter 155, Shura Battle Armor. Lu Woyo stood with his hands behind his back in front of the window, raindrops pattering against the sill, creating a rhythmic sound. Qiu Zhang squinted his murky old eyes. 1 billion gold coins may not be much, but it's enough to get those rats hiding in the dark moving. Upon learning that the blood-clad guards were about to return to Kyoto, his back was already soaked. That was a devil's army. It was said that every member crawled out from a pile of corpses. Moreover, it was the strongest legion that the Lu family had cultivated with everything they had. On the day the news spread, all of Kyoto erupted. The Lu family is about to change the world. I didn't expect the Lu family to be this strong. Even the blood-clad guards are coming out. It seems old Lu is really angry. Quick, check on the recent whereabouts of our people. We must not get implicated. At this moment, Lin Chen, who had just returned to the villa of the Kyoto Lord Academy, suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at the frantic notifications flashing on his communicator, his brows furrowing. Tighter. Blood cloak guard? He clenched his fist. I didn't expect the Liu family to have such a trump card hidden away. A flash of lightning streaked across the window and Lin Chen's face turned serious. This time, he had truly startled the snake by beating the grass. A bounty of 1 billion, huh? Do they really look down on me this much? Lin Chen sneered coldly. Perhaps 1 billion. Gold coins meant little to him, but for any family, it was a substantial sum. He meticulously reviewed every detail of the assassination of Lu Mingxian, the trajectory of the teleporting dagger, the angle of the corrosive sword strike, even the places he lingered during the retreat. He recalled them all. The only possible oversight should be the residual corrosive aura left by the corrosive sword. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, the knocking at the door interrupted his thoughts. Yao Kong burst in energetically. Lin brother, you finally returned. Something big has happened in Kyoto these past few days. He grabbed a cup of water from the table and took a sip. That grandson Lu Mingxian was killed in the 79th dimension. Now the whole of Kyoto is in an uproar. Lin Chen was taken aback. Dead? Who did it? Who knows? Yao Kong shrugged, then lowered his voice. But I heard. There were no traces found at the scene. He gave Lin Chen a meaningful glance. It's very likely that a seasoned killer personally took action. By the way, the Liu family has offered a bounty of 1 billion gold coins for clues about the murderer, and now many battle teams are mobilizing. Yao Kong frowned, looking worried. Some people even suspect you, but they're just guessing without any evidence. Still, you need to be extra careful lately. Don't fall into their trap. Lin Chen nodded slightly, a bitter smile on his face. I would have loved to personally take down Lu Mingxian, but unfortunately, someone got to him first. What a pity. Yao Kong patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. Lu Mingxian is not worth mourning. He did plenty of wicked things while alive, and targeted us. Now that he's dead, we can breathe easier. After a pause, Yao Kong continued, oh, right, this time Chen Yan carefully calculated all the gains and divided them into 5 parts, leaving one just for you. Take it, don't refuse. Lin Chen felt a stir in his heart and nodded, but he knew deep down that the more someone understood him, the easier it was for them to doubt him. After all, they were somewhat aware of his style of doing things. Fortunately, the few members of the Tsangyan battle team had fought alongside him through life and death, so he could trust them. Even so, Lin Chen wouldn't foolishly expose anything. He still needed to be cautious and low-key. Just as Lin Chen sent Yao Kong off, there was another knock at the door. Su Jiao rushed in, her face filled with excitement and anger. Senior. She grabbed Lin Chen's arm. Did my brother send someone to follow you? Lin Chen was speechless. Why would your brother follow me? Liar. Su Jiao closed the door. When we were in the 79th dimension, they didn't make things difficult for you. Did they? Her eyes suddenly turned red. I had a fight with my brother and I've decided to run away from home. I have nowhere to go now, so I want to stay at your place. Hearing this, Lin Chen was at a loss for words. You, the young lady of the Su family, staying at my place. What kind of thing is that? I can be your maid. Su Jiao's eyes lit up. I can cook instant noodles. Massage. Lin Chen looked at this headstrong girl and suddenly felt a headache. But then he thought, although she was annoying, she genuinely cared for him. You can stay, Lin Chen pointed to the kitchen, but you really have to work. Also, when I'm resting. I know. Su Jiao said excitedly, absolutely quiet. I also brought 1,000 home dishes. As she spoke, she pulled out a brand new cookbook. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. This cookbook probably hadn't even been opened before. Then, Su Jiao took out some clothes, including some girls' underwear and loungewear, and even a few pink lace pajamas. Lin Chen rubbed his temples. I'm going into seclusion for a while. Feel free to do as you like. I'll protect you. Su Jiao patted her proud chest. Don't worry, I absolutely won't let anyone from my brother's side harm you. Looking at her sparkling eyes, Lin Chen suddenly felt that having such a lively treasure around wasn't so bad. At least it wouldn't be too boring during his cultivation. Do as you wish. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the training room. The most important thing right now was to absorb the blood essence of the Thunder Wolf Dragon and the inner core of the Chicken Head Snake. As for this troublesome girl, he would just ignore her. Before closing the door, he vaguely heard Su Jiao on the phone. Su Tianhao. I'm telling you, I'm now Lin Chen's personal maid. If you dare to have any ideas about him, do you believe I'll become his woman tonight? Put. Hearing this, Lin Chen almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. This girl really spoke too boldly, didn't she? He shook his head and sat cross-legged. The moment he took out the Thunder Wolf Dragon's blood essence and the Chicken Head Snake's inner core, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. These two heavenly materials would fetch a sky-high price on the black market. Especially the Thunder Wolf Dragon's blood essence, which was a coveted treasure for martial artists cultivating blood energy and thunder power. Lin Chen took a deep breath and cautiously began to absorb the blood essence energy. As the essence entered his body, his bones crackled with a pop sound, and then he slowly stood up, assuming the starting stance of the barbaric blood pagoda fist. Each move stirred the boiling blood energy within him. As the fist technique unfolded, blood-colored patterns emerged on the surface of his skin. Hiss. The violent energy of the Thunder Wolf Dragon's blood essence rampaged through his meridians, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. Calm down, Lin Chen shouted softly, and the momentum of his punches suddenly accelerated. A blood-colored whirlwind swirled in the training room, shaking the paintings on the walls askew. At this moment he resembled a blood-soaked Azura, each punch carrying the force of thunder. Even the void trembled. A night passed, and when the first ray of sunlight pierced through the curtains, Lin Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air and finally slowly withdrew his fists. Throughout the night, he had been throwing punches, though he had no idea how many he had thrown. The Azura Pagoda is finally at a minor completion. Lin Chen looked at his glowing red fists, his heart pounding. It really worked. The difficulty of cultivating this barbaric blood pagoda fist was notoriously extreme in the martial arts world of the Great Xia. Aside from that legendary figure known as the Blood God 20 years ago, he had never heard of anyone else mastering it. The reason was simple: this technique had an insatiable demand for blood energy. Fortunately, I got the Thunder Wolf Dragon's blood essence. Lin Chen secretly rejoiced. He walked to the specially designed measuring alloy pillar in the training room and casually threw a punch. Boom! With a muffled sound, the numbers on the measuring pillar skyrocketed, finally settling at 50 newtons. 25,000 pounds? Lin Chen gasped. He knew exactly what this number meant. A full-force strike from an ordinary high-level battle sovereign was only about 20,000 pounds. Even more terrifying was that he had only used 80% of his strength for that punch. Is this the power of top-tier techniques? Lin Chan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He slightly circulated his energy and a faint blood-colored glow flickered beneath his skin. A layer of blood-colored armor phantom emerged around him, resembling a fierce Azura. This Azura battle armor is quite impressive. Suddenly, a burnt smell wafted in. Lin Chen's expression changed, and he quickly pulled open the door. There stood Su Jiao, with her curves accentuated, wearing a tight lace pajama, frantically frying eggs. The kitchen was a mess, with a trash can overflowing with charred experiments. Senior. Upon seeing Lin Chen, her eyes lit up with surprise. Wait a moment, I made you a heart-shaped breakfast. Saying this, Su Jiao brought out a charred egg shaped like a heart. Chapter 156, Monster-Level Genius. Lin Chen looked at the thick black smoke billowing from the kitchen, his mouth twitching. He took a deep breath, ready to explode, but then he saw Su Jiao peeking out with a face like a little calico cat, looking pitiful. Senior. She twisted the edge of her apron with her fingers. I originally wanted to fry you a sunny-side-up egg. Hearing this, Lin Chen stumbled. You can still fry a sunny-side-up egg? But seeing the flour-covered pretty face with a few drops of aggrieved tears, she looked just like a little kitten that had done something wrong. Lin Chen was left speechless. In fact, when they first met, he found this noisy young lady extremely annoying. He always thought she was spoiled, willful, and utterly vulgar. But he didn't know when it started. He gradually discovered that her stubbornness, straightforwardness, and sincerity had become somewhat endearing. He rubbed his forehead and sighed. Forget it, just go wait in the living room. What about breakfast? Order takeout. Lin Chen shook his head as he spoke, and from now on, you are not allowed to come within 3 meters of the kitchen. Su Jiao's eyes lit up, and she immediately bounced over. I knew it, Senior is the best. Saying this, she was about to pounce on him. Stop. Lin Chen sidestepped. Go wash your face first. Watching Su Jiao's cheerful figure, Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. What kind of karma have I created? Am I doomed to be entangled in romantic troubles? After a simple breakfast, Lin Chen arrived at the training base of the Tsangyan battle team. Pushing open the door, a lively clamor rushed towards him. Oh, our great contributor has arrived. Ma Chongyue's booming voice instantly overshadowed the crowd. This burly vice-captain stood in the center, holding up a beer mug. The training ground had been temporarily transformed into a celebration venue, with at least 30 team members gathered in small groups. Lin Chen glanced around and noticed that nearly half of them were unfamiliar faces. These should be the elite members Ma Chongyue brought back from the northern region. Everyone, Ma Chongyue threw an arm around Lin Chen's shoulder. This is the northern region tough guy. Junior you've all been talking about. Just a few days ago, he led a team to wipe out the enemies in the 79th dimension, allowing our team's score to surpass the Black Tiger battle team. As soon as he finished speaking, whistles and applause erupted around them. A few pretty senior sisters in combat uniforms brightened up, approaching with their glasses raised. The junior is even more handsome than the rumors say. One tall, ponytailed senior sister smiled as she leaned in. Does the junior have a girlfriend? A quiet senior sister wearing glasses handed him a glass of juice. The 79th dimension must be dangerous, right? Want to share some experiences with me? Before Lin Chen could respond, another fiery red-haired senior sister squeezed in beside him. Don't mind them, junior. I have some strong liquor from the northern region. Come have a drink. Make way. Nia. Xuan, having downed a few drinks, bravely stepped forward. Lin Chen is mine. Ma Chongyue laughed heartily at the scene. Looks like our little junior is quite popular. He raised his glass. Come on. We won't go home until we're drunk today. Cheers erupted in the training ground. Surrounded by everyone's enthusiasm, Lin Chen felt a long-lost warmth in his heart. Since coming to this world, he hadn't felt such genuine care for a long time. Ma Chongyue walked over with his glass, lowering his voice. Lin Chen, we all remember your sister's situation. I have some connections in the northern region, and I'll notify you as soon as I have news. Thank you, Captain Ma. Lin Chen clinked glasses, a hint of gratitude flashing in his eyes. By the way, Ma Chongyue suddenly raised his voice, patting Lin Chen's shoulder. I heard you selected the S-rank combat skill, Savage Blood Pagoda Fist from the Martial Master Association? That fist technique is notoriously difficult to practice. Come on, let everyone see. The training ground suddenly fell silent, and everyone curiously looked at Lin Chen. Everyone knew that this S-rank combat technique was known as the Blood Chi Black Hole in the Daxia martial arts world, and only a handful of people could master it. Lin Chen put down his wineglass and smiled slightly. I just had a breakthrough last night. He walked to the strength measurement pillar in the center of the training ground and took a deep breath. Suddenly, a blood-red glow enveloped him, and the Azura pagoda behind him flickered in and out of view. Boom! A straight punch was thrown. The measurement pillar shook violently, and the numbers jumped wildly. 60 yen. The entire place was silent. Ma Chongyue's wineglass fell to the ground with a clatter. 30,000 pounds? You've surpassed the intermediate battle respect level. Nia Xuangshuang and Yao Kong looked unfazed. I told you Lin Chen is impressive. The gazes of several senior sisters towards Lin Chen became even more fervent, while the male team members looked at him with admiration. It's worth noting that the standard strength for an ordinary intermediate battle respect level is only around 20,000 pounds. Ma Chongyue was overly excited. Good lad. It seems we've recruited a monster into our Tsanyan battle team. Lin Chen smiled humbly, knowing full well that punch just now, he had only used 70% of his strength. If he unleashed his full power, combined with the Azura Pagoda's strength, the power could increase by another 30%. Captain Ma, you're overpraising me. Lin Chen calmly changed the subject. I heard there have been unusual movements in the northern region recently? Indeed. Ma Chongyue lowered his voice. It said that traces of undead creatures have appeared. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. As the Lord of the Undead, this news was crucial for him. But on the surface, he only showed just the right amount of surprise. Undead creatures? Haven't they been extinct for a long time? Who knows? Ma Chongyue shook his head. But you, now focusing on the warrior profession, the undead profession is too difficult to break through. I heard there are no more than 5 Battle King level undead mages in all of Daxia, and they can't continue to break through after that. Now, even our Tsanyan battle team has to be temporarily sent back, so you shouldn't think about joining the fun. Lin Chen nodded, secretly relieved that his profession had strong compatibility. Currently, he was focusing on the warrior profession, and breaking through as the Lord of the Undead would require finding an opportunity. At the same time, he was also training as a holy light mage. He couldn't casually expose his identity as a necromancer. Among the human race, necromancers were already rare, as breaking through to Battle King was too difficult, so this path was basically cut off. As for the Death Mage, that was even rarer, almost a legendary taboo. As long as there were traces of a Death Mage, it would surely cause a bloody storm. As for the Ashen Saint, he hadn't even touched the threshold of that legendary hidden profession. Wow, Brother Lin, you're amazing. Yao Kong excitedly threw his arm around Lin Chen's shoulder. Ma Chongyue's eyes widened, looking at Lin Chen as if he were a monster. Have you really mastered the Fierce Blood Pagoda Fist to a minor success? He swallowed hard. Do you know how much blood chi it takes to practice this set of fist techniques? Lin Chen touched his nose and casually said, maybe I'm just lucky. Lucky? Ma Chongyue's voice changed pitch. Back when the Blood God Senior practiced this set of fist techniques, he drank the blood of super fierce beasts like water. He suddenly lowered his voice. Could it be that you are also that kind of monster-level genius? This made Lin Chen's heart skip a beat. He certainly couldn't reveal the matter of hunting the Thunder Wolf Dragon, so he could only pull out 3 blood crystal stones from his Lord Space. Maybe it's because of this. High-grade blood crystal stones? Ma Chongyue's hand trembled. 3 of them, that's so many? A chorus of gasps erupted around. Several senior sisters' eyes widened. For warriors, this was a priceless cultivation treasure. Yao Kong reached out tremblingly, wanting to touch them. Brother Lin, how much is this worth? Lin Chen's mouth twitched. Is 3 a lot? He had over 3,000 in his Lord Space. Usually, he treated them like candy. Chapter 157, The Invincible General of the Northern Region. In the capital, in the conference hall of the Lu family manor, Lu Wenlong's expression was grim as he sat in the main seat, while Qiao Zhang sat beside him, equally serious. Do we have any leads? Lu Wenlong's voice was icy. Reporting to Fifth Master, the butler began, trembling as he spoke. We have screened 1,715 suspicious individuals and ultimately identified 18 key suspects. However, what? Lu Wenlong slammed his hand on the armrest. But there is no conclusive evidence. The butler's forehead was slick with cold sweat. These individuals either have alibis or their abilities don't match. Lu Wenlong suddenly stood up, slamming his palm on the rosewood table, which shattered in response. A bunch of useless fools. It's been days and we can't even find a shadow of the murderer. My poor son, unable to close his eyes in death. His eyes were bloodshot, his voice hoarse. Xiao Zhang, sitting beside him, had a face that shifted between anger and concern. Fifth Master, please calm down. The Lu family has made many enemies over the years. If some hidden old monsters intervene, it might be impossible to investigate. Nonsense. Lu Wenlong kicked over the coffee table. My son was brutally murdered and we can't even find the killer. What face does the Lu family have left? The butler knelt on the ground, cold sweat soaking his back. I will immediately send more personnel. Get lost. Lu Wenlong hurled a teacup at him. If you can't find anything, you all go to the grave with him. Xiao Zhang suddenly raised his hand, signaling everyone to leave. Only the two of them remained in the hall, and he lowered his voice, saying, Fifth Master, the murderer is formidable. To kill under my nose, they must be at least at the peak of the battle sovereign level. Lu Wenlong forced himself to calm down. So what does Xiao Lao mean? We may have gone in the wrong direction. Xiao Zhang's eyes sparkled with insight. The murderer may not be a visible strongman. Oh, there is someone who appears to only have the strength of a battle general, but Xiao Zhang took out a file and projected it immediately. He single-handedly killed fierce beasts in the northern region, operates alone in the 79th dimension, and it is highly likely that even the Thunder Wolf Dragon was killed by him. Lu Wenlong stared intently at the holographic projection, his gaze narrowing. You mean, it could be that Lin Chen? Exactly. Xiao Zhang smiled coldly. Moreover, on the day of the incident, he has a record of returning from the 79th dimension. Lu Wenlong suddenly stood up, his eyes flashing with ferocity. Immediately send someone to keep a close watch on him. I want to know his whereabouts every moment. I have already arranged it. Xiao Zhang smiled coldly. If he is indeed the murderer, he will eventually slip up. A fierce glint flashed in Lu Wenlong's eyes as he clenched his fingers, crushing Lin Chen's holographic file to pieces. Better to wrongfully kill 1,000 than let one escape. His voice was chilling. After all, this brat should have died long ago. Xiao Zhang frowned slightly. Fifth Master, this matter requires careful consideration. That Lin Chen now has dual protective charms. He is a key training target of the capital's Lord Academy and holds the northern region's Tsanyan battle order, and he has even joined the capital's Martial Artist Association. So what? Lu Wenlong's face was filled with madness. Anyone the Lu family wants to kill has never lived past 7 days. With the old master around, what is there to fear? In the VIP hall of the capital's Lord Academy, the atmosphere was solemn and lively. Commander of the 3rd Demon Suppression Army in the northern region, General Zhao Polu has arrived. With the announcement, a middle-aged man clad in dark golden battle armor strode in with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. With each step he took, the ground trembled slightly, exuding an oppressive aura of peak battle sovereign. Ma Chongyue immediately stood up and performed a standard military salute. Sanyan battle teams. Ma Chongyue greets General Zhou. Several deputy directors of the academy also stood up to welcome him. The leading deputy director's son smiled and clasped his hands. General Zhao's presence brings great honor to our academy. Zhao Polo laughed heartily, his voice booming like a bell. What a fine capital Lord Academy, with talents like Ma Chongyue and now nurturing a prodigy like Lin Chen. He scanned the crowd, his gaze sharp. I have come this time with a very simple purpose. Before he could finish, the door to the VIP hall was suddenly pushed open. Lin Chen, having received Ma Chongyue's notification, walked in. Oh, the main character has arrived. Zhao Polu's eyes lit up as he stepped forward. Kid, your performance in the northern region has greatly boosted the morale of our soldiers. Lin Chen bowed respectfully. Thank you for the praise, General. Zhao Polu patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. Suddenly his expression turned serious. What a robust vitality. It seems the rumors are true. You really have mastered the barbaric blood pagoda fist? The crowd gasped in surprise. Deputy Director Sun looked astonished. What? That S-class combat technique from the Martial Masters Association? That old man Imo Jingxiong must be going crazy with excitement. Just a bit of luck in achieving some progress, Lin Chen replied modestly with a smile. However, he felt a jolt in his heart. He was puzzled. His performance in the northern region had been quite low-key. Moreover, was mastering the barbaric blood pagoda fist really that impressive? Ha ha ha. Good. Zhao Polo suddenly took out a dark golden token from his pocket. In the name of the northern regions Demon Suppression Army, I hereby grant you the title of Invincible General of the northern region. With this token, you can mobilize 3,000 troops of the Demon Suppression Army. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Ma Chongyue's face turned red with envy. This kind of treatment, even he had never enjoyed. Chapter 158, Dragon Blood, Unidentified. In the VIP room, the atmosphere gradually warmed up. Zhao Polo waved his hand, and a servant immediately brought forth a brocade box. Lin Chen, this is the blood marrow liquid, a specialty of the northern region. It is highly beneficial for martial artists to refine their vitality. This is your reward from the northern region. Just as Lin Chen was about to decline, Zhao Polo had already opened the box himself, leaving no room for refusal. Inside were 3 crystal-clear glass vials, the liquid inside shimmering with a faint blood glow. This, Lin Chen gasped. This blood marrow liquid could sell for an astronomical price on the black market. Seeing this, Deputy Director Sun also smiled and chimed in. General Zhao is placing his bets early, huh? He turned to Lin Chen, the Academy has decided to triple your resource allocation starting next month, and your training permissions will be upgraded to A level. Lin Chen was momentarily dazed by this sudden windfall. He struggled to maintain a smile and respond to everyone. These benefits felt too hot to handle. Finally, after managing to navigate through the crowd, he finally escaped. Once outside the VIP room, Lin Chen let out a long sigh. Beads of sweat had formed on his forehead. General Zhao is too enthusiastic. Why is he suddenly trying to win me over? Lin Chen toyed with the heavy token in his hand, sighing inwardly. This time he had indeed been too high profile, but on second thought, with the demon suppression armies name backing him, the Lu family would have to think twice before making a move against him. However, his expression darkened. Relying on others is risky. Ultimately, one must be strong enough on their own. While he was deep in thought, Ma Chongyue caught up from behind. Lin Chen, wait up. He was beaming with excitement. Lin Chen, you've hit the jackpot. General Zhao said that as long as you're willing, you can go directly under his command as a vanguard officer after graduation. Lin Chen forced a smile. Captain Ma, are you selling me out? Hey! Ma Chongyue threw an arm around his shoulder. The northern region may be tough, but it's the best fit for someone like you. Besides, he lowered his voice, with General Zhao backing you, what's the Lu family worth? Lin Chen's heart stirred. It seemed Ma Chongyue had already sensed the Lu family's hostility towards him. This time, Zhao Polu's visit had inadvertently provided him with a strong ally. Thank you, Captain Ma. Lin Chen expressed his sincere gratitude. We're brothers, no need for pleasantries. Ma Chongyue chuckled. Standing under the academy's corridor, Lin Chen couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly. This was the current state of affairs among the major lord academies. The competition among various factions for talented students had reached a frenzied level. However, it was quite unusual for a commander like Zhao Polo from the northern region to personally come forward to recruit him. Did he really have such a significant face? Surely, this was largely due to Ma Chongyue's strong recommendation. Back at the villa, Lin Chen sat cross-legged in the training room, surrounded by a faint aura of blood vitality. Yet he slowly opened his eyes. The warrior profession is merely my visible path of evolution. What truly allows me to dominate everything is the power of the necromancer. Although I am currently only at the battle general level, my strength is enough to rival that of a battle lord. It's hard not to attract attention. Lin Chen's speed of power enhancement was astonishing. In fact, this was quite normal, as the necromancer lord profession was anything but ordinary, especially that necromancer, who was powerful and unpredictable. He had already mastered curse spells, making him invincible at his current level, leaving enemies defenseless. If he were to master dark, virus, summoning, and alchemical necromancy spells, it would be unimaginable. He would definitely be able to walk through the myriad realms with ease. Lin Chen could clearly feel that as his body grew stronger, his mental recovery speed had also increased significantly. It's a pity the blood of the Thunder Wolf Dragon is used up. He sighed softly and directly opened the Lord Trading Platform interface. The screen displayed several unread messages. Seller A, only B-grade blood crystals, do you want them? Seller B, leader-level exotic beast. Blood is available, but it's very expensive. Seller C, I have a bottle of mutated blood, dare to try? Lin Chen frowned and closed the interface. These blood samples were either too low in grade or completely useless. What he needed now was top-grade blood that could continue to push the brutal blood pagoda fist to new heights. At least something on the level of the Thunder Wolf Dragon. Even the blood essence that Zhao Polu sent him was only slightly better than high-grade blood crystals. With that thought, Lin Chen directly entered the Lord's space. Grabbing a pickaxe, he struck down hard. Clang! Ka! The Lord consumed 300 mental energy and obtained a silver treasure chest X1. Congratulations to the Lord for opening the chest and obtaining a dragon's blood X1 drop. With a crisp sound, a silver treasure chest appeared. Inside, a drop of dark golden blood floated, exuding a heart-pounding pressure. Dragon's blood, unidentified, grade, unknown, attribute, unknown. Could it be an unidentified variety of dragon blood? Lin Chen was both surprised and delighted. But just as he touched the blood, a sharp pain shot from his fingertips. This drop of blood was actually resisting him. Hiss! Lin Chen gasped, the excessive consumption of mental energy causing his vision to darken, his head pounding like it was being pricked with needles. He realized that the stronger he became, the more energy mining consumed. The pain was unbearable for an ordinary person. Yet he gritted his teeth and swallowed the blood. Boom! The moment the blood went down his throat, it felt like swallowing a ball of magma. Lin Chen collapsed to the ground. What kind of dragon's blood is this? He curled up in agony, feeling as if his internal organs were on fire. Ordinary dragon blood would never be this domineering. Even more bizarre was that this drop of blood was rampaging inside him, completely out of control. Lin Chen tried to channel the brutal blood pagoda fist to guide it but was met with an even fiercer backlash. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Lin Chen quickly drank a bottle of life potion, feeling frustrated. If it weren't for the life potion, he would have been done for. Could it be? A terrifying thought crossed his mind. This isn't pure dragon blood, but rather a dragon with a hint of true dragon bloodline? Just as he began to regain his composure, the drop of dragon blood suddenly quieted down. I need to find a way to refine it. Lin Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with excitement. If he could absorb this drop of dragon blood, his brutal blood pagoda fist would surely break through to a whole new realm. At that moment, Lin Chen received a team notification. An urgent mission alert popped up. Sanyan Battle Team Urgent Assembly Order, mission location, northwest of the Northern Region Frost Canyon mission content, eliminate the solitary exotic beasts that have infiltrated through the spatial rifts. Assembly time, tomorrow 6 o'clock. Team leader, Ma Chongyue. Special note. All members must be above intermediate Battle King level and carry cold-resistant equipment. Lin Chen stared at the screen, frowning slightly. Then he received another notification, a private message from Ma Chongyue. Lin Chen, I have already included you in the Northern Border Task System. So now you are qualified to participate in the Northern Border tasks. You can follow me and get familiar with the vast Northern Border Defense Line. Chapter 159, Qinglu Battle Team. Lin Chen suddenly understood something. He tightly gripped the Northern Border Invincible General Order. Zhao Polu had gone to such great lengths, all to firmly bind him to the war chariot of the Northern Border. Did they know something? Or had his astonishing performance in the 79th dimensional plane been discovered? However, he indeed needed the protection of a powerful force right now, and the Northern Border Demon Suppression Army was a good choice. Yet, that drop of strange sub-dragon blood within him began to stir again. This drop of essence was like a ticking time bomb. No matter how he urged his cultivation techniques, he couldn't refine it, and instead, it kept burning through his meridians. Damn it! Lin Chen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. What kind of dragon's blood is this? He tried to wrap it with necromantic power, but it triggered an even more violent rejection reaction. A mouthful of blood surged up his throat, which he forcefully swallowed. Back down. It seems I can only seal it for now. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and activated the barbaric blood-floating pagoda fist, constructing a cage of vital energy within his body to temporarily suppress the chaotic dragon blood. He would think of a way to deal with it later. At 5:30 in the morning, before dawn, Lin Chen's door was knocked on. Lin brother, open the door. Yao Kang's excited voice penetrated through the door crack. I've also been selected for the Northern Border Task System. My holy light spells are finally going to shine in the Northern Border. Lin Chen rubbed his eyes and opened the door speechlessly. The drop of strange sub-dragon essence had kept him tossing and turning all night, and he hadn't slept well at all. Plus, with such a noisy neighbor. Thank goodness Su Jiao wasn't around, otherwise, just thinking about it gave him a headache. What's wrong? Xuan wasn't selected and you're disappointed? Yao Kong raised his eyebrows. It's better that she's not here. Lin Chen rubbed his temples. He didn't have the energy to deal with so many women right now. It was strange, though. Su Jiao, who usually never left his side, had mysteriously disappeared since last night. Hurry up, today is the first day, we can't be late. Yao Kong pulled him out. I heard that this time the task will have big shots from the Northern Border observing, and if we perform well, we can directly enter the special training camp. Lin Chen absent-mindedly responded. It seemed that all factions were racing to cultivate talent. The situation with the beast invasion was not optimistic. Lin Chen followed Yao Kong to the training ground assembly point, and from a distance he saw the flag of the Sanyan Battle Team fluttering in the morning breeze. On the training ground, more than 20 team members were already lined up neatly, all in dark red combat uniforms with a burning flame emblem embroidered on their chests. Reporting. Lin Chen, Yao Kong reporting. The two stood at attention and saluted in front of the line. Ma Chongyue nodded in satisfaction. Join the ranks. He pointed to 2 empty spots in the front row. You two will act with the elite team. As soon as Lin Chen stood properly, he felt several scorching gazes. He turned his head to see a few unfamiliar team members, sizing him up, some with curiosity, others with defiance. I heard you're the martial arts genius who mastered the barbaric blood-floating pagoda fist, a burly young man with a buzz cut asked in a low voice, his tone clearly provocative. Before Lin Chen could respond, Ma Chongyue's voice boomed. Across the field, attention everyone. Our task this time will have special commissioners from the Northern Border Military Department observing the whole process, so everyone better be on their toes. With a roar of engines, 3 armored transport vehicles slowly drove into the training ground. Lin Chen noticed that each vehicle had different emblems painted on the side. Besides the Sanyan Battle Team's flame emblem, there was also the Ice Axe Totem of the Northern Border Demon Suppression Army, and the Qinglu family crest of the Lu family. The Lu family? Yao Kang's expression changed. How could they? Lin Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened. Stepping down from the 3rd armored vehicle was a young man, around 25 or 26 years old. He was clad in silver-white battle armor with the emblem of the Northern Border Demon Suppression Army on his chest, but the shoulder armor was engraved with the unique green willow pattern of the Lu family. "It's Lu Mingyuan," Yao Kong exclaimed softly. From the side, the eldest son of the second master of the Lu family. "I heard he has achieved military merit in the northern border and was authorized to form the Green Willow Battle Team." Lin Chen's gaze turned slightly cold. Although Lu Mingyuan was young, the aura emanating from him clearly reached the intermediate battle sovereign level, far stronger than the deceased Lu Mingxian. Lu Mingyuan seemed to sense something, his sharp gaze locking directly onto Lin Chen. The two exchanged glances in the air as if sparks were flying. "Interesting," Lu Mingyuan smirked coldly. "The Lu family's ace is surprisingly so young." On the other side, Lin Chen had already withdrawn his gaze. The pressure Lu Mingyuan exerted on him was quite strong. "It seems this mission won't be peaceful." Ma Chongyue seemed to sense the anomaly and walked over, speaking in a low voice. "Lin Chen, every major family in the northern border has affiliated battle teams, and the Lu family is no exception. Their influence is not weak, and this Lu Mingyuan is very strong. Their sudden involvement in this operation must have ulterior motives. But don't worry, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly." Lin Chen nodded and followed the team onto the armored vehicle of the Tsangyan battle team. With the roar of the engine, the convoy set off towards the perilous Frost Canyon. "Ah, Brother Lin, this is so exciting." Yao Kong was like a primary school student on his first field trip, poking around the armored vehicle. "This is the latest model of the Snow Wolf armored vehicle from the northern border. I heard it can withstand a full-force strike from a leader-level ferocious beast." He excitedly patted the smart control panel on the seat. "Look at this temperature regulation system. And this emergency escape device." Lin Chen smiled helplessly. Yao Kong had a look of someone who had never seen the world. "Can you take a break? I'm just nervous." Yao Kong wiped the sweat from his forehead and lowered his voice. "It's my first time on such a high-level mission, you know." At the other end of the vehicle, several unfamiliar team members were coldly watching them. One of the horse-faced men deliberately raised his voice. "I heard some people got into the elite team through connections. Do they really think the northern border missions are child's play?" Yao Kang's face stiffened, and just as he was about to retort, Lin Chen pressed down on his shoulder. "Focus on preparing for the mission, ignore them." Lin Chen handed him a tactical briefing. "Your holy light technique is crucial, pay attention to coordination only." Then did Yao Kong calm down and start to seriously review the mission briefing. But not long after, he couldn't help but lean over again. "Brother Lin, I heard there are not only exotic beasts in Frost Canyon but also otherworldly races from different worlds. I've never seen an otherworldly person before." Lin Chen had seen quite a few otherworldly beings in the Scarlet Abyss and was about to respond when the armored vehicle suddenly slammed to a halt. A hurried voice from the communicator rang out. "All personnel, attention. We are about to arrive at Frost Canyon. Abnormal fluctuations in the spatial rift have been detected. Prepare for battle." The vehicle instantly fell silent. Everyone tensed up. Lin Chen frowned slightly. Looking through the observation window, he saw a vast expanse of white snow with a pitch-black rift in the sky, and countless long-legged exotic beasts were surging out from the rift. "So fast." "Of course it's fast. This blood wolf armored vehicle can directly enter the teleportation array." Suddenly, Yao Kang's face turned pale. "Not good. This is the Ice Crystal Demon Spider." Chapter 160. Lin Chen, I want it. You set the conditions. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, staring at the tide of ice crystal demon spiders surging from the distance. Those translucent monsters were each the size of a calf, with 8 long legs like sharp ice cones. Moreover, most of them were at the commander level. "Prepare for battle." Ma Chongyue's roar exploded in the communicator. "Team 1 will engage head-on, Team 2 will flank from the side. Lin Chen, you are responsible for support." As soon as the words fell, a faint light suddenly burst forth from the depths of the spatial rift. The entire canyon trembled violently, and the accumulated snow collapsed. Hiss hiss hiss. The spine-chilling hissing sound echoed as a massive ice crystal magic spider emerged halfway from the crack. Its entire body was covered in scales resembling ice crystals, and its 8 legs stretched out for dozens of meters. Ma Zhongyue let out a cold snort at the sight, his burly body suddenly swelling up. Surrounded by a crimson flame, a mere magic spider king dares to be arrogant. "In my northern territory?" He clashed his fists together, producing a deafening sonic boom, and launched himself at the magic spider king like a cannonball. The magic spider king, possessing the strength of a high-level battle lord, hadn't even had time to react before Ma Zhongyue's fist struck its head. Boom! The sound of shattering ice crystals reverberated through the canyon, and half of the magic spider king's head was instantly crushed. Fear, almost human-like, flickered in its remaining 7 compound eyes, and its 8 long legs frantically retreated. "Trying to escape?" Ma Zhongyue sneered as he leaped into the air, his fists igniting in blazing flames. Flame Dragon Break. 2 fire dragon-like fist energies intertwined and blasted out, directly blowing the magic spider king's massive body into a sky full of ice crystals. Meanwhile, the other members of the Sangyan battle team showcased their own abilities. Holy light purification. Yao Kong raised his staff high, and a golden beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping dozens of magic spiders, instantly vaporizing them. Ice explosion spell. A blue-robed ice mage formed seals with her hands and slammed them onto the ground. In an instant, a circle of ice blue light rapidly expanded from her center, freezing hundreds of magic spiders into ice sculptures as it passed. With a flick of her finger, all the ice sculptures exploded simultaneously, turning into a flurry of ice crystals. Flame storm. On another side, a fire mage raised his staff high, condensing the scorching fire elements. With a loud shout, a torrent of flames erupted in a fan shape, engulfing the remaining swarm of magic spiders. Ice and fire intertwined in the canyon, creating large clouds of white mist. In just a few minutes, the once menacing army of magic spiders was completely cleared away. Lin Chen stood at the back of the battlefield, having had no chance to intervene. He noticed that the spells cast by these team members were all large-scale destructive spells, clearly showing off their skills. It seemed that the observation by the Northern Territory's special envoy had prompted everyone to bring out their best techniques. Beautiful. Ma Zhongyue nodded in satisfaction. He stood on the temporary command platform, quickly marking several areas on the holographic map with his finger. Luo Koan, take a team to guard the eastern pass. Yao Kong, provide support from the center. He glanced up at the increasingly gloomy sky. Lin Chen, you are responsible for Area C7, coordinates 169. There is a separate spatial crack there. Lin Chen nodded, stepping through the snow to the designated area. It was a frozen basin, and in the sky there was a spatial crack over 8 meters long, like a wound horn, opened by invisible claws, its edges flickering with eerie purple light. Puff! With a teeth-gritting sound of space tearing, several lizard-like beasts with 6 eyes squeezed out from the crack. Their ice-blue scales were still covered in slime, and their sharp claws barely touched the ground. Crunch! A massive mouth broke through the ice. Several beasts were instantly swallowed whole. Lin Chen did not take action himself but summoned Big Mouth and Plague Brother. With the two of them guarding, he could relax. He waved his hand, and 50,000 ghouls and 1,000 cave demons surged out, forming an ironclad defense. Then he directly took out the mobile fortress and began to enjoy the snowy scenery. Cultivation is like this, requiring a balance of tension and relaxation. Moreover, the dragon blood in Lin Chen's body had yet to be resolved. At this moment, he leisurely sat on the observation deck of the mobile fortress, holding a cup of hot tea. Through the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, he could clearly see the battle outside. Big Mouth was happily chasing a few 6-eyed ice lizards around. Plague Brother was crouched beneath the spatial crack, waiting for the beasts to fall into his trap. This is what cultivation is all about. He stretched comfortably, the energy and blood in his body automatically circulating, slowly wearing down that stubborn drop of dragon blood. At the Northern Magic Suppression Army base, in the central observation hall, dozens of holographic screens floated in midair, transmitting the battle situation in Frost Canyon in real time. On the largest screen, Lin Chen was seen leisurely sipping tea inside a mobile fortress. This kid really knows how to enjoy himself, a middle-aged officer with a military insignia on his shoulder scoffed. While the other team members are fighting hard, he's just there enjoying the scenery. A bespectacle. Female aide adjusted her glasses and said, but his undead subjects are indeed formidable. According to the data, those 2 battle pets alone have eliminated 87% of the invading beasts in Zone C7. What a pity, another elder sighed. Though the undead lord is strong, he is ultimately limited by the shackles of his inheritance and will find it hard to achieve greatness. His choice to major in martial arts is wise. Zhao Polu stood by the window, chuckling softly. You all underestimate him too much. He turned to his aide and instructed, Zhang Kuei, connect to the encrypted channel from the capital. Yes. With a burst of electromagnetic sound, a holographic projection revealed the figure of an elderly man with white hair. The elder was dressed in the standard military uniform of the capital's demon-suppressing army, with medals gleaming on his chest. Little Zhao, what a rare visitor, the elder said with a broad smile. You're here for that kid named Lin Chen, right? Zhao Polu replied respectfully and straightforwardly, yes, Elder Zhou, let's not beat around the bush. I want Lin Chen, you set the terms. The observation room erupted in an uproar. Several aides exchanged glances. The general was personally seeking a student from Elder Zhou? Elder Zhou and the holographic projection pondered for a moment, lightly tapping the table, and pulled up an encrypted file. It's rare for you, Zhao Polu, to personally ask for someone, but this kid is a bit special. I'm afraid I can't agree directly. Little Zhao, take a look at this first. Elder Zhou transmitted the file. Lin Chen's information is somewhat strange. Zhao Polu frowned as he opened the encrypted document, and several astonishing data sets immediately popped up. In his mind, name, Lin Chen, age, 20, place of origin, Dasha, Jiangzhou, Jiangcheng, Lord Potential, 1 star, level, Battle General level 20. Vitality Strength, Mid-Level Battle Sovereign, Mental Power Fluctuation, Battle King Level, Suspected Suppression, Profession, Martial Artist / Saint Light Mage, Suspected Dual Profession, Background, Elder of the Crimson Abyss Cabinet. This, Zhao Polu's pupils constricted, this kid is a dual profession? Or an Elder of the Crimson Abyss Cabinet? Chapter 161, C1 Main Defense Line Collapses. Urgent. Reinforcements needed. Elder Joe smiled wryly and shook his head. We have checked 7 times, this kid is very deep-rooted and it's impossible to grasp his true background. As he spoke, Elder Joe pulled up another surveillance video. Look at this is footage from over half a year ago when he was in Jiangcheng. At that time, his strength was only at the level of an ordinary warrior and his performance was quite average, completely different from now. In the video, Lin Chen was in Jiangcheng, performing quite ordinarily with nothing particularly outstanding. Zhao Polu watched the video, stroking the stubble on his chin, his eyes filled with astonishment. In just over half a year, he has skyrocketed from an ordinary warrior to someone who can kill a battle sovereign in an instant? This kid is simply a monster. Elder Zhou nodded slightly, his expression becoming serious as he slowly said, so, this kid's potential is astonishingly great. However, he is now entangled with many forces, and the situation is quite complex. We need to investigate him further and cannot place our bets lightly. Yes, Elder Zhou, I understand your meaning, Zhao Polu replied. Respectfully. Sizzle. With a slight sound of electricity, the encrypted call abruptly ended. Zhao Polu put down the communication device, a hint of contemplation in his eyes, and began to mutter to himself, this kid is truly elusive. It seems I'm not the only one keeping an eye on him. A young man only 20 years old, yet possessing such powerful strength is indeed rare. Forget it, let's keep him in the north for now. With the potential he has shown, he is very likely to be a candidate for the future battle sect. Although resources are limited in the north, I am willing to give him this training opportunity. However, Zhao Polu frowned slightly, his expression becoming serious, but we can't just give it to him directly, he must participate in the assessment. That would be fair and reasonable. Otherwise, those old stubborns in the military will definitely not accept it. It's important to know that there is only one training opportunity for the future battle sect in the north. Many families and factions are fighting fiercely for this spot, both openly and secretly. In the command room of the North's Demon Suppression Army base, Zhao Polu's eyes flashed with brilliance. Zhang Kuei. He suddenly called for Zhang Kuei, prepare the assessment plan for the extreme cold trial, but the aide Zhang Kuei was taken aback. General, that's the spot for the battle sect seed program. Last time, the Nangong family offered 100 billion gold coins, and you didn't. Do you think he's worth it? Zhao Polu pointed to the surveillance screen. On the screen, Lin Chen was confronting the Thunder Wolf Dragon in the 79th dimension. Zhang Kuei gasped, so the Thunder Wolf Dragon was killed by him? So strong. Not just that. Zhao Polu pulled up the data analysis. This kid's growth curve is too bizarre. The screen displayed Lin Chen's power growth chart. From an ordinary warrior to instantly killing a battle sovereign level, it was almost a vertical line of ascent. This doesn't conform to any lord's cultivation logic. Unless. Zhao Polu's gaze suddenly deepened, his fingers lightly tapping the control panel. Unless what? Zhang Kuei asked, full of curiosity. This kid, like Huang, is a chosen one. Zhang Kuei stepped forward excitedly. Are you saying, the legendary chosen one of the Divine Land? But isn't that just a myth? Zhao Polu did not answer directly but pulled up a set of comparative data. Power growth curve comparison. Lin Chen, 0 battle sovereign strength 10 months. Huang, 0 battle sovereign, 11 months. Cross-level combat records. Lin Chen, warrior slays battle general slays battle king, battle sovereign. Huang, warrior slays battle general slays battle king. Special physique, Lin Chen, dual profession, confirmed. Huang, martial master, recorded in files. Zhang Kuei gasped, this similarity. So you're saying Lin Chen has even more potential than Huang? In the north Frost Canyon C7 area, amidst the flying snow, tens of thousands of ghouls stood like sculptures covered in thick layers of snow. Inside the mobile fortress, Lin Chen closed the book in his hands and stretched lazily. This 10,000 blood body refining technique is indeed exquisite, but these essence blood materials are hard to come by. He felt the surging energy and blood within him, that stubborn subdragon. Essence blood had finally been refined by 1%. Suddenly, the monitoring radar emitted a piercing alarm. Warning! Space rift energy surge. Number of alien beasts. 387, continuous invasion. Lin Chen frowned, lightly tapping the control panel. 100,000 ghouls simultaneously shook off the snow on their bodies, their crimson eyes glowing in the wind and snow, like demons from hell descending. At that moment, the communicator suddenly transmitted Yao Kang's urgent voice, Lin, brother. A leader-level creature has appeared in Area C9, The signal abruptly cut off, replaced by a harsh static noise. Big mouth, plague brother. Lin Chen raised his hand slightly, I'll leave this to you. The two ghoul leaders let out low growls, and the army of 150,000 ghouls surged toward the space rift like a tide. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's figure had already vanished from the spot. 50 kilometers away, the battlefield in Area C9 was a scene of devastation. Yao Kong knelt, half-heartedly in the blood-stained snow, gasping for breath. Surrounding him were 12 holy light spirits, these palm-sized beings of light desperately maintaining the last protective barrier. Hold on, just a little longer. Yao Kong gritted his teeth and poured the last of his mental energy into the staff. Outside the barrier, a giant ice crystal ape towering 5 stories high was roaring and smashing against his holy light shield. Further away, hundreds of strange beasts were breaking through the defenses, charging towards him. I can't hold on any longer. It's over. Yao Kang's face was filled with despair as he closed his eyes. Boom! The anticipated death did not come. Yao Kong opened his eyes to see a familiar figure standing in front of him, one hand bracing against the giant ape's fist. Lin, brother Lin? Lin Chen turned back and grinned. How come a dignified holy light sorcerer like you always ends up in such a mess? Before he finished speaking, a surge of blood energy erupted from his palm. Barbaric blood pagoda fist. The giant ape let out a piercing wail, its massive body disintegrating at a visible speed. Damn! Brother Lin, you're so fierce. Yao Kong was dumbfounded. Just as the battle in Zone C9 had calmed down, the entire team's communication channel exploded with activity. Zone C2 requests support. 3. Battle Lord level ice crystal giant wolves have appeared. C1 main defense line has collapsed. Urgent reinforcements needed. Medical team. Where's the medical team? Lin Chen glanced at the tactical map, his brow furrowed. The entire Frost Canyon defense line was in crisis, with dozens of spatial rifts simultaneously spewing forth strange beasts. This was definitely abnormal. Let's go. He pulled Yao Kong along first to the C1 main rift. The two rushed through the wind and snow. The sights along the way were shocking. Members of the Tsungyen team were fighting desperately. Various subjects were clashing on the battlefield. A fire mage summoned a lava giant, fiercely colliding with the ice crystal beasts. A lightning mage was surrounded by thunder eagles, and wherever the lightning struck, strange beasts fell. Most astonishing was a plant mage who had caused the entire ice field to sprout a sea of man-eating flowers. Damn. Yao Kang's voice trembled. This beast tide has at least hundreds of thousands of beasts and over a dozen leader-level ones. Lin Chen's expression grew serious as he looked towards Zone C1. The sky there had completely twisted, with spatial rifts stretching 1,000 meters across the horizon, like a gaping, writhing wound. Even more terrifying was that within the rift, a mountain-like shadow could be seen trying to push through. Is that a peak leader-level strange beast? Yao Kang's legs went weak, nearly causing him to fall. Chapter 162, Sky-Level Warship? Lin Chen sighed inwardly. Looks like this mission is going to be a bit challenging. Encountering such a beast tide was definitely a nightmare for all teams. At that moment, Yao Kang's expression hardened, gripping his staff tightly. The sea-level area is under the jurisdiction of our Tsungyen team. Now that we are facing a beast tide, we must do our utmost to support. We cannot let the Lu family's team take advantage. Lin Chen looked at the 1,000-meter rift stretching across the sky in the distance, his pupils slightly constricting. The spatial rift is starting to shrink. For now, it shouldn't be able to come through. He turned to Yao Kong. First, let's deal with the trouble at hand. With a wave of his hand, 200,000 ghouls surged forth like a tide. 5,000 cave demons burrowed up from the ice. Whose subjects are these? There are too many. A fire mage's beautiful senior sister had her spell interrupted. The plant mage beside her instinctively took 2 steps back. My man-eating flowers have no place to stand. The entire battlefield fell silent for a second. Even the strange beasts engaged in battle paused for a moment. Suddenly, a vast sea of white undead appeared before them. Yao Kong swallowed hard. Brother Lin, do you usually raise this many ghouls? Isn't it a money sink? Not that many. Really? Lin Chen replied calmly. In his territory, there were still 300,000 ghouls on standby. The ghoul army had already pounced on the tide of strange beasts. They knew no fear, understood no retreat, tearing apart all living things with their decaying teeth and sharp claws. Damn, it's the undead calamity. A martial artist exclaimed. What they said in the textbooks is actually true. The gazes of several senior students towards Lin Chen had completely changed. There was awe, shock, and a hint of indescribable excitement. In terms of strength, they were not weak at all. But facing such a beast tide, they had no choice but to retreat. Stop dazing off. Lin Chen's voice pulled everyone back to reality. Let's all take action, reorganize the formation, and focus on eliminating the commander-level targets. The small fry will be handled by my ghouls. Only then did everyone snap out of their daze and quickly reorganize. Understood. Yao Kong was the first to respond, his holy light staff radiating a dazzling golden glow. Holy light barrier. The fire element senior waved her staff. Flame storm ready. The plant element senior pressed her hands to the ground. The sea of man-eating flowers is expanding. The martial artist pointed his spear to the sky. Watch my thunder spear. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. The army of 200,000 ghouls immediately parted like a tide, clearing an attack path for his comrades. Good coordination. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and soon, the beast tide in the sea level area managed by the Tsangyan team was suppressed. On the high ground of Area B, Lu Mingyuan stood in the wind and snow, his expression fluctuating. Young master, the latest battle report. A guard from the Lu family hurried forward. The Tsangyan team has suppressed the beast tide across the board and is advancing towards the C1 main rift. Lu Mingyuan suddenly crushed the communicator in his hand. It's that Lin Chen. Again? Why yes. The guard's voice trembled. According to reports from the front line, he summoned an army of 200,000 ghouls by himself and what? And he hardly made a move himself, relying entirely on his endless subjects to crush. Lu Mingyuan's face instantly turned ashen. He turned to the middle-aged man beside him. Uncle Tong, didn't you say you could expand the spatial rift to let that peak commander level beast pass through? The middle-aged man, known as Uncle Tong, squinted his triangular eyes and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Young master, the spatial interference has reached its limit. If we continue to expand the rift, it will be exposed. Useless. Lu Mingyuan shouted angrily. Not only did we fail to embarrass the Tsangyan team this time, but we also let them steal the spotlight. He stared fiercely at the holographic screen showing the Tsangyan team rampaging through, his eyes filled with gloom. Lin Chen. Lu Mingyuan gritted his teeth. I originally didn't plan to get involved in the feud between you and my fifth uncle. But you shouldn't have come to the Northern Territory. His voice suddenly lowered. Moreover, my cousin Lu Mingxian might be the one you killed. Uncle Tong was startled. Young master, be cautious with your words. There is no solid evidence for this matter. We'll see. Lu Mingyuan snorted helplessly. In Frostbite Canyon, sea level area, as the last spatial rift slowly closed, the battlefield finally returned to calm. All the beasts had been cleared away. Idle. An excited shout made Lin Chen turn his head. He saw Situ Xian running over quickly, his usually unruly face now filled with admiration. Ah, it's you. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. This young master of the Situ family was the rival who had been crazily pursuing Su Jiaojiao before, right? As expected of my Lin god. Situ Xian's eyes sparkled. One person suppressing the entire battle zone, 300,000 ghouls. So cool. He suddenly patted his chest. I've decided, I'm out. Su Jiaojiao is yours. Lin Chen was speechless. At this moment, other members of the Tsangyan team also gathered around. Seeing this scene, everyone showed surprised expressions. I can't be seeing this wrong, right? That's Situ Xian? Isn't this guy usually very arrogant and irritable? Yeah, I heard he likes to throw punches at the slightest disagreement. Last time he even sent the captain of the Linfeng team to the hospital. Several team members whispered among themselves. Situ Xian was famously arrogant in the northern region, and the Xian armor battle team he led had a fearsome reputation. To win over such a ruthless person, Lin Chen's influence had once again reshaped their understanding. Yao Kong leaned closer to Lin Chen and whispered, Lin brother, this guy is notorious for being a violent thug. You should keep your distance from him. Lin Chen smiled helplessly. Situ Xian's face was filled with excitement. Lin god, you finally made it to the northern region. If there's anything you need, just let me know. He patted his chest and assured, I'm not bragging. In this little piece of land in the northern region, our C2 family still has some say. Lin Chen looked into Situ Xian's sincere eyes and nodded. Although this guy acted flamboyantly, his character was straightforward. Much better than those who pretended to be polite while stabbing you in the back. That I thank you in advance, Lin Chen said with a smile and cupped his hands in gratitude. Boom! With a deep rumble of an engine cutting through the sky, a massive black warship broke through the clouds and descended slowly. Its enormous shadow covered most of the canyon, and the prominent Demon Suppression Army emblem on the ship stood out vividly against the wind and snow. This is the Sky Dome-class warship. From the Demon Suppression Army headquarters? Situ Xian's eyes widened. I heard it can freely navigate through the spatial turbulence of the 10,000 races. Battlefield. Yao Kong swallowed hard. This is the first time I've seen a warship of this level. It's so big. Lin Chen looked up at this steel behemoth, feeling a sense of shock. It was far more advanced than his small airship, with a streamlined hull covered in arrays of runes, and the plasma cannons on both sides glowed with a ghostly blue light. Even more exaggerated was the massive spatial shock cannon at the bow, which was said to be able to blast open a void rift with a single shot. Strange. C2. Xian frowned. How could a strategic-level warship appear here? Chapter 163. Only children make choices. I want them all. Just then, the hatch at the bottom of the warship slowly opened. Buzz. 12 powerful members of the Demon Suppression Army, clad in dark gold battle armor, descended from the sky. It's the Star Hunter team. Situ Xian's voice trembled, an elite team directly under the Demon Suppression Army headquarters, specifically searching for unparalleled human talents across various planes. The entire Frost Canyon fell silent. The Tsangyan battle team, the Northern Region's Demon Suppression Army, the Xian Armor battle team, and even the Lu families, Xinglu battle team all held their breath. They looked up at this warship, a symbol of supreme power. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't even come into contact with a warship of this level, let alone have it hovering directly above them. The leading member of the Demon Suppression Army wore a broad smile, his features sharp. His piercing gaze swept over the crowd and finally landed on Lin Chen. Lin Chen, his voice carried a hint of authority. Please step forward. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingyuan's face turned pale and he staggered back 2 steps. Shocked, he thought, Lin Chen has actually caught the attention of the Star Hunter team. Si Tuxian excitedly grabbed Lin Chen's arm. Lin God, they want to train you. This is a huge opportunity. Lin Chen frowned slightly, his expression complex. He had always been a lone wolf and didn't need anyone to train him, but the current situation clearly wasn't something that could be resolved with a simple refusal. The root of all this began when he took the barbaric blood pagoda fist from the Capital Martial Arts Association. It seemed he had entered into the schemes of certain people. Lin Chen took a deep breath and stepped forward. He could clearly feel several powerful gazes cast from the warship, each carrying a pressure close to that of a battle. Sect Master. Lin Chen, we meet again. Si Tu Lai's voice came from the warship. He stepped down, accompanied by a mysterious man in black whose aura was unfathomable. Second uncle? Si Tu Xian's eyes widened. How could you? Si Tu Lai laughed heartily. You little brat, do you think I'm just idling away my time in Jiang City? He turned to Lin Chen. Come, let me introduce you. The man in black stepped forward and the temperature in the entire canyon dropped sharply. This is the captain of the Star Hunter team, Captain Xiao Tianzhan. That is, a strong warrior from the battle sect? Yao Kong stuttered directly. Xiao Tianzhan's gaze was sharp as he scrutinized Lin Chen. Kid, do you know why the barbaric blood pagoda fist is placed in the Kyoto Martial Arts Association? Lin Chen's heart trembled and he vaguely guessed something. That is not a coincidence. Xiao Tianzhan continued, in 100 years, only 2 people have mastered this fist technique, Blood God and now you. Si Tu Lai took over the conversation. Lin Chen, I knew you were not simple back in Jiang City. The entire place fell into dead silence. Lin Chen, you are quite impressive. Xiao Tianzhan nodded slightly, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Lin Chen frowned slightly, filled with confusion. He had already accepted the invitation from the Northern Border Demon Suppression Army, so why were people from the headquarters still looking for him? Let's go, we can discuss it in detail on the warship. Si Tu Lai stepped forward politely. Even more unexpectedly, Si Tu Lai looked at everyone and directly announced, from now on, Lin Chen officially leaves the Tsangyan battle team and the Northern Border Demon Suppression Army. What? As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. The members of the Tsangyan battle team exchanged glances, and Yao Kong jumped up directly. You are stealing people. Lin Chen's voice was low. Commander Si Tu, what is going on? Si Tu Lai was about to answer when a cold snort like thunder erupted. Humph. Zhao Polu's tall figure stepped through the air, surrounded by crimson battle energy, forcefully evaporating the swirling snow into mist. Captain Xiao, Commander Si Tu. He landed in front of Lin Chen, his voice as hard as iron. Is it too disrespectful to the Northern Border Demon Suppression Army to steal people in front of me? Xiao Tianzhan's expression remained unchanged. General Zhao, this is a direct order from headquarters. Stop talking nonsense with me. Zhao Polo waved his hand. This kid was the first one I had my eye on. Already entered the Northern Border Extreme Cold Seed list. Want to take him away? Let the military lord come personally. Hearing this, everyone was taken aback. The Extreme Cold Seed list. That is the highest talent cultivation program in the Northern Border. Si Tu Lai quickly tried to smooth things over. Old Zhao, calm down. Calm down my ass. Zhao Polo directly cursed. How many good seedlings have you Star Hunter team dug away over the years? This matter is non-negotiable. The atmosphere on site instantly became tense. The auras of the 2 battle sect level powerhouses clashed, shaking the surrounding ice walls with cracking sounds. Lin Chen looked at Zhao Polo standing in front of him, his mind stirred. Although this Northern Border general had a fiery temper, his protective nature suited him well. Moreover, he didn't want to be taken away by the Star Hunter team without knowing why. Thinking of this, Lin Chen suddenly spoke. General Zhao, how about you listen to my thoughts? All eyes turned to him in unison. I, Lin Chen, have always acted according to my heart. He scanned the crowd with burning eyes. The Northern Border has treated me well, and the headquarters has abundant resources. Only children make choices. Lin Chen looked at Xiao Tianzhan. How about this? I will still nominally belong to the Northern Border, but I can cooperate with headquarters to complete special tasks. I want resources from both sides. Hearing this bold proposal left everyone dumbfounded. No one had ever dared to take advantage of both sides at the same time. Zhao Polu and Xiao Tianzhan were both taken aback, but only Zhao Polu burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, good kid. He patted Lin Chen's shoulder heavily. You have the spirit of my younger days. But Xiao Tianzhan beside him had a gloomy face, and his aura became sharp. This was clearly taking advantage of him while ultimately returning to the Northern Border. Was he being treated as a fool? In fact, Lin Chen was doing it on purpose. He didn't want to go with Xiao Tianzhan. Xiao Tianzhan's gaze sharpened. Lin Chen. He enunciated each word, his voice as cold as the polar wind. Do you know that in 100 years, only 3 people have dared to bargain with my Star Hunter team? The atmosphere on site suddenly froze. Chapter 164. The mortality rate is 79%. Sweat beads formed on Sitolai's forehead as he quickly tried to smooth things over. Captain Xiao. The young man doesn't understand the rules. Rules? Lin Chen suddenly chuckled. Captain Xiao, if I'm not mistaken, you are simply interested in my talent for cultivating the savage blood floating pagoda fist, aren't you? Xiao Tianzhan's pupils constricted. Indeed, the savage blood floating pagoda fist was immensely powerful, its value far beyond that of ordinary combat techniques. It was a martial skill that every martial artist dreamed of possessing. If he could bring Lin Chen back, it would be a significant achievement. Lin Chen's blood surged, and suddenly, the blood-colored Shura battle armor appeared around him. Happened to be the second person in 100 years to master the savage blood floating pagoda fist. He stared directly into Xiao Tianzhan's eyes. Do you truly wish to cultivate me? Silence. A suffocating silence. Xiao Tianzhan's gaze lingered on Lin Chen's Shura battle armor for a long time, a flicker of complex emotions flashing in his eyes. He slowly exhaled, his sharp aura gradually retracting. Finally, he realized that a prodigy like Lin Chen, if not killed, should not be easily offended. The corners of his stern mouth finally lifted slightly. Interesting. You have even cultivated the Shura battle armor. He turned to Zhao Polu. General Zhao, our demon suppression army is one family. Since Lin Chen is unwilling to go with me, then let him stay in the northern border. However, if you change your mind, you can find me anytime. Zhao Polu beamed with pride and was no longer polite. Of course. When have I ever had poor judgment? Under the complex gazes of the crowd, Xiao Tianzhan ultimately led the hunting star team onto the warship and departed. The imposing Sky Dome warship quickly vanished into the wind and snow, leaving only the roar of the engines echoing in the canyon. Lin Chen actually rejected the hunting star team. That was a direct opportunity to enter the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Army. How many lords have given up such a chance? To rise to power, members of various teams whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with awe and confusion as they looked at Lin Chen. Zhao Polu laughed heartily and patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. Good lad. You've got guts. He surveyed the surroundings, his voice suddenly rising. Now I announce that Lin Chen has officially qualified for the Extreme Cold Seed. This statement was like thunder, causing everyone present to change their expressions. Extreme Cold Seed? Yao Kang's staff clattered to the ground. Isn't that the highest level talent cultivation program in the northern border? Situ Xian excitedly hugged his teammate beside him. My idol is amazing. The Extreme Cold Seed. That's my ultimate goal. In the distance, Lu Mingyuan's face turned ashen, his fists cracking with tension. He knew all too well what the Extreme Cold Seed represented. It was a special status protected by the entire northern border's demon suppression army, and even the Lu family wouldn't dare to act openly against it. Let's go. Zhao Polu laughed. There are some things I need to discuss with you privately. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Lin Chen followed Zhao Polu away. Upon arriving at the northern border's demon suppression army base, Lin Chen was stunned by the sight before him. The entire base was built against the mountains, with towering alloy walls stretching for dozens of meters, densely packed with energy turrets and warships occasionally roaring overhead. Lin Chen, Zhao Polu, patted his shoulder. Welcome to the headquarters of the Northern Border's 3rd Legion. Old Zhao, is this the kid you have your eye on? A deep voice came from behind. Lin Chen turned around to see a middle-aged man in silver-white battle armor smiling as he assessed him. This man had a restrained aura, yet the pressure he exuded in his movements was even stronger than Zhao Polu's. Lin Chen, this is General Qin Xiaotian of our Northern Border's 1st Legion, Zhao Polu introduced, known as the Ice Soul Battle Sage. Qin Xiaotian nodded slightly. Old Zhao, are you sure you want him to participate in the extreme cold trial? He looked meaningfully at Lin Chen and said, you should know that the mortality rate in the past 50 years is 79%. Lin Chen's heart jolted. A 79% mortality rate? What kind of trial was this? Zhao Polu grinned. Old Qin, do you think this kid is part of the 79% or the 21%? Qin Xiaotian did not answer immediately. Instead, his gaze suddenly sharpened, and his right hand lifted slightly. A chilling ray of light shot straight at Lin Chen's face. Before him, a deep blue ice spear formed, and the temperature around them plummeted instantly. This ice spear, it contained a hint of the ice law? Qin Xiaotian was actually a grand ice mage. In a flash, Lin Chen's blood surged within him, and the Shura battle armor instantly enveloped his body. With a crisp clang, the ice spear left a white mark on the armor. What a Shura battle armor! Qin Xiaotian's eyes sparkled with excitement. It can actually withstand my mystic ice spear. Zhao Polu laughed heartily. Old Qin, do you believe it now? This kid's barbaric blood pagoda fist is already at a minor success. Qin Xiaotian nodded slightly, then suddenly formed hand seals. The temperature in the entire hall dropped sharply, and a thick layer of ice instantly formed on the ground. 6 ice crystal chains shot out from the void, targeting Lin Chen's limbs. Second move. Lin Chen remained calm, his right fist glowing with a blood-red light. He sidestepped, his fist precisely striking the 7-inch mark of the first chain. There, he sensed an almost invisible energy node. Crack! The entire ice crystal chain shattered in response. Following that, Lin Chen moved like a ghost, each punch perfectly shattering a chain. After 6 punches, all the chains turned to ice shards. Ha ha ha! Beautiful! Zhao Polo exclaimed. He actually saw through old Qin's 6 harmonies ice chain flaw. Qin Xiaotian finally revealed a shocked smile. Reaction, vision, and strength are all top-notch. You really are a holy light mage. He withdrew his attack, his face filled with meaning. But kid, do you know what you will face in the extreme cold dimension? Before Lin Chen could answer, he raised his hand and drew a holographic image in the air. It was a world eternally frozen in deep blue, where the outline of some colossal creature could be faintly seen moving. An absolute zero environment coupled with the pursuit of a leader-level ice spirit beast. Qin Xiaotian stared directly into Lin Chen's eyes. In the past 10 years, fewer than 20 people have made it out alive. Lin Chen gazed at the image of the ice crystal giant beast exuding terrifying pressure, and instead of feeling fear, he felt his blood begin to boil. Especially the drop of dragon's blood. It was an excitement at encountering a kindred spirit. Just what I wanted. A fierce smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Such a trial is what it takes to grow stronger. Zhao Polo and Qin Xiaotian exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Good. You have guts. A meaningful smile appeared on Qin Xiaotian's face. But don't be nervous, it's not about sending you in to die. The extreme cold dimension holds the most precious alien civilization heritage and even some legacies left by extinct races. Zhao Polo took over. The top-tier experts we've trained in the northern region over the years have mostly undergone this kind of special training. As long as you can survive. He patted Lin Chen's shoulder. Your strength will at least triple. A glint of light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Alien civilization? Just like the Masan tribe he encountered in the Shadow Dimension. The Barbarian Bull tribe from the Black Cliff Dimension? Or the Goblin tribe? Chapter 165, 64,000 pounds. Such a quota is something even super families would fight over. Qin Xiaotian's face was filled with meaning. But before that, you still have to pass a test. Lin Chen understood in his heart. This so-called special training was precisely aimed at enhancing his martial artist profession. Staying in the capital would only make him a target for the Lu family, especially since their ancestor had come out of retirement. It was better to take this opportunity to increase his strength. How long does the special training take? 3 years. Zhao Polo's voice was sincere. If you survive for 3 years, your martial artist profession will unlock a complete promotion system. 3 years. Lin Chen clenched his fists. That was a long time, but he needed this power to fight against those aristocratic families, to search for his sister in the depths of the void, and more importantly, to live well in this world. Qin Xiaotian's expression was solemn. Lin Chen, the opportunity in the extreme cold plane is something even many battle sovereign lords cannot obtain. The situation for humanity is dire. We need more strong individuals to rise quickly. What is the assessment content? Lin Chen asked directly. Zhao Polo stepped forward. The first test is a strength assessment. This time, you must give it your all, without holding back in the slightest. He added meaningfully. Last time you measured 60 newtons of strength, but we all know that shouldn't be your limit. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly. Indeed, last time he had only used 70% of his strength, and after absorbing various blood essences and sub-dragon blood during this time, his true power would likely astonish everyone. Follow me. Qin Xiaotian led the way to the testing area. In the center of the testing ground stood a strength measurement pillar made entirely of black iron, its surface densely engraved with reinforcement runes. This was clearly equipment designed for high-level battle sovereigns. This is the Jin Yue pillar, capable of withstanding the impact of battle sec level strength. Zhao Polo slowly introduced. Use your strongest fist technique. Lin Chen took a deep breath, his internal energy surging. The Azura battle armor automatically covered his right arm, with blood-red patterns faintly glowing with golden light. The barbarian god descends. Barbarian blood pagoda. Ha! With a roar, Lin Chen's fist shot out like a meteor. The energy of the barbarian blood pagoda fist erupted completely, and where his fist passed, the air was compressed into visible ripples. Boom! With a deafening roar, the strength measurement pillar trembled violently. The runes on the pillar lit up in succession, finally settling on an astonishing number, 128 newtons. Converted to strength, 64,000 gene. What? Zhao Polu's eyes widened. This is already close to the threshold of the battle sect. Qin Xiaotian also couldn't hide his shock. Good kid, you've hidden your strength well. Lin Chen withdrew his fist, the Azura battle armor slowly receding. It should be that this set of battle techniques is quite powerful. The two battle sovereigns exchanged glances and laughed together. Ha, there's no need for further assessments. Qin Xiaotian took out an ice crystal token. You can directly pass the core seat assessment and enter the extreme cold plane. Zhao Polo patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. You should go back and prepare for a while. We depart in 7 days. Just then, the door to the testing area slid open, and Zhang Kuei entered with a tall Young man. General, I've brought the person. Zhang Kuei stepped aside. Zhao Polu's eyes lit up just in time. Lin Chen, let me introduce you. He pointed at the newcomer. This is Bai Zai. The young man stepped forward, his voice cool as jade. His silver short hair glimmered under the light and his ice blue eyes seemed to have snowflakes falling within them. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. The cold aura surrounding this person actually lowered the temperature in the room a few degrees. A mixed blood. Bai Zai, ice-type special physique. Qin Xiaotian introduced, the youngest candidate for the extreme cold seed in the northern region in recent years. Bai Zai extended his right hand, ice crystals forming in his palm. I've long admired your name. Lin Chen shook his hand, feeling the bone-chilling cold emanating from his palm. Their eyes met, and it felt as if invisible sparks were flying in the air. Interesting. Lin Chen's lips curled up slightly. Your cold aura doesn't seem like ordinary ice element. A flicker of surprise crossed Bai Zai's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. You're not simple either. You're the third person to see through this. Zhao Polu laughed, interrupting the two. All right. You will both enter the extreme cold plane together. There will be plenty of time to spar later. He suddenly became serious. You can all go back and prepare. Then, the two of them left separately. Lin Chen no longer had any family. He planned to return to the academy. First, 3 years, not too long, not too short. Fortunately, as long as he completed the training tasks, he could still leave temporarily. At this moment, the afterglow of the setting sun bathed the buildings of the northern military base, casting an orange-red glow. Lin Chen took out the airship and the shadow on the ground was stretched. Long. 3 years, he murmured to himself. For a lord, this time wasn't considered long, but it was enough for many things to happen. Familiar faces flashed through his mind. How was that girl Zhao Wei doing in the Black Cliff dimension? She was his first woman. Chen Wanqiu must be off on a mission again, right? Fang Qingsno should be working hard to improve her strength. Princess Liu Xuan, the marriage contract with the Maxin tribe, Ouyang Tianjin's 5-year agreement, and the always lively Su Jiao, who had suddenly gone missing these days. Lin Chen shook his head with a bitter smile. He had thought he could pursue power without distractions, but unknowingly he had taken on so many romantic entanglements. When he returned to the villa at the academy, the house was quiet. On the dining table lay the heart-shaped dish that Su Jiao had tried to make last time. Lin Chen reached out to clean up but paused his movement. Where has that girl gone? He opened the communication interface, and the dozen messages sent to Su Jiao still showed as unread. This was unusual given Su Jiao's personality. Even if she was angry, she wouldn't just disappear. Yao Kong was still in the north, and the other members of the battle team were also on missions. As night deepened, Lin Chen sat alone on the villa's terrace. The moonlight spilled over the empty wine bottles, reflecting a sense of solitude. Come out, crisp bone. He lightly tapped the table. A crack opened in the void, and a translucent blood skeleton slowly crawled out. Unlike other undead, this skeleton's bones were dark red. In its eye sockets, the flame of a wise soul flickered. Master. Crisp Bone bowed respectfully. Lin Chen pushed a glass of strong liquor toward it. Come, drink with me and tell me about your blood clan. Crisp Bone was not polite, and directly took a seat, raising the wine glass with its bony fingers. We, the Blood Clan, were once a great clan of the Abyss, proficient in blood secret arts. It suddenly lowered its voice. Huh? Master, that essence of blood in your body is quite strange. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. You know about the dragon essence blood in my body? It's not just dragon essence blood, it's mixed with a lot of evil and chaotic blood energy. The flames in Crisp Bone's eye sockets flickered violently. To refine this essence blood, you must first temper it with soul fire. Suddenly, a strand of dark golden blood was drawn out, suspended in the air. Unlike the brilliant golden light of ordinary dragon blood, this essence blood was entwined with wisps of black mist, and one could faintly hear a mournful roar. This is indeed not pure dragon essence blood. Crisp Bone's bony claws ignited with ghostly blue soul fire. It's mixed with too many grievances and evil energy, as if it has been contaminated. Chapter 166, Summoning the Abomination Butcher. Lin Chen's pupils constricted. No wonder this drop of essence blood had always been difficult to refine. It turned out there had been a problem from the very beginning. Crisp Bone controlled the soul fire to envelop the essence blood, and immediately a sizzling sound of burning echoed from the blue flames. The black mist twisted and struggled like a living thing, coalescing into grotesque ghostly faces. This is cursed dragon essence blood. Crisp Bone's voice trembled, and Lin Chen's gaze instantly turned cold. He sighed inwardly. It seemed that even the things obtained from a box could sometimes be unreliable. Crisp Bone continued to urge the soul fire, and the black mist in the essence blood was gradually purified. The originally murky blood color began to become transparent, and finally, it transformed into a drop of pure crimson blood, exuding a powerful blood energy. Now it can be safely absorbed. Crispy Bone respectfully returned the essence of blood back into Lin Chen's body. With the master's physique, after complete refinement, there should be unexpected surprises. Lin Chen closed his eyes and focused, guiding the purified blood to circulate within him. However, the anticipated surge of vitality did not occur. Instead, a cold prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. Prompt new. Building unlocked. Slaughterhouse. He was taken aback, looking towards his territory where a sinister building had risen from the ground. Towering chimneys spewed black smoke, and the chilling sound of meat being chopped came from behind iron bars. Slaughterhouse activated function. Summon Abomination Butcher 500,000 gold/each. Description: the most brutal mutated undead filled with hatred for all, driven by eternal hunger to devour all living blood and flesh. Lin Chen immediately summoned one. This is. Just as he was curious, the doors of the slaughterhouse were suddenly slammed open. A massive creature staggered out, its 3-meter tall, bloated body stitched together with various biological remnants, rotten fat embedded with iron hooks. Its left arm wielded a gigantic meat cleaver, while its right arm was connected to a rusty iron chain hook. On its twisted face, 3 different racial skins were actually sewn together. Hungry, so hungry. The Abomination Butcher let out a hoarse roar, its enormous mouth dripping with foul liquid. Target: Abomination Butcher level, Commander level, race, undead, bloodline mutant, combat power, 3 stars, loyalty 100%, absolute loyalty, skill 1, blood feast, active, tear apart the target and devour its flesh and blood, instantly restoring 50% of its maximum vitality and temporarily increasing defense by 2%, capped at 10 layers. Skill 2, Iron Hook Death Grip, active, throw a rusty iron hook to forcibly pull back the target. Skill 3, Rotten Flesh. Armor, passive, for every 10% vitality loss, defense increases by 20%, triggering flesh explosion before death. Lin Chen looked at the attributes of the Abomination Butcher, his expression excited. This guy is terrifying. Just summoning it made the enemies weak in the knees. He never expected that the essence of blood within him could trigger the unlocking of a new building. Not only that, but his territory had expanded again, reaching 10 square kilometers, equivalent to over 1,400 football fields. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting down on the campus. As Lin Chen approached the door of Class 19 in the first year, he heard a commotion inside. "Look, it's Lin Chen!" a girl exclaimed. "Oh my god, it really is him. I heard he single-handedly suppressed the beast tide in Frost Canyon. Did you see the campus news? He was selected as the extreme cold seed." Lin Chen helplessly rubbed his nose. He didn't expect to be so popular in the eyes of his classmates. Just then, the classroom door suddenly swung open, and Shen Qinyao pulled him into the teacher's office. Bang! The office door was slammed shut. Shen Qinyao crossed her arms, sizing Lin Chen up, her eyes flickering with complex emotions. "Lin Chen," she took a deep breath, "your growth rate is just too outrageous, right? I didn't expect you to be so talented in the martial artist profession." Lin Chen smiled awkwardly, "Just lucky." "Don't give me that." Shen Qinyao suddenly lowered her voice. "I heard, you're about to enter the extreme cold plane?" Her fingers unconsciously twisted together. "It's very dangerous there." Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. He noticed that Shen Qingyao's eyes were a bit red, clearly genuinely concerned for him. "Don't worry, Mentor Shen," he said softly, "I will come back alive." Shen Qingyao nodded. "I originally wanted to pay special attention to you, but who knew there would be no opportunity for that?" The two exchanged smiles. Before leaving, Lin Chen also saw Fang Qingxue. At the back mountain of the academy, under the shade of the trees, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and Fang Qingxue's serene face, her beautiful profile bathed in sunlight, was full of youthful vitality. "I heard you're going to the extreme cold plane." Lin Chen nodded and took out a crystal bottle from the Lord's space. "This is for you." The liquid in the bottle shimmered with an emerald-like glow. Fang Qingxue suddenly froze, her face filled with shock. "This is pure lifespring?" Her voice trembled slightly. "How do you have so much lifespring?" Lin Chen smiled. "I obtained it by chance before. It should be useful for nurturing the elven people." In fact, this was something Lin Chen had refined himself, using his body as a filter to purify the polluted lifespring. Fang Qingxue carefully took the crystal bottle, and as her fingertips brushed against the bottle, her delicate body shivered. An intense vitality permeated the air. She looked up at Lin Chen, her eyes filled with tenderness. "To keep up with you, I'll shamelessly accept this gift." A leaf drifted down between the two. Lin Chen instinctively reached out, and at the same time, Fang Qingxue also raised her slender wrist. Their fingertips gently touched beneath the falling leaf. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Lin Chen could clearly feel the soft touch from her fingertips, along with the fresh scent unique to the elven race. Fang Qingxue's eyes were clear, a faint blush spreading from her earlobes. "Lin Chen." Fang Qingxue's voice was as light as a breeze in the forest. "I'll wait for you to come back." Chapter 167. I've seen perverts, but never one this perverted. In the following days, Lin Chen locked himself in the territory. From the evolution furnace, chilling sounds of chewing and roaring echoed continuously, but he remained unfazed. The 97th devouring experiment, Lin Chen recorded the data, his gaze bright. After adding the blood and flesh of the Thunder Wolf Dragon, the mutation success rate increased by 35%. Inside the furnace, over 500 abominable butchers were tearing each other apart. One of them, massive in size, suddenly lunged and tore another abominable butcher apart, swallowing it whole. Its body began to twist and swell, the seams bursting open to reveal the newly formed rotten flesh beneath. Hint: abominable butcher evolution complete. Level, leader level characteristics, all skills enhanced, defense plus 10%. When this brand new monster stepped out of the furnace, Lin Chen's mouth twitched. This thing was just too creatively terrifying. Standing 5 meters tall, its body seemed to be forcibly stitched together from various biological remnants, with a giant cleaver for a left arm, a rusty iron hook for a right arm, and a massive mouth on its belly that drooled incessantly. The most absurd part was its head, which sported a tattered chef's hat with the terrifying word blood written on it. Good heavens! Lin Chen held his forehead. Isn't this just too scary? The abominable butcher let out a creepy chuckle, and the large mouth on its belly suddenly spat out a slimy tongue, wrapping around a few nearby ghouls and crunching them loudly. Since you look so distinctive, Lin Chen couldn't help but swallow. Let's just call you God of Food. The abominable butcher excitedly waved its cleaver, seemingly pleased with the name. Suddenly, it pulled out a bloody little leg from its belly and, with a few swift motions of the cleaver, sliced the leg into pieces. Then, as if presenting a treasure, it offered the pieces to Lin Chen. Lin Chen was left speechless, looking at the twitching pieces of leg meat. He nearly vomited. Thank you so much. If this were summoned, just the disgust alone would be enough to kill someone. Who could possibly handle that? In the blink of an eye, it was time to set off. Lin Chen and Bai Zai followed Zhang Kuwei to the most secretive, extreme cold gate in the northern border. A massive spatial vortex was surrounded by 18 ice crystal pillars, each inscribed with ancient magical runes. There are more than 10 such entrances in the Divine Land, Zhang Kuwei said solemnly. Remember, this dimension is a special training ground earned by the human race with blood. If foreign races attempt to force their way in, they will be shredded by the spatial turbulence. Bai Zai could hardly contain his excitement, his ice blue eyes shining astonishingly bright. I can finally comprehend the law of absolute zero. Lin Chen, on the other hand, calmly observed his surroundings. Although he did not practice ice magic, he could still sense the powerful aura lurking in this realm. Those ancient beasts frozen in ice each emitted a heart-stopping wave. The moment the two stepped into the spatial vortex, the scene before them suddenly transformed. An endless ice field stretched to the horizon, and pale blue snowflakes drifted down from the sky. In the distance, towering icebergs pierced the clouds like swords, and beneath the ice layers, the outlines of gigantic creatures could be vaguely seen. Welcome to the extreme cold realm, a hoarse voice echoed. Lin Chen turned his head and saw that dozens of teams had already gathered at the entrance. There were golden-haired, blue-eyed Europa paladins, dark-skinned South American voodoo priests, and even Middle Eastern alchemists riding mechanical camels, making it seem like a grand assembly of various races. It seems we are not the only special training students. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Bai Zai lowered his voice. I heard these are all geniuses from various human nations. During the special training, there will be ranking battles, and the competition is extremely fierce. Just then, a holographic projection suddenly lit up in the sky, and 100-meter-high ice crystal leaderboard stood tall. The crimson data refreshed wildly. Current number of survivors in special training, 1927/100000. First place, Temple Knights, Kaiser, score 5890, has dominated the leaderboard for 127 days. Second place, Olympus Aloes, score 4885, is currently challenging a B-level mission. Interesting, Lin Chen grinned. His experience in the blood-soaked arena of the Crimson Abyss made him all too familiar with such death rankings. Bai Zai reached out to catch the ice crystal drifting down from the air, and suddenly a six-sided ice flower bloomed in his palm. Such pure ice elements! He exclaimed with excitement. Just then, Zhang Kuei's figure suddenly appeared behind them. Lin Chen, Bai Zai, follow me. He led the two through a long corridor of ice crystals to a camp shrouded in ruins. Unlike the flashy buildings in other areas, the Daxia camp was surprisingly an ancient Taoist temple, with bronze bells hanging from the eaves, motionless in the cold wind, as even the sound was frozen. The dual square is to the north. Zhang Kuei pointed to a massive platform enveloped in an ice blue light curtain. In the distance, killing is prohibited there, but breaking arms and legs is a common occurrence. Lin Chen noticed that the styles of other factions' camps were vastly different. The Europa Temple Knights were stationed in an ice-sculpted castle, with several lion herons and warhorses standing at the entrance. The South American Voodoo tribe's camp was shrouded in colorful poisonous mist, with human bone totems faintly visible. The most outrageous was the Middle Eastern Alchemy Association, which had embedded a volcanic lava into their stone house for convenience in alchemy. Daxia, why are there only the two of us? Bai Zai frowned. Of course, there are more than just you two, but the others are either dead or have left. 2 more will come in tomorrow, Zhang Kuei said with a meaningful smile, glancing at Lin Chen. One is the genius Yi Wuchen from the Yi family, and the other, Lin Chen, you should know her, she's called Ouyang Tianjin. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. Ouyang Tianjin? Didn't she return to the Thunder Abyss Canyon? He thought to himself. But then again, her qualifications are excellent. She indeed has the right to be here. Zhang Kuei lowered his voice. The Ouyang family's bloodline is special, backed by the heavenly Mike Mansion. This time, she should be here to awaken the Thunder Seal. Suddenly, a thunderous cheer erupted from the direction of the duel square. A knight was seen holding a heavy sword, standing on the body of a black-clad ninja who was barely alive. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. It seemed the competition here was quite brutal. Everyone come in. Zhang Kuei pushed open the weathered giant wooden door. The outer wall of the temple looked dilapidated, but inside it was unexpectedly spacious and bright. As soon as Lin Chen crossed the threshold, he was stunned. The holographic training ground, the gene therapy pods glowing blue, the tactical screens floating in midair. Displayed on them was Dasha Special Training Team ranking, not ranked, must complete at least a D-level mission to unlock ranking. This was clearly not a temple, it was a high-tech training base. From now on, you will live here. Zhang Kuei pushed open two adjacent alloy doors, left side E-zone for Lin Chen, right side F-zone for Bai Zai. Bai Zai touched the cold glowing nanocoating on the wall. This insulation is well done. Listen up. Zhang Kuei brought up the holographic panel. You need to start with F-level missions. Each stage has a time limit, and failing 3 tasks at any level will result in immediate elimination. Suddenly, he grinned ominously. Of course, dying counts as automatic forfeiture. Lin Chen was binding his identity wristband when a forcibly popped-up task list shocked him, causing his pupils to constrict. The virtual interface flashed in bright red letters. F001 task. Run naked for 24 hours at -80 degrees Celsius. Additional, no skills allowed. F002 task. Tame a giant ice bear with bare hands and complete full body hair removal. No skills allowed. The bear is extremely irritable. Damn. Is this training or murder? Lin Chen's forehead bulged with veins, nearly crushing the wristband. He had seen perverse things, but nothing this perverse. Zhang Kuei grinned. Almost forgot to mention, once you accept a task you must complete it on time, or it will be considered a failure. Bai Zai was also dumbfounded. F001 task. Dance square dance for 12 hours in absolute zero environment. Bai Zai was speechless. He silently turned his head. Can I not dance? Zhang Kuei, you can skip it, but that counts as a task failure. Bai Zai, then I might as well dance. Chapter 168. How about we run naked together? After Zhang Kuei finished explaining the precautions, Lin Chen and Bai Zai exchanged glances, both displaying expressions of this is too perverse. Alright, dismissed. Zhang Kuei waved his hand. You can rest for a bit. Lin Chen returned to the E-zone dormitory. And the moment he opened the door, he was stunned. Outside the entire floor-to-ceiling window was a polar blizzard, with goosefeather snow pounding against the glass, yet not a hint of coldness seeped through. TSK, using space folding technology to create a viewing room? He casually tossed his training suit onto the bed, revealing his muscular upper body. The special training camp really spares no expense. With his blood strength, this level of cold was nothing. Lin Chen walked out wearing only a thin shirt, eager to see just how vast this frigid realm was. After walking a few hundred meters, he suddenly heard a clumsy Daxia accent. Hey there, are you Daxia people? Lin Chen turned around to see a tall black guy over 2 meters high waving enthusiastically at him, steam rising from his body, making him particularly conspicuous in the snow. The most absurd part was that this guy was wearing a floral shirt and shorts, with a string of strange beast teeth hanging around his neck. I am Karu from the African Sun Tribe. The black guy grinned, revealing a mouthful of shiny white teeth. I just completed the warm-up task of catching sturgeon in an ice cave. Saying this, he pulled out a lively giant sturgeon from his lord's space. Look, I completed the task. Lin Chen was speechless. This sturgeon should live hundreds of meters below the ice in one of the few remaining deep water areas. He stared at the clearly mutated sturgeon, its mouth filled with sharp teeth, and then looked at Karu's beaming smile. This was not a sturgeon, it was clearly a ferocious beast. For a tropical lord to break through the ice and dive hundreds of meters underwater to catch such a monster. Lin Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This special training camp was truly perverse. Too perverse. Are all the people from your tribe this resistant to the cold? Karu suddenly stopped smiling, his muscles tensing up, and red patterns appeared on the surface of his skin. He took a deep breath, and the surrounding ice and snow instantly vaporized, forming a cloud of white mist. I am a fire pattern warrior of the Sun Tribe. He clashed his fists together, sending a shower of sparks flying. This little chill is nothing. Hearing this, Lin Chen immediately became interested. This black guy was truly gifted. Just then, a shadow suddenly sprang out from the snow. Baka! A masked ninja lunged at Karu's back. Your fog making almost made me fail my mission. Without turning his head, Karu retaliated with an elbow strike. Flames suddenly ignited on his elbow, and with a loud bang, he smashed the masked ninja into an ice wall 10 meters away. Dare to sneak attack me? Karu turned around and clapped his hands. I fight lions every day in the tribe. Is that all you've got? The ninja struggled to get up, just about to form a hand seal when Karu appeared in front of him. Karu was engulfed in roaring flames, and with a shoulder throw, he slammed the ninja into the ice layer, shaking the ground 3 times. Watch closely. Karu stood on the ninja's chest, flames burning a large pit in the snow. Let you soak in a hot spring. Lin Chen watched in astonishment. This was no fire attribute martial artist, he was clearly a lava war god. Even the students here are so abnormal. Lin Chen muttered to himself. After bidding farewell to Karu, he looked at the flashing task prompt on his wristband. The sooner he completed it, the better. He took a deep breath and walked toward the polar training area. As soon as he stepped into the designated area, the biting cold wind instantly surrounded him. The task prompt sounded, F001 task activated, task content, survive the naked running challenge at -50 degrees Celsius, additional condition. No protective gear or skills allowed. Lin Chen stood at the edge of the polar region, his mouth twitching, the cold wind howling, his face full of speechlessness. The task prompt sounded, task started, countdown 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds, damn, do I really have to strip? Lin Chen cursed as he began to unfasten his training suit. Just as he got halfway, he suddenly heard rustling sounds from behind a snow pile. Who? A petite figure peeked out from behind an ice pillar. It was a girl with a high ponytail, her skin as white as jade under the aurora's glow. She had an exceptionally beautiful face and a charming figure. She was hurriedly putting on her last piece of underwear. Their eyes met, and the air instantly froze. Are you here for this crazy task too? The girl's face turned crimson. Lin Chen's brain short-circuited. What was going on? Naked running with a team? He froze in place, his pants halfway down, stuck at his knees. Thankfully, he still had his shorts on, otherwise he would have died of embarrassment on the spot. What the hell is this task? Seeing Lin Chen more embarrassed than herself, the girl suddenly giggled. How about, together? She pointed to a burly man in the distance who was frantically digging in the snow. After all, we're all in the same boat. Lin Chen looked down at his shorts, then at the girl's curvy figure, and suddenly thought that this crazy task might be acceptable. In fact, they weren't exactly running naked in the complete sense. In the extreme cold dimension, it didn't make much difference whether one wore clothes or not. Ordinary clothing was no different from paper. Even wearing a thick cotton coat was not much different from running naked. You don't have to strip completely. The girl covered her mouth and laughed lightly, gracefully extending her right hand. I'm Bingley from the southern county of Shenzhou. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. Southern county? That was famously a hidden ancient country, said to have women as beautiful as ice and snow. Lin Chen from the great Xia of Shenzhou. He reached out to shake Bingley's hand, only to be jolted by the cold. This girl's hand was colder than the surrounding snow. Just like that, the two walked side by side in the polar region, planning to complete the task together. They were casually chatting about the interesting things in the training camp, discovering that this F-level task was set up by a lord from the Elephant Kingdom. No wonder it was so crazy. Suddenly, a sound of breaking air came from the distance. A howling wind rushed towards them, scattering the flying snow in its path. Bingley, a figure in green clothing, approached, riding the wind. His handsome face was as gloomy as water. Is this your reason for rejecting me? To team up with a useless F-rank? Before Lin Chen could react, he heard a whoosh as a blade of wind tore through his shirt, revealing his strong, perfect muscle lines. Damn! Lin Chen was speechless, forcing down the surging blood within him. He was currently on a mission, and according to the mission rules, using any abilities was strictly prohibited. Otherwise, it would be directly deemed a failure. Bingley quickly stepped in front of Lin Chen and coldly said, Fenghen, what are you going crazy about? Who I team up with is my freedom. Stop bothering me. As she spoke, Bingley's gaze lingered on Lin Chen's upper body, a glimmer of light appearing in her beautiful eyes. It had to be said, Lin Chen's physique was simply too perfect. Seeing this, Fenghen instantly exploded with rage, his hands conjuring two violent whirlwinds. Kid, how dare you hit on my woman? Taste the flavor of mission failure. Looking for death. Lin Chen's eyes turned cold. According to the twisted rules of the special training, any attack received during the mission did not count as a violation, but if he retaliated, it would lead to mission failure. This frustrating setup left him speechless. It was probably something only a lord from the Xiang Kingdom could come up with. Fenghen. Bingley directly shielded Lin Chen. You are not allowed to lay a hand on him. Fenghen was furious. Kid, hiding behind a woman is not what a man does. Lin Chen frowned slightly. He was indeed suffering from an undeserved disaster. He never expected that doing a twisted mission could be so dramatic. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He could summon his subjects, just summoning them should be not considered a violation, right? In the next moment, a rift suddenly opened in the void, and a massive butcher's knife entwined with chains shot out, followed by a rotting giant hand, a rusty hook, and a bloated, disgusting body. Chapter 169, Ice Goddess. Extreme Cold Law. The abominable butcher appeared. He stood at 5 meters 3, weighing 7.5 tons. He exuded a stench of decay, his body rotting, with a gaping belly and 3 ugly faces. Hungry. Very hungry. Fenghen froze in place, the whirlwind in his hands dissipating. He mechanically looked up, directly meeting the butcher's stitched smile, the corners of his mouth stretching to his ears, still hanging with half-digested. Was that half a thunder wolf dragon's calf? Be brother. Fenghen's voice suddenly changed pitch, his legs trembling uncontrollably. A wet patch suddenly appeared in his pants, instantly freezing in the extreme cold, making a crisp crack sound. I was wrong. The abominable butcher's rotting giant face leaned in, extending a crimson tongue to lick the butcher's knife. Hungry. Ah. Feng Han let out a shriek and turned to run. Bing Li was also startled, quickly hiding behind Lin Chen, gripping his arm tightly. What kind of monster is this? Lin Chen maintained a calm expression, feeling the soft touch on his arm, then glanced at Feng Han's disheveled retreating figure. He suddenly grinned. He's my little pet. Don't be afraid, Lin Chen said with a mischievous smile as he turned. He only eats bad people. Bing Li then realized how close she was to Lin Chen. Her proud peaks were pressed against him, and her pretty face instantly flushed red. Your pet is so scary. The abominable butcher tilted his head to look at the two and very understandingly returned to the territory. The two rushed forward, and after crossing a frozen cliff, the ice field beneath them suddenly began to change. Lin Chen abruptly stopped, and Bing Li stumbled into his back. He felt a wave of softness. The scene before them was breathtaking. The entire ice field seemed to float in the void, with countless massive ice crystals rising like ancient trees, refracting a rainbow of auroras. What lay before them was a breathtaking extreme cold spectacle that defied common sense. Oh no! Bing Li suddenly grabbed Lin Chen's arm. We accidentally left the safety zone of the special training. Her face was deathly pale, her voice trembling. This is the frozen dead zone, an absolute forbidden area in the training camp manual. Lin Chen frowned slightly and quickly crouched down. He discovered that beneath the ice layer there flowed liquid blue flames. Curiously, he reached out to touch it. Don't touch it. Bing Li grabbed him. That's ice marrow fire. Legend has it that even a battle sect expert would be instantly frozen upon contact. Lin Chen's pupils constricted. Ice marrow fire? Isn't that an S-rank ice attribute material? It is said that a small clump of ice marrow fire is priceless, yet here there is an entire underground river of fire. Just as the two were about to look for a way back, they found that the ice cliff they had come from had vanished without a trace. All around them was an endless forest of ice crystals, the refracted auroras, twisting the entire space into a maze. This is bad. Bing Li's face was filled with despair. The laws of ice have interfered with our direction. We have lost contact with the outside world. At that moment, Lin Chen's attention was drawn to the massive ice crystal towering 100 meters high in the center, where the figure of a woman in blue was sealed. The woman had her eyes slightly closed, her beauty unparalleled, with a faint ice blue mark flickering slowly at her brow. Strangely, when Lin Chen gazed at her, her eyelashes seemed to flutter slightly. Bing Li. Lin Chen frowned, his voice unconsciously lowering. Do you see? Is she still alive? Bing Li followed his gaze, and when she saw the woman's face within the ice crystal, she suddenly froze in place as if struck by lightning. This is impossible. Her voice trembled uncontrollably. This is the Ice Goddess, a legendary hero-level being who controls the laws of extreme cold. Ice Goddess? Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat, and a character from a game he played in his past life flashed through his mind. Just as the two were in shock, the woman in the ice crystal suddenly opened her eyes. They were ice purely formed from ice blue flames, and wherever her gaze fell, the surrounding runes of the laws of ice lit up. 3,000 years. I have finally felt the presence of the altar. The woman's voice resonated directly in Lin Chen's mind, each word causing the temperature around them to plummet. I can finally emerge from my confinement. The altar? Hearing this, Lin Chen was startled. His dark altar? The dark altar in his territory was actually out of control, glowing with a ghostly light. Boom! The entire ice field suddenly shook violently, countless ice crystals shattering and exploding. Bing Li let out a muffled groan and fainted directly into Lin Chen's arms. Lin Chen barely had time to react when the dark altar within him suddenly activated on its own. A pitch-black spatial rift opened before him, and the ancient altar of the undead slowly materialized. Crack! The massive ice crystal sealing the ice goddess exploded with a thunderous sound. The legendary terrifying being stepped out, instantly freezing the temperature around her. Lin Chen felt his body stiffen, realizing he was completely unable to move. The ice goddess merely glanced at him, and he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Even the blood within him seemed to freeze. An undead lord, huh? The ice goddess's voice was noble and cold, carrying an innate pride. This altar can be modified for use. She delicately raised her slender hand, a wisp of ice blue flame dancing at her fingertips. Lin Chen's expression changed drastically, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. This was the extreme cold flame that could freeze a martial sect expert. What did this woman want? Could it be that she intended to forcibly seize his dark altar? Chapter 170 S-rank ability awakened. Copy. Wait a moment, beautiful lady. Lin Chen forced himself to speak. This is an undead altar. You are also of the human race. It should be of no use to you. Humph! The ice goddess's gaze turned cold, and with a light snort, Lin Chen's mouth was immediately sealed by a layer of frost. She looked at the floating dark altar with great interest. Suddenly, she let out a soft "oh," such rich undead energy. She slightly raised her hand and gently brushed it, causing the undead energy on the altar's surface to dissipate. It looked as if she was about to forcibly pull it away. At this critical moment, a buzz erupted from the dark altar, releasing a pitch-black beam of light. An ancient, hoarse voice came from deep within the altar. Who dares to seize my clan's altar? The ice goddess's expression wavered for the first time. The Burrow Lord? You're still alive. Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. At this crucial moment, the slumbering Burrow Lord had indeed made an appearance. Above The altar, black mist surged, gradually coalescing into a massive insect-like phantom, its menacing shell covered in dark patterns, 6 pairs of compound eyes flickering with a ghostly green light. This was the true projection of the Burrow Lord. He is the chosen legacy lord of my clan. You cannot touch the altar of my lord. The ice goddess snorted coldly, ice crystals swirling around her. Stop pretending. In your current state, you don't even have 1,000 of your peak power. She raised her jade hand, and the countless ice crystals instantly transformed into numerous ice blades. Is that so? The Burrow Lord's shell suddenly trembled violently, emitting a grating crack-crack sound. In the next moment, 18 dark golden undead beetles surged out from the crevices, each gleaming with a metallic sheen, their carapaces inscribed with ancient necromantic runes. Buzz buzz buzz. The sound of the swarming insects' wings made the entire ice field tremble. Wherever these undead beetles passed, even the laws of ice were gnawed away, leaving tiny gaps. Undead beetles? The ice goddess's pupils constricted sharply, and 3 layers of ice crystal shields instantly formed around her. You can still wield the power of the Burrow Nest? The leading undead beetle vibrated its wings, producing a piercing buzz. Invulnerable. Now, can we have a proper discussion? The Burrow Lord's voice was flat. For example, you could submit to my lord, and perhaps he can help you reshape your divine body in the future. Lin Chen's mouth twitched as he looked at the undead swarm. This was hardly a negotiation, it was a blatant threat. The ice goddess's stunning face shifted between expressions. She suddenly turned to Lin Chen, a glint of scrutiny flashing in her ice-blue eyes. Kid, are you sure you can control this goddess? Lin Chen was speechless. Control? You? Not interested. Just as he was about to respond, the swarm of undead beetles suddenly surrounded the ice goddess. She looked at Lin Chen, her beautiful eyes narrowing suddenly, sensing a rich vitality. Such pure necromantic energy. What shocked her even more was that within Lin Chen's body, a terrifying aura of death was faintly circulating. Interesting. The corners of her lips curled up slightly, her voice softening a bit. Vitality like a dragon, death. Energy like an abyss, holy light like the sun. So you are a necromancer? Finally, she smiled in understanding. Alright, no wonder even the Burrow Lord is willing to submit to you. What reason do I have not to? With a gentle wave of her jade hand, an ice blue mark was directly imprinted onto Lin Chen's forehead. Very well, I shall form an equal contract with you. Remember, from today onward. The ice goddess's figure began to blur. You are my only contractee. As her voice fell, she transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the dark altar. The surface of the altar immediately revealed exquisite ice crystal patterns, perfectly merging with the existing necromantic runes. Lin Chen, Burrow Lord. Just like that, she submitted? What a windfall. Lin Chen stood dazed in place, the contract mark on his forehead flickering. He vaguely felt that an ice mark had appeared within him. It seemed he no longer felt cold, instead, it felt incredibly familiar. Soon, from deep within the dark altar, 2 voices seemed to be arguing. Old Burrow, move over. I came first. Don't think you can be unreasonable just because you're a goddess. Then, Lin Chen collected all the ice essence fire from here. The ghostly blue flames danced in his palm, eventually transforming into crystal-clear ice crystals, which he carefully stored in his lord's space. Shen Wanqiu should find this useful. He murmured softly, a smile unconsciously rising at the corners of his mouth. Lin Chen turned to look at the still unconscious Bing Li. After hesitating for a moment, he gently patted her shoulder. Bing Li, wake up, we should go back. Bing Li's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Lin Chen, we're still alive? She frantically looked around. By the way, what about that ice goddess? She's gone. Lin Chen replied calmly. She laughed? Bing Li grabbed his wrist, her eyes filled with regret. Why didn't you wake me up? That was the legendary Ice Sovereign. Even if I could grasp just a hint of her ice laws, my ice magic would be immensely powerful. Lin Chen smiled faintly and took out a crystal condensed from ice essence fire. She suddenly froze, her face filled with disbelief. This? A law crystal condensed from ice essence fire? Lin Chen nodded. It's a gift for you. Bing Li's expression shifted from shock to joy. Oh my. You actually managed to directly touch ice essence fire. Do you know what this means? Lin Chen shrugged. Maybe I have a special constitution. Bing Li burst into tears of joy, suddenly leaping forward to hug him tightly, her voice choked. Thank you, Lin Chen. With this, I can definitely complete the special training and go back to save my brother. As they stepped out of the boundary of the ice dead zone, the task wristbands on Lin Chen and Bing Li's wrists lit up simultaneously. F-level naked survival task completed, reward points 50. Before they could catch their breath, a voice suddenly came from the snowy slope ahead. A young man with fair skin was waving at them, dressed in a heavy special uniform, yet still shivering. Hey, you guys are also here for the ice tower task, right? The young man slid over to them with a bright smile. Can you take me with you? Lin Chen frowned slightly. Ice tower? That one. The young man pointed to a nearby crystal and blue tower, its body piercing the clouds, entwined with visible chains of ice laws. Bing Li explained softly, every task phase has a mandatory task, and the mandatory task for F-level is to challenge the ice tower. Let me introduce myself. The young man suddenly leaned in closer. Alti from the Nordic Alliance, you can call me at. He smiled subtly as he spoke. Lin Chen nodded at this overly familiar guy. Thus, the three of them headed towards the ice tower together. As they walked, Alti suddenly turned around. You two are dressed so lightly, aren't you cold at all? Bingley snorted. Lightly, conjuring an ice crystal lotus with her fingertips. You get used to it and then you're not afraid of the cold. Alti looked surprised and involuntarily shivered, wrapping himself tighter in his special uniform. Damn, why does it feel even colder? Lin Chen shook his head with a smile, realizing that Bingley enjoyed teasing people. Alright, Lin Chen spoke up. If this continues, our new teammate will turn into an ice sculpture. Bingley stuck out her tongue and the surrounding temperature immediately rose a bit. Alti moved his limbs and showed a look of surprise. It really isn't cold anymore. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, instantly conjuring an ice crystal lotus in his palm. He keenly noticed that the cold air around Albert was dissipating at an abnormal speed. Something's off. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. This guy's environmental adaptability is too strong, right? Bingley also sensed something unusual but couldn't put her finger on it. Thank you both. Alti suddenly flashed a brilliant smile. Let me formally introduce myself. S-level ability Awakener, Replication. I can replicate and mimic any energy frequency I've come into contact with. As he spoke, his fingertips suddenly twitched. Like this. Instantly, he conjured an ice crystal lotus identical to Bing Lee's. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. Replication ability? Damn, how overpowered is that? Chapter 171 Challenge the Ice Tower. Don't be nervous. Alti smiled kindly. I just feel that the ice element on you is quite rich, perfect for copying to climb the ice tower. I can only store 3 abilities at a time, and at most maintain them for 5 hours. Bingley snorted coldly. So, you're saying you're a thief? Alti looked innocent. Beauty, I'm not a thief, I just want to copy your ice element abilities. Lin Chen and Bingley exchanged a glance and simultaneously acted in unison. Ice ring lock. With a wave of Bingley's jade hand, 5 ice rings ensnared Alti's limbs and head. Seal. Lin Chen smirked, and Alti's feet were instantly encased in ice. This was his first time using the ice mark to cast a spell, yet it felt incredibly smooth. What the hell? Are you serious? Alti exclaimed, struggling to dodge. Stop. He flailed in a panic. I was wrong. My treat. Authentic Sichuan hot pot. Extra spicy and numbing. Lin Chen coldly smiled. Add 10 plates of fatty beef. Bingley pouted and added. Make sure it's snowflake pattern. Alti looked miserable. You guys are robbing me. Because in the extreme cold realm, eating hot pot requires spending points, and it's very expensive. Just the broth costs 100 points, and a plate of fatty beef costs 50 points. Before he could finish, seeing the two about to raise their hands again, Alti quickly changed his tune. Okay. Unlimited. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, anyone who could enter the extreme cold realm was top-notch, and those with awakened abilities were already quite rare. Someone like Alti, who could perfectly copy others' abilities and maintain them for 5 hours, was practically a walking cheat. In the future, he might really find a use for this guy. When they arrived in front of the ice tower, Lin Chen looked up at the towering structure piercing the clouds, unable to suppress his astonishment. The entire crystalline tower was adorned with mysterious ice element runes, each layer exuding a chilling aura that made one's heart race. At this moment, quite a few special training students were already lined up, waiting to climb the tower. I heard this tower not only tests ice element talent but also tempers the body and enhances resistance to ice magic. Bingley whispered. Alti suddenly interjected. As long as you reach the 9th layer and receive the baptism of the ice laws, you can undergo a complete transformation. As he spoke, he rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Initially, he had little confidence, but after copying Lin Chen and Bingley's ice abilities, he was now brimming with self-assurance. Lin Chen pondered. No wonder the extreme cold realm could become a sacred trial ground in Shenzhou. These seemingly perverse trial tasks actually concealed profound mysteries capable of invisibly enhancing the strength and potential of the trial students. The line moved quickly, and soon it was their turn. The ice crystal steel at the base of the tower lit up with a string of text. F-level ice tower challenge. Begins rules. Time limit 3 hours. Rewards 100 points for each layer. Guaranteed 1000 points for the 9th layer. Reaching the 9th layer counts as completing the task. Warning, exceeding your own limits may lead to frostbite. Please act within your means. Lin Chen glanced at the rules, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He turned to Bingley and Alti. How about a competition? Bingley's eyes ignited with fighting spirit. Sure. Alti, however, looked distressed. My goal is the 9th layer. I'll just cheer for you from there. Challenge countdown. 3, 2, 1, start. The three entered the ice tower entrance simultaneously, and as a blinding blue light flashed, when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves on the first floor of the ice tower. A piercing cold instantly enveloped their bodies, and the ice surface beneath their feet began to freeze at a visible speed, firmly holding them back. Lin Chen looked at the cold air, completely unfazed. He strolled forward, and as the cold air approached him, it automatically diverted, as if fearing something. Lin Chen, wait for me. Bingley chased from behind, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. This genuine ice mage couldn't keep up with a martial artist's pace. Alti exaggeratedly opened his mouth wide. What the hell? Are you even human? He pointed at the ground beneath Lin Chen's feet, where there wasn't a single trace on the ice surface where he had walked. It was as if Lin Chen belonged here. In contrast, the ice beneath Bingley, Alti, and the other students was so solidified that every step they took was extremely difficult. Lin Chen himself was secretly astonished. Ever since he fused with that ice mark, he felt as if the entire frigid realm was as comfortable to him as home. The bone-chilling cold not only ceased to be a threat but instead continuously nourished him. Maybe I have extraordinary talent. He paused deliberately and Bingley stomped her foot in anger. Lin Chen, how did you do it? Alti was almost on his knees. The ability he had copied only had 80% of its power. Clearly, he was struggling even more than Bingley. Big shot, please take me with you. Lin Chen turned around and looked at Bingley. Try using the ice law to crystallize. Bingley was taken aback but quickly nodded. She carefully held out the dark blue crystal and closed her eyes in concentration. The crystal immediately burst forth with a dreamlike halo. Countless ice blue light points surged into her body like a galaxy. This is... Bingley suddenly opened her eyes and the cold air around her surged by 30%. She was pleasantly surprised to find that the pressure beneath her feet had lessened and the ice elements within her body were becoming more and more concentrated. Alti looked on eagerly. Can you share a bit with me? In your dreams? Bingley snorted coldly. Lin Chen smiled faintly and waved his hand at the two. You guys keep it up, I'll go ahead. After saying that, he flashed and stepped onto the ice stairs leading to the second level. As soon as he entered the second level, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. If the first level was merely suffocating with cold, then this place was simply an ice hell. Countless fine-like ice crystals twisted in from all directions, each radiating a ghostly blue cold light as if they were alive. Interesting. Lin Chen felt delighted instead of surprised. He could clearly sense that the purity of the ice elements contained within these ice vines was several times higher than that of the first level. The most astonishing thing was that whenever the ice vines touched his body, they would bizarrely soften. He simply let go of his defenses and allowed the ice vines to wrap around him. The bone-chilling cold instantly invaded his body, but the moment it came into contact with the ice mark within him, it transformed into pure ice energy that was absorbed. Just as I thought. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. No matter what profession a lord was, as long as they ascended this tower, they could gain considerable benefits. It was practically tailor-made for enhancing practical strength. Feeling the increasingly solid ice mark within him, Lin Chen stepped onto the third level without hesitation, under the astonished gazes of several unfamiliar students. As soon as he entered, the sight before him made him raise an eyebrow slightly. The entire third level was an expansive ice field, where 150 massive frost giant wolves were glaring at him menacingly. These ferocious beasts, purely condensed from ice elements, each exuded a terrifying aura at the peak of the commander level, comparable to the strongest human war kings. Wipe them all out in 10 minutes. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly. Who do you think you're looking down on? Chapter 172, Profession Unlocked, Ice Mage. Lin Chen clenched his right hand, and the phantom clone blade appeared out of thin air. Oh whoa! The wolf pack lunged at him simultaneously. Lin Chen did not dodge. The blade light was like a rainbow. With every slash, one ice wolf shattered into countless ice crystals. Even more astonishingly, those shattered ice crystals had not yet hit the ground before being completely absorbed by his ice mark. Remaining time, 6 minutes 23 seconds, kill progress 109/150. When the last ice wolf howled and fell, the ice elements in the entire third level suddenly surged wildly, transforming into a blue torrent that poured into Lin Chen's body. He could clearly feel his ice resistance surging once again. Lin Chen shook the ice debris off his blade and cast his gaze toward the stairs to the fourth level. Not bad, not bad. Really good. He knew that without the contract with the ice goddess, he would never have been able to ascend to the third level of the ice tower so easily. The trials of the ice tower were a life and death test, even for the top geniuses. But as long as one survived, immense benefits could be gained. With that in mind, Lin Chen decided to put away his phantom clone blade and face the upcoming trials purely with his physical body. The moment he stepped into the fourth level, the sight before him made him pause slightly. The entire space was a vast ice lake, its surface shimmering with an eerie blue light. In the center of the lake stood a familiar figure. Bai Zai? Lin Chen was slightly surprised. Did he arrive so quickly? He saw Bai Zai standing with his eyes closed at the heart of the lake. Surrounding him were 12 crystal-clear ice orbs, each radiating a sharp chill. Hearing the commotion, Bai Zai slowly opened his eyes. When he recognized Lin Chen, his face was filled with astonishment. How did you get up here? Didn't you go running around naked? Lin Chen grinned. I got it done. Bai Zai's mouth twitched. As a genius of the ice element, he was well aware of the climbing difficulty of the ice tower. Even he had spent nearly an hour to reach the fourth level. He marveled inwardly. As far as he knew, Lin Chen was a martial artist. How did he manage to do it so quickly? Just then, the entire ice lake suddenly trembled violently. The originally calm surface began to boil and the solid dark ice was visibly melting. Bai Zai snorted coldly and the 12 ice orbs instantly combined to form a floating ice platform. He stood on the platform, his clothes billowing, looking quite elegant. On the shore, Lin Chen frowned slightly. What was the trial of this 4th level? So, that's it. He looked at the melting ice lake before him and immediately understood the rules of this level's trial. Bai Zai was continuously releasing cold air, trying to freeze the lake's surface, but the ice layers melted as soon as they formed, clearly showing very low efficiency. So the task is to cross the ice lake. No matter how it was done, as long as one crossed the lake, they could reach the 5th level. Lin Chen stroked his chin and grinned. Suddenly, he shouted to Bai Zai, "Hey, why not just jump over? The lake wasn't too wide, any normal warlord lord could easily get across." Bai Zai shook his head slightly, tapping the lake surface with his fingertip. That would be too wasteful. This ice lake contains the true essence of the ice law. One must walk on the waves to comprehend its mysteries. Hearing this, Lin Chen suddenly understood. I see. Then, his eyes sparkled. Let me give it a try too. With that, he stepped forward. Crack! Amidst the sounds of ice freezing, a thick layer of ice instantly formed beneath Lin Chen's feet. Even more astonishingly, the ice layers extended forward with each of his steps, leaving Bai Zai dumbfounded. How did you do that? But what shocked him even more was that after Lin Chen passed, the ice layer behind him quickly melted away. Too slow. Lin Chen suddenly stopped, raising his right hand. The entire lake's surface trembled and a 3-meter-wide ice bridge burst forth from the water, leading straight to the opposite shore. What are you still dawdling for? Lin Chen, already on the opposite shore, waved and shouted, the bridge is going to melt. Only then did Bai Zai come to his senses, his face filled with shock. He shook his head. Thanks, but I want to rely on myself. With that, his eyes narrowed, and the ice orbs beneath his feet suddenly split and reformed into an iceboat, slowly drifting towards the opposite shore of the lake. Lin Chen looked at Bai Zai's stubborn appearance and suddenly laughed. Interesting. I'll head to the 5th level first. Thus, Lin Chen surged forward, climbing several levels in quick succession. The entire process was so smooth that even he found it hard to believe. In the 4th level, he comprehended the essence of ice sealing 1,000 miles while strolling on the ice lake. The 5th level was an absolute zero environment, making his ice mark incredibly solid. The 6th level was a frenzy of ice beasts, and he simply let go of his defenses, allowing those ferocious beasts to tear at him. Unfortunately, they couldn't harm him in the slightest. When Lin Chen stood at the entrance of the 9th level, the ice mark within him had undergone a tremendous transformation. The mark shimmered with circles of light, incredibly mysterious. As for his physical resistance to ice, it had reached a terrifying level. Is this the transformation brought by the ice mark? Hint, ice imprint has been fully condensed. Career unlocked, Ice Mage career. Introduction, Master of Ice Elements, able to freely control the ice element. Skill comprehension, Ice Seal effect deals frost damage to single/group targets, restricting target movement. Hearing the prompt, Lin Chen clenched his fist, feeling the surging power of ice within him, and he was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. But as he stepped onto the 9th level, an unprecedented sense of oppression suddenly descended, and the scene before him made him tense up instantly. There, he saw a version of himself completely formed from ice, quietly standing on an ice arena. This ice sculpture of himself held a phantom blade made of condensed ice. Even the aura was indistinguishable from his own. Chapter 173, The Heart of the Lich King. This, Lin Chen gasped, this thing has perfectly replicated all the abilities I gained in the first 8 levels? Even more terrifying was that the copy suddenly looked up, a familiar smirk playing at the corners of its mouth. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, and he instantly understood the horror of this level. This was essentially going to be a battle against his peak self. The copy suddenly lunged forward, raising its hand to cast the ice spell Ice Seal. Before Lin Chen could react, a bone-chilling cold swept over him. He looked down and found that thick layers of ice had already formed around his legs. Moreover, the ice seal was spreading upwards at a visible speed. He was completely shocked. This copy even replicated my newly awakened Ice Mage abilities? Damn it! Lin Chen cursed under his breath, desperately urging his internal energy to resist. But what shocked him even more was that within this ice-sealing power, there was a mix of his unique ice mark aura. The speed of the ice seal spread was astonishing. He could see that he was left with only his head able to move. It's over. He watched helplessly as the ice layer crawled up to his chin, and now he couldn't even open his mouth. The copy slowly walked up to him, tilting its head to examine him. Its eyes were filled with mockery. Just as the ice layer was about to cover Lin Chen's forehead, crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed, and the ice surrounding him suddenly exploded. The ice power within Lin Chen surged wildly, and the ice mark on his brow burst forth with dazzling blue light. Buzz! His figure flickered and instantly appeared behind the copy, his right hand condensing an extreme cold ice crystal, Ice Seal. However, the copy seemed to have anticipated this, twisting in a strange manner to easily evade. Its speed so fast that it left an afterimage in the air. Damn! Lin Chen couldn't help but curse. This reaction speed, this movement, it's even stronger than my own body? The copy wore a mocking smile. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, suddenly sneering, "Humph. I don't believe you can do this too." In his right hand, a uniquely shaped dagger suddenly appeared, its blade inscribed with spatial runes. A teleportation dagger. In the next moment, Lin Chen's figure vanished instantly. "Got you." A cold voice rang in the copy's ear, and Lin Chen's fist was already crashing towards its back. Bang! The moment his fist solidly struck the copy's back, Lin Chen's expression changed drastically. The sensation was wrong. What he shattered was actually the copy's clone. The real copy stood aside, watching coldly. It moved. "Damn, your phantom blade can even create clones?" Lin Chen's pupils constricted. How twisted. As soon as he finished speaking, the copy's figure suddenly blurred. Lin Chen felt a flash before two identical figures charged towards him. It can even summon clones. There has to be a limit to how twisted this can get. Lin Chen cursed while retreating frantically. 2 against 1? How was he supposed to fight this? How shameless. Lin Chen was so angry his teeth itched. The most disgusting part was that he couldn't tell which was the clone and which was the clone's avatar. 2 ice spikes came rushing at him. Just as he was about to block, a chain of ice wrapped around his ankle. He barely dodged, his clothes tearing apart. "Damn it, you think you're the only one who can create clones?" Lin Chen suddenly pulled out the phantom clone blade. Phantom clone. With a loud shout, another Lin Chen materialized beside him. This clone wielded the phantom clone blade, its expression cold. It charged straight ahead. Now it was 2 against 2, right? But just as Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief, he saw the clone's phantom blade suddenly glow with a bright blue light, instantly splitting into a third avatar. What the hell? Lin Chen almost bit his tongue. This cheat is too much. 3 ice crystal avatars lunged at him. Simultaneously, with chains of ice spikes, and ice blades sealing off all escape routes from different angles. Lin Chen and the phantom clone stood back to back, frantically parrying. Clang clang clang. Soon, Lin Chen noticed something unusual. Wait a minute. He smashed the head of the left avatar with a punch. These avatars aren't that strong. Sure enough, the shattered avatar turned into a pile of ice shards. The new avatar that lunged at him moved noticeably slower. Taking advantage of the moment, the phantom clone slashed down, cutting another avatar in half. So that's how it is. Lin Chen suddenly realized the more they split, the weaker the clone becomes. He guessed it must be consuming the power of ice. The main clone stood outside the battle circle, its expression dark. The phantom clone blade in its hand had already developed cracks. Looks like it's time to end this. Seeing this, Lin Chen smiled. He teleported behind the clone. Got you. The clone was shocked and tried to dodge, only to find its chest pierced directly by the phantom clone blade. Crack. The clone turned in panic, its body shattering inch by inch. Lin Chen smiled faintly, shaking off the ice shards from the phantom blade. "I was going to play with you a bit longer, but unfortunately, time is limited." As the clone turned into a sky full of ice crystals, a pure source of ice surged into his body. Lin Chen could clearly feel that his control over ice was undergoing a qualitative change. Finally, it's over. He stretched lazily and turned to leave. Suddenly, a hum. The voice of the ice goddess echoed from the dark altar. "Kid, don't go. Keep climbing the tower." Lin Chen paused. "Why?" He rubbed his forehead, gritting his teeth. "Didn't I clear the 9th level?" The ice goddess's voice was unusually urgent. "Idiot. Do you think the ice tower only has 9 levels?" She sneered. "The real trial is just beginning." As if to confirm her words, a staircase appeared on the ice surface beneath Lin Chen's feet. "What's on the 10th level?" "The essence of ice." The ice goddess's voice suddenly became ethereal. "The true source power of the Frost King." "A Frost King stronger than the ice goddess?" Lin Chen muttered to himself, yet he still stepped onto the staircase. During the process, the necromantic power within him suddenly boiled, resonating wonderfully with the ice imprint. When he stepped into the 10th level, he was met with a vast, empty starry sky. There were no enemies, no trials, only a fist-sized ghostly blue ice crystal quietly floating within. Its ceiling a heart as dark as ink, yet still beating. "What is this?" "The heart of the Lich King." The ice goddess's voice suddenly rang out. Lin Chen's eyes widened. As a necromancer lord, he knew all too well what this meant. The Lich King was the master of the undead. Sensing the dark altar in Lin Chen's territory, the ice crystal seemed to be summoned, drifting towards him. Finally, it directly merged into the dark altar. Lin Chen stood frozen in place, his left half instantly covered in frost patterns, while his right half revealed a sinister aura of the undead. Deep within the altar, the crypt lord hissed with mad laughter. He had once been the king of the crypt insect kingdom, but in the end he followed the Lich King. "Ha ha ha. Welcome, Lich King. I never expected my king would have a chance to resurrect." Chapter 174, Warning. 10x Gravity. Death rate 15%. When Lin Chen opened his eyes again, he was already standing outside the ice tower. Hint: completed F-level mandatory task Ice Tower. Completion time: 1 hour 1 minute and 5 seconds. Reward: 1,500 points. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Wasn't the basic reward only 1,000 points? He suddenly realized that it was because he had climbed to the 10th floor. After leaving the ice tower, the blizzards of the extreme cold realm continued to rage. But at this moment, Lin Chen felt as if he were basking in a spring breeze. The cold that could freeze steel now felt quite comfortable to him. As soon as he returned to the human camp, he was surrounded by a group of virtual projections. Mr. Lin, our Biming family is willing to offer 1 billion gold coins to hire you as an elder guest. Brother Lin, join our Xinbing pavilion, and you can choose from all kinds of treasures. Lin Chen, my daughter is 18, beautiful as a flower, and has admired you for a long time. The conditions offered by various families were more tempting than the last, but Lin Chen politely shook his head in refusal. He hadn't expected that there would be this aspect in the trial of the extreme cold realm. Major forces also had the opportunity to participate through virtual projections to recruit talents. Just as he was about to leave and take a stroll, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. Yang Tianjin? She stood gracefully in a moonwhite long dress amidst the wind and snow, showing no sign of feeling cold. The most striking feature was her unrealistically beautiful face. What was a lightning mage doing in the extreme cold realm? Lin Chen. Yang Tianjin's eyes lit up as she walked quickly towards him, but suddenly stopped 3 meters away, her ears slightly reddening. I heard you joined the northern border, so I also apply for the trial in the extreme cold realm. Her voice grew softer. Perhaps we can complete the trial together. Lin Chen was taken aback. The shy woman before him was a stark contrast to the cold and noble Yang Tianjin he remembered. She quickly adjusted her demeanor. Recently, there have been frequent invasions by alien races, and the northern border has relaxed the trial requirements. This time, over 500 geniuses will enter the extreme cold realm to participate in the trial. Lin Chen frowned slightly. This meant the competition would be even fiercer. By the way, Yang Tianjin's eyes suddenly brightened. Each trial participant can hide their real name and use a special nickname. What did you choose? Number 9527. Lin Chen replied calmly. So ordinary. Yang Tianjin smiled gently. I specifically chose Tianjin. Ordinary? Lin Chen was speechless. This woman was indeed very naive. Also, he wasn't quite used to her shy demeanor. Daxia, the capital. Deep within the Lu family manor, a faint sandalwood scent filled the dim study. Lu Wenlong, dressed in a dark long robe, wore a worried expression. On the light screen in front of him, detailed information about Lin Chen was displayed, from his timeline at the Jiangcheng Lord Vocational Academy to his trial records in the extreme cold realm, everything meticulously noted. Fifth Master, we have confirmed. A subordinate in black respectfully bowed his head. Lin Chen is the most likely person to target young Master Ming Xian. Lu Wenlong's gaze turned cold as he swiped his finger across the light screen, bringing up a blurry surveillance video. In the footage, Lin Chen's figure crossed space with an eerie movement. He can teleport briefly, and there is a clear record of his teleportation at that time, and the subordinate lowered his voice. The corrosive aura within young Master Ming Xian is very similar to the aura of the sword in Lin Chen's hand. Xiao Zhang, standing nearby, squinted his eyes. I didn't expect this kid to hide so deeply. His movement technique is truly terrifying. Lu Wenlong slowly closed the information, a hint of darkness flashing in his eyes. Where is he now? Just confirmed. He has already entered the extreme cold realm of the northern border. The subordinate lowered his head to report, but he hesitated for a moment. The extreme cold plain is a crucial area for the northern trials, and our people can't enter. Lu Wenlong let out a cold laugh, taking out a blood-red token from the drawer, which was engraved with a fierce beast pattern. Send a message to Shadow, offer a bounty of 300 million gold coins for Lin Chen's life. He rubbed the token with his fingertips, his tone chilling. If we can't kill him in the extreme cold plain, we'll wait for him to come out. The northern region won't be able to protect him either. Xiao Zhang nodded upon hearing this. If Shadow deployed real assassins, Lin Chen would be doomed. Meanwhile, far away in the extreme cold plain, Lin Chen suddenly felt an inexplicable chill. What the hell? He looked around in surprise. Why do I feel so cold? Since awakening the ice mage profession, this was the first time he felt the cold. Amidst the swirling snow, Yang Tianjin's pretty face flushed slightly, her pearly teeth biting her lower lip. Oh Lin Chen, this F-level task is so perverse. It actually wants me to ballet dance in a snowstorm. She stomped her foot in embarrassment, sending snowflakes flying, and I have to wear a swan dress. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth twitched. Be grateful, my task is to run naked. Alright, I need to go do my task now. Yang Tianjin glanced at Lin Chen, playfully. Warning, you are not allowed to peek. Lin Chen shook his head. You're already planning to make me your son-in-law, and you still don't want me to look? Now you're shy? I actually prefer your cold demeanor. Lin Chen planned to study the trial rankings. He brought up the holographic projection, and the light screen displayed the current rankings of the extreme cold plain. First, Kaiser, Temple Knights, 6250 points. Second, Alrose, Olympus, 5385 points, 970H, number 9527, Great Xia Northern Region, 1550 points. Finally breaking into the top 100. I heard the rankings here are very important. Yang Tianjin spoke softly, her fingertip tracing the explanation on the light screen. The rank directly relates to the resources you can access. Her gaze lingered on the introduction of the S-level resource area, Eternal Cold Essence can enhance ice-related talents. Exchange points 1000 Thunder River Crystal, Treasure of the Thunder System. Exchange points 1000 S-level skill scrolls, random draw. Exchange points 10,000. These resources. Yang Tianjin's beautiful eyes widened, her breath quickening. Even the strong warriors would be envious, right? Lin Chen felt his heart race. As well, but then frowned. Only points can be exchanged? Not even gold coins? Yang Tianjin nodded. Resources in the extreme cold plane only recognize points, not money. She pointed at the leaderboard. The higher the rank, the more daily basic point rewards. Like the first place Kaiser, he can earn 500 points just by lying down every day. Lin Chen looked at his meager 1550 points, then glanced at those precious resources, suddenly realizing that he needed to work hard on his tasks. After completing the mandatory F-level task, Lin Chen quickly saw the prompt, Permission Upgrade, Unlock General Profession Training Area. Current available points 1550. When he arrived at the training room and the training area, the holographic projection before him displayed stunning training options. Gravity field, exclusive to warriors, can adjust standard gravity from 1 to 100 times, greater than 10 times gravity, earn basic points of 100 for every hour maintained. Breaking records grants extra rewards. Elemental Storm, exclusive to mages, freely combine mutated or natural elements like wind, thunder, ice, darkness, and light. Element Affinity Enhancement Speed x10, Perfect Control can exchange for elemental spirits. Soul Power Corridor, exclusive to Soul Masters, can simulate various levels of mental impact, increases soul power purity by 1% per hour. After clearing, there's a chance to obtain ancient soul skills. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. Here, regardless of whether you are a warrior, mage, soul master, witch, knight, or an awakened superhuman, you can undergo targeted special training. His gaze locked onto the gravity field. As a martial artist, this was indeed the most suitable choice for him. Choose gravity field, 10 times standard gravity. He spoke without hesitation. Warning, 10 times gravity death rate 15%. It is recommended to start adapting from 2 times. Confirm 10 times? Confirm. Chapter 175, More People, More Chopsticks. In the next moment, the space before Lin Chen instantly transformed, and he felt his entire skeletal structure contracting. But what surprised him even more was the series of prompts that popped up. Current gravity, 10 times reward, 100 points every 60 minutes. Additional training environment, extra reward 50 points. Interesting. Lin Chen's face was filled with excitement. Then let's add some more. He brought up the control panel and added an option, add extreme cold environment. Minus 100 degrees Celsius. The training difficulty skyrocketed instantly, but the ice power within Lin Chen became increasingly active. Ice crystals formed a natural protective armor on his body surface, and under the dual pressure of gravity and extreme cold, his physical strength was visibly increasing. Current points acquisition, 150 points/hour. On the other side, the instructors in the extreme cold dimension monitoring room were all startled. Has this new kid gone mad? 10 times gravity plus extreme cold environment? Who seeks such torment? Wait, his physical indicators are completely normal. Damn, another monster might have come to the extreme cold dimension. In the ranking system of the extreme cold dimension, F-level students were at the very bottom. This was also why when Lin Chen and the others first arrived, there wasn't even a shadow of an instructor. Only by completing E-level tasks and advancing to D-level could they qualify for instructor guidance. Meanwhile, outside the training area, Yang Tianjin bit her red lip, dancing vigorously, her movements graceful. No, I need to catch up to Lin Chen's progress as soon as possible. Lin Chen's face was determined. Not enough. Not at the limit yet. He unhesitatingly clicked on the gravity option, intending to increase it to 15 times. Warning, this mode death rate 37%. Confirm? Confirm. In the next second, Lin Chen felt a sinking sensation beneath his feet, and the world spun around him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on an ice lake with snow and wind raging above. Special environment loading complete. Current gravity 15 times additional. Interference, extreme cold storm, temperature drops 10 degrees Celsius per minute, every hour, base reward 250 points, so heavy. Lin Chen gritted his teeth. His bones creaked under the unbearable weight. The ice armor on him shattered completely. He frantically mobilized the blood energy within him. The barbarian god descended. Shura battle armor. Piercing cold winds accompanied by ice blades surged towards him. Lin Chen did not dodge. He allowed these ice blades to temper his flesh. 10 hours passed, and the instructors of the entire extreme cold dimension were in an uproar. Too terrifying. A battle sec level instructor suddenly stood up, his hand trembling as he pointed at the monitoring screen. This student, numbered 9527, actually endured for a full 10 hours under 15 times gravity combined with absolute zero environment? The female instructor beside him quickly reviewed the data. His life science curve is simply unbelievable. It fluctuated violently in the first 3 hours, but the last 7 hours became increasingly stable. Wait a minute. An elderly instructor suddenly squinted. Look at his energy absorption rate. This is not just holding on, he has become much stronger. In the training room, Lin Chen finally slowly opened his eyes. He was covered in a crystal and ice armor, every inch of muscle radiating a chilling glow. Training complete points earned, 2,500, base 1,000 plus excess reward 1,500. Ghoul. Lin Chen touched his stomach and the ice armor instantly melted away. So hungry, he staggered out of the training pod, trying to adapt to the changes in gravity. Suddenly, remembering something, he said, "Hey, Althea, you owe me and Bingley a hot pot." The weak voice of Alti came through the communicator. "Big brother, is it that urgent? I can't get out of bed. My whole body feels like it's falling apart." Lin Chen grinned. "If you come now, I might consider helping you pay for the pot." Swish, swish, swish. A rustling sound came from the communicator, followed by Alti's strong shout, "Wait, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Just kidding, the 100 points for the pot fee would take him a long time to earn. At 5:30 p.m., Alti and Bingley finally recovered from the torment of the ice tower. Both of them looked pale, walking as if they were floating, especially Alti, whose legs felt as weak as noodles, and had to lean against the wall. "Lin Chen, you recovered so quickly?" Bingley looked at the spirited Lin Chen in surprise, while Alti had a mournful expression. "Yeah, if it weren't for my good luck in saving an invisibility skill, I would have almost died in there." Lin Chen smiled without saying a word. "All right, let's go. We're going for hot pot." Alti followed behind with a bitter face, muttering softly, "I'm afraid I don't have enough points to pay for this hot pot." Lin Chen patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, I'll cover the difference." Just then, a clear and pleasant voice came from behind. "Lin Chen, I completed the mission." Everyone turned around to see Ouyang Tianjin walking gracefully in an ice blue long dress. The lightning mark on her forehead glimmered in the flying snow, breathtakingly beautiful. "Who is this beautiful sister? So pretty!" Bingley couldn't help but exclaim. Even Alti stared. Wide-eyed, he swore he had never seen such a beautiful woman in his life. "I am Lin Chen's fiancée, Ouyang Tianjin." Ouyang Tianjin introduced herself gracefully. "What?" Lin Chen almost bit his tongue. "When did we get engaged?" "Last time in the Thunder Abyss Canyon, you accepted the engagement jade pendant from my Ouyang family." Ouyang Tianjin smiled sweetly, and Lin Chen was instantly speechless. That was clearly a pass to the Thunder Abyss Canyon. How did it turn into an engagement token? The expressions of Bingley and Alti instantly became subtle. "Ahem." Lin Chen awkwardly changed the subject. How about we all go eat hot pot together? The more people, the more chopsticks." "More chopsticks?" Hearing this, Alti was about to break down. Was this really just about more chopsticks? Ouyang Tianjin nodded obediently. "Sure." She naturally linked her arm with Lin Chen's. "Just in time, I also want to get to know your friends." Chapter 176, My Little Pet. He's been very hungry lately. After dinner, Lin Chen did not go back to the camp to rest immediately. Having tasted the sweetness of earning points through training, he couldn't wait to continue challenging his limits. He hurriedly walked straight towards the training area. Just as he was about to step into the training area gate, the communicator on his wrist suddenly lit up with a red light. "Communication request, Extreme Cold Dimension Instructor Mo Tsong, do you want to connect?" Lin Chen was slightly taken aback and instinctively clicked to confirm. In an instant, a holographic projection unfolded before him, revealing a middle-aged man with a buzz cut. His gaze was piercing, exuding an aura of authority that made one hesitate to offend him, like a steady mountain. "Student number 9527, I am Mo Kong. From now on, I will be your exclusive training instructor." Mo Tsong's voice was deep and powerful. Lin Chen quickly nodded and politely responded, "Hello, Instructor Mo. I was just planning to try the 20 times gravity training." "Nonsense." Mo Tsong's expression instantly darkened and his voice rose sharply. "Do you think enduring 10 hours under 15 times gravity is really impressive? You are completely mistaken." As he spoke, he waved his hand lightly, bringing up a set of detailed data. Those complex charts and numbers flickered in the holographic projection, silently illustrating the difference between 20 times gravity and 15 times gravity. "Look at this data. The difference between 20 times gravity and 15 times is like heaven and earth. With your current physical condition, if you recklessly increase the gravity, you will explode under the immense pressure within 3 minutes." Mo Tsong's voice carried a hint of sternness. Lin Chen frowned slightly and forced a smile. Perhaps Mo Tsong was indeed right. Was he too eager for success? "Thank you, Instructor Mo." After ending the communication, Lin Chen muttered to himself. Didn't they say that only D-level students were qualified to have instructors? He was clearly still an F-level. Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted at the entrance of the training area. "Brother, it's him!" Feng Hen, accompanied by several aggressive students, surrounded Lin Chen and pointed at him, saying to the tall man beside him, "This is the kid who made me lose face in front of Bing Li last time." Lin Chen looked up and saw a hulking man over 2 meters tall standing next to Feng Hen, his muscles bulging. Checking the identity information, he realized this was a D-level task area student. Even more exaggerated, there were 4 or 5 other D-level students behind him, all with unfriendly expressions. Among them was even a ninja. "Is it you who used that disgusting undead creature to bully my brother?" Feng Lai clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. "Kid, do you know who I am?" Feng Lai, the tyrant of the D-level task area. Lin Chen almost couldn't hold back his laughter upon hearing this. Is there still someone who calls themselves a tyrant these days? Isn't that a sign of late-stage Chenibu? What are you laughing at? Feng Lai's forehead bulged with veins. It's nothing, Lin Chen feigned calmness. I just suddenly remembered that my family's abominable butcher recently learned a new technique, specifically for dealing with all kinds of disobedience. At this, Feng Hen shivered and instinctively took a half step back. Just thinking about the terrifying appearance of the abominable butcher made him nearly wet himself. Useless. Feng Lai slapped his brother on the back of the head and turned with a sneer. Kid, I advise you to apologize to us immediately and stay away from Bingley. Feng Lai stepped forward with a sinister grin. Otherwise, an F-level student dying is just a waste. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's expression suddenly turned cold. Indeed, he was well aware of the unspoken rules of the extreme cold plane. Here, the weak only have dignity if they survive first. Ha! Lin Chen suddenly chuckled softly, raising his right hand slowly. You're right. As soon as he finished speaking, a pitch-black rift suddenly tore open in front of him. A putrid aura instantly spread, and a giant hand covered in stitches shot out, followed closely by a bloody cleaver and a meat hook. Roar! Accompanied by a roar, the 5-meter-tall abominable butcher fully revealed itself. Its decaying head, with blood-red eyes, locked on the Feng Lai and his group, its mouth stretching to the roots of its ears, revealing jagged sharp teeth. Feng Hen was so scared he collapsed to the ground. This monster. The ninja's meteor dart clattered to the ice and the other students' legs went weak. One young man with a hoarse face even wet his pants on the spot. Feng Lai barely managed to stay upright, but his voice was already trembling. What kind of people are you? Lin Chen's face was calm. Let me introduce my little pet. He's been very hungry lately. The abominable butcher opened its bloody maw in agreement. Hungry. Cold sweat streamed down Feng Lai's forehead as he slapped Feng Hen on the head. Joking aside, the abominable butcher's aura was almost at the leader level. Just looking at it was enough to scare half a person to death. How could they fight? Suddenly, he bowed at a 90-degree angle. I'm sorry. We mistook the person. Goodbye. After saying that, Feng Lai dragged the limp Feng Hen and, along with the others, scrambled away in a panic. Lin Chen was left dumbfounded. He had originally thought he would need to warm up tonight, but he didn't expect the abominable butcher's mere appearance could have such a deterrent effect. Just as he recalled the abominable butcher, he hadn't even caught his breath when Ouyang Tianjin grabbed his arm. Lin Chen, you are too reckless. She pulled him out without giving him a chance to respond. I know quite a few people in the extreme cold plane. Come with me to a party. Wait, I still need to train. Lin Chen's words were cut short as Ouyang Tianjin pulled him briskly to the entrance of the D-level training area. Two guards with stern faces blocked their way. Halt, please show your pass. Ouyang Tianjin presented a scroll. We have a temporary pass. The moment they stepped into the D-level area, Lin Chen's eyes widened. This was no training ground, it was clearly a bustling city of ice and snow. Shops lined the streets, and holographic neon lights danced between the crystalline buildings, with even hover cars gliding through the low air. What do you think? Ouyang Tianjin winked proudly. Actually, the extreme cold dimension isn't that dull. F-level students usually can't come in here. As they entered the banquet hall, warm air mixed with the melodious sound of a piano enveloped them. Dozens of young men and women in elegant attire were engaged in conversation, some holding crystal glasses filled with a blue liquid that emitted cold vapor, while others twirled gracefully on the dance floor. Look, Tianjin is here, a woman in a red dress waved excitedly. In an instant, all eyes in the hall focused on them. More precisely, they were focused on Ouyang Tianjin's arm linked with Lin Chen's. Suddenly, whispers erupted. Who is that guy? I've never seen him before. An F-level task badge? How could Tianjin be so close to him? Wait, when did our banquet allow F-level students to just waltz in? Lin Chen suddenly sensed several sharp gazes. In a corner of the hall, a few young men with imposing auras were coldly sizing him up. Sorry I'm late. Let me introduce him to everyone. Ouyang Tianjin raised her voice. This is Lin Chen, my fiancé. Fiancé? Lin Chen nearly choked again upon hearing those 3 words. Just as he was about to explain, Ouyang Tianjin discreetly pinched him. Help me out, or I might really marry you. Hearing this, Lin Chen was left speechless. The entire hall erupted in an uproar. Chapter 177 Frozen Time and Space, an F-level student? What a joke. The pride of Tianwei Mansion is actually engaged? The crystal chandelier in the center of the hall suddenly dimmed. A handsome young man in a white suit slowly descended the spiral staircase, and with each step he took, layers of ice crystals formed beneath his feet. The sea-level badge on his chest sparkled under the lights. Tianjin, this joke isn't funny. The young man smiled, but his gaze was sharp and intimidating. Even if you want to reject my pursuit, you don't have to find such a waste, right? The young man in white disdainfully glanced at Lin Chen's F-level badge, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Ouyang. Tianjin's eyes flashed with anger, ready to explode, but Lin Chen suddenly held her wrist and stepped forward. Oh. Lin Chen tilted his head, displaying an innocent smile. If I may. Waste, then aren't you even worse than a waste? With that, he wrapped his arm around Ouyang Tianjin's slender waist and gave it a firm squeeze. So soft. So smooth. The entire hall fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. This F-level student actually dared to humiliate the unparalleled C-level genius Yin Juanhao to his face? Not only that, but he also dared to publicly flirt with Ouyang Tianjin. He even had her delicate waist in his embrace. It should be known that Ouyang Tianjin not only had the backing of Tianwei Mansion but was also famously an ice queen. How many prodigies found it hard to even brush against her clothing? Yin Juanhao's expression darkened instantly, his surroundings beginning to crystallize with fine ice. Very well, kid, you're looking for death. Seeing this, a glint of cunning flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he decided to collect some interest first. He made a move that left everyone gaping in shock. In the midst of everyone's astonished gazes, he suddenly leaned down and placed a light kiss on Ouyang Tianjin's perfectly full red lips. This action made Ouyang Tianjin's body tremble. Darling, it seems we aren't very welcome here. Lin Chen deliberately elongated his tone, his fingers gently stroking her waist. How about we find a quiet place for a private date? Ouyang Tianjin's pretty face flushed, yet inexplicably, she leaned her head on his shoulder. I'll listen to you. Boom. The ice crystal floor beneath Yin Juanhao's feet exploded, and the temperature in the entire hall instantly dropped to freezing point. His handsome face twisted in horror as he conjured an ice crystal longsword in his hand, the blade wrapped in cold air. The sword pointed directly at Lin Chen. I want to duel with you, no matter the outcome. In his heart, Ouyang Tianjin was a goddess of unparalleled beauty that no one could desecrate. Lin Chen looked at the chilling ice crystal longsword, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A duel? He gently released his hold on Ouyang Tianjin, stepping forward. All right. As soon as he spoke, the ice seal within him stirred restlessly. It was no joke. He had first received the ice mark blessed by the ice goddess herself. Now, he had obtained the heart of the Frost Lord Lich King, which had allowed his understanding of the ice laws to surpass common sense. He was eager to see how his comprehension of the ice element compared to those prodigies. He slowly raised his right hand, palm facing up. In an instant, the entire hall seemed to plunge into an icebound world. Yin Juanhao's pupils constricted. How is that possible? What's wrong? Surprised? Lin Chen spread his palm. Centered around him, a visible ice blue ripple exploded outward. Wherever the ripple passed, Yin Juanhao's proud ice laws melted away like snow under the blazing sun. Even more terrifying was that Yin Juanhao, in horror, discovered that the ice element he had painstakingly cultivated was now trembling, as if it had encountered a natural ruler. No, this is impossible, he roared, then struck out violently. The ice crystal longsword traced a beautiful arc, freezing the air into crystal powder wherever it passed. Die! Just as the sword's edge was about to touch Lin Chen's throat. Crack, crack, crack. A series of crisp sounds. Time in the entire hall seemed to be paused. Yin Juanhao's sword was frozen in midair, and he was horrified to find that his body was completely immobile. Lin Chen leisurely walked in front of him, lightly tapping the ice crystal longsword with his fingertip. Is this your proud killing move? With his touch, the ice crystal longsword began to shatter inch by inch. No! Yin Juanhao's eyes widened in rage. Shoo! Lin Chen made a silencing gesture. Let me show you what true ice is. His pupils suddenly turned pure ice blue, and the entire hall transformed into a world of ice and snow. Even more frightening was that everyone, including Yin Juanhao, felt as if they were being frozen. Time seemed to stop. This was a new skill Lin Chen had recently comprehended based on his understanding of freezing. Frozen time and space duration, 5 seconds. Although it wasn't a time law, in this frozen world, it could briefly achieve the same effect as the time law. When the freeze was lifted, Yin Juanhao was already kneeling on the ground. His pride, his realm, his profession, all turned into scattered ice crystals. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Remember, don't shout about fighting and killing without understanding your opponent's strength first, or you'll just be looking for trouble. The entire hall fell into dead silence. They had all underestimated this F-level new student. That brief 5 seconds was enough for them to die dozens of times. Ouyang Tianjin covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Wasn't Lin Chen a martial artist? When did he become an ice mage? Moreover, the purity of this ice power could easily crush even Yin Juanhao, who specialized in ice. She instinctively linked her arm with Lin Chen's, as if she had already regarded him as her man. When did you comprehend such powerful ice magic? Lin Chen blinked innocently. I just learned it, but my main profession is still a martial artist. Being an ice mage is just a hobby. Upon hearing this, Yin Juanhao spat out a mouthful of old blood. A hobby? A mere hobby that could make him, a genius of the ice element, feel so outmatched? Chapter 178, his opponents, without exception, all died. Half an hour later, Lin Chen leaned against the ice crystal pillar in the corner, letting out a long sigh. I hate these social gatherings the most. He tugged at his collar, watching the people dancing gracefully in the center of the dance floor. Who would have thought that the party originally prepared for Ouyang Tianjin would now have Lin Chen as the main character? Ouyang Tianjin walked over, a few drinks down, her fair cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Those eyes, always as cold as ice, now shimmered with a rare softness. Why are you hiding here alone? She handed a glass of wine to Lin Chen. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Usually, Ouyang Tianjin was always aloof, cold and beautiful to the point of being unreal. But now, seeing her slightly flushed face beneath that stunning beauty, there was unexpectedly a hint of feminine charm. What are you looking at? Ouyang Tianjin leaned in a little closer, her red lips slightly parted, her breath carrying a faint scent of wine. Lin Chen took the glass, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against her slender wrist, and he grinned mischievously, just admiring a beauty. Humph, not serious at all. Ouyang Tianjin huffed lightly, sounding a bit petulant. As her eyes sparkled, the high and mighty ice queen demeanor vanished, replaced by that of a sulking little girl. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Oh, you can be cute now? He deliberately leaned in closer, looking at you like this. Absolutely stunning. Ouyang Tianjin's ears instantly turned bright red, and in her fluster, she almost knocked over her wineglass. This rare display of shyness stirred something in Lin Chen's heart. Perhaps this goddess of the thunder abyss had already opened her heart to him. Not far away, Yin Juanhao watched the intimate interaction between the two, his expression dark enough to drip water. The crystal glass in his hand was crushed with a crack. This carefully prepared confession party not only had Lin Chen stealing the spotlight, but now he would also have to foot the bill. Young master, the nearby lackey said cautiously, the expenses for tonight. Yin Juanhao gritted his teeth. Pay. Lin Chen, I won't let this go. After this night, Lin Chen's name swept through the entire extreme cold realm like a storm. Invitations from major forces flew in like snowflakes. There were also invitations from other countries. Even the Overseas Olympus Alliance extended an olive branch. Looks like you've become quite the catch. Ouyang Tianjin said with a hint of jealousy. You can't agree to any of them. You are now part of my Tianwei mansion. Lin Chen stood on a viewing platform in the extreme cold realm, overlooking the training base covered in ice and snow below. In the distance, many were still undergoing special training. One had to admit, this world was vast. Although the Great Xia was strong, it was merely one of the human factions. Besides the demon suppression army, there were mysterious organizations like the Tianwei Mansion monitoring the surroundings, along with various families intertwined in complex relationships. Not to mention some neutral forces, like the Crimson Abyss, which appeared to seek no conflict, only self-preservation. Yet secretly, they wielded power that even the military feared. Just then, a shadow silently appeared beside them. Are you Lin Chen? Lin Chen turned to see a short man dressed in black tight-fitting clothes. The man wore a half-face mask, his exposed eyes sharp as an eagle's. He spoke in a halting Great Xia dialect. My name is Tian Yameo, from the eastern island Fuji nation. The man slightly bowed, his movements clean and swift. I heard you are the newly emerged ice element genius of Great Xia? Lin Chen's pupils constricted. This person stood right in front of him, yet he sensed not a trace of aura. Such strong concealment ability. Hello, is there something you need? Lin Chen remained on guard. Tian Yameo suddenly bowed deeply. I challenge you for 1,000 points. Challenge me? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. 1,000 points? Hi. Tian Shanfu's eyes ignited with the spirit of battle. Let's settle this in the arena. Ouyang Tianjin suddenly whispered a reminder. Wait, Lin Chen, don't fight against the people from Fuji country. They often resort to underhanded tactics and love to crush the pride of Daxia. Ha ha ha. Tian Shanfu suddenly laughed. What? Are you afraid? You even defeated Yin Juanhao? Turns out you're this cowardly. Lin Chen then realized that the extreme cold dimension actually had a dedicated arena for battles. The students could not only bet points on the duels, but there were also outside betting options. This was simply an excellent opportunity to earn points. Why would I be afraid? Lin Chen suddenly revealed a meaningful smile, as he was worried about not having enough points to buy the eternal cold essence. But he raised 3 fingers. I want to raise the bet to 3,000 points. Do you dare to accept? The corners of Tian Shanfu's mouth twitched violently beneath his mask. 3,000 points was equivalent to more than half of his savings. But then he thought of Yin Juanhao's potential. He actively challenged Lin Chen, hiding multiple motives behind it. As an elite trained by the dark side of Fuji country, he bore the mission of crushing the new talents of Daxia. More importantly, Yin Juanhao, a genius from a Daxia noble family, had already secretly pledged allegiance to Fuji country. As long as Lin Chen was dealt with, Yin Juanhao could monopolize the resources. At that time, through this hidden line with Yin Juanhao, Fuji country would gradually encroach upon Daxia's resource quotas in the extreme cold dimension. Those precious quotas for the ice secret realm and opportunities for alien civilization inheritance would all fall into the hands of Fuji country. The fortune of Daxia should be handed over to us now. Tian Shanfu waited in his heart, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. I accept your challenge. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock, see you in the arena. After Tian Shanfu left, Ouyang Tianjin immediately grabbed Lin Chen. Lin Chen, are you crazy? This guy is clearly sent by Yin Juanhao. The shadow evasion technique of Fuji country is nearly invincible. Many people died without even touching them. Lin Chen remained calm, smiling lightly. Don't worry, in my frozen time and space, even invisibility won't work. The news of Shirtian Shanfu from Fuji Country challenging the new Dasha student Lin Chen with a bet as high as 3,000 points spread like a hurricane. More importantly, Shirtian Shanfu was a C-level student while Lin Chen was only F-level. Have you heard? That F-level newcomer actually dared to accept Shirtian's challenge. 3,000 points. I couldn't save that much in 2 years. The betting has started. Odds 110. The area outside the arena was bustling with people and even many students who were in special training paused to come and watch. On the holographic projection outside, the basic information of the two was continuously rolling. Shirtian Shanfu task level, C-level student realm level, intermediate battle. Master profession, dark system martial artist historical record, 37 wins 2 draws special skills, shadow evasion instant kill stab, mist. Concealment poison mist kill, 8-headed poison annihilation spell Lin Chen task level, F-level student realm level, intermediate battle. General profession, blood chi martial artist, suspected ice mage, historical record, none special skills frozen, barbaric blood pagoda fist. Seeing the information of the two, many students whispered among themselves. Have you heard? This Shirtian Shanfu, every time he battles, his opponents have all died without exception. The combat techniques he practices are all aimed at killing, every move is lethal and extremely ruthless. A student lowered his voice, a hint of fear on his face. This Lin Chen actually practices the barbaric blood pagoda fist? That's an incredible combat technique. Chapter 179, The Ice Throne. Betting is open. Betting is open. Several C-level students shouted outside, bet on Shirtian Shanfu 1-2, bet on Lin Chen 1-10. Ouyang Tianjin stood at the betting table with a cold face, slamming her entire points card on the table, all in on Lin Chen. A student widened his eyes. Beauty, are you sure? That's 2,000 points. Sure. Ouyang Tianjin replied calmly. Meanwhile, in the VIP seats, Yin Juanhao was leisurely sipping tea. Next to him sat several students from Fuji Country, one of whom whispered, Yin sang, thanks to the intelligence you provided this time, Lin Chen almost slipped through our fingers. We absolutely cannot allow such a genius to rise in the Great Xia. Yin Juanhao coldly smiled, remember your promise, I want the 8-headed battle technique. Rest assured, the other replied earnestly, as long as Ishida-kun eliminates this hidden danger, everything will depend on you, Yin sang. In the center of the fighting arena, Ishida Yamafu had already taken his position. He stood with his arms crossed, blending seamlessly with the arena. Ding! As the bell for the match rang, Lin Chen leisurely walked into the arena. Surprisingly, he was empty-handed, yawning, clearly just having woken up. The referee announced loudly, match rules, unrestricted duel. Life and death are irrelevant. Begin! Ishida Yamafu instantly vanished, and the next moment, 12 poison meteor darts tore through the air, shooting towards Lin Chen's vital points from various tricky angles. The blades glimmered with a ghostly blue sheen, clearly coated with deadly poison. Die! Ishida Yamafu's sinister voice echoed from the shadows. Clang, clang, clang. A series of crisp impacts sounded as all the meteor darts suddenly froze 1 meter away from Lin Chen, blocked by ice crystals that appeared out of nowhere, the poison corroding the ice surface and producing hissing white smoke. Lin Chen's gaze suddenly turned cold. This Fuji Country ninja's first move was a lethal strike, clearly not intending to give him a chance. Since you like to play dirty, Lin Chen's lips curled into a dangerous arc, then let all the geniuses of the world see just how many killing techniques you have. Amidst the puzzled gazes of everyone, he slowly raised his hand. The ice crystals on the ground suddenly surged upward, forming a staircase, at the top of which was a majestic ice throne. Boom! Lin Chen slowly ascended the stairs and sat on the throne, causing the temperature in the entire arena to drop by 20 degrees instantly. Many students in the audience gasped in awe, even the breath they exhaled instantly frosted over. So cold! Why do I feel like he is the Ice King? Come on, make your move. Lin Chen rested his chin on one hand, his voice not loud yet resonating throughout the arena. Let everyone appreciate your art of killing. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his fingertip. The 12 poison darts, frozen in midair, suddenly changed direction and shot towards different shadows at an even faster speed. Ah! A scream rang out as Ishida Yamafu was forced to emerge from the shadows. A dart lodged in his right shoulder. Baka! Ishida Yamafu roared in fury, tearing open his shirt to reveal a body covered in strange curse patterns. Let you witness the true. The curse patterns suddenly glowed with a blood-red light, and his figure split into 8, each clone wielding a different poisoned weapon, charging from all directions. Yet Lin Chen didn't even raise an eyelid, merely snapping his fingers lightly. Crack! The 8 clones were simultaneously frozen into ice sculptures, shattering on the ground, while the real Ishida Yamafu was gripped by an enormous ice hand around his neck, lifted high into the air. Is this it? Lin Chen shook his head in disappointment. The ninjutsu you Fuji Country boast about isn't that impressive. He slowly clenched his fist, and the ice hand tightened accordingly. Ishida Yamafu's face instantly turned a deep shade of purple, his limbs thrashing wildly. The spectator platform erupted in an uproar, and Yin Juanhao's face darkened. At this moment, in the instructor's monitoring room, the atmosphere was slightly tense, tinged with anticipation. Emotson's gaze was fixed on the screen, watching the imposing and powerful Lin Chen, and he suddenly smiled. Good kid, his stance is clearly meant to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, setting rules for those guys. The instructor beside him frowned slightly, letting out a long sigh. Indeed, the students from Fuji country are ruthless. Over the years, they have taken advantage of various opportunities to kill many of our great Xia's talented seedlings. The hateful thing is that the extreme cold plane has a set of harsh and bizarre rules, making it difficult for us to voice our grievances even when we are right. We can only watch helplessly, feeling quite aggrieved. Another instructor crossed his arms, his eyes filled with indignation as he gritted his teeth and said, "That's right, their killing skills are insidious and cunning, making them hard to guard against. They often manage to defeat the strong with the weak, causing our Xia students to suffer many hidden losses. That kid Lin Chen is clever. He probably plans to use this competition to intimidate their restless ambitions, letting them know that our Xia is not to be trifled with." They looked up at the arena again, where Lin Chen wore a hesitant expression, pondering deeply. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill the ruthless Shitian Shanfu, but rather, he didn't want this villain to die so easily. Shitian Shanfu had harmed many geniuses of Xia, and this debt must be settled clearly. He wanted Shitian Shanfu to die a cruel death filled with fear and despair. Lin Chen slowly rose from the throne, standing tall, his tone sincere enough to send chills down one's spine. He cleared his throat, and his voice echoed in the arena. Our Xia is a land of etiquette, always prioritizing benevolence and righteousness. We are all part of the human race and should unite to resist foreign invasions and protect the peace of the divine land, instead of immediately resorting to lethal force, putting others to death. Wouldn't you agree? After he finished speaking, the icy giant hand suddenly released its grip, and Shitian Shanfu fell to the ice with a thud. Lin Chen actually let Shitian Shanfu go? Instantly, the area around the arena erupted in confusion, with many people wearing puzzled expressions, whispering and discussing, completely unable to understand Lin Chen's actions. Even Ouyang Tianjin, who had been closely watching the competition, looked astonished, her exquisitely beautiful face filled with disbelief. She found it hard to comprehend Lin Chen's bold move. In the corner, watching the battle, Bingli and Alut also wore expressions of confusion. When did Lin Chen become so merciful? Shitian Shanfu broke free from his restraints, his gaze instantly turning cold, exuding a dangerous aura. He had to admit that this kid named Lin Chen was the most troublesome opponent he had ever encountered. But the other party was too merciful and arrogant, actually giving him a chance to counterattack. Shadow escape, instant kill stab. This move was completely ineffective against Lin Chen. Shitian Shanfu gritted his teeth, deciding to fight to the death, unleashing his ultimate technique, Yamada, Poison Annihilation. Curse. Suddenly, strange black mist erupted around him, and within the mist the faint silhouettes of 8 giant snakes emerged, radiating a deadly aura of evil curses. Buzz. At that moment, Lin Chen, sitting on the frozen throne, suddenly frowned. It turned out that his skeletal spirit had actively blocked this fatal blow at the critical moment. Master, this curse is too toxic. Being touched by it means certain death. The raspy voice of the skeletal spirit echoed in his mind. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh. So vicious, so insidious. To kill me, you even resort to such poisonous tricks? He raised his eyes to look at Shitian Shanfu, a mocking glint in his gaze. Is that all? Do you have any other killing techniques? Chapter 180. A professional at scaring urine out for 100 years, never missed. Shitian Shanfu's face changed dramatically, and a hint of panic finally flashed in his eyes. He couldn't believe that even this move couldn't kill Lin Chen. How is that possible? His voice trembled. What kind of monster are you? Lin Chen slowly stood up from the frozen throne, his gaze icy. Now, it's my turn. I heard you really like playing darts. He raised his hand, and 36 ice darts instantly formed in the air, each radiating a bone-chilling cold. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The darts accurately pierced Shitian Shanfu's limbs and joints, deliberately avoiding fatal areas. Blood seeped out, instantly freezing. But Shitian Shanfu gritted his teeth, remaining silent. You really like playing with curses, don't you? Lin Chen sneered, having equipped a magical cloak that could conceal the aura of the undead, leaving him completely unconcerned. The next second, he formed a seal. With one hand, silently chanting in his heart, Bone Erosion Curse. Ah! Ishida Yamafu could no longer hold back his screams. It felt as if millions of ants were gnawing at his bones, the excruciating pain causing him to collapse to the ground, his face contorted. The onlookers all gasped in shock. This is too brutal. Ishida Yamafu was better off dead. Lin Chen really doesn't intend to let him die painlessly. Ishida Yamafu trembled all over, fear finally surfacing in his eyes. He stared at Lin Chen, his voice hoarse as he shouted, "Kill me, if you have the guts, just kill me." Lin Chen looked down at him, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What's the rush? This is just the beginning. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Come out, the abominable butcher, and have some fun with him. Boom! A crack suddenly tore open in the void, a strong stench of decay instantly filling the air. Following that, a massive figure slowly crawled out. It was a monster stitched together from dismembered corpses, its rotting flesh, oozing pus. Thick strands of flesh violently pieced together different body parts. In its left hand, it wielded a blood-stained giant cleaver, while its right hand swung a rusty meat hook. With each step, it left behind sticky blood-stained footprints on the icy surface. Ugh! Several female students bent over and gagged, with some fainting outright. Even the seasoned instructors turned pale. What the hell is that thing? Ishida Yamafu lay on the ground, his pupils constricting violently. He watched helplessly as the abominable butcher dragged its iron hook towards him, a human-like sinister grin spreading across its decayed face. And no, don't come closer. This super assassin from Fuji Country trembled, his pants already dampened. Lin Chen leaned back against the frozen throne, propping his chin on one hand as he enjoyed the scene. Wow, who would wet themselves upon seeing this? The abominable butcher was truly the king of inducing fear, a professional at scaring the piss out of people for 100 years, never missing a mark. Don't worry, it's very gentle, he said, nodding towards the butcher. Start with the right hand. Roar! The butcher excitedly swung its cleaver, and in the terrified gaze of everyone, the blade flashed. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the air. In the distance, the instructors from Fuji Country had collectively collapsed. They wanted to shout to stop it, but it was too late. A bespectacled instructor wiped his glasses while muttering, "Baka, is this what you call benevolence in the Great Xia?" Yin Juwenhao was so scared that he slumped to the ground, his pants visibly wetting. Lin Chen looked at their expressions of despair with satisfaction, his tone relaxed. Now this is true despair. Ugh! Lin Chen himself couldn't help but gag, quickly covering his nose. Damn! How cruel! He was very pleased with the effect. He didn't want it to be too bloody. After all, even he, as a lord, couldn't handle the abominable butcher's level of disgust. That's enough. Lin Chen suppressed his nausea and snapped his fingers. Give him a quick end. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and the arena suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Everyone felt a wave of relief. Did I just hear the sound of chips? So crispy. I feel like I'm watching a restricted horror movie. From today on, I'm going vegetarian, okay? The instructors from Fuji Country were even more dramatic, with some collapsing on the spot, nearly committing seppuku. Lin Chen rubbed his temples, muttering softly, it's over, I probably won't be able to eat hot pot with Ouyang Tianjin tonight? Saying this, he glanced at the still-chewing abominable butcher. You go back and rinse your mouth with the life spring water. Don't come out and wander around without my orders. The abominable butcher looked aggrieved, and as it left, it didn't forget to clean up the meat chunks that had fallen on the ground. This considerate action triggered another wave of retching sounds. In the end, even the referee didn't want to announce the result and simply slipped away. From then on, news spread quickly that the Great Xia had produced a formidable figure not to be trifled with. Lin Chen glanced at the 3,000 points credited to his wristband, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Ouyang Tianjin approached, waving her wristband with a proud expression. Look, I earned 4,300 points. Lin Chen frowned. Did you use my match to start betting? Of course. I believe in you. Ouyang Tianjin replied confidently. Such a great opportunity to make money shouldn't be wasted. Alright, Lin Chen sneered, then treat me to hot pot for a month. Ugh! Ouyang Tianjin suddenly gagged. Don't mention hot pot, just seeing meat makes me want to throw up. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. He knew that it wasn't just Ouyang Tianjin. The audience below probably felt nauseous at the sight of meat dishes too. They had switched to a vegetarian diet. Even he himself had little appetite. What a disaster. Lin Chen looked at the steaks, pork chops, and lamb chops in his lord's space, shaking his head and sighing. This battle, though a bit nauseating to watch, had an outstanding effect. Seeing the Fuji Kingdom's people rolling in fear, the Daxia students couldn't have felt more vindicated. Awesome. It's about time we dealt with these vicious bastards. Lin Chen is amazing. Let's see if they dare to be arrogant again. Ugh, the aftereffects are a bit much, but it was worth it. Outside the training ground, several Daxia students walked shoulder to shoulder towards the cafeteria, all wearing smiles of triumph. In the instructor's office, several senior instructors gathered around the holographic replay, laughing uncontrollably. This kid Lin Chen, I give him full marks for this move. So satisfying. Beautiful. The chief instructor of Daxia slammed his palm on the table, causing the thermos to jump. This kid did well. I propose an extra reward of 1,000 points for him. A female instructor looked at him with admiration. His ice throne is so cool. Emo Tsong, pay special attention to this kid from now on. In the corner, instructor Emo Tsong quietly updated the student files, adding a line in Lin Chen's comments, recommended for special training, ability to disgust others S-level. Chapter 181, Master, it is the aura of the Blood Clan. In the D-level training area, students gathered in small groups, discussing the recent battle. Damn, Yin Juwenhao really lost without any regrets. A buzzcut boy excitedly gestured. Did you see? Lin Chen sitting on the ice throne had an aura like the Ice King. That gesture to summon the ice darts was simply explosive. If you ask me, the most impressive part is his subjects. It seems Lin Shen will soon surpass us, even reaching C-level student status. In the D-level student dormitory, just back in his room, Yin Juanhao clenched his fists tightly. He watched the battle replay of Lin Chen on the electronic screen, his expression complicated. Lin Chen, I won't give up. Today, Lin Chen was in a good mood. He stretched lazily. This battle not only earned him plenty of points but, more importantly, it seemed that no one would dare to provoke him. For a while. If I can gather another 10,000 points, it should be enough to buy several portions of eternal cold essence. He calculated to himself, maybe I can even find an S-level skill scroll. Just as he was thinking, Ouyang Tianjin, Bing Li, and Elti gathered around him. Let's go. I'm in a good mood today, I'll treat you all to a feast. Ouyang Tianjin shook her wristband with the newly credited points. What are we eating? Bing Li tilted her head and asked. Elti immediately raised his hand. Just to be clear, I won't eat meat. After saying that, he glanced nervously at Lin Chen. Ouyang Tianjin burst out laughing. Don't worry, we'll go for a completely vegetarian feast. I bet. Business will be booming today. Lin Chen twitched his mouth. Actually, the butcher isn't as disgusting as you think. He's quite cute. Shut up. Stop talking nonsense. Ouyang Tianjin covered Lin Chen's mouth. Let's go. Consider it a celebration for you. At that moment, many other students also gathered around, their eyes focused on Lin Chen. Suddenly, the crowd parted, and a tall figure with blonde hair and blue eyes walked over slowly. He was tall and straight, like a moving small mountain, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Chen, excitement brimming in his eyes. Lin Chen, I want to challenge you. Upon hearing this, the students who had been whispering instantly fell silent. Just 10 minutes ago, Lin Chen had used a terrifying method to kill Ishida Yamato. Yet someone dared to challenge Lin Chen. However, when the crowd saw the challenger's face, a low murmur of surprise rippled through them. It's Yas, this guy is strong. He's a C+ level student, a tough character. I heard he has the bloodline of an ancient Nordic vampire flowing through him. Why would he suddenly challenge Lin Chen? This is going to be interesting. Lin Chen stood still, his expression calm, his gaze lightly resting on Yas. Yas was 2 meters tall and just standing there exuded a strong sense of pressure. Not only was he full of vigor, but there was also a strange chill emanating from him, which made Lin Chen's heart stir, inexplicably reminding him of the legendary vampires. So, he asked slowly, how many points do you plan to wager to challenge me? 5,000 points. Yas's Adam's apple moved slightly, as if suppressing something. Your blood is very special. He could clearly sense that Lin Chen's essence blood was incredibly rich. That overwhelming blood energy stirred his bloodthirsty desires. As for the disgusting appearance and eating habits of the butcher, in Yas's eyes, it was only excitement. 5,000 points? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over Yas. It seems you are quite confident. Suddenly, a female student screamed from the sidelines, Yas is so handsome. Humph. Let me challenge you instead. A cold snort came from the crowd, and they parted once more. A young man in white stood with his hands behind his back, looking quite handsome. Although he wore an F-level student badge, he radiated a sharp sword aura. Where did this pretty boy come from? A student muttered quietly. The young man in white raised an eyebrow. Humph. Although I am only F-level now, I am not inferior to Lin Chen. I am Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen? Lin Chen frowned slightly. Wasn't he the youngest swordsman genius of the Great Xia this year? He awakened a rare swordsman profession from the Nordic region. What did he mean by this? Why did it feel like he was trying to compete with him? Yas arrogantly lifted his chin, his golden pupils filled with disdain. Sorry, I don't know who Yi Wuchen is. His crimson tongue licked over his sharp teeth. I only want to challenge Lin Chen. Ridiculous, he had no interest in Yi Wuchen's blood energy. Only the essence blood within Lin Chen could further his vampire lineage. Humph. Yi Wuchen's heavy sword thudded down, letting out a cold snort. The entire arena trembled. In fact, he had long heard of Lin Chen's deeds and had already regarded this peer as a target to chase. At the same time, he envied and was jealous of Lin Chen. He wanted to be like him even more. Want to challenge Lin Chen? Yi Wuchen pointed his sword directly at Yas. You have to get past me first. Before his words fell, the heavy sword in his hand suddenly erupted with blinding sword light. The unadorned sword body carried an unparalleled heavy pressure. Such strong sword intent, such strong pressure. Lin Chen's pupils contracted. The seemingly cumbersome giant sword, in Yi Wuchen's hands, actually possessed a gravitational field. He estimated it to be 3 to 5 times the gravity. Yas was also startled by this sudden might and took half a step back, but then, he revealed a sinister smile. Very well. I'll use you to warm up first. Suddenly, a thick blood mist surged around him, and his originally handsome face began to twist, revealing his bone-white fangs. He looked incredibly eerie, cold, and bloodthirsty. Even more terrifying was that his shadow actually stood up on its own, transforming into another. Yas! Master, it's the aura of a vampire. The voice of the skeletal spirit echoed in Lin Chen's mind, but his bloodline is mixed. He's a hybrid. In an instant, the two had already engaged in battle. Yi Wuchen's heavy sword carried the might to split mountains and shatter rocks. As Yasa's blood shadow moved strangely, it occasionally launched surprise attacks. Clang! After a violent collision, Yi Wuchen suddenly changed his tactics. The gravity runes on the heavy sword lit up completely, causing Yasa's figure to momentarily freeze, his speed slowing down several times. Gravity sword intent? Lin Chen was astonished. This guy actually mastered the gravity domain. Chapter 182, Lonely Man and Woman, Late Night Special Training. Yas clearly did not expect Yi Wuchen to be this strong. His blood shadow clone was shattered by a single strike. The main body was also suppressed by the gravity field, making movement difficult. Damn it! Yasa's handsome face twisted and contorted, his fangs protruding. He revealed the strange blood-red patterns on his chest. You forced me to do this. Yi Wuchen remained unfazed. The heavy sword crossed in front of his chest. Come again. Odin. Thor. With each name of the gods he uttered, the sword's momentum grew heavier. Ku Chulayin. Yasa's blood mist had transformed into a grotesque ghostly face lunging forward, but it bizarrely halted 3 meters away from Yi Wuchen. Zeus. Yi Wuchen's voice grew increasingly deep. The heavy sword began to emit a profound hum, twilight of the god slash. As the words fell, Yas trembled all over. Ah! Yas let out a scream that was not human. Lin Chen watched closely. This was no sword technique at all. It was clearly a technique that borrowed the power of the gods. Thud. Yas knelt on the ground, the blood mist around him dissipating completely. What have you done to me? Yas touched his face, which had returned to normal, in terror. Yi Wuchen sheathed his heavy sword and said calmly, "You bloodthirsty demon must be punished." The entire venue fell silent. Everyone was so shocked by this miraculous swordsmanship that they couldn't speak. Suddenly, Yasa's body moved strangely, transforming into a remnant shadow that shot towards Yi Wuchen. "Be careful." Lin Chen frowned slightly and blurted out. But it was too late. Yas turned into a blood-red remnant shadow, instantly appearing in front of Yi Wuchen, his right palm carrying a bloody wind slammed hard against his chest. Yi Wuchen was sent flying by Yasa's palm. Put! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Ha ha ha! Yas laughed maniacally, tearing his shirt apart to reveal a chest covered in strange patterns. "Thanks to you, my bloodline has fully awakened." Blood mist surged around him, his nails growing into sharp claws, his aura stronger than before by several times. Yasa's crimson eyes fixed on Lin Chen, a sinister smile on his face. "Lin Chen, am I now qualified to challenge you?" Lin Chen glanced at him, his tone flat. "Sorry, I'm in a hurry to eat, not interested for now." 5,000 points, don't you want them? Yas licked his lips, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. 5,000 points, huh? Lin Chen frowned slightly. He was indeed tempted. Yasa's expression darkened, the blood mist around him boiling suddenly. "Die." Before the words fell, he flashed, his claws tearing through the air, aiming straight for Lin Chen's throat. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback when a deep voice of a skeletal spirit suddenly echoed in his ear, "Master, leave it to me." Buzz. A wave of blood energy, several times denser than Yasa's, erupted suddenly, filling the air with a suffocating pressure. Yasa's claws came to a halt just 3 inches from Lin Chen's throat, his entire body trembling violently as if struck by lightning. This is... Yasa's eyes widened in terror. Royal bloodline of the Blood Clan? The figure of the skeletal spirit slowly emerged behind Lin Chen, its crimson pupils looking down at Yas like a king surveying ants. Thud. Yasa's knees slammed heavily onto the ground, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. I pay my respects to the prince." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and turned to the skeletal spirit. "Your identity is quite useful." The skeletal spirit bowed respectfully. "It is my honor to relieve my master's worries." Lin Chen stroked his chin, looking with interest at the prostrated Yas. "All right, you can go now." Yas trembled all over, his forehead pressed against the ground, his voice filled with reverence. I will faithfully obey the prince's will. In the future, if you need anything, Yas is always at your service." "Oh?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and turned to look at the skeletal undead. "Is he really obedient or just pretending?" The skeletal undead chuckled softly. "Master, the Blood Clan has strict hierarchies. Under the pressure of bloodlines, he doesn't even dare to entertain the thought of resistance. If you tell him to die now, he would immediately commit suicide." "Is it that exaggerated?" Lin Chen stroked his chin, suddenly revealing a playful smile. "All right, you can go back for now. I'll call you if I need something." "Yes." Yas bowed deeply, his form transforming into a cloud of blood mist and vanishing in an instant. The scene fell into dead silence. Ouyang Tianjin widened her beautiful eyes. What just happened?" Yi Wuchen, clutching his wound, wore an incredulous expression. "Lin Chen, I admit you're strong. You actually made a Blood Clan member so obedient." The other onlooking students were equally bewildered. Just a moment ago, Yas was brimming with killing intent, and now he suddenly knelt in worship. Was he about to shout master? The change in atmosphere was too rapid. Lin Chen shrugged. "Maybe it's because I have a friendly appearance?" Ouyang Tianjin smiled gently. Seeing her man so strong made her very happy. "All right, let's go eat." The night was deep. As Lin Chen returned to the dormitory in Area E of the Dasha camp, there was a knock on the door. "Who is it?" He yawned and opened. the door, only to see Mo Tsong standing at the entrance with a strange woman. Lin Chen, this is Instructor Xia Baixiu. Mo Tsong's expression was serious. Starting tomorrow, your special training will be entirely under her supervision. Lin Chen's gaze was inevitably drawn to Xia Baixiu. She appeared to be around 26 or 27, dressed in a black combat uniform that accentuated her perfect figure, especially that round, perky backside, which was even more exaggerated than Su Jiejiao's. What was most surprising was the powerful aura radiating from her. She was definitely a warrior of the battle sect level. A battle sect warrior at such a young age? Lin Chen couldn't help but be astonished. Xia Baiqiu's red lips curled slightly as she extended her hand. You must be Lin Chen, right? I'm Xia Baiqiu, and I'll be responsible for your special training from now on. Her voice carried a hint of laziness. Currently, I have 6 students, and you are the 7th. Hello, Instructor Xia. Lin Chen quickly shook her hand, feeling the softness yet strength in her grip. Don't be so formal. Xia Baiqiu suddenly leaned closer, a faint fragrance wafting into Lin Chen's nostrils. Don't sleep tonight. I just arrived, and I need to thoroughly understand your strength. Lin Chen froze instantly, and now? He instinctively glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 1:30 in the morning. Mo Tsong cleared his throat. Well, Instructor Xia has a rather unique style. Just get used to it. After saying that, he turned and left, his footsteps quick as if he were fleeing. Xia Baiqiu had already walked into the room, casually closing the door behind her. She surveyed the shabby dormitory and suddenly turned to ask, I heard you killed a student from Fuji Nation and defeated a Blood Clan member. Today? Ah, right. Lin Chen was taken aback. Instructor, you have such good information? Don't be nervous. Xia Baiqiu suddenly pinched his shoulder muscle. I'm just curious. Her fingers slowly slid down his arm. What makes someone able to make the Blood Clan willingly submit? Lin Chen swallowed hard. This instructor's special training method was a bit too stimulating. A lonely man and woman, training late at night. If this got out, wouldn't people think there was something going on between them? Chapter 183 almost had her emptying me out. Alright, I'm not teasing you anymore. Let's go. Follow me to the training ground. Xia Baiqiu chuckled lightly, and as she turned, her combat uniform accentuated her perfect waist and hip curves, making it hard to resist swallowing. By the way, be careful of that Yi Wuchen guy. He seems very interested in you and likes to compete with you. He's also one of my special training students. She didn't look back, leaving behind a perfect silhouette. But can you last 10 hours under 15 times the gravity? His gravity field has limited effect on you. The automatic door of the training ground slid open silently, and Xia Baiqiu suddenly turned around. Come on, Lin Chen, let me see your strength and speed. She casually pressed the control panel, and the lights in the entire training ground suddenly brightened as if it were daytime. I heard you can freeze time and space? She suddenly leaned in, her breath fragrant. Let me see it later, okay? Lin Chen smiled bitterly. How did this woman know everything? One moment serious, the next moment playful. He felt like he was going to be drained. Tonight, let's start with something simple. She took off her jacket, revealing a tight tank top, her proud curves impossible to hide. Come at me with all your strength. Let me see your basic power. Lin Chen took a deep breath, and his figure instantly vanished from the spot. Bang! He threw a heavy punch at Xia Baiqiu, but she easily blocked it with one hand. The recoil made Lin Chen take several steps back, his wrist faintly numb. Not bad speed, but your strength still needs work. Xia Baiqiu commented lightly. Again, for the next half hour, Lin Chen used all his might. But no matter how he attacked, Xia Baiqiu always managed to deflect it effortlessly. What was even more terrifying was that she only used one hand the entire time. Not bad. Let's call it a night. Xia Baiqiu suddenly called a halt, wiping the fine sweat from her forehead. Now, show me your freezing time and space. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment. Instructor Xia, can we skip the demonstration? What are you afraid of? Xia Baiqiu's beautiful eyes narrowed. I want to see how well you can control the ice. Lin Chen was speechless. Using this move took a lot of mental energy. Then I'll start. His eyes suddenly turned ice blue, and the temperature around him dropped sharply. Centered on him, a dense layer of ice began to form within 100 meters, and the flow of time noticeably slowed down. A flicker of shock passed through Xia Baiqiu's eyes. She couldn't move. Lin Chen's control over the ice element had reached such a terrifying level? But soon, she regained her composure. Maintain this state and attack me. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, striking out while maintaining the frozen state. This time, his fist finally broke through Xia Baiqiu's defense, grazing her proud curves. Interesting. Xia Baiqiu smiled instead of getting angry, suddenly extending both hands. Not bad. Boom! Lin Chen's frozen domain was shattered, and he stumbled back 3 steps. Xia Baiqiu smiled gently. Let's stop here for today. As she spoke, she handed Lin Chen a fragrant towel. We'll have extra training at midnight. Your potential is greater than I imagined. She left without looking back. By the way, you habitually shift 5 degrees to the right when exerting force with your shoulder. You need to correct this flaw, or your strength will be hard to concentrate and you'll lose a lot of power. Lin Chen's eyes widened. She was so observant. Watching Xia Baiqiu's departing figure, he shook his head helplessly. This woman is simply abnormal. He almost felt drained by her. Just then, Xia Baiqiu's communication suddenly connected. By the way, Lin Chen, you've been too prominent lately. You've earned quite a few points, and you're now ranked 49th. I suggest you exchange resources to enhance your strength as soon as possible. Level up to an E-class student. And then you'll enter the hunting area of the extreme cold dimension to hunt ice beasts. Yes, Instructor Xia. Lin Chen responded immediately. After hanging up, Lin Chen suddenly realized. It turned out that besides daily training and tasks, there was a dedicated hunting area here. No wonder the top-ranked Caesar only had over 6,000 points. It wasn't that he earned so little, but most of his points were used to exchange for training resources. Looks like I need to hurry up, Lin Chen murmured to himself. He urgently needed the eternal cold essence to enhance his ice magic, just like Ouyang Tianjin needed Thunder River crystals to strengthen his thunder magic. At 5:30 in the morning, Lin Chen dragged his weary body back to the accommodation area. The hot water washed away the sweat on his body. After taking a shower, he dried his hair and sat on the edge of the bed, pulling up his personal terminal to carefully study the trainee levels and corresponding permissions. F-level trainee, basic training permission, can enter the primary resource area for exchange. E-level trainee, access to the primary hunting area, opens basic training area permissions. D-level trainee can be assigned a dedicated instructor, use the primary training room, enjoy intermediate resource area exchange permission. C-level trainee unlocks high-risk missions, uses the intermediate training room, enters the intermediate hunting area. B-level trainee can use the advanced training room, exchange for rare resources. A-level trainee, advanced permissions, can apply for special dimensional exploration qualifications. S-level trainee, advanced permissions, can temporarily leave the dimension. I'm only F-level, still far from it. Lin Chen stared at his ranking and level, his gaze darkening. It seemed that to exchange for the eternal frost essence he would at least need to reach C-level. As for S-level, being able to temporarily leave the base was still too distant for him. Looks like I need to quickly raise my task level. He took a deep breath, opened the task list, and filtered out all the F-level tasks available. F-17 task, eliminate the ice wolf pack around the camp. Teamwork recommended. F-23 task, collect frost essence or 1,000 kilograms. F-35 task, assist in repairing the ice wall defenses, requires verification of ice mage profession. Lin Chen did not hesitate and directly accepted the F-17 task. Although teamwork was recommended, he didn't need it at all. He needed to quickly accumulate points, the faster the better. In the outer area of the extreme cold dimension, the icefield rift. The cold wind howled as Lin Chen strolled leisurely. Beneath his feet lay the corpses of hundreds of ice wolves. These ice wolves were strange, composed entirely of pure ice, making them as easy to kill as chopping vegetables for him. Much easier than expected. He shook off the ice shards from his hands and looked at the terminal. Task completed, points plus 500. Current points 4590, ranking 45, not enough. For the next 3 days, Lin Chen hardly rested, frantically sweeping through F-level tasks. F-13 task completed, points plus 300. F-15 task completed, points plus 400. Finally, after completing the 5th task, his terminal vibrated. Notification: F-level tasks met the standard, trainee level upgraded to E-level. Permissions unlocked, qualification for entry into the primary hunting area, opening basic training area permissions. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly, but his gaze remained calm. E-level, just the beginning. He clicked on the E-level task list, his eyes locking onto the first highpoint task. E09 task, hunt the icefield giant lizard, social, medium danger. You're the one. Chapter 184, Moonfall Phantom Slash. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had swiftly passed. In the morning, a tense atmosphere filled the training hall as Xia Baiqiu stood on the high platform with her hands behind her back, her eyes like water, scanning each trainee. Today is the hunting day for the special training team. Her voice was particularly clear, and it is also the day when the ice beasts in the extreme cold dimension go into a frenzy. To maintain the control of the human race in the extreme cold dimension, all E-level and above trainees must go deep into the hunting area to carry out practical tasks. Lin Chen stood in the line, noticing that Xia Baiqiu was particularly serious today. Although her training was usually extreme, she was easygoing and loved to joke and tease people. Today, however, she was rarely serious. Remember 3 rules. Xia Baiqiu raised 3 fair fingers. First, full monitoring. Every action you take will be recorded. Second, it is strictly forbidden to harm your own kind. Violators will be dealt with according to military law. Third, she suddenly paused, her gaze cutting through the crowd like a knife. It is strictly forbidden to venture into the extreme cold forbidden zone without permission. If you discover ice crystal veins or special resources, you must report immediately. Those who act independently will have all points rewards cancelled and be expelled from the extreme cold dimension. Lin Chen's heart sank. It seems that this hunting day is not only a practical assessment but also a test of the student's loyalty. Beside him, Yi Wuchen's gaze was fixed firmly on Lin Chen. Previously, he had only been jealous of Lin Chen's damned talent. Why could this kid from an ordinary family break through his limits time and again? But now, what infuriated him even more was Xiao Baiqiu's obvious favoritism. Another special treatment. Yi Wuchen sneered coldly as he watched Lin Chen walk towards the ice weapon area. What drove him to madness was that the stunning Ouyang Tianjin had actually taken the initiative to approach Lin Chen, acting as if she would marry no one but him. Just wait. Yi Wuchen gripped his heavy sword tightly, his expression unchanged. This time, during the hunting expedition, he would make everyone see who the real genius was. Now check your equipment. Xiao Baiqiu pressed her wristwatch and the metallic walls of the training hall slowly rose, revealing a wall full of various gear. D-level students can pick up standard equipment, while E-level students will use training gear. Lin Chen clenched his fist. His points were just at the E-level threshold. Although he didn't really need this equipment, he still had to keep a low profile when necessary. In the hunting area, on the outskirts, crack! Lin Chen held an ice crystal long knife and with a swift slash, the head of an ice wolf fell to the ground. Frost spread along the blade, freezing the corpse into an ice sculpture, which eventually shattered into ice shards. I didn't expect there to be so many types of ice beasts in the extreme cold dimension, and they are endless. He shook off the ice shards from his knife, a slight smile on his lips. The terminal on his wrist vibrated, updating his points. Kill ice wolf, points plus 10. This efficiency made Lin Chen very satisfied. Although the ice beasts on the outskirts weren't particularly strong, their sheer numbers meant that with just a little effort he could quickly harvest points. Lin Chen looked up into the distance, where more ice beasts could be vaguely seen in the snowstorm. Frostfawn leopards, ice crystal snakes, cold iron giant lizards. These rare exotic beasts had all become his prey. Continue. Lin Chen tightened his grip on the long knife, his figure shooting into the snowstorm like an arrow. Falling moon phantom slash. Lin Chen's figure suddenly split into three beams of cold light simultaneously slashed towards the ice crystal giant python in front of him. The blade light poured down like moonlight, and the giant python's hard ice scales were torn apart like thin paper under the blade. This sword technique was taught to him exclusively by Xiao Baiqiu. Although training nearly cost him half his life, like practicing swordplay bare-chested in an ice cave or fighting blindfolded, he had been tortured by Xiao Baiqiu time and again, but the results were indeed astonishing. The sword technique was divided into 6 realms: entry, minor achievement, major achievement, peak, perfection, and transcendence. Lin Chen had now reached the minor achievement realm, and combined with his phantom clone blade, its power was further amplified. Just a little more. Lin Chen felt the tremor of the blade slicing through the air. He estimated that after killing around 3,000 ice beasts, he should be able to break through to the major achievement realm. Thinking of Xiao Baiqiu's special training methods, Lin Chen's mouth twitched. That woman was simply a devil. She always managed to push you to the brink of collapse in extreme conditions, yet at the critical moment she would pull you back just in time. This thrill of teetering on the edge of life and death was indeed addictive. It almost left Lin Chen with a psychological shadow, and now his mind was filled with thoughts of Xiao Baiqiu. Continue. Lin Chen's fighting spirit surged even more as the 3 phantoms lunged towards the next prey. In actual combat, it truly was the fastest way to improve. Lin Chen's ice crystal long knife traced a perfect arc, slashing down the last ice frost giant wolf. He could clearly feel that each swing of the knife was smoother than the last, and the circulation of his vital energy within him was becoming increasingly effortless. I really can't stop. Lin Chen panted lightly, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Over the past 7 days, he had devoted almost all his time to hunting. The undead lord had become his trump card, and now he had more directions for development. Just as Lin Chen was about to delve deeper, his communicator suddenly vibrated. Yifeng Kingsnow's message popped up. Lin Chen, you must be very busy, but I miss you. During the time you've been away, I've been working hard to improve my strength every day. Looking at this message, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. This headstrong girl, though a bit willful at times, had a sincerity that warmed his heart. Spending time with Feng Qingsnow gave him a sense of pure love reminiscent of school days. As for Zhao Yuer, Lin Chen opened another message, and the holographic projection immediately displayed the scene of the Black Cliff dimension. Lush mountains surrounded vast green fields, where Zhao Yuer was patrolling with Bloodhoof and others. On the other side of the plain stood a highly modernized technological city. This girl, a hint of affection flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Zhao Yuer not only improved her strength significantly but also carried a calm demeanor in her every move. In the image, she was directing Bloodhoof and others to set up defensive barriers, occasionally asking Dr. Gulu to check the monitoring of spatial rifts. She had clearly begun to manage the Black Cliff dimension as if it were her own territory. What surprised Lin Chen the most was that the hillside where Zhao Yuer originally lived now had neat wooden houses built on it, and a high-tech automatic irrigation system was set up in the fields. She even equipped the city with mech guards, making the entire dimension appear orderly. Looks like she managed things well while I was away. Lin Chen chuckled and shook his head. The scene finally froze on Zhao Yuer standing atop the newly built watchtower, gazing into the distance, the sunset casting a long shadow that gave her an air of a true mistress. Looks like I can't fall behind either. Lin Chen put away the communicator, his gaze sharpening once more. He looked deep into the hunting area, where a more powerful energy fluctuation was faintly emanating. Chapter 185 Humans, you have crossed the line. After more than 10 days of intense combat, all the trainees experienced a qualitative leap in their strength. Lin Chen was completely immersed in the rhythm of battle. His falling moon phantom slash had reached great perfection, and every strike came with a phantom clone effect. With one slash, 6 clones fell simultaneously, making it difficult for the enemy to discern the real from the fake. 2. The enemy, it seemed as if they were facing 7 Lin Chens attacking at once, a force not to be underestimated. But what was even more surprising was the performance of the other talented trainees. Yi Wuchen's gravity domain had broken through to a 7-fold limit. Now, whenever he drew his sword, all ice beasts within a 50-meter radius would be forced to the ground. The ice mage Dongmei from Ronqing could now control 12 ice dragons simultaneously. The ice dragons moved as if they were alive, fierce, and imposing. Meanwhile, the taciturn soul master Mou could instantly shatter the brain domains of third-tier ice beasts with his mental shock. In the dormitory of the Daxia camp, Xiao Baiqiu's charming gaze swept over each trainee's data panel. Although everyone had made significant progress, her eyes always unconsciously lingered on Lin Chen's battle footage. This kid not only perfectly absorbed her falling moon phantom slash, but also integrated his unique fighting style into actual combat. Interesting. Xiao Baiqiu lightly tapped her chin with her fingertip, a knowing smile appearing. On the other side, Lin Chen put away the communicator, lightly flicking his knuckles on the ice crystal long knife, producing a crisp hum. He took a deep breath, the uniquely cold air of the extreme cold dimension filling his lungs, invigorating his spirit. In the distance, amidst the wind and snow deep in the hunting area, several shadowy figures resembling small mountains flickered in and out of view. Those were 4th-tier ice soul giant bears, each comparable to the strength of a warlord. Even more alarming was that deep within the hunting area, it was said that a 5th-tier ice overlord lay in wait, a being that even instructors like Xiao Baiqiu dared not face alone. Boom! Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground. Lin Chen squinted, and through the swirling snow, he saw a figure covered in fiery patterns desperately fleeing. Behind him was a tide of ice beasts. At least 1,000 of them. Kalu? Lin Chen's pupils constricted. The top warrior of the Sun tribe was currently being chased in such a disheveled state. Even more terrifying was that those ice beasts seemed to have fallen into some kind of frenzied state, their eyes blood-red, completely disregarding life and death as they lunged forward. Big Mouth, Plague Brother, Two-Headed Ogre, Abomination Butcher. Lin Chen summoned his for great generals without hesitation. Stop them. For eerie figures instantly took shape. Big Mouth opened its gaping maw, Plague released corrosive toxic mist. The two-headed ogre swung a massive club, the little demon spat fireballs, and the abomination butcher flung rusty iron hooks. Lin Chen, save me! Karu rolled awkwardly, barely dodging dozens of ice spikes shooting towards him. The flame tattoos on his body flickered erratically, clearly overexerted. The most ridiculous part was that this guy was tightly clutching a shiny object in his arms. These beasts have gone mad. I just took one of their little trinkets. Karu shouted as he ran, his voice filled with grievance. Lin Chen took a closer look and nearly choked. It was a heart of ice the size of a basketball. Such a level of heavenly material was as precious as the ice essence fire. Usually, these ice beasts regarded it as a treasured possession to be guarded. You call this a little trinket? Lin Chen nearly lost his voice. Wasn't this guy poking a tiger's butt? Yet he didn't dare to stop his movements. The 4 undead generals had already collided head-on with the beast tide, instantly sending ice shards flying. At the same time, an army of 50,000 ghouls surged forth. Seizing the opportunity, Karu darted behind Lin Chen, still grinning foolishly. I was thinking, they won't need it anyway. But when he saw the undead army summoned by Lin Chen, his smile froze instantly, as countless ghouls crawled out from beneath the ice, their decaying bodies still covered in ice shards, with ghostly blue soul flames flickering in their hollow eye sockets. Holy crap! Karu's flame tattoos flickered in fear. Your subjects are terrifying. Before he could finish, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from afar. The entire ice field trembled, and countless sharp ice crystals shot up from the ground, like bamboo shoots after rain. A thick layer of ice cracked open, revealing a mammoth that was at least 10 stories tall. It was crystal clear, resembling an ice sculpture, but its blood-red eyes were filled with brutality. With each step it took, thick frost formed on the ground. Even more terrifying was that a vague figure holding a crystal ice staff was seated atop the mammoth. Lin Chen's pupils suddenly constricted, a chill running up his spine. Something's not right. This can't be the legendary ice demon? He suddenly recalled Xiao Baiqiu's warning, which said that at the edge of the hunting zone's extreme cold forbidden area stood a giant ice wall. Beyond the ice wall lay an unknown region that even the human race had not explored, and the ice demon was one of the most dangerous alien races within it. Legend had it that they were the souls of an ancient ice race possessing terrifying abilities to manipulate extreme cold. Although the figure before him was indistinct, the spinning ice crystal rune on the staff was exactly the same as the ice demon totem Xiaobaiqiu had shown him. Karu. Lin Chen suddenly turned around. Where did you steal that heart of ice from? Karu looked completely innocent. The ice demon atop the mammoth seemed to sense something, slowly raising its staff. In an instant, the wind and snow within a 1,000-meter radius came to a sudden halt, all the falling snowflakes frozen in midair, as if the entire world had been paused. Lin Chen's undead army was instantly frozen in place, the ghouls maintaining their attacking postures, transformed into ice sculptures. Even the toxic mist spewed by Big Mouth solidified into eerie green ice crystals, suspended in the air. Extreme cold domain? Lin Chen's heart trembled. This was a power possessed only by at least a 5th-tier ice demon. His gaze sharpened. Quick, throw it back. Lin Chen shouted. Only then did Karu seem to wake from a dream, trembling as he tossed the heart of ice away. At the moment Karu threw the heart of ice, the entire space suddenly rippled with an eerie wave. Lin Chen's eyes glinted with cold light, and his hands formed seals at a speed that left after images freeze time and space. Buzz. An ice-blue halo suddenly expanded around him. The area swept by the halo fell into a bizarre slow-motion state, with falling ice blades, splashing ice shards, and even the trunk of the mammoth raised in the air, all caught in this strange effect. Run! Lin Chen retracted his subjects and yanked Karu's collar, retreating rapidly. On the back of the giant elephant, the mysterious ice demon suddenly let out a piercing shriek. The heart of ice transformed into a blue streak of light and returned to his hand. Lin Chen's freeze. Time and space shattered in an instant. Humans, you have crossed the line. The voice of the mysterious ice demon was chillingly cold. Chapter 186, Divine Technique Void Exile. Just then, a golden light suddenly cut through the sky. Boom! Xiaobaiqiu's figure appeared out of thin air, surrounded by dazzling golden runes. With each step she took, radiant ripples of light blossomed beneath her feet. Divine Technique Heavenly Light Purification. With her clear shout, countless golden chains shot out from the void, instantly wrapping around the raging mammoth. Even more astonishing was that the golden flames dancing on those chains were actually burning the ice demon's icy power. Lin Chen's eyes widened. It was the first time he had seen Xiaobaiqiu unleash her full power. This is the legendary Divine Technique Master, capable of both combat and magic. An existence that could summon the power of heaven and earth with a mere gesture? What are you still dawdling for? Xiaobaiqiu did not look back, her voice sharp. Hurry and retreat. This ice demon is infinitely close to the 6th tier, not something you can handle. She quickly formed seals with her hands, and a brilliant wheel of light appeared behind her. As the wheel spun, the temperature in the entire area rapidly rose, and the frost on the mammoth began to melt. Lin Chen's pupils constricted. The Divine Technique Master was indeed powerful, not only proficient in martial arts but also capable of casting various miraculous spells. It was said that the top Divine Technique Masters could even reverse space and bring the dead back to life. Then, the scene before him made him hold his breath in shock. He saw Xiaobaiqiu cross her hands in front of her chest, and blinding golden light burst forth from her fingers. A massive magic array with a diameter of 100 meters suddenly appeared on the ice beneath her feet, with countless ancient runes swirling within it. Divine Technique Void Exile. With her delicate shout, the space above the ice demon's head suddenly shattered like glass. A pitch-black void crack appeared out of nowhere, and a terrifying suction force began to draw. In the surrounding ice and snow, even light itself was swallowed. No! The ice demon let out a reluctant roar, unleashing a torrent of cold air in an attempt to resist. But Xiaobaiqiu snorted coldly, and the golden light in her hands surged. Suddenly, countless golden chains reached out from the void crack, tightly binding the ice demon and the mammoth, forcibly dragging them into the crack. Boom! The moment the space crack closed, the entire area shook. The previously raging blizzard came to an abrupt halt. Lin Chen stared in astonishment, even forgetting to scream along with Karu. Is this the true power of a Divine Technique Master, able to open the void and exile powerful enemies with ease? Xiaobaiqiu turned around, her face slightly pale, but her gaze remained sharp. Have you seen enough? Hurry up and come over. Before she finished speaking, her figure suddenly swayed. Lin Chen reacted quickly, taking a step forward to steady her swaying body. Instructor Xia. Lin Chen then noticed that her back was already soaked with cold sweat and her fingers trembled uncontrollably. Clearly, the earlier move Void Exile had drained her mental energy far beyond what he had imagined. Xiaobaiqiu tried to break free but found she didn't even have the strength to stand straight. Gritting her teeth, she whispered, "Let go. I'm fine. Don't be stubborn." Without saying a word, Lin Chen directly picked Xiaobaiqiu up in a princess carry. What are you doing? Put me down. Xiaobaiqiu's pale face flushed slightly, struggling with both embarrassment and anger. But at that moment, she was completely drained of strength and her resistance felt like a kitten scratching for a tickle. Don't move, Lin Chen frowned, his arm firmly supporting her. Don't you realize how severe the backlash from using forbidden techniques can be? He could feel her in his arms, her mental energy nearly depleted and her body temperature much lower than usual. Xia Baiqiu wanted to say something, but suddenly a wave of dizziness hit her, forcing her to bury her face in Lin Chen's embrace. This subtle movement softened Lin Chen's heart, and he unconsciously lightened his steps. Soon, Lin Chen found a wind-sheltered rock wall at the edge of the ice field and quickly took out a portable mobile fortress. With the hum of machinery, the metal cabin unfolded in the snow. He formed seals with one hand, and 3 thick ice walls rose from the ground, forming a triangle to protect the fortress in the center. Then, he summoned 10,000 ghouls to form a tight security net around them. After doing all this, Lin Chen carried Xia Baiqiu into the cabin. The temperature control system automatically activated, isolating the biting cold outside. Just as he was about to use his foot to nudge open the bedroom door, the woman in his arms suddenly struggled. "Put me down. I can walk by myself." Xia Baiqiu suddenly exerted herself to break free, but her legs went weak and she stumbled forward. Lin Chen reacted quickly, wrapping his arms around her waist, and they fell onto the big bed in an extremely ambiguous position. "Xia, Instructor Xia." Lin Chen swallowed hard. At that moment, Xia Baiqiu's hair spilled over his arm, a faint fragrance lingering at his nose, her perky backside pressing against him. Where was the sharpness she usually exuded? Xia Baiqiu's ears turned bright red, gritting her teeth. "What are you looking at? If you keep staring, I'll gouge your eyes out. You need to rest well." "I'll guard outside." Lin Chen turned to leave. "Wait." Xia Baiqiu propped herself up, grabbing his wrist. Her fingertips were icy but surprisingly strong. The ice demon has appeared in the hunting area, which means there are cracks in the ceiling ice walls of the extreme cold forbidden zone. This must be reported to the Northern Border Demon Suppression Army immediately. She struggled to raise her other hand, the tactical terminal on her wrist flashing red. "Help me connect to the Northern Border Emergency Communication Channel." Lin Chen noticed her lips trembling slightly as she spoke, but her gaze remained resolute. He paused for a moment, then suddenly flipped Xia Baiqiu onto the bed. Their bodies pressed tightly together, the atmosphere charged. "What are you doing?" Xia Baiqiu's eyes widened. "In your current state, you won't even finish entering the unlock code before you faint. You need to rest immediately." Lin Chen pulled up the communication interface from his terminal. "What's the channel password? I'll contact them." Xia Baiqiu opened her mouth, then finally slumped back against the headboard. A007-009X. "Wait, how do you have encrypted communication access from the Northern Border Military?" Lin Chen didn't answer, quickly inputting the code. Of course, this was a privilege granted to him by Zhao Polu. After swiftly reporting the situation, the Northern Border Military replied that they would immediately dispatch a special operations team for support. Confirming that the message was sent successfully, Lin Chen finally let out a long breath, collapsing beside Xia Baiqiu as if drained of all energy. "You?" Xia Baiqiu frowned, looking at his pale face, and then noticed the cold sweat beading on his forehead. It turned out that when Lin Chen had fully exerted himself to freeze time and space, he had also exhausted his mental energy. "Instructor Xia," Lin Chen struggled to sit up. "You rest first, I'll guard outside." "Lie down." Xia Baiqiu pressed him down, and Lin Chen fell back onto the bed. They both groaned softly. The backlash from excessive mental energy consumption was extremely uncomfortable. In that moment, as their eyes met, Xia Baiqiu suddenly realized that this student, whom she usually paid much attention to, had clear brows and sharp features. His perfectly proportioned muscles radiated a strong scent of hormones. Lin Chen noticed for the first time that the Summer Baiqiu, stripped of her instructor's authority, possessed a breathtaking classical beauty. Her slightly flushed cheeks due to weakness, the disheveled strands of hair, and that figure which could not be concealed, stirred his heart. "What are you looking at?" Summer Baiqiu covered her snow-white chest. "No looking, that's an order." Lin Chen looked at the flushed tips of her ears and swallowed hard. "Yes, Instructor Xia." Chapter 187. Lin Chen felt as if he were about to ascend to immortality. An hour later, Lin Chen let out a long breath and opened his eyes. His mental strength had recovered about 70 to 80%, but when he turned to look at Summer Baiqiu, he found her still frowning, her face as pale as paper. The cost of using forbidden techniques was indeed enormous. Lin Chen watched her slightly trembling eyelashes, knowing that her mental strength had probably not even recovered 10%. "Instructor Xia." Lin Chen called softly, but found that Summer Baiqiu did not respond. His expression changed slightly, and his consciousness sank into his territory space. He quickly searched through the Lord's shop interface. Life potions and invincibility potions were all available, but there was no potion specifically for restoring mental strength. "It seems my Lord level is too low." Lin Chen sighed inwardly, and just then, Summer Baiqiu suddenly let out a muffled groan, her delicate body trembling slightly. "Cold. I'm so cold," she murmured softly. Unconsciously, she tightly hugged Lin Chen, pressing against him. Lin Chen, unable to care about the unparalleled softness in his arms, realized that her entire body was icy cold. This was far from a normal person's body temperature. It felt like holding a block of eternal ice. Her mental strength was actually starting to destabilize. Clearly, the backlash from the forbidden technique was more severe than imagined. Hold on. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, suddenly thinking of something, and immediately summoned the skeletal undead. The ghostly green soulfire flickered in the hollow eye sockets of the skeletal undead as it reached out a bony hand to gently touch Summer Baicho's forehead. Suddenly, the entire skeleton creaked. Master, the situation is dire. Her mental world is collapsing, and her life force is rapidly draining. This is at least a forbidden technique of level 3 or higher used beyond her means. Get to the point. Lin Chen interrupted directly. The skeletal undead looked troubled. It should be almost hopeless, but there is one way. By establishing a mental symbiotic contract. Using the master's mental strength to build a temporary bridge for her, it might slowly restore her. But it hesitated. But what? Lin Chen asked urgently. The skeletal undead's soul fire flickered. Once the mental link is established, your mental worlds will resonate deeply, developing mutual affection, even more intimate than soulmates. Any emotion will be sensed by the other, and even. Lin Chen paused slightly, looking down at the faintly breathing Summer Baicho in his arms. Her pale, stunning face was still covered in frost, and the sight of her trembling eyelashes was heart-wrenching. The usually fiery and iron-willed instructor now appeared as innocent as an angelic girl. Ha! Lin Chen suddenly chuckled lightly, his eyes brimming with mental strength. Isn't it just a deeper connection of souls? Saving her is the priority. Before he finished speaking, he released his mental strength, piercing into Summer Baicho's defenseless delicate body. In an instant, a mental storm swept over, enveloping the two of them. Lin Chen felt his consciousness being violently pulled into a strange space where there were no forms, only pure mental energy intertwining and entangling. The skeletal undead stared in shock at this scene, its bones creaking. Master, I haven't finished speaking. This kind of contract is usually only between couples. At this moment, Summer Baicho's mental world resembled a frozen wasteland, being torn apart by countless cracks. Lin Chen's mental strength instinctively transformed into thousands of threads, gently yet forcefully wrapping around, stitching those cracks one by one. In reality, Summer Baicho unconsciously let out a soft moan. Her mental strength was desperately thirsty, greedily drawing in the energy transmitted by Lin Chen. The spiritual forms of the two intertwined in the void, each collision sparking brilliant fireworks. The skeletal undead huddled in the corner of the room, its bony hands tightly covering its ears. It's over. It's over. The merging of spirits is 100 times more insane and thrilling than a wedding night. Master, please don't blame me later. In the spiritual world, Lin Chen suddenly saw the naked Xiao Baiqiu, her snow-white skin, her proud demeanor, her flawless perfection, and those ruby lips. An ultimate temptation. He desperately tried to rein in his thoughts, and before him fragments of her memories unfolded one by one. On the battlefield of blood and fire, the young her knelt crying before two corpses, swearing, Dad, brother, I swear I will become the strongest sorcerer and kill all the other races. The scene shifted to the training ground in the dead of night, where she trained tirelessly day and night. And, in a certain late night, the moment she focused on his file alone, Lin Chen's soul trembled lightly. It turned out that this cold, strange woman harbored such obsessions and tenderness deep within her. He instinctively wanted to reach out and touch those memory fragments, but suddenly realized that Xiao Baiqiu had tightly wrapped around him. The complete merging of their spiritual powers made Lin Chen's soul quiver. It was an indescribable pleasure, one that was hard to resist. Uncontainable. No one could contain it. Their souls intertwined wildly. Ultimate reality. An ultimate comfort. Xiao Baiqiu was insatiable. Lin Chen felt as if he was about to ascend to immortality. How could we? At that moment he was dazed. Yet he couldn't stop at all. Time seemed to stretch into a century. The two were reluctant to part, wishing to entwine forever until the end of time. Lin Chen suddenly realized that Xiao Baiqiu's spiritual world had finally stabilized. Only then did he release her delicate body. As their consciousness slowly returned to their own forms, their spiritual link naturally broke. Xiao Baiqiu's spiritual world was reconstructed and was slowly recovering. Just as Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief, he met a pair of extremely complex, beautiful eyes. Xiao Baiqiu had woken up at some point, staring at him with an indescribable gaze. In that look there was a mix of embarrassment, shock, and a hint of an indescribable emotion. You? Her voice was a bit hoarse, and a rare blush appeared on her fair cheeks. Lin Chen looked innocent. I really didn't know it would turn out like this. It was purely to save someone. His gaze drifted to the corner where the invisible, feigning death skeleton was hiding. This fragile bone has really put me in a terrible spot. Having inexplicably gained a soul partner, Lin Chen felt quite helpless. However, that ultimate experience of soul merging, a connection that was 100 times deeper than physical intimacy, left a lingering aftertaste. He truly wished to experience it again right away. Xiao Baiqiu suddenly reached out and grabbed Lin Chen's collar. Just when Lin Chen thought he was about to be hit, she lowered her voice and said, Forget everything you saw just now. And as for us, let's just consider it a one-night stand. Lucky you. Ha! Lin Shen's face turned awkward, like a little boy who had made a mistake. This woman was too cool, too dominant. No wonder she was so wild in the spiritual world. If it were in the physical realm, what would happen? Chapter 188. Heh, so you want to play with technology, huh? Due to the sudden appearance of the ice demon, the hunting mission for the students in the extreme cold plain was urgently called off. The special operations team of the Northern Border Demon Suppression Army was fully armed, delving into the Forbidden Zone to inspect the ice wall seal. That elite unit, composed of 12 Battle Lord leaders, lost all contact just 3 days after entering the Forbidden Zone. Meanwhile, ever since Lin Shen's unexpected soul merging with Xiao Baiqiu, he was astonished to find that his spiritual power not only fully recovered, but had also solidified several times more than before. Even more astonishingly, the moon's mark left by Princess Liu Xuan flickered within him. Seemingly infused with new vitality. On the training ground, Xiao Baiqiu remained as decisive as ever. The two of them had a tacit understanding, never mentioning that matter, but whenever their eyes met, Lin Shen could always catch a fleeting hint of resentment in her gaze. During one strength training session, he accidentally brushed against Xiao Baiqiu's hand, and the authoritative instructor surprisingly recoiled as if shocked, her ears turning crimson. This caused all the trainees to exchange glances. Taking advantage of this break, Lin Shen began to attempt to absorb and merge the ice essence flame. A pale blue flame danced at his fingertips, and the surrounding ice elements gathered towards him as if on a pilgrimage. With the increase in his affinity for ice, his strength surged dramatically. Every time he saw Xiao Baiqiu, he felt an inexplicable flutter in his heart. That kind of connection made it hard for both of them to resist. 7 days later, when Lin Shen's frozen time technique reached 10 seconds, even Xiao Baiqiu couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. This rate of progress could no longer be described as genius. Lin Shen. Late at night, after the special training ended, Xiao Baiqiu suddenly called out to him. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silver glow on her shoulder. Tomorrow is the task of climbing the extreme ice peak. Her voice was softer than usual, tinged with a hint of sorrow. As a mandatory assessment for E-level trainees, you don't worry, it's just 5,000 meters. Lin Shen chuckled as he flexed his wrist. With my current ice resistance, climbing to 10,000 meters would be a breeze. Don't be careless. Xiao Baiqiu's tone suddenly turned serious, her delicate brows furrowing. The extreme ice peak is unusual. For every 1,000 meters in altitude, the temperature drops drastically, and it's not advisable for you to venture above 10,000 meters. She paused. According to historical climbing reports, many human-shaped ice sculptures were found at 9,000 meters. Lin Shen's smile gradually faded. Human-shaped ice sculptures? He squinted. Are they from previous climbers? Xiao Baiqiu gently shook her head, the moonlight illuminating her delicate face, adding a touch of serene beauty. Not all of them. Some of the ice sculptures are dressed in clothing that doesn't belong to this era. She lowered her voice. I've heard that the oldest one has been dated to over 10,000 years, but no one dares to disturb them. Over 10,000 years? Lin Shen raised an eyebrow. It seemed that the secrets of this extreme cold realm were indeed numerous. Although the extreme ice peak was over 20,000 meters high, it wasn't the tallest mountain of ice. Their gazes unexpectedly met under the moonlight. In the air, it felt as if invisible sparks were flying. I should head back. Xiao Baiqiu suddenly turned her face away, her voice carrying a rare fluster. As she turned, her steps quickened slightly. On her way back, Xiao Baiqiu unconsciously pressed her hand against her heart. There, a strange fluttering sensation was rising. Ever since that mental fusion, Lin Shen's figure had been lingering in her mind. What was even more frightening was that she had begun to miss that wonderful feeling of soul merging. On the other side, Lin Shen stood in the training ground for a long time. He smiled wryly, attributing it all to the skeleton spirit. You old brittle bone. You actually set me up. If I had known there would be such side effects, I wouldn't have chosen this ridiculous method even if I had to mouth-feed the medicine. The skeleton spirit looked aggrieved. Master, you were clearly impatient at that time. Shut up. I was just eager to save someone. The next morning, at the camp at the foot of the extreme ice peak, hundreds of trainees were making their final preparations for the climb. As Lin Shen was checking his gear, a familiar figure slowly approached. Lin Shen. Yi Wuchen stood in front of him. I heard you know my brother. Yi Wuxian? Lin Shen paused his movements, then carefully examined the other person. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity. The features indeed bore a resemblance to Yi Wuxian. So you're his brother. Lin Shen chuckled. This world is really small. Yi Wuchen smiled faintly. You should be aware of my brother's feelings for Ouyang Tianjin. If you know what's good for you, keep your distance from Ouyang Tianjin. Ouyang Tianjin? Lin Shen suddenly remembered that the girl was probably undergoing tough training in the simulated minefield to catch up with him. He raised an eyebrow slightly. So what? Don't think being in the top 50 is impressive. Yi Wuchen suddenly raised his voice, drawing the attention of the surrounding students. Dare to make a bet with me? If I climb higher than you, you stay away from Ouyang Tianjin. Lin Shen was speechless and smiled bitterly. Did this guy really enjoy competing with him this much? I see, you actually like her, right? Don't use your brother as an excuse. Yi Wuchen's expression darkened. Recently, he had been increasingly annoyed with Lin Chen, especially since he noticed that his beloved Xia Baiqiu was showing Lin Chen an unusually gentle gaze. Stop talking nonsense. Dare to bet? Sure, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. What? If you lose, I lose? Yi Wuchen sneered, pulling out a crystal core that sparkled with lightning from his pocket. This is a core from a 4th tier. Thunder Beast, is it enough? Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Wasn't this exactly the material Ouyang Tianjin urgently needed for her training? It seemed Yi Wuchen was brimming with confidence, indeed putting in a lot to please the beauty. A crowd of students had gathered around to watch. Someone whispered, that's actually the core of an ice thunder beast. They say you need to hunt thousands of ice thunder beasts to condense one. Hearing the discussion, Lin Chen smiled brightly. I'm in. At the foot of the extreme ice peak, hundreds of students began to climb upwards. Like ants, the ice claws crunched on the millennia-old ice, making a crisp crack sound. The higher they climbed, the more they realized how strenuous it was. Except for Lin Chen and Yi Wuchen, who were competing fiercely, the other students wisely chose a safer strategy. Completing the 5,000-meter assessment target was enough. Lin Chen's tactical terminal continuously refreshed the data. E-level student, Lin Chen extreme ice. Peak climbing task initiated, current height 1524 meters, environmental temperature -85 degrees Celsius, qualification line 5,000 meters, reward 1,000 points, extra reward plus 200 points for every additional 1,000 meters. He looked up at the heights above. Yi Wuchen, propelled by his thrusters, had already left him nearly 1,000 meters behind. That guy even had the audacity to make a thumbs down gesture. Playing with technology. Ha! Chapter 189, Mother Cave Spider, come out to work. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly. He calmly stroked the ice wall with his right hand and took out a uniquely shaped mechanical device from the Lord's space. This was the Polar Spider 8 assistive device developed by Dr. Ghoul. 8. Hydraulic mechanical legs glimmered with cold light and flames spouted from the joints. The moment Lin Chen sat in the cockpit, the mechanical spider's compound eyes lit up. The 8 legs flexibly gripped the ice wall, moving as if on flat ground, and began to climb vertically. Damn! That's cheating, came the exclamations from the other students below. Of course, some capable students looked on with disdain. The rules allow the use of any auxiliary equipment. However, the higher you go, the more terrifying the atmospheric pressure becomes, and with the extreme cold, this precision instrument won't last long before falling apart. On the other side, Xia Baiqiu stood with her arms crossed in front of the monitoring screen. Although her expression was neutral, she couldn't help but smile when she saw Lin Chen competing with Yi Wuchen like a child. That smile made the other male instructors weak in the knees. In that moment, it was as if glaciers were melting and the sun was shining after the snow. The air in the entire command center brightened. Ahem! Several male instructors who were drinking water simultaneously choked, one even accidentally knocking over his thermos. They hurriedly tried to cover up their embarrassment but couldn't help stealing glances at that stunning figure. Xia Baiqiu, when she smiled, was incredibly beautiful. One instructor muttered softly, so beautiful, it's the first time I've seen Instructor Xia smile. Have you all noticed recently that Instructor Xia has developed a hint of femininity? Xia Baiqiu seemed to sense the awkwardness and immediately restrained her smile. On the extreme ice peak, the wind and snow raged. Lin Chen's expression was calm as he controlled the Polar Spider assist device. The frost armor covering the mechanical joints glowed with a faint blue halo. This set of mecha, specially made by Dr. Gulu, could only operate in environments below -100 degrees Celsius. However, after Lin Chen added the frost armor, it could function comfortably in environments as low as -350 degrees Celsius. Even so, it could only climb to 5,000 meters. Beyond that, he would have to rely on himself. In the monitoring footage, many students were discussing the real-time climbing images. What the hell? What kind of black technology is that? It's like walking on flat ground in a freezing storm. Yeah, if I had that, wouldn't I be able to complete the mission easily? Who exactly is Lin Chen? Even the military doesn't have this kind of equipment. Inside the octopus assist device, Lin Chen looked at Yi Wuchen's image. That guy's thruster had already frozen into a lump of ice and he could only climb by hand. When he reached an altitude of 4,500 meters, a wide ice platform suddenly appeared before him. The platform was densely packed with ice crystal rhinos. These transparent ice beasts, while not very aggressive, were nearly impervious to blades and guns due to their heavy ice armor. What was more troublesome was that they completely blocked the only path to higher ground. This is intentional, isn't it? Lin Chen frowned slightly. Each of these rhinos stood over 2 meters tall, making it nearly impossible to climb over them, and to carve a path through them would likely be extremely exhausting. Ha! Behind Lin Chen, hurried breathing could be heard. Yi Wuchen had finally caught up, looking exhausted and covered in frost. He leaned on his knees, struggling to look up at Lin Chen. Hey, Lin Chen, Yi Wuchen wiped the ice shards off his face, rarely lowering his posture. Given the situation, how about we cooperate to break through? We can continue competing after we get past this. He drew the heavy sword from his back. I'll clear the way, and you handle the flanks in the rear. What do you think? Lin Chen glanced at Yi Wuchen's disheveled appearance and then at the endless herd of rhinos ahead. He smiled faintly. Sorry, I don't need to cooperate with anyone. I'll go ahead. With that, he flipped his wrist, and the teleportation dagger appeared. In the shocked gazes of everyone, his figure suddenly blurred. Swish, swish, swish. 3 after-images flashed by, and Lin Chen had already appeared at the other end of the platform. Yi Wuchen's eyes widened, frozen in place. He was furious. The other students were stunned. What the hell? This is too much. Space-type ability? That was teleportation, right? It has to be teleportation. Forget the assist device, now he's even using space abilities. It's really infuriating how some people are just better. But before Lin Chen could bask in his triumph for long, his brows furrowed tightly. Caw! A piercing cry suddenly echoed from above, and dozens of ultra-cold ice eagles with wingspans exceeding 5 meters were diving down. Their crystal-clear wings shimmered brilliantly, and their sharp ice claws were aimed directly at Lin Chen. What the hell? Lin Chen hurriedly dodged to the side, the ice claws grazing his cheek and carving a trench over a meter deep in the ice surface. In the monitoring center, the instructors erupted in chaos. Ultra-cold ice eagles? How could this 4th-tier ice beast appear at an altitude of 4,500 meters? We're done. For this is a beast that can single-handedly kill a battle lord. Is it because this Lin Chen kid is showing off that even the ice beasts can't stand it? Yi Wuchen, far away, laughed gleefully. Serves you right. That's what you get for showing off. The next moment, his laughter abruptly stopped, because a small team split off from the group of ice eagles, heading straight for him. Damn, what does this have to do with me? But strangely, these ice eagles did not attack Yi Wuchen. Instead, they immediately turned back to attack Lin Chen. Seeing this, Lin Chen dodged. While pondering, his gaze sharpened as he looked towards the higher ice peaks. The attack pattern of these ice eagles was too precise, as if they were specifically targeting him. What the hell? Targeted? Could it be Yin Juanhao's doing? After a brief contemplation, Lin Chen directly summoned the burrowing spider mother. Mother of the burrow spider, come out to work. In an instant, a giant spider the size of a small car broke through the void and descended. Its body was pitch black, but its abdomen shimmered with eerie purple patterns. Hiss! The mother of the burrow spider let out a piercing shriek, and its abdomen contracted violently. The next moment, several glowing webs shot out. These webs were not only incredibly sticky but also contained a neurotoxin capable of paralyzing the mind. The trapped ice eagles fell like kites with severed strings. Most astonishingly, those webs could even writhe and constrict, wrapping the struggling ice eagles into cocoons. The instructors in the monitoring center fell silent in an instant, all of them gaping. Xia Baiqiu's eyes lit up. After a while, someone weakly spoke up. Does anyone know what kind of spider this is? Is that the point? The point is that its webs can even withstand a level 4 ice beast. This kid is really a freak. On the other side, Yi Wuchen had completely given up on thinking. His eyes were filled with jealousy. Now, he only wanted to ask one question. How many trump cards did Lin Chen still have hidden? Could he even compare to him? Chapter 190. Those who offend our great Xia shall be punished, no matter how far. Who? Lin Chen let out a long breath, patting the shell of the mother of the burrow spider. Well done. I'll give you extra rations when we get back. At the same time, in the human western camp, in the exclusive rest area of the Temple Knights, Halo and Caesar was staring at the leaderboard screen, his heavy armor glinting coldly under the magical lights. As a member of the Caesar family, one of the 7 noble families of the temple, he had always taken pride in his older brother, Caesar. Caesar had long dominated the top spot, a source of pride for the entire western camp. My angelic subjects have finally completed their hatching. Ha ha ha. Haloan stroked the holy sword at his waist. With my current strength, I can definitely break into the top 30 easily. On the screen, his ranking was fixed at 46th place, while the position above him, 45th, prominently displayed. Number 9527, Lin Chen, Great Xia. Interesting. Haloan gently clicked on Lin Chen's profile page, and when he saw achievements like Killed Ishida, Yamato and subdued Yas, his blue pupils slightly constricted. This guy actually made the arrogant Yas bow down? So strong? Just then, Haloan's instructor, the Temple Knight Commander Reed, strode in, his silver armor clanking with each step. My dear Haloan, Reed saluted with a hand on his chest, his voice booming like a bell. That young man from the Eastern Great Xia is probably more exceptional than we imagined. He waved his staff embedded with holy crystals, and immediately, the screen displayed a real-time image of Lin Chen climbing the extreme ice peak to 6,000 meters. A mere height of 6,000 meters. Haloan suddenly stood up, the shadow of wings behind him flickering slightly. In the name of the holy light, I can do it too. A hint of worry flashed in Reed's eyes, but remember, this kid has been in the training camp for less than 2 months. What? Halowen's face was filled with shock. This is impossible. Even Caesar took half a year before daring to climb the extreme ice peak. Reads. Finger traced over Lin Chen's achievement records, sighing, "It is as it is, my dear Halowen." What's even more unsettling is that he is still climbing. Perhaps before the next bell tolls, the glory of the temple will belong to him. I swear by the angels. Halowen suddenly interrupted, his pair of wings fully unfurling behind him, radiating purity. I will not allow a star from the east to overshadow the brilliance of the temple. On the extreme ice peak, at 6,300 meters, the terrain gradually leveled out. Lin Chen stood on the thick ice layer, hearing the cracking sound beneath his feet. It was the remains of countless ice beasts. As the cold wind blew, ice crystal fragments danced gently in the air. TSK, it took me an hour to climb to 6,300 meters. Lin Chen frowned, clearly dissatisfied with this speed. He looked up towards higher altitudes, where various ice beasts still lingered. At that moment, the tactical terminal suddenly vibrated, and Xia Baiqiu's communication request forcibly popped up. In the holographic projection, she rarely showed a hint of anxiety. Lin Chen, stop climbing immediately. Her voice was accompanied by electrical noise. Monitoring shows that the ice beast density in the area above 7,000 meters on the extreme ice peak has surged abnormally. This is not a normal trial environment. In the background, other instructors could be heard exclaiming, the energy readings have exceeded the threshold. Those ice beasts are actually merging? Lin Chen frowned slightly and glanced at the tactical terminal, noticing that Yi Wuchen's location marker had already retreated to the base camp, with the status showing mission completed. Is he conceding voluntarily? He raised an eyebrow, and then shook his head with a smile. However, this was indeed not the time to compete. The ice demon had already appeared, and he didn't want to force Xia Baiqiu to use forbidden techniques to save him again. Lin Chen sighed lightly. Fine, I'll listen to her this time. When Lin Chen returned to the camp, he saw Yi Wuchen. With a defiant expression, humph. A bet is a bet. Yi Wuchen, never go back on my word. Saying this, he tossed over a 4th-tier Thunder Beast crystal core. Lin Chen caught the crystal core steadily. He could feel a tingling sensation in his palm. The purity of the thunder in this 4th-tier Thunder Beast crystal core far exceeded expectations, indeed a rare treasure. Ouyang Tianjin would definitely be very satisfied. Thanks. Lin Chen casually pocketed the crystal core, smiling faintly. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Yi Wuchen stammer out, "Hey, I admit you're strong, and I hope you can lead us in the Great Xia, so we won't be bullied anymore." Hearing this, Lin Chen's footsteps suddenly halted. There's this matter too? Bullied? He slowly turned around, frowning slightly. Yi Wuchen was filled with anger. You don't know yet? In the extreme cold plain, the students from Eagle Nation and Fuji Nation have formed the Western Pacific Alliance to specifically suppress our Great Xia students. He kicked at the ice debris beneath his feet. Last week, they teamed up to seize 3 training grounds from new students of Great Xia, and they even declared that we, the people of Great Xia, are only fit to be their servants. Lin Chen's gaze gradually turned cold. He recalled the leaderboard he had seen earlier. No wonder there were so few Great Xia students in the top 50. Seeing that Lin Chen was getting interested, Yi Wuchen suddenly became excited. Some people, in order to curry favor with Eagle Nation and Fuji Nation, deliberately leaked the whereabouts and strategies of our compatriots. A friend of mine was beaten by them and lay in bed for half a month last time. Before he could finish, a harsh and arrogant laughter came from behind the ice slope. 5 students dressed in strange combat uniforms surrounded them. The blond man leading them wore an Eagle Nation badge on his chest, while the 2 men beside him had the Rising Sun armband of Fuji Nation wrapped around their left arms. Look, it's the sick man of Great Xia holding a little meeting, the blond man said deliberately in clumsy Great Xia language, causing the 4 behind him to burst into laughter. One of them even stared provocatively at Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen was furious and was about to strike, but